freaking goal the entire tournament. One. They were that darn good on that end of the field. And usually that's what wins a World Cup, and Spain deserved it more than ever. Overall, I thought the World Cup was fantastic. I thought the United States, along with Mexico and Canada, the North American World Cup, it had everything you wanted. Every game was a sellout. Every game was exciting. Every game, opposing fans got into it. I love the fact that the rest of the world got to come to the United States and enjoy what we have to offer here. It was awesome. To be honest with you, I don't know what wasn't good about it.
Alfonso, you've been around soccer for an awfully long time. Worked for the Rapids for an awfully long time. What do your peeps say about the way the World Cup was received here in the U.S. and North America, Canada, and Mexico?
From everyone that I've heard that it was a good turnout. I mean, I think I saw yesterday there was 6 million fans that came to all the stadiums all together. But,
and they got price gouged, that's for sure.
Yeah,
they got
and
a good lesson in American capitalism. Some of the prices were ridiculous.
Yeah, and I think all the watch parties. I saw that number 38 was the number one sports bar in America for watch parties for the World Cup. So I think it was received very well.
Did you guys see yesterday? By the way, did you go to any games?
Yeah, I went to Iran versus Egypt in Seattle.
Okay. Is that the same one? No, DMac went to another game or tried to go to
DMac went to tried to go to the U.S. versus Belgium game.
How much was your ticket?
$275 a ticket.
Oh, that wasn't bad.
No,
not too bad.
That wasn't bad at all. So overall, the ticket prices got more expensive for the marquee games. Did you guys notice yesterday, as I'm going through social media, Peyton Watson was at that game in the Meadowlands. So was Jarrett Stidham,
really?
Broncos backup quarterback, representing the city of Denver at that game. The game itself, say what you want. Spain was going to win. You could tell from the very beginning. I thought the things surrounding the game, Moshe, not your kind of music. Halftime show was awesome, I thought.
Let me
live without the Muppets.
Okay.
I don't understand the whole Muppet thing, but whatever.
I guess part of me, let me back up. I don't mind Muppets because when I was a little kid, the Muppet Show was on TV, and I thought, little kids like Muppet Show. Even if it's for adults, little kids like Muppets, right? Kermit's out there, Miss Piggy's out there doing her thing, animals on the drums. It takes you back. You'd be surprised at how I felt about that halftime show, Vic. I liked it. In fact, I like parts of it. I think Madonna is she's way too old to be doing
she's
halftime.
67 years of age.
Okay. She's trying to be 27 years of age. Yeah. I just think there comes a time.
Gotta let it go.
I mean, is that a bad way to think about it? Well, there comes a time.
No. Do you feel the same way about the bands you like? Do you feel the same way about Sammy Hagar, who embarrasses himself when he takes the stage?
The hell he does. That mother trucker can still sing. Well, no, but they're not trying to be something that they're not anymore. The bands I like. I mean, he wears a T-shirt and flip-flops and blue jeans on stage, bro. I mean, he's not or tennies. He's not.
So are you saying that a 67-year-old is not allowed to be a sex symbol anymore? She's in great shape. What are you saying?
I've never been a Madonna guy. Okay. Ever. I've never been a Madonna guy. And she's never, ever done it for me in any sort of capacity whatsoever.
This is just a long-time hate then.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hate. It's just apathy. I've never been a Madonna. Well, let me. I hate her. Okay, so when she's out, I'm like, come on, man, you're not 27 anymore. You're not like a virgin anymore. All right. There comes a point when you've got to turn the page on that, and maybe dress a little more modestly. I don't know. Listen, I don't know. It's not my business. I thought Shakira was awesome. I thought Bieber was awesome, but I don't think a slow song.
The song.
Yeah,
what was that song he was singing?
I know he was playing really well. He did a great job. I don't think that slow is good for that halftime show.
No,
not for
it
a World
needed to
Cup
be a
halftime.
more upbeat song. I thought BTS was great. Are you familiar with BTS's work? Obviously not. I thought they were great. Moser has no concept of BTS.
No, I don't.
I think it's at the Korean boy band.
Well, let me say this. Part of me's proud I don't have any concept of BTS because I didn't like that very well.
I thought that was great.
Okay.
I thought they were fantastic.
The little Ted Lasso and
I thought that was stupid.
yeah, I thought it was
I thought the Muppets were stupid.
Okay. All right, so we agree on some things, we disagree on some other things.
Although the Muppets doing Seven Nations Army is pretty cool. Did I get that right?
No, Jesse, what do you call that? You tell me, Jesse, what do you know?
Yeah, that's the name of it. The group, at least, I think, is.
Oh,
the,
dun, 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 dun,
Yeah,
dun,
it's taking soccer by storm.
Okay.
I saw a little mini documentary on how that happened. It started doing that in Belgium or the Netherlands or somewhere for games, and then when Italy won the Euro Cup, they started doing that there, and then
Really?
it got crazy. Yeah, like now every European soccer stadium does that chant.
I don't know about you, but when I'm watching these halftime shows and whatnot, I'm like, they're trying, some I like, some I don't like. But I'll say this. The overwhelming thought in my head, besides, hey, Shakira's dancing great and the Biebs is playing great on his Gitbox and so on, is how in the hell do you pull that off? How in the hell do you take... How long was that, Jesse? 25 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe, something like that?
I think I saw 27.
Okay. How do you take 27 minutes, Vic, with all of those moving parts, all of those changes, all of the people, all of the choreography, all of the people holding the world flag around in a circle and Muppets and movement? And how do you make that happen? How do you do it?
I don't know, but ask the same question about how Spain makes it happen, because Spain's style of play, their ability to always have an outlet, their ability to always have a pass to go to is what makes them so effective. And it allows them to push up and move up, and it allows the defense to always feel calm. I mean, there's never any panic with the way Spain plays soccer because of the way they play. So whatever they're doing in the Spanish Federation of Soccer, whatever they're doing there, I know a lot of countries want to model that process because it is awesome. Felt bad for Messi. He was obviously very distraught afterwards. I wanted Argentina, but I wasn't proud of the way Argentina reacted. That was a horrible reaction after the game.
It was.
Dudes just fighting everywhere.
Yeah, pretty poor sportsmanship.
To be honest, it's probably the way I would react.
I mean, you won 4 years ago. I mean, it's not like you don't have one yet. You've won before that, too.
But it was so, there was no reason to be angry on their part. Frustrated, yes, but angry. You got thoroughly dominated, Moj. It wasn't even a close game. You saw the shots on goal going into extra time. Shots on goal were 20-0. They did not attempt a shot on goal.
Yeah. I mean, they not in regulation. They did twice in the extra time.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy.
But can you imagine? But I mean, think about that, dude. Try to think of that. I don't know, equally in hockey. I mean, imagine one team having 20 shots on goal and the other team having none. I mean, try to imagine that, right? I mean, you can't because it would never happen. But how do you go through regulation soccer plus stoppage time and not have a shot on goal? How?
I don't know, because they couldn't get past that Spanish paywall. That's whatever Spain did defensively, it worked. And overall, for me, the memories of this World Cup, and it's hard to look back at it now because it feels like years ago, even though it was a couple weeks ago. The way the U.S. came out in the first few games was so dominant. They looked so damn good. And they got worse as the tournament wore on.
Yeah.
And the way it ended against Belgium wasn't fun. But the first couple games of the U.S., the way they performed the first two games, absolutely dynamic. Awesome. What else are you going to remember from the Cup?
I'm going to remember just the overall, I think maybe, like Jesse said, 6 million people coming to North America. But the amount of enjoyment that people seem to have at this World Cup, just the overall, the anecdotal stories, this Scottish people who moved into the Airbnb and made a new friend across the street, and, people traveling America and trying different things. I thought all of that was pretty cool, the cultural aspect of it. In addition to, Vic, I thought there were some very, very good games. Now, I know that I was all over it on Friday. I don't give a crap about the third place game. Who cares about third place?
That was fun, though. Did you watch it?
Yeah. Well, then when it's,
we
always 4-0, and then all of a sudden, good God Almighty, I mean, that's crazy.
Because they really didn't care.
No, of course not. No.
I mean,
it didn't mean jack squat.
But that was probably the most entertaining game of the lot.
I will say, if we had more games like that in the course of the regular World Cup play, that might be more exciting.
Are you one of those?
I like goals. I'm
a
goals guy. Yeah, I'm a goal. You know that.
Yeah, but I think Norway, the way they broke into it in Holland and his stuff and the row, that was awesome. A new country sort of taking center stage outside of the normal ones. At the end of the day, though, Moj, World Cup soccer sort of still like the SEC and the Big Ten. It's the same schools. It's the same teams, right? It's still the European Union in South America. That's it. Those are the only two continents to win World Cups.
Yeah.
Europe,
yep.
South America.
That's it.
No one else.
Nope.
No one else has. I'm not sure when somebody else will, but that's what it comes down to.
I mean, I don't know what I don't know, so I don't know what it would take. I don't know how you get South Korea all of a sudden really good. You know, you get an Asian country really. I don't know how you do that because.
Well, one of those African countries is going to win soon. I mean, I'm telling you, there are some African countries that can ball. Morocco's really good.
Really good.
I mean,
they've come
really
close.
Good.
They've come close.
Egypt came close to beating Argentina. Ghana is a very good team, and they've been good. Senegal really shined in this tournament. So there are some teams from Africa that can play, and they're only going to get better. Will North America represent?
Well, you talked about the great start for Team USA. Again, I don't know how this carries over, but it's 4 years away, man. And how do you carry any kind of momentum 4 years from now? It's going to be a completely and totally different scenario, completely and totally different story, right?
Yeah.
And we didn't even have to qualify for this one because we were a host country, so we got in automatically. But, you know, I mean, what does it mean for USA soccer going forward? I think I'll pay attention now a little bit more than I did.
Okay,
I'll start watching some more international stuff. I mean, there are times when early in the morning on a Saturday or Sunday, I'll put on the EPL and watch some regular games. You know, I'm a Brentford guy, so if Brentford's on, I'll certainly watch them, but I'll probably watch a little bit more.
I'm glad you brought that up, and this is my question to everyone listening. Appreciate you listening. Brett Kane's not here this morning. We don't know where he is. He's missing. But the question is, will this carry over? Will this interest in soccer carry over for you? Or is it simply World Cup and the nationalism that goes with the World Cup? Because I think that's at play more than you think, Moj. I think nationalism is part of this tournament. You're rooting for countries. You're rooting for factions. You're clearly rooting for the U.S., unless you're Alan Baca. You're rooting for certain teams. Does it carry over when these teams disassemble and go back to their respective spots? I don't know if it does. I don't. Because I'll be the first to admit, I'm a World Cup soccer fanatic. But I'm not necessarily a soccer fanatic.
Right.
Like, I don't watch the rest of the sport as closely as I do the World Cup. When the Cup comes around every 4 years, I'm all in every game. I will watch every game. But, you know, the EPL gets going in a month. I ain't watching.
Correct.
I'm just not.
Is it almost like, how often do you watch track and field during the course of a year?
You don't. Although, did you see that guy from
England? The guy who just set the new the mile record?
The mile?
Yeah.
At an average of 16 miles an hour?
Yes, he ran an average of 16 miles an hour for a mile, dude.
Bro.
That's impossible.
Bro, I was on the Vespa yesterday, and I put it specifically at 16 miles an hour just to feel what that would be like, that pace, to run a mile at that pace. Do you understand how ridiculous that is?
Insane.
What's that kid's name? That guy's name? I mean, he's not a kid.
I forget.
TJ Jones or something like that. That was unbelievable. And he said it on a track, right? It was the Diamond Games or something like that. He had a great pace set. He looked like Secretariat in front of the other runners. But my goodness, to me, of all the feats we witnessed over the weekend, Dude, it took years, centuries for someone to crack the 4-minute mile barrier. We're inching ever closer to 3.5 minutes.
That seems impossible. It doesn't seem like the human body is capable of that. Like there's no cheetah that's going to be able to run 150 one day if he trains. The body's just they can't do anymore.
Moser, do you realize the pace he was at? All right, the pace that he set was so fast that most of us couldn't do that in 100 yards.
I couldn't run across the parking lot at his pace. You're right. That's correct. It's insane to me. Anyway, I guess the point I'm getting at is I don't watch like long jump during the course of the year. I'm not watching, decathlon and 200 meters.
So it's the nationalism. It's
yeah,
the
I mean,
country.
so the Olympic Games come around. Yeah. Hell yeah, I'm tuning into whatever's on TV. I don't watch kayaking on television. The World Kayaking Championships. I don't. But if the Olympics are on, I'll watch them dunk themselves and roll around and splash in the water and USA and good job and weaving it out of those gate things.
All right. When we come back, no Kane, but there is other stuff going on. The Rockies are still last in the National League, but they have a hell of a catcher. And the British Open, speaking of sports abroad, I don't know how closely you watch the final round, but if you're Cameron Young and you're just waiting in the clubhouse for that to end, can you imagine? Can you imagine sitting there for 2 hours saying, let's go already? Are we going to a playoff? Man, what a finish at the British Open Royal Birkdale. You got Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, 92.5. We're back after this. Moser, Lombardi, no Kane this morning. Brett Kane is sick, apparently. Hey, don't we, he better get well by tomorrow night. Aren't we doing our annual Rockies baseball game?
We're supposed to, yes. We're supposed to. If he ain't making it, then I ain't making it. So that's just the way it goes. Incidentally, what we do on this program a lot, we break down the fourth wall. Like we talk about things that typical radio shows don't talk about in regards to their show. And let me give you an example. Jesse, that break sucked. You jacked the whole thing up. Now, maybe people out there wouldn't know how bad you really jacked that whole break up, but you did. You jacked it up.
That was an embarrassment to breaks, Jesse.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sure. I'm glad you are. You're just filling in.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's all right.
Alfonso's like, yeah, this ain't my day gig. No sweat.
Hey, before we move on, I want to congratulate you, Mark Moser, and the entire Colorado Avalanche broadcast team for Altitude TV. 2 Emmys won over the weekend. One for game, which you're a part of, obviously, and post-game, which you also participate in. But it's the best post-game show in television, in my opinion, in local television. And rightfully so, you got an Emmy for that, and you got an Emmy for game broadcast. So congratulations to you and yours.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We also won another Emmy for our interview with Marcelo Balboa. So 3 Emmys for the crew at Altitude Television. Good stuff over the weekend. I had no idea the Emmys were going on over the weekend.
When I say that our Altitude crew is really good, and I'm not throwing myself into that. And I'm not even talking about people in front of the camera. I'm talking about everybody else, Vic, that helps put
100%.
together all these shows. They work so hard, and they're so good at what they do that for a guy like me, it makes it a lot. It's a lot easier. And these people make me look as good as I possibly could. Because if I had to do it on my own, I wouldn't be able to do it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And so that crew that I work with, the ones that you work with and everything and so on and so forth, they're just really good. They're just really good at what they do. So thanks, Vic. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you.
British Open. First of all, it's weird seeing, and we're suffering the same fate here in Denver with the drought that's going on. I know you played golf over the weekend. I played a lot of golf. There's no real rough because everything's dead or dying.
Right.
Grass is dying. And for those of you who play golf locally, you have noticed it. When grass is dying, every lie is easy because you can get the ball out of there. The British Open, even though they have the fescue, it seems like the courses were laid out easier because there were no deep rough. Even the Bryson DeChambeau thing, they got the ball out of that fescue every single time.
Yeah.
The British Open was weird this year. I don't know if I was a fan of that course, to be honest with you.
They play Royal Birkdale once every 9 years. It's part of the rotation, something like that. It's hard for me though, Vic, when I see those courses and I see the way they're designed, I see the way they're laid out, and I see the color of the grass and the color of the greens and so on, and the way the bunkers are shaped. They all kind of look the same to me. Now, I've never played over there. I've been to England on multiple occasions, but I've never played golf over there, so I don't know if there's any sort of variation, but they all kind of look the same, and they all seem to play the same.
The ball just spits out and rolls.
Yeah,
forever.
yeah, and you can hit a shot, up the middle of the fairway. It could be rolling to the front of the green, but it'll catch something and drop into a bunker, and you're like, man, that kind of sucks because I should have a better reward for that shot, that kind of thing. So I don't know about the variety over there, but it all looks the same. So if you're saying, hey, man, Birkdale is weird, and all, they're all weird to me.
Ryan Fox is your winner, shoots a 68. I thought Cam Young was at least going to force a playoff. Cam Young shoots a 64 on the final round. Should have been 63. He butchered 18.
Right.
Just got really irresponsible there on 18. But that's what it came down to. I'm not very familiar with Ryan Fox. Sam Burns had a chance to win it, but he can't seem to hold a lead.
Right.
Scotty Scheffler finishes three back at -7. But I think the story of the weekend, again, is a guy who's not even on the PGA Tour. Guy who's on the LIV Tour. Guy who's on the YouTube Tour. Bryson DeChambeau who shoots -4, 72 final round, but was penalized 2 strokes on, was it Friday?
Friday.
And what he did Friday was tamp down some of the fescue as he hit the ball wayward. He goes into the fescue to see his shot. As he's looking at his shot, he steps on some of the lettuce behind the ball, and the R&A Rules Committee determined that he helped his lie.
It's not, it wasn't lettuce, Vic. It was pretty, it's waist-high grass or thigh-high grass.
Where is he supposed to? Listen, not to defend Bryson DeChambeau, because I know he does some stuff. What's he supposed to do?
Okay. Obviously, I talked about this at great length with guys over the weekend in my tournament. And the way that some people look at it is he's improving his lie, because what you should do when you have your ball there, you need to pretend you have a 3-foot bucket around the ball and you can't touch any of that. So you can't walk on the grass behind your ball, because then you're improving your swing line.
You got to see the ball.
I listen to me. Here's the way I look at it. Do I think he did it on purpose, getting behind his ball? Yeah, I think he probably did, because it's something that I think that I would do.
Does every golfer do that, though? Not every golfer has the camera on him for every shot.
That is correct.
How many golfers in that British Open field did the exact same thing Bryson did, but they didn't have the cameras following them at the time?
You might be right about that. I would get behind my ball, and I mean, he was stomping a little bit. I mean, he's definitely putting his weight down on that grass to lay it down so his swing is not affected as he's coming through and trying to make contact with the ball. But this is where we get into the gray area, Vic, of, okay, what's improving your lie? He didn't touch the ball, and the ball is sitting exactly where it was, right? Is he not allowed to go behind his ball and look at the line that he needs to take to bang it out of the fescue? I mean, is he not allowed? Or if he does he have to tread gently and just be a widow doe back there? I mean, I don't know. This is where the interpretation is like,
it's stupid.
Yeah.
And the reason I think it's stupid is because it's so subjective. And golf is a sport that, you have to be honest with yourself, and you have to turn yourself in on many of these occasions. And if the golfer himself doesn't feel he did anything wrong, I don't know what the problem is. I sent Jesse Rory McIlroy's interview.
Well, his holier-than-thou crap, too, drives me insane.
I'm a big Rory guy, but hearing him say that, I'm losing touch with Rory. I'm sort of losing favor with him, because he seems, play better golf yourself. You got your butt kicked. I don't see you anywhere on the leaderboard. Where was Rory? Where did he finish? He didn't finish ahead of Bryson DeChambeau.
Well, he had a bad open. He's way back there.
And Rory always feels the need to rip on Bryson. It's a great rivalry, though, and it goes back to, remember when they went face-to-face, head-to-head at the Masters in the final round?
Yep.
And Rory outlasts Bryson, and they didn't talk the entire round. And here they are now at the British Open, and somebody asks Rory about Bryson DeChambeau and the stomping of the fescue, and he let him have it. Let me know when you have it there, Jesse. I just want to say, how many of you, when you play golf, Moshe, I got to ask you first and foremost, how many of you, when you're in the deep stuff, don't sit around there and just start whacking away at weeds as if you have a personal weed eater just to give you a better lie?
1,000%.
Of course.
And if that's illegal, then dock me 2 strokes. But if you don't think that I'm going to practice my swing and maybe take a couple rips at some weeds, you're wrong about that,
and here's
man.
Why, Moshe?
Because
here's
that's what humans do.
Golf is too hard to begin with. Golf's too hard to hit the ball to begin with. Now you want me to hit the ball out of this waist-high grass and not pull out my weed eater? Are you crazy? Of course I'm going to step on a branch behind me.
Listen, of
course I'm going to move stuff out of the way.
If you don't think I'm going to walk backwards from my ball and put some weight on some grass or some weeds, and you know where I played this weekend, Vic, and there's plenty. If you miss the fairway,
there's weeds everywhere.
Yeah, and there's plenty of there's those the dry patches of dirt, but your ball's up against a clump. Yep. You know what I mean? Like a clump kind of sitting by itself, like a sea anemone, right? And you're like, damn. Well, you can't move the ball. You can't maneuver the ball and all that sort of thing. But I can walk backwards and say, all right, Where's that pin again? Where do I want to hit it? Oh, maybe try to hit the left side and let it filter down. I mean, everybody does that. And if you'd say you don't do it, you're full of crap.
You know what I like to do?
Now, listen, I don't go stomping around, in waist-high grass to lay it down like a bear's laid there. I don't do that.
Well, but if I'm in the deep stuff, I will take not 1 or 2 practice swings. I might take 35.
Remember those guys? Those guys with what they call it, a scythe? Is that what they're called?
Yes.
And they like
right? And then my favorite thing to do too is if you're playing a friendly game.
What's the sharpest club? A 60 degree? Like what has the most edge on it? What would get the most? Like because like a driver is no good. It's just too round and too.
Well, a putter if you want sharp, but if I find somebody's ball that I'm playing with and we're just having a good time and I'm in the weeds, I don't mind picking up the ball, identifying it, and give them a nice, comfortable lie. You know, who doesn't do that? Here you go.
I do the same.
One friend to another. Here you go.
I do the same. Hey, dude, I found your ball. Is this your ball? Yeah, look, you got a great lie, dude. I do that all the time. Listen, if you're talking about money, you're talking about serious competitions, I get it. If you're talking about hanging out with your boys, now I know that there's a huge difference between you and I at Rolling Hills. Well, that's interesting. Thanks, Jesse. What was that? God, today's a bad day. Jesse's a mess. There's one thing about you and I at Rolling Hills versus the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale, but I wouldn't have penalized him. That's me.
Sean writes, Rory wasn't talking about the rule, though. He was talking about Bryson threatening to withdraw, which got a little crazy. You know, Bryson, you may not like the rule. You may not like the way they called you on it, but threatening to withdraw is pretty weak. Here is Rory McIlroy. And, again, this is my favorite part of the British Open. It wasn't the tournament. It was these two going at it.
He can't play it, Vic, because it's going to echo, and he doesn't know what he's doing.
All right, so we got somebody running controls that doesn't know what they're doing. Is that what's?
Jesse,
right
you used to know what you're doing, right? What happened?
It's been a while since.
What happened to you? You're traveling with the Rockies. You're traveling with the Broncos. You're traveling with the Rapids. You're like all over the globe. You're going to world. You don't know what you're doing anymore, do you?
From 0944, react to this one, Moj. You guys are hacks. Ha ha. This is a major, and there are rules. It's part of a British Open. Junior golf college, not allowed. Bryson is an ass. His true self came out in that ruling. He's fake with fake social media. No one likes him. All right, if that's the case, Tiger Woods, arguably the best, if not one of the greatest of all time, he also flirted with rules on many occasions. Remember moving the rock? Remember the things he did? Are you going to say the same thing about Tiger Woods in his heyday?
Do you remember when DeChambeau, though, and some people just don't like him, period, like the 0944. You remember the time when he saw his ball was there and he wanted to move his ball because he saw an ant, like a fire ant?
Yes, I do remember that.
And he said it's resting on a fire ant hive. Like, it's one ant, right? But he's trying, he's trying to plead his case and get the best possible favorable, ruling and lie and all that sort of thing. I don't blame him for trying. And again, you show me a rule where if you're out there in that stuff, you can't walk behind your ball and look at where you're supposed to hit it. Now, whether you walk hard or do you have to tread lightly, or you show me the rule that you cannot do that. Do I think he was improving the angle for his swing? Absolutely. Do I think he was doing a little elephant stomping around back there? Absolutely, I do. Are you telling me that there's a rule that says he can't do that? Well, find it, because this is more interpretation than it is an actual rule.
I get it. Breaking the rule is one thing, but then threatening not to show up the next day, all you're hurting is yourself. I mean, if he doesn't show up the next day for whatever reason because you're mad with the RNA, the only thing that would have made it more poetic is if Bryson would have lost by a stroke or two, and that 2-stroke penalty came into play. It never got that close as Ryan Fox holds off the field and wins it. When we come back, guys, the Nuggets can rest a little easier. Nikola Jokic will not have to worry about getting his legs taken out every time the Nuggets face Oklahoma City. More on that next.
Hey, I know we moved on from the British Open. Brett Kane, by the way, is out today. Vic, I know this is typically your spot. But what's with Scheffler hitting it into a hospitality tent bathroom and
getting a free drop? He's yelling at people saying, don't find the ball.
Yeah.
Don't find the ball because I get a free drop. Dude, these tournaments, because all this hospitality stuff surrounds the course, if you hit it there, it's like it's a mulligan.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he shanked it left into the hospitality tent, and ball's gone, and then he gets a free drop. It's just, anyway, it's crazy. You wanted to talk some Nuggets hoops because I'm sitting here. It's 7:40.
Wait. One last thing
Yeah.
on this, because John writes in on the text line, hey, read a rule book sometimes, boys, about stomping the grass. It's not allowed according to Rule 8.1. We know what the rules are, John. I think we've established we know what the rules are. We just said, how many times when you're playing with your boys do you go in there with your club like a weed whacker? Everybody does it. We understand what a rule is. We get it. Rules guy, chill out. When you stand in line at the bathroom, do you stand with your shoulders back? Calm down. We get it. It's a rule. Yeah. Everybody breaks it when they're playing recreational golf. That's all. Calm. Go on.
And he's got to be able to look at his life. It doesn't matter. You wanted to talk some Nuggets, but I'm sitting here at 7:45 now a.m. on July 20th. And I'm just kind of sitting here around with my teeth in my mouth, and there's really nothing going on except that Peyton Watson is at the World Cup finale, and we're sitting here trying to figure out, is he going to get an offer? Is he not going to get an offer? Is he going to take the – I mean, what there's no update on anything going on right now whatsoever.
All right, I have a prediction on what's going to happen with the Nuggets here, and before I get to that, I do want to ask you, Mark Moser, and you can chime in as well, Jesse. Can you guys identify, for me, the winner of the 2026 Las Vegas Summer League tournament? Who won the Vegas Summer League?
It was
I only know because I heard it on a sports update.
Not that I would expect you to know.
Right, but Boozer's team did not win, correct?
Memphis lost to Golden State.
There you go, Golden State.
And that Lenenborg, the kid from Michigan, who looked really good. So Golden State is your 2026 Vegas Summer League champion. They get trophies, they get rings, they get all this stuff. The Nuggets, by the way, won their last game yesterday. They finished 3-2. There are 3 players from the Nuggets Summer League team who will most likely see time on the varsity squad. And the 2 second-round draft picks, I thought Bryce Hopkins looks good. He really looks good. I thought the first of those picks looked especially Brazil. He had flashes of brilliance. He had 32 points in the second game that he played. And I thought, of all those guys, I think Brazil might have a chance to do some things during the season. KJ Simpson's a two-way guard who will sign a two-way contract with the Nuggets. So those 3 players will find their way to the court at some point. The rest of them, I'm not so sure. The rest of them, I'm not sure anybody's.
Well, how many guys ever really come out of that and become real players? Outside the top picks who get the playing time when they're rookies and so on, but there aren't too many diamonds in the rough, man. The amount of scouting and the amount of information, knowledge, and analysis in today's world is so good that it's hard to find a diamond in the rough. They just don't really exist. And so I don't disagree with what you're saying. I mean, I look at all these names, and a lot of these guys, I don't even know who they are. You're right. We won't see them with the parent club ever.
The Nuggets have 2 roster spots to fill currently. And one of them you assume is going to go to Peyton Watson. The other, we shall see. I still believe the Nuggets need another guard. I do believe they're looking for another guard. A ball handler of some sort who can help out when Jamal Murray's not on the court. Right now, Tyus Jones is the backup point guard. After that, it's KJ Simpson, number 3. I think they need depth there. It doesn't have to be a smaller player. It can be a bigger player, but someone who can bring the rock up. I do believe that's necessary. What they can do, just to express, again, you can go into the season over the tax. You have to be below the tax when the season ends. So they can take this roster, including Peyton Watson. Let's say they sign Peyton Watson to a contract they're both happy with, above $20 million. I don't know. I don't know what's, unless he gets signed by somebody else in a sign and trade, he may have to settle for whatever. But let's say they're beyond the tax. You can go into the season at that number as long as you carve it down by the trade deadline. So they may be,
or if you feel like you've got yourself a team that can win it all, you keep tax and you just go for it, right?
Sure.
And then you've got to pay the big money.
Sure. I mean, it's a risk. It's a gamble. And it's one that may take, but we'll see what they do. I do believe the Nuggets need more ball handling, though, and they have to address that at some point.
Okay, but your options right now are pretty limited, Vic. I mean, your options seem pretty limited. I'm looking at some of the names that are still out there. It seems pretty limited. You've already poo-pooed DeRozan. Is he going to go from $25 million down to
I just
nothing?
Got that
I mean,
text.
these kinds of things aren't really going to happen.
Any chance the Nuggets sign DeMar DeRozan? Yeah, there's a chance, but they'd have to unload salary. There's always a chance. I don't think DeMar DeRozan's going to sign a vet minimum.
That's my point, is that he was making over $24 million. Yeah. Is he going to take a vet minimum? No, I think he's going to probably he's late in his career. I think I don't know where he is financially, but it would seem to me that he would try to get as much as he can before he's done. Sure. That's what it would seem like.
I keep hearing about these sign and trades. Like, Atlanta's interested in a sign and trade for Peyton Watson. We've heard Milwaukee, the Clippers. Here's the deal. Brooklyn's got plenty of cash that they can spend. Here's the deal with the sign and trade. Denver's not going to do a sign and trade for other players because they would put them right back to the problem that exists right up over the repeater tax. They would do a sign and trade for assets, for draft picks, for trade exceptions.
But then what you're saying is that if you do that, Vic, then you're saying, okay, we have to take a step back to take a step forward.
So let me ask you
that's
this.
an absolute fact, right?
Yes.
Because if you can get a Peyton Watson in at a reasonable price and things go well this season, then you can still go for it because assuming health or hoping for health, then you still have a shot to do something.
Yes. And who knows? They may be looking at other teams with ball handlers and saying maybe we can do a sign and trade there. I don't know. I do know this. Other teams are trying to get the hell out of the tax as fast as possible. We've already seen it, including last year's champion, not the most recent, the year before, the OKC Thunder, who have been slowly and quietly unloading starters and unloading big salaries. And they did so over the weekend. Lou Dort, who I saw this coming. As soon as Case and Wallace started developing, as soon as Case and Wallace became a key figure on that team, bye-bye Lou Dort. He's gone. They trade Lou Dort and his big salary to Atlanta for 3 second-round draft picks.
Yep.
Now, why do they do that? They don't necessarily want to part with Lou Dort. He brings a toughness, a brashness, a physicality that the Nuggets saw firsthand. OKC did that because they want to avoid the luxury tax. The end. Like every team in the league.
Like Boston did.
Like every team.
After they won the championship. Like every team is doing it because you have to pay a price. In order to get to a level, unless you have a Jalen Brunson who takes less but is going to get more on the back end, and their time will come too. But any team that gets really to that level, Vic, you've got to flirt with the tax or be in the tax. And then if you're satisfied with a championship and you realize you're going to have to pay $177 million just in tax alone, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's a hell of a roll of the dice with more money than any of us can even possibly comprehend.
But it also infuriates me when I hear people say, why doesn't every team just pay the tax? You have the money. Why don't you pay the tax? Well, take a look around the league. Take a look around the league. The well-run teams don't do that because they know the ramifications of going into that apron and what it does to your franchise. They don't pay the tax. And it's a self-imposed rule that they threw in there, and in a roundabout way, it protects those teams. It protects the owners.
In a roundabout way, yeah, but it also allows, if you've got an opportunity to go for it and you've got a team that can win, It allows you to overspend to try to make it happen. But if you don't get the ultimate prize, Vic, it's very punishing.
Well,
In fact, there's nothing else like it in sports. Not right now. There's nothing like the NBA, CBA, aprons, taxes, repeaters, all these things that are built in. And I know why they did it. They want to maintain parity across the league the best they possibly can. And I get that. I understand that. But it makes it so difficult to maintain a high-level team.
Well, I could tell you, Cleveland paid the tax. Didn't help them. They sucked. They fell apart. Remember when the Phoenix Suns were way over the tax?
Yep.
Kevin Durant?
Yep.
That didn't work.
What did they do? What did they do in Phoenix?
That didn't work.
What did Ishbia do in Phoenix? What did they do?
They blew it up.
They blew it up. Exactly right. They blew it up. And if it's tough to tell fans, hey, listen, we kind of got to blow this up right now to get back to where we need to be in order to really be, a contender again, because fans don't want to hear that. When you're in that window and you've got the best player on the planet, in my opinion, and you've got another all-star now, you don't want to take a step backwards to take a step forward. You want to keep going forward, and I get that. I do. But it becomes a fool's errand at some point for ownership or for just the franchise period when you're being just beaten down and taxed to death and you're not going to get any reward for it.
I will ask the same question I've been asking for the last few weeks. Let's say you do sign Peyton Watson to a contract over $20 million, and now you're in the repeater tax, you're in the apron, and you're paying a ridiculous amount of money. Do you believe that roster is good enough to win a championship, guaranteed?
No.
Or at least contend for a championship?
Well, no, contend, yeah, but Vic, I personally can't get over the health factor. I can't.
Scary, isn't it?
Because Aaron Gordon is a huge component of that. And the amount of time he's missed in the last couple of years, I can't put a guarantee on it. Obviously, he can't put a guarantee on his own body. But to me, it makes me incredibly nervous. So when I say no, it's because I don't know if they can be healthy. If they can be healthy, then yes, I think that team can contend. At the same time, you'll also need guys off that bench that contribute, that you can trust, that you can throw into situations and give them actual playing time. Yeah. And I don't know that they have those guys yet either. I think that one or two will emerge. I guess we'll find out. But right now, I wouldn't bet my money on it.
Well, they're hoping Trevin Brazil can give some quality minutes if Aaron Gordon can't play. He's got to play that dunker spot. That means he's going to have to mature in a hurry. It is nice, though, now that OKC's unloaded Lou Dort, it is nice that Joker's not have to worry about his knees every time they play OKC. Remember the fake Lou Dort running into players? He would do it all the time.
All the time.
One of the dirtiest players in the league. I don't care where he plays. He'll do the same thing in Atlanta. Dirty player. The only people that didn't recognize that are the people of Oklahoma City.
They recognized it. They just didn't want to acknowledge it. They know. I mean, they know what they see. Hell, they look at the game film every single day. They know what they're looking at. They know exactly what they're looking at.
When we come back, you heard this term, football wins. And we're not talking about the NFL. We're talking about soccer next.
We are?
Congratulations to Spain for winning its second World Cup. What a squad. They got a dynasty working over there. Young, old, their system, everything works. They dominate Argentina yesterday. Dominate. And I know it's only 1-0. I get it. The score doesn't indicate that. But when you're up 20 shots to nothing at the end of regulation time, that's domination, Mo. So Spain did it. Spain deserved it. Spain is the World Cup champion. Felt bad for Lionel Messi, but oh well. I do have to ask you this.
Vic, I was thinking about this real quick. Let me jump in. I apologize. But I think for me, because I don't follow soccer super closely, I follow my team in the EPL now, and I'll turn on some games, and I'll watch and that sort of thing. But it's the spectacle of it all. And really, when do you get the opportunity to have the world come together? I know the Olympic Games, I get that. But, there's some team things there. A lot of it's individual stuff. You root for your sprinter or your biathlete or whatever. But it's the whole spectacle of the World Cup where the entire planet literally is enthralled with what the hell's going on. You know what I mean? And I love those days. It's like the first parts of the World Cup for me, when the games were on at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., It's like I had weeks of the NCAA tournament all the time kind of, and it's fun. It's great.
You know what it was? It was a great void that's been filled in our sports menus.
Yeah.
It's been a month of action that otherwise, what the hell were we going to do for the last month?
Well, we can watch Jesse screw up again during a commercial break.
What were we going to do for the last month? That's why I want to thank the World Cup for filling that void and doing it so brilliantly. I watched a lot of those games. They were fantastic. A lot of people predicted that the Cup here in North America would fail miserably. Stadiums would be empty. Nobody would show up. Well, guess what? You were all wrong. There were sellouts everywhere. There was excitement everywhere. All the way up until the final game, people were into these games, and it was the biggest, in terms of attendance, the biggest Cup of all time. It was awesome. Hey, so I do want to ask you this. After watching the way the games were presented, what is it from the World Cup that you would like to see carry over to, American sports? Is there anything that they did in the way they did these games, called these games, produced these games, that you would like to see on an American level with our games?
I don't know that that's the case. I will say this. I was talking to my sister yesterday about this, believe it or not. It's crazy. And brother-in-law Bob. I thought the panel was pretty damn good. I don't know who the blonde woman is who was running the show. The English blonde woman. What's her name? Do you guys know her name?
I know her first name's Rebecca.
Okay.
Yeah, Rebecca Lowe?
Yeah, that's who it is. I thought she was excellent.
I thought so too.
I thought that she, keeping control of those three massive superstar type of soccer player, well, two of them anyway, massive superstar ego type of things.
Yeah.
I thought, and I'm talking about the main panel with Henri and Zlatan and Lawless. And there was some, sniping back and forth and whatnot, but I thought that she, as a host and as a manager of that set, I thought she was outstanding the entire tournament. A total pro, and I don't think I knew who she was before that, but I thought she was excellent.
One thing that the World Cup and soccer in general, FIFA, whatever, one thing they do that I love and that I wish American sports would embrace, and it drives me freaking crazy. How's this for a novel concept?
What?
Game starts at 11. How about you start the game at 11? Why is it that every game on these international levels starts on time? But when we play a NHL game, an NBA game, an NFL game, and it says, 2 o'clock kickoff, and we don't kick it off till 2:13.
Right.
Why is it on an NHL Thursday night on Amazon Prime or on ESPN, and it says 8 o'clock start for the Avs, and we don't get going till 8:42? What is so hard? Why in this country do we struggle with starting games on time? Is punctuality that difficult? I don't care what else is going on. I don't care if it's going up against another game. I don't care if the game in New York is still in progress. Let's start the game on time.
Well, you're right about that. I found out the hard way early in the tournament, maybe day 1 or day 2, something like that, where I was bouncing. I'm like, okay, it's almost 11 o'clock or whatever, blah 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 blah. I'm bouncing around doing this and that, and I get in and I turn the TV on, at like 5 after the game's already 5.5 minutes in. Like they're
that's
going.
The way it should be.
Yeah, no, I know, but I mean they're going. They're not waiting for jacks. They are going. They're like, hey,
golf does it right. World Cup does it right. When there's a tee time, it's on time.
Right.
Why is it in the United States, in all of our sports, we can't get games going when they're supposed to get going? What are we doing?
I don't know. Hey, why is it they Jesse, you know about soccer. Why is it they walk out with kids? What's that all about?
I've never known that. I was wondering the same thing.
I mean, everybody's walking out with kids. It's like, hey, it's birthday care time. And then, Vic, do you have an answer to that? I don't know why. I'm not against it. I just don't know why they do it. So there's some things about it that I don't understand, that I don't get, I don't dig, but,
NFL is on time, Vic. No, it's not. The NFL's not on time. Some games are on time. Not all NFL games are on time. Watch what happens during the course of the season. Watch what happens. Yeah, a game starts at 2:15, right? 2:25. What happens in the first 5 minutes of that game? You have the announcers come out. They're selling. You know what? The games in the morning start on time. Those are the ones. The 11 a.m. games, very much on time. After that, who knows what the hell you're going to get.
Well, the NHL, what they've done, Vic, is they're trying to stagger starts now. And clearly when you have when you have ESPN and TNT, and they have their national windows, their games of the week type of thing on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, each respective network, they stagger because if they're paying that money, they want to be one of the only games going on, certainly in the U.S., okay? So then you'll have to stagger the starts of other games to allow their window to kick off where they're the only game on for a while, and then you can do your games too. So I can see, listen, networks paying big money for broadcast rights have a lot of say in when games start and how it goes down.
Great. I don't mind them making their money back. That's fine. Commercial, that's what we do for a living. We have to sell commercials. Just stagger it so it's on time. It bothers the heck out of me when someone says the game's at 8 o'clock and it's actually 8:13. That's always bothered me. And I'm in the television business. I'm on this side of the fence, and that bothers me. The other thing about the World Cup that others should entertain, perhaps, is 3223 writes in on the text line, and we've heard this already, the campaign from NFL players, the natural grass. So you mean to tell me in the Meadowlands yesterday, they played that game on natural turf, and they went out of their way to make sure the soccer players had natural turf?
Mm-hmm.
But now that the Giants and Jets are getting set to play football in that same stadium, it's back to AstroTurf? That's what's happening.
I know it's more cost prohibitive to have regular grass all the time and to try to keep it up. And hell, you see the Denver Broncos. What do they spend?
$400,000 each year at the halfway mark.
Yeah,
of
they
the
spend
season.
They spend $400,000 minimum to replace all of the turf because it gets beat up.
Yes.
Because again, football is different than soccer. You got guys running around and blah 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 blah. Dude, football guys are going onto the ground, and the elements lead to grass being chewed up. Snow, rain, gigantic bodies colliding and digging in with their cleats. It looked like, Kiss Rock concert shoes. You know what I mean? Like
now, I understand in the summer, right? So the World Cup games took place in the summer. Grass is green. Good luck trying to keep that turf working in Kansas City in December.
Right.
Good luck. Right.
Yeah, it's virtually impossible.
Yeah, it's just a different deal.
Right.
So I understand the argument from the other side. Yeah, we can grow grass. It's June and July. It's a lot easier to get that turf going.
Okay, so you want grass, you want games to start on time, and what else do you want?
I like the way they employed VAR very quickly, and they just showed you that the rest of the world got to see everything. Sometimes when we do the reviews, the replay reviews, We see the review, and we're still trying to judge whether or not it's a catch. But at VAR, it's right there. It shows you. Is the offsides or not?
Well, yeah, but I mean, don't you think in soccer lends itself a little bit more easily to that?
Sure.
I guess in the NFL it would be the same kind of thing. Are you offside with the VAR? I mean, is it an offside call or whatever? But there are so many more rules involved in football and in hockey that it's it's hard to. It's not always black and white, just because of the nature of the games themselves.
5678. I think we should carry over the refreshment and orange slice break to all our North American sports. We already have those. Those are called commercial breaks.
Yeah. If you're at an NFL game, and this always cracks me up, and they go to commercial break, what happens during a commercial break? Vic, tell everybody.
What do you mean? What happens?
On the field during a commercial break, what happens in the stadium on the field? Everybody stands around. You get 50 people running off the sideline with water bottles.
Okay.
And orange slices and whatever, literally squirting into the wide open mouths of players like a player. The next time I see a player actually pick up a water bottle and squirt it into their own mouth, I'm going to be shocked. But I mean, that's what happens. So you have your little hydration breaks all the time. Hockey, you have obviously 2 intermissions. But on the bench, guys are grabbing water bottles and they're orange slicing all the time. It happens all the time on a hockey bench.
So what's going to happen here, and we've talked about it before, MLS is going to turn its schedule around to match the world soccer schedule. And I think it happens after this season. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse. After this season.
After this season, they're going to go to like a what they're calling a sprint season.
Yeah. Well, yeah, quick season, and then it's going to match the world schedule.
Yeah.
So the rest of the world plays soccer August to May, except for here in the United States. We do it the opposite, and it's going to change. And
well,
I don't know how that's going to work here.
How do they do it in Russia?
How do they do it in Norway?
How do they do it in? Well, I don't know that there's a Norwegian soccer league. Is there? Like some big Norwegian? I'm sure there probably is.
Well, they probably play indoor.
Because you can't play all winter long in Norway. I'm sorry.
Germany's not exactly tropical in February, dude.
What?
Germany.
No, it's not. But it's not covered in snow and freezing temperatures. I can get into why if you take, let's say you take England, and you draw a line around to North America. I mean, it's pretty high up there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't get the snow and the ice and everything else that Russia gets, that Canada gets, because of the Earth's rotation and because of the jet stream and the way that stuff comes off the polar ice cap. And then, you see what I'm saying? So they can play soccer all winter long. I know it can be a little bit chilly. I know sometimes it's rainy, but they can do it.
I got another implementation that the NFL especially needs. Other sports need this. Remember that game? Who beat Croatia? Was it Argentina late? Who beat Croatia? And there was a rule late in the game. There was a goal that was disallowed because they found there was a chip in the soccer ball that allowed the referee to change the game. And
it was on a header. I remember that.
Yes, and I can't remember who beat Croatia in that game. But the chip in the soccer ball gave them the data to make the call.
Yeah, because it could show when it's vibrating or whatever when it gets hit.
Yes, chips.
It was Portugal.
Okay, chip in an NFL football that will show you where the ball is exactly in a pile for a first down. Because that's the problem with the NFL and how it's so difficult to mark first downs because you can't see the ball. It's hidden under all the bodies.
Right.
Chip it. Chip that sucker. If you could put a chip in a soccer ball, it's kicked around all day. Why can't you chip a football?
So the football would be chipped, and the virtual grid, where the chip's connected to like a virtual grid, will tell you exactly where to place that ball.
Can all you nerds get on this? I know there are a lot of nerds out there.
No, we're talking about
the
nose of the the 2 noses of the football, because the middle of the football wouldn't necessarily.
Moj, now you're asking too many questions. There are plenty of engineers. Colorado School of Mines is a mere, 3 wood from my place. Get on it. Fix it so we can identify a first down in a pile. So when they do the tush push, we know where the ball is. I love it. That aspect of the World Cup was great.
You know what? I'd like to see that live and in real time. See, listen, you're using your brain today. That's good. So let's have a virtual grid that comes up on like a tush push, and you can track the ball toward, and you'll have the line, the virtual line that goes through the players, right, that are tush pushing, and you can see where the football ends up virtually before they unpile all the bodies. I like that, and I believe if the technology exists to put it in a soccer ball and see the vibration of the header and whether he's offside or not, it should exist to do exactly what you're talking about. It should.
Last thoughts on the World Cup.
All right.
Argentina's reaction after losing the game, the fights that broke out on the field, like literal fights.
Yeah.
Punches thrown, standing with their backs to Spain when Spain was awarded the trophy. Listen, I wanted Argentina, but that was petty and pathetic. Sounds like something I would do, which is petty and pathetic. Why do you got guys punching dudes? You lost. And it wasn't a close loss. It wasn't one of those, oh my God, fluke. You got
dominated.
pummeled.
You got dominated.
You got
absolutely
dominated.
Pummeled, yeah.
And had it gone to penalty kicks, and I know everybody watching wanted it to go to penalty kicks, that's the only part of it that's flawed because Spain dominated the game. Argentina, you had no reason to pull that. None. You looked petty. You look like Moser when he shanks 2 out of bounds and he wants a third mulligan. That's what you look like.
Right.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Kane isn't here.
Do you want to know what happened in my tournament this weekend? Do you care?
When we come back, I'll care.
Okay.
If anybody sees Brett Kane, please notify authorities.
Give him mouth to mouth.
Vic Lombardi here. One of the best things about living in Colorado is spending time outside in the summer months, except for this weekend when the time outside was hot. Could have used a cold plunge yesterday. In fact, where do you get a cold plunge these days? How about my friends at Flatirons Fire? They have everything. Hot tubs, saunas, cold plunges, beautiful outdoor furniture, fire pits, whatever you need for that patio in the summer months. Everything you need to create that outdoor space. Mention you heard about them right here on Altitude Sports, and you'll save 10%. Plus, ask about financing, 0% through 12 months. A firm or qualifying purchases work there. Visit the Denver showroom today or contact them online. Showroom online at flatironsfire.com. So, Moj, learning more about this British Open champion, 39-year-old Ryan Fox, not exactly a household name in golf. Do you realize that he never played in a competitive golf tournament until the age of 18? We live in this era where kids are out there playing competitive golf at 5, 6. You know, they're playing in these junior tours. Hell, I had my kid out there playing golf when he was 8, 9. He did not pick up a club until he was a teenager. He didn't play in a tournament until he was 18. He didn't join a tour until he was in his late 20s. And
Correct.
here he is, a British Open champion.
He's a late bloomer. I mean, he's what, almost 40 years old, something like
Crazy.
that. And yeah, he was still an amateur in his mid-20s. He was still an amateur before he even turned pro, and now he's got himself a major. I mean, it's pretty spectacular. I'm going to be honest. I was pulling for Cam Young. I can't imagine what it's like to sit in the clubhouse
For 2 hours.
for 2 hours and watch. So you're the leader in the clubhouse at 9 under, but you see Kim's at 10 and other guys are bouncing up and down and whatnot. And you're sitting there like, oh my God, these guys are coming back to the pack here, right? And then there's got to get to a point, because the wind's blowing. There's got to get to a point, Vic, where you say to yourself, if you're Cameron Young, worst case scenario is a playoff, right? Worst case, I better go get back to the range. Worst case scenario is a playoff. And then this guy steps up and knocks down a 12-footer to win the whole damn thing. It's impressive. It's really impressive. Not only that, but he plays, we were talking about this yesterday with Kiefer and Johnny Lyles and Riker and Con.
Plays fast.
He plays fast. This guy plays fast. He's a fast player. He steps up to the ball and he hits it. He's not doing this, hi, oh.
In fact, 22 seconds elapsed after whoever was playing with Ryan Fox made
It
their
was
shot.
Burns. It was Burns.
Okay, he made his shot. 22 seconds later, Fox is putting his putt to win it. None of that pomp and circumstance. Not sitting there reading everything. You're not pulling the Patrick Cantlay or some of these dudes, the notorious slow players on the tour. He's just looking at the hole and putting it in there. Sometimes we make golf so damn hard, and it shouldn't be. So you made it hard over the weekend. You played well, but got your butt kicked. Is that correct?
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. This is just my own personal pain.
Yeah.
Because this happens. Anybody who plays like in a member guest or a member or whatever.
You're going to run into people who
sometimes
lie about their handicaps.
Well, yeah, but I don't think this guy was. But you're going to get got at some point, right?
Yes.
And there's literally nothing you can do about it. Like when I talk about Braden McNabb, when I talk about McKinnon missing McCarr just off the end of his blade, and there's factors into that. And you get McNabb, a human dump truck, as a defenseman, right? I mean, he's a big old. When he grabs it, wheels through the circle and throws a 70-foot aerial perfectly to Stone for a breakaway, you're like, sometimes it just happens. So, first match on Thursday, we win, get 4 points out of 5. That's great. Second match, we have a 6 handicap who shoots 1 under on us.
It's possible.
That's possible.
Yeah.
It's
only 9 holes, right?
correct.
Yeah, it's possible.
The thing is, I've never done that. I've never done that to anybody, but it seems like it's always done to me.
I've done it.
Yeah, I know. That definitely can happen because that guy's a pretty good player. All right. Friday morning, win, get 3 points out of 5 in the match. Pretty
You're
good.
sitting pretty now.
Yep. The second match rolls around, and my team had a 15 handicap who was getting 4 pops, firing even par 36.
Nah, that's a cheater. Sorry, I don't even know this person.
Well, okay, hang on a second. On the back 9, because we played the back 9.
You're 15 handicap. You're not shooting par. Sorry.
Well, hold on.
I don't know who this person is, and I haven't heard you talk about this, so this is not preordained or anything.
Right.
But no 15 handicap on earth is shooting par in a tournament. Stop it.
Hang on.
So stop. Whoever you are, stop it.
Hold on.
Check yourself.
Let me defend this guy a little bit. He made 2 birdies, 3s for 2s. So essentially, I'm sitting in the fairway, and he's maybe
And
20 yards behind me or whatever, and he hits it to 3 feet. I'm like, I got a hole out from the fairway from 130 to have the hole, tie the hole.
Yeah, that person's sandbagging.
But this guy also, he fired a 49 in his other 9 holes that day. And so his first 9 on the back, he fires a 49. Against us on the front, he fires a 36, getting 4 pops. So that's and I'm not casting dispersions. I'm not saying what you're saying.
I am.
I'm saying that when it happens to you that way, you're like you feel completely helpless. And then we have the last match on Saturday.
15 handicap and shoot even par. It's not possible. Stop it. Don't make excuses. I know you're not. I know you're trying to be friendly. That is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Does anybody realize how ridiculous that is? A 15 handicap. So you're usually shooting high 80s, sometimes 90s, and you shoot par? Come on, get the hell out of here.
It's one of the greatest nines I've ever seen out of it.
The hell out of here.
It was highly impressive. But again, that guy ended up shooting, hang on. That guy ends up shooting for his round. I mean, he beat the best guy in the foursome of us. He beat his own guy by 5 strokes.
Yeah, not worth discussing. Whatever. Okay. Enjoy that trophy.
So anyway, yeah. So he didn't. I mean, I think he got some cash, but they didn't end up winning the whole thing. My boy Georgia Helock did, but that's beside the point. But yeah, anyway, so that's what happened to me over the weekend, and it's just when it happens to you, Vic, and I know it's happened to you at one of your deals where you're playing a guy and you don't know this guy, and this guy, is like, oh, hey, man, well, it's the greatest ever. And sometimes it is. I think that's what this case was. But I can tell you, I was feeling the pain. Hey,
when there's money at stake, I'll say this. If you're having friendly golf, whatever, you could sandbag all you want. But when there's money on the table and you throw out that handicap and shoot, I'm sorry, that doesn't fly with me. Hey, speaking of money on the table, I was at the Mount Carmel Feast over the weekend. We missed you in the bingo group.
I did see that, Vic. I couldn't make it, obviously, because I had my own thing going on. I had my own little dinner and all that kind of stuff, so I couldn't make it. But I saw the Mount Carmel Feast, and I wish that I was there because nobody calls a bingo game with the old ladies like me.
Yeah,
Do they still miss me? Do they miss me?
Oh yeah,
those old ladies miss you. Okay,
good. Miss you dearly. Good. The room was packed. The feast was packed. They outlawed Chuck-a-Luck. The gaming commission won't let them do Chuck-a-Luck. And here's my word to the gaming commission: what the hell you doing, man? You can't let a church make some money because you're afraid of Central City and Blackhawk? Get the hell out of here. Can you let Mount Carmel play Chuck-a-Luck? Everybody loves that game.
Does everybody know?
And now you're not letting them do Chuck-a-Luck anymore.
Can you explain to everybody? It's a dice game. Can you explain to everybody?
It's one of the wheels. It's
that
one.
It's
got
that
numbers.
One. I was thinking the dice game.
Yeah, it's like dice, but you put your money on a number, a 3, a 2, and if it hits that number, you win. Whatever reason they don't let them do the Chuck-a-Luck anymore to raise money for a church because the gaming commission is concerned that Blackhawk and Central City. I mean, get out. I'd like to know who made that decision. I'm on the radio this morning letting you know that's a stupid decision.
So,
I'm going to put you in the same category as that 15 handicap who shot par.
You're talking about the one, where you put the money on and then you spin it. And then you
spin it.
Right.
And if it lands on your number, you win. Half of the proceeds go to the
church.
The other half, it's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. It's like bingo. Just calm down. Nobody's running meth rings at the bazaar. Calm down. It's, again, over-regulation. It's what it is. Hey, did you see Hunter Goodman hit 3 home runs yesterday?
I did.
Did you see Hunter Goodman do it again? This is the second time he's done it in his career. And yet the Rockies lost again. And they still have the worst record in the National League again. But this kid's bombing. And I'm still trying to figure out why he wasn't invited to Home Run Derby.
I have no idea. You're just going to get me fired up and angry now, Vic. I mean, you're just going to get me peeled. I mean, the guy's sitting there with 30 bombs on the season. Here we are just after the All-Star break. The guy's got 30 bombs on the season, and he didn't participate. And I don't know what to think, man. The arms. When you're down 8-1 after 2, how do you mentally stay in a game like that, Vic?
Yeah.
Seriously, how do you? I know you gave up 1 run the rest of the game, but if you're down 8-1, maybe I guess you say, oh well, we've got all these innings. We've got 7 more innings to come back. But when you're down 8-1, when your starter gets rocked, how do you even remotely When Felder gets rocked, how do you even remotely hang with that?
Well, he hit 3 homers in a game on June 27th. He did it again yesterday. There are only 3 other players in Rockies history who have multiple 3-homer games. Larry Walker, Todd Helton, and Carlos Gonzalez. Pretty good group.
Pretty good. That's a pretty good company to be in.
Only 4 years into his big league career. So I want to ask this again. You're approaching the trade deadline. You clearly need to be better. You need to get better. You need to add depth. You need to add talent. Do you touch Hunter Goodman if you're a Colorado Rockies front office type? Do you even move him? Do you even think about it?
Vic, right now.
What would you have to get back?
Right now, a power hitting catcher for some of these teams, I'm sure would be very valuable. Very valuable. What would you get back? I don't know what you'd get back. But he's only, I guess, here's where I'm sitting. He's only 26 years old. It's not like we're talking about a guy who's 33 and he's got a finite end to his career coming up here in the next half decade or whatever. This guy's only 26, and if you're serious about trying to build a winner, couldn't you use guys like Hunter Goodman in your lineup on a daily basis? The answer is yeah. The answer is yes. But will he ever have more value than he has right this second?
Yeah.
I mean, will he? If you're wanting, this is where I don't know where the Rockies are going, and I don't know where their head is, and I don't know what their true plan is, really. And so I don't know. I can't lean to the way they were thinking. But to me, if in any event, I would like to have a guy that hits bombs, and he's having a great year.
For the fans.
The fans. Exactly right. Like tomorrow night, if Brett's not still sick,
we're going tomorrow night with or without Brett.
Oh, we are.
Well, that's my call. I'm not going to. We keep delaying this. We're not going to find a night where all of us are going to be available anyway.
All right. Well, if we go tomorrow night, and it looks like we are, then I would want to see Hunter Goodman bomb.
Wouldn't
you? I mean, what's that?
I'm available.
All right, but Jesse can take Brett's spot.
Jesse's just inviting himself.
Yeah. I thought you were going to be there anyway.
No, I'm not there.
Oh, okay. Well, you just went to San Francisco for crying out loud.
It was a special occasion.
Why? Because other Jesse was out?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Where are we sitting for this game?
I don't know. Wherever Tick tells us.
So it's the company seats?
Yeah.
Listen, if it's not front row behind the plate, I'm not into it.
Typically, our seats are behind the visiting dugout someplace, somewhere about 30 rows up.
Listen,
something like that.
If it's not front row behind the plate with access to that little club area, it's just not going to work for me.
Well, then we may as well cancel the whole thing anyway. Because it ain't that.
I'm looking forward to going. I mean, it's 100 degrees in Denver, and I'm sure that's going to impact the attendance rate at Coors Field yesterday. I think they only had 21,000 for a Sunday game. And usually those Sunday games are full. But, man, it was so hot yesterday.
Super hot.
Goodness.
I mowed the lawn yesterday. I got through the front, and I was sweating, and I was a little angry. I'm going to be honest with you. I was a little angry. I had to go early in the morning and buy a new weed eater.
Okay.
My electric weed eater crapped out on me. It died on me. So I had to go buy a new weed eater. Then it was hot. Then I was pissed because I can't get parts of my lawn to grow.
Well, you're not the only one, bro. Look around Metro Denver.
Yeah.
Lawns are dying.
And then I said, screw it, and I stopped. So I've got to do the back today. I think it's going to be even harder today, or I can do the back on Tuesday sometime. But I stopped halfway through and said, I right now, I'm angry, and I'm smoking hot, and I can't do this anymore.
You know, I think a lot of people are angry over the weekend. There's been some crazy violence in Denver. But yesterday, I played morning golf. I walked, and I played terrible. And when I say terrible, like wanted to walk off the course after every hole. Terrible.
Right.
So I don't know if you're wired like me, Moj. What I decided to do, I was going to go watch the World Cup final at my brother, his place. He's 5 miles from my house. I said, I'm going to punish myself. So I ran there in the middle of the heat. And I couldn't make it all the way. I had to walk because it was so hot. And that's what you do when you play bad golf. A lot of you go home, drink a beer, prop your feet up. I punish myself. If you don't punish yourself after a bad showing, why are we doing this? That's what you need to do. Trust me, the next time you play, you'll play better.
I'm not punishing myself like that. I'm sorry. Maybe I like myself too much, or I don't want to die. One of the two. All right, wrap us up. Come on, leader.
Wrap what up?
The segment.
All right, it's wrapped up. Go to break. Russ writes in that cargo trade is the only successful trade in Rockies history. And I'm thinking back, you remember the cargo trade, right? Matt Matt Holliday?
Yep.
You mean to tell me there have been no other trades where the Rockies have won? The great Rockies trades of all time? I mean, the Nolan Arenado trade didn't work. Nobody won in that one. Tulo trade didn't work, right? Trevor Story trade? Or did he walk? I can't remember. God, what an infield they had at one point.
You know,
that infield 2018, 17, that infield was ridiculous.
I think back to some of these players, Vic. You know, the Rockies at one point had some really good players, man. Oh, boy. Yeah, so I guess they were smart to move Holiday to the A's because they got what? They got Cargo, they got what's the pitcher's name? Help me.
Hell if I know. I don't remember that far back.
It was like almost 20 years ago.
But very rarely do you give up a guy like Holiday and then get a Cargo in return. I mean, someone gets lost in the shuffle. That trade was awesome.
Right.
That trade worked. Worked for both parties, right?
Let me Google something. Hang on. Best
LeMahieu went for nothing.
Rockies for nothing.
They let LeMahieu walk.
Okay, best Rockies trades.
They waited too long to trade Story.
Ian Stewart to the Cubs.
They got Houston.
That's
Street,
when they got
closer.
LeMahieu. Was Ian Stewart to the Cubs.
That's a good trade.
They acquired Dante Bichette from Milwaukee.
That's a good trade.
What did they get for Tulo?
Nothing. They got something from Toronto that amounted to nothing.
They got some.
If you can't remember, it means they got nothing. Look it up.
Okay, so y'all have to look it up. But I do know that they had Trevor Story waiting in the wings, correct? They had Trevor.
I mean, you could see why they made that trade.
Okay. I guess you can see why, but I think they had Trevor Story, if I'm not mistaken, waiting in the wings to take over at short, which is why when Brett's here and not throwing up or whatever his problem is, when he talks about the Rockies in this recent draft drafting 3 catchers, I'm like, I like our guy. He's 26. Now, maybe they're looking down the road when he's 30. You know, can one of these guys develop enough in his early 20s to take over? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it's just happenstance the way it worked out with a Major League Baseball trade. But this Hunter Goodman thing, Vic, again, you know what I do if I'm the Rockies too? I'm going to get ahead of the game. I'm not going to be reactive to this. Let me get ahead of the game. If I'm going to move guys, and we all know the usual suspects, including Senza and whatnot. If I'm going to move guys, then I'm going to start doing it sooner rather than later. I'm not waiting until the deadline.
When's the last time the Colorado Rockies made a trade where they traded away a position player, a top-notch position player, and they got a pitcher in return that became an anchor-type pitcher? All the great pitchers of this franchise, they didn't come here via trades. They were developed.
Right.
Correct? Am I wrong?
Well, I'm trying to think back.
Aaron Cook was developed. John Gray was developed. De La Rosa was a trade, I believe.
Yeah.
Find out how De La Rosa got here. He chewed up a lot of innings.
A lot.
Jeff Francis was developed.
Correct.
It's hard here, for whatever reason, to pick up a pitcher via trade and have that pitcher shine. And yes, we're calling them great pitchers. That doesn't really qualify, but pitchers who are satisfactory.
Or guys who chewed up innings, guys who were staples in the rotation, right? Guys who were around for a while. That's an excellent point, Vic. It really is an excellent point. I don't know what as I go back, I don't know what the plan is for the future of this club.
The only pitcher in Rockies
history to throw no hitter.
No.
Yeah.
Why is it that we can't get pitchers here via trade that amount to much? It's very difficult.
It really is.
I mean, you're making a trade. The pitcher has no choice in the matter. I get why a pitcher won't come here via free agency. It's very difficult. I mean, we've had it before. It's just they don't want to pitch here. I get that. But in a trade, why not?
I'm trying to think if you took who's one of the great arms in the game today. Let's talk about a starter who just eats up eats
your favorite from Pittsburgh.
Okay,
who's going to get
Skeens.
traded eventually.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's take Paul Skeens, who obviously was struggling for a while, but let's just take him. Well, I'll tell you what, let's go to the Dodgers and pluck Yamamoto out of their rotation and stick him here. He's got 10 wins on the year. Pretty good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go get Yamamoto and let's take him and stick him into the rotation.
Okay.
What does that guy become then? If Paul Skeens is dealing at Coors Field a lot, what is he? If Yamamoto's dealing at Coors Field a lot, what kind of pitcher is he?
Well, I'll tell you.
Now, and I know that the Dodgers lineup has helped him get to 10 wins, but he's got into super nice ERA, and he can certainly throw strikes. So what does he become in a Rockies uniform at Coors Field? And I'm not even talking about with run support or lack of run support. I'm not talking about total wins, but how effective is he on the hill if he's moved right here to the Colorado Rockies?
2007 Colorado Rockies went 90-73. They went on to the World Series that year. I'm going to give you the pitchers that season. And you tell me if these qualify as great pitchers and how you would qualify these pitchers. Jeff Francis, he went 17-9.
Yeah, Francis was pretty good in his heyday, dude. That lefty, he did some stuff. I'm going to give him credit.
17-9 that season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
good season.
Ubaldo only started 15 games because he was hurt. He went 4-4 that season.
Okay.
Do you remember Franklin Morales?
Of course.
He was very up and down, very wild, very wild. Had a lot of talent.
Yeah,
very wild.
when he was on, he was on. When he was off, he was off.
Matt Hergis went 5-1.
I remember Matt Hergis.
How about this one? The Dragon Slayer, Josh Fogg.
Yep.
He went 10-9. And I'm bringing this up because I read those stats. And today, if I gave you a starting pitcher from Colorado whose record hovered around 500, it's a success. These guys all had better than 500 records that season. That staff in the second half of 2007 had the lowest ERA in the National League. Remember Manny Corpus?
Sure. Oh, yeah, I remember Manny Corpus, absolutely.
The lowest ERA in the National League that year in the second half of the season. So when we say it can't happen, it's happened. We saw it happen. I don't know how it happened. None of those pitchers I just mentioned are Hall of Famers. None of those pitchers will be considered great pitchers. I mean, I guess, what do you consider Ubaldo?
Again, there were portions of their career where they were incredibly effective. And really, Vic, I'm talking about really good pitchers, okay? At portions of their career, but the long term, no. And I think back to guys that I had hopes for, like Sean Chacon. Remember a guy like him? Can you develop this guy? And it just seems to hit a flipping wall. I don't know, man. I don't know what the game plan is. I guess if you want to get assets, Hunter Goodman should be on the trade block. But at the age of 26 and with 30 bombs already, I don't want to trade him. But, man, you could probably get a real haul back at this point. And, again, you get more arms to try and develop and throw as my old quarterback take. Just get as many arms as you possibly can, throw them in the mix, and try to develop them.
Again, a lot of people texting in, that was a fluke run. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can call it a fluke. It was the greatest month, one of the greatest months of sports I can ever remember, that I was ever a part of, that Rocktober run. I get it. We're not dumb. We're not naive. We all understand what it was and what it is because it's not been even close to equaled. I mean, you win that many games, game after game, and the way they won, I get it. But, man, was it fun. I'm not too proud to admit it was a fluke. Of course it was. Of course it was crazy. Of course it was nuts. But it was awesome.
It was awesome.
And for those of us who were around here in 2007, it took over the city. It's the first time I remember, that another sport during football season overtook the Broncos.
It definitely did.
And it wasn't even close.
It wasn't. It was a special, special time, Vic. But again, as Rockies people, right, living here in the great Centennial State, are we looking at once every 30 years for something like that? I mean, can we? I don't even think that we can expect it because maybe it was just such a, and it feels like it was just such a crazy one-off that kind of thing can never be duplicated again. Now, the Rockies have had good teams. They've had great players. They've had all-stars. They've had, I mean, you know, when you talk about Larry Walker, I mean, when you talk about the Lake Street Bombers, dude, I mean, that was great baseball.
But every
it was
guy you
fun
mentioned
as
is a
hell.
positional player.
Agreed.
Great players. Every guy
Agreed.
and the year that they were contending is the year that they actually patched together pitchers. Somehow, by hook or by crook, they had a pitching staff that worked. And that's what's impossible here. And I don't know how you fix that. I'm not sure even if the work stoppage will fix that. I'm not sure if a new salary cap will fix that. Like everybody thinks that the cap that's eventually going to get to baseball is going to make things equitable. How do you make pitching in Coors Field equitable? The year that they were pretty good, do you remember what happened that year and the year before? Do you remember what happened that took place that became a key? Everybody hated it. Remember the humidor?
Yeah.
That sort of balanced the power. Remember the
Sure.
San Francisco Giants would come in and complain that the Rockies were overusing the humidor?
Yes.
I mean, barring another humidor invention, I don't know how you fix the Rockies pitching staff. I don't. One more hour to go this morning. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Kane is not with us. He has been missing now for, I think, a week. If anybody sees him, please alert the radio station. We're back after this.
Hey, Vic. Welcome back. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Brett is out today. We got a text at like 4 in the morning. I don't know if he think he's golfing today. What do you think he's doing?
I'm not sure his family's looking for him.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on. But one thing about this program is we are abundantly honest about our foibles. Should we screw up, what do we do?
We make fun of each other.
Right. And then what's the person? You pretty much own it, right?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if it's the computer's fault or what. I have no idea. But Jesse Trujillo, a.k.a. Alfonso, is producing this entire week. Like his one time per year that he's got to actually come in to the studio and hang.
Sucks for you, Jesse.
You're telling me.
And
it is a computer problem, though.
Oh, it is? Okay, so it's
Yes.
not a Jesse Trujillo problem.
No.
What's the problem? I don't understand. So we can't play sound?
No, we got sound now. I figured that out.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
But stuff is how do I put it, Vic?
It's playing in weird spots.
It's playing in backwards in weird spots, yeah.
Oh, the wide orbit?
Yes.
Yes.
So whoever loaded it
Yeah.
perhaps loaded it incorrectly. But nonetheless, we own our stuff here.
All right.
So if you're hearing weird things like Moser, Lombardi, and Kane will be back in 60 seconds, and then Vic opens up his yapper and starts talking 5 seconds later, then you'll know that that's a screw-up. Yeah.
We're quick. Hey,
Go ahead.
by the way, save that Rory sound. I want to get to that momentarily because we haven't heard it yet.
I also saw a really interesting thing from Colin Montgomery. I got to look for that again.
Okay.
I've got to try to find that. Let me find it.
In the meantime, this is a message for Jeff Legwold, Peter Schaefer, NFL agent, and those of you who I cannot trust, because anybody who has never drunk coffee or doesn't consume coffee, I just don't trust you. Jesse, aren't you one of those people?
Yeah, I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you are one. I thought you were. So those are 3 people in my life I don't trust. People that don't drink coffee. This is for you, Jesse. According to a latest scientific research, drinking up to 5 cups of coffee a day is not only safe for most adults, but regular coffee consumption may be linked to a lower risk of stroke, diabetes, and heart failure.
Really?
That's from the American Heart Association.
Well, I must be in hella shape because
Me too.
I made a pot this morning at about 5:30 in the morning. Made a big old pot. Had 1.5 cups before I came in.
Mm-hmm. You still use the pot? You don't use Keurig?
I did. I had a Cuisinart.
Yeah.
I had a couple Keurigs, and they always end up dying on me.
Yeah, they break down. You just got to go on.
So
to the
what
next
I
one.
have, I finally said, you know what, screw enough of this. I got my old Black & Decker coffee pot
Those are reliable.
out from the basement storage.
Mm-hmm.
I said, you know what, baby? You and me have been together a long time.
Yeah.
I forgot about you, baby.
Yeah.
Daddy, love you. And I started using that sucker again. You got to put the grounds in, right? You got to pour the water in. But you can program it. So typically, I mean, if I want to, if I remember, I'll program it the night before and I'll wake up to a freshly brewed pot of coffee. But it's the black coffee pot. It's Black & Decker. Yeah, same people who make, drills and everything. Yeah, everything else. They made a coffee maker here that just will not quit, and I love it.
Moser, I didn't get a chance to get your reaction to the Avalanche schedule since we were off on Friday. We know they opened up in September, first time ever, September regular season game against the LA Kings. But as for the rest of the schedule, we always look at road trips and long stuff. The difference this year, clearly no Olympic break. So there's much more time between games. It's not as crazy and hectic.
There's a couple weird things in that schedule that kind of threw me off a little bit.
Okay.
I'm already looking at the one-offs that I know are going to be national TV. Like the opener is going to be national TV on TNT already.
But they haven't said which games are national TV.
No. But I can predict it. Tuesday, October 13th at Dallas. That's going to be national TV. But
They
you
play
got
the outdoor game this year too, right?
That is it's the Winter Classic, and it's on New Year's Eve. It's on
And
New
where
Year's
is that?
Eve. That's in Salt Lake City
Oh, that's going to be
against
fun.
Utah. It's going to be but I won't be doing that. Obviously, it's national
No.
TV.
No.
But there's a trip there in October to Philadelphia and to New Jersey, and they're back to back. And then you come home. Like typically when the league sends a team out east, like sends us out
It's
east.
for a long trip.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll hit, if we don't hit all of the New York market, we hit most of it. And then we throw in a Washington or a Carolina there too, something like that. Like you'll do the Rangers, the Devils, and the Flyers, and then Carolina, Washington, somebody like that. Or maybe you get up the ball, whatever it may be. But you're going to Philly and to Jersey, and then you're coming right home. And I thought that's a little odd. And then,
but overall, is it a friendly schedule? Is it a normal schedule? Because I can only speak from, I remember last year's Nuggets schedule was a joke. They had the most back-to-backs. They had back-to-backs late in the season. They got completely screwed.
I think there's 7 or 8 back-to-backs when last year there were, 14?
Okay.
Somewhere, I mean,
well, that's because there's no Olympic break. And
that
you
is
don't have
correct.
To squeeze the schedule.
That is correct. But here's what I always like to do, though. This is me being selfish. Can I be selfish for a second?
Please, because I know you don't like going to Winnipeg.
No, we're at Winnipeg again in March, which is good. So I look at some of these key dates, and I'm like, when are we in this city? Is it going to be 40 below? Is it going to be okay? I've got to find it again. We're at Winnipeg Wednesday, October 7th, so it's not going to be that cold. That's a positive thing.
When's the first game against Vegas?
Not until January.
Okay.
Where can I find it? You talk amongst yourselves. Jesse, talk to Vic real quick.
Jesse, talk to me.
So have you ridden your bike lately?
No, I was going to ride it yesterday, Jesse, but it was so damn hot.
Here's what I like.
Go ahead.
So they always give us Florida and Tampa back-to-back, which is again this year.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know. But here's what I like. We're in February. We have a game at Carolina on February 9th against the defending Stanley Cup champions. Then you have the 10th and the 11th off in Florida. Ooh, baby. So it could be this. I always like to look at it. It could be freezing cold here in the middle of February, but we'll have a couple days off in Fort Lauderdale just to chill out a little bit. And I think that's right at Super Bowl time, if I'm not mistaken, or just before Super Bowl time. Then you do the Florida, right before the Super Bowl. Then you do Florida, Tampa back-to-back, and then you come home.
The beauty of the NHL and NBA schedules is it's unlike the NFL. The NFL, you can have a hard schedule based on which divisions you play. It could just be a hard schedule. In the NBA and the NHL, you play everybody. It's just a matter of when, but you play everybody. So the only element of hard is how often you play the back-to-backs, how many games in certain nights. That's it.
Well, do you have a 6-game road trip that takes 13 days?
Yes.
You know, that kind of thing. The NBA loves to throw the Nuggets out for like more than 5 games and like for 2 weeks. They love to do that.
The problem with the Nuggets schedule in the NBA is that they think that we're on the West Coast, and they give us those 8:30, 9 p.m. starts a lot. And it happened a lot last year, and it was ridiculous. I mean, I'm being selfish there. Nobody likes that. The NBA screwed the Nuggets last year with the back-to-backs, and it's funny how it balances out. I see them fixing that issue this year. Although the NBA cannot release its schedule until LeBron figures things out. That's according to Adam Silver. Did you hear him over the weekend saying
I did not.
He'd really love LeBron James to make a decision because the NBA won't release its schedule until LeBron finds a team. And what he's telling you is, yes, where he plays impacts our schedule, especially our nationally televised games and our Christmas Day schedule.
So what do they have? They have a computer that's come up with schedules for Philly. You know, I mean, league schedules, if he's on Philly, if he's on Cleveland, if he's on, XYZ team, they have all these different schedules ready to drop just in case.
A lot of people may look at those comments from Adam Silver and say, oh, but it's the truth. LeBron goes places, he sells out stadiums, he sells out arenas, and that's just part of the deal. So if he's playing for Cleveland or Philly or Denver, it's going to impact the way you schedule games. It just is. I would love for him to make up his mind real quick, though. And I'm not sure what's taking so long. I really don't. I have no idea. What could possibly be taking this long?
I don't know. He held. I guess he was at the Fanatics thing over the weekend and said something about trusting the process, and then everybody freaked out and thought they're going to Philly. Yeah, all this kind of thing. Vic, I'm kind of over it at this point. I mean, just make a decision. Figure out what the heck you're doing.
Well, you're over it, but at the same time, it's going to impact a lot of different teams. It really is. You know, the only saving grace for the Nuggets here, because I highly doubt the Nuggets are going to land LeBron James. All right, I just don't think it's going to happen. However, let's say he goes to Cleveland. Cleveland's already in the luxury tax. They were in it last year. Take a look at that Cleveland roster, and you bring LeBron James, put him on that team. They're going to have to shed a salary. They're going to have to. I just don't see them getting through the season with that same roster.
So you're telling me then that's going to have a trickle-down effect on other clubs who are going to go for that player and so on and so forth.
And that's where I hope the Denver Nuggets could pounce, perhaps, on some talent that's going to be let go or bought out. Or there's going to be, and one of them is Schroeder.
Dennis Schroeder.
Dennis Schroeder. Keep an eye on Dennis Schroeder and what happens to him, because I think he's a viable candidate if the Cavs were to land LeBron James and the dominoes fall, and I don't know, some way, somehow, if the Nuggets can find a way to land Dennis Schroeder, there's your backup point guard. There's another ball handler. There's a guy who's been around, been there, done that. He's a veteran that'll help this team right away.
What kind of money did he make? Do we know what kind of we do? See, again, Vic, we're talking about the money aspect of things, and that has to fit, does it not?
Well,
I mean, the money has to work. If you and I sit here and talk to our blue in the face about avoiding a second apron and $177 million of luxury tax, we can throw out all kinds of names. That's fine. If you wanted me to, Vic, let's say the Nuggets say we're full tax, man, taxes to the max. I could build you a roster right now with guys who are available that I think would help this Nuggets team. But right now we can't afford them. They can't be afforded to be on the roster. If you said money was no object in terms of a salary tax, then I would build you a roster and I would go get a couple of guys that would fill in on these empty spots right now.
Right now, the Nuggets could not afford Dennis Schroeder. He makes $14.8 million.
That's what I'm getting at. So I don't mind.
However,
I don't mind the name, but if you can shed what? Zekage and another guy and blah, blah, blah.
That's what I'm saying. If you could find, whenever these big acquisitions happen, like the earthquake and the tremors that'll come from a LeBron James signing may force teams to do things that otherwise they normally wouldn't do.
Right.
So, and I know a lot of people say, not a lot of people are fans of Dennis Schroeder. I like Schroeder. He plays with an edge. He hates to lose. I like that. I think the Nuggets need more of that. I think the Nuggets need someone who snipes a little bit. I really do. You may think it's bad sportsmanship, whatever. I think the Nuggets need that. I want someone with bad sportsmanship on this team.
Could have used it for Game 3. Could have used it against
I'm
Minnesota.
Flat out say it.
Yeah.
You know what happened at the end of the Argentina game where the guy looked like an idiot hitting people? I want somebody like that. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Well, that was just bad sportsmanship. Spain didn't do anything to him. Now, if you're talking about somebody...
I want bad sportsmanship.
Well, no, I want somebody who hates to lose, but I don't want a guy just because you lose, that they didn't do anything to you other than beat you and you flip out like that guy did.
Well,
nobody did anything to him.
Nikola Jokic, a lot of people said that was bad sportsmanship at the end of that game when he went after Jaden McDaniels. I loved it.
I loved it too.
I loved it.
I loved it too.
Jaden McDaniels.
Yeah.
More of that, please.
Agreed. I think they could use more of that.
Before we move on, congratulations, by the way, to you and the Avalanche team on the Altitude broadcasts for winning 2 Emmys over the weekend. The Emmy for post-game show, the best in the business, and the Emmy for game production. A lot of people involved in that. We also won an Emmy for a Marcello Balboa sit-down interview, so 3 of them for the Altitude squad. Congrats to you and yours.
Yeah, they do a great job. And it's not even really us in front of the camera or talking. It's the amount of work and talent behind the scenes that really make things go at this network, and I couldn't be more proud because these people are really committed, and they're really, really awesome. Vic, I also remember, so thank you very much for that. We didn't do, oh, by the way, and I've got some stuff lined up. We completely blew through it because Brett's obviously not here.
Nobody expect me to remember all this stuff?
I know nobody can find that guy right now with a Navy SEAL team.
I don't have reads.
So screw it. Let's do it.
I don't even have reads.
I know. No read. So, and we got Jesse. I mean, look at Jesse. I mean, he's forgotten so much about this gig. Look at his face. He knows he's forgotten it. Doesn't even know what he's doing. Ain't that right, Jess?
Well, I know you're late to break.
Okay,
Good
so let's
point.
get to breaking. Oh, by the way, coming back up next. Yeah, so by the way, we're supposed to do this every day at 8:40. Brett is not here today. So I think
So
that
we missed it.
I think that everybody knows by now that Vic and I Without the guidance of our young Obi-Wan here, we tend to forget things and let things slip on through and whatever else. We got a text at 4 a.m. from Brett saying he ain't doing well. So here we are today. But, oh, by the way, it's stories around the world of sports that we think you should know about that maybe you haven't heard about, but that we want to kind of get to just a little bit and touch on them. Hey, Vic, what the hell is Cam Scatterbo doing over the weekend?
Doing backflips.
What's he doing?
Fanatics crowd.
All right, so his rookie season's cut short. He suffered an open tibia fracture and right ankle dislocation. Looked awful against Philly, right? That was week 8. So, again, I know that he's put back together and he's rehabbed, but he's doing backflips and not landing it? I'm like, dude, all it takes is one awkward landing and that thing could blow up again. What are you doing, man?
The dude is crazy, but that's what makes him effective, too, that craziness. Do you remember when they came into Denver before the Broncos pulled off the greatest comeback of the season?
That was insane.
And they were the talk of the NFL.
Well, Dart was, yeah, and Cam was, yeah.
Yeah. And then they came back down to earth, obviously. But, hey, man.
Dude, they led 19-0 after the third quarter. I can't believe that they let that game get away. I'm glad they did. I just can't believe it.
I can say this. I've never been able to execute a backflip or a front flip or any of that kid. My son can do a backflip. He's done it before. Do you understand how hard that is to pull off?
It's insane. Well, your son is a good jumper, leaper, flipper anyway.
But to be able to trust your body to do that.
Yeah. He says, quote, I'm just going to keep being me, and if they want to say I'm brain dead and I don't have a brain, then who the blank cares? Blanket.
Good for him.
Real
Way,
quick, though. Where did Cam Scatterbo start his college football career?
Sac State.
Okay, good.
We've gone through this.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, World Cup final, you watched it. That was great. Do you know how much money the Spanish team made for winning the World Cup final? FIFA makes some money now. And I guess they share it amongst all the players and coaches. Do you know how much money went to the Spanish locker room?
Nope.
$51 million.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Well, these guys are all pros, probably making pretty damn good money anyway, but that's good, Vic. That's good money.
$51 million. This ain't the Olympics where you just win a medal. You're winning cold, hard cash here.
You got a medal, too. You also got a medal around your neck and all that stuff. Wow.
That's cold, hard quiche.
So is that just the players or does the staff get some of that?
I don't know how they distribute
How does it work?
That. I'm not sure.
That's pretty amazing. Oh, by the way, I wanted to talk about, we talked about Bryson DeChambeau and about the two-stroke penalty and so on and so forth. Colin Montgomery, who's not exactly the most popular former professional golfer from England here in the United States of America, had some comments, Vic, and I want you to listen closely because he made a couple of very good points, and I'll cut it off if I need to. Go ahead there, Jesse. Okay, so pause it right there. Pause it right there. What he's saying is that it took him 5 hours and 40 minutes to get through that final round. Okay? 5 hours.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so continue on, Jesse. Okay. Yeah, so he says TV hates it, spectators hate it.
What does he mean by 3-ball?
That means you had 3 players in the final final groups, 3-ball instead of just 2-ball, with 2 guys. There were 3 players, and Trevino won it in under 4 hours, and now these guys are taking over 5.5 hours. He's like, I'm tired of, talking to the caddies. He's like, you keep looking at your friggin' yardage book, and you blah, 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 blah. Nobody's penalized for slow play, Vic.
Yeah.
If it takes 2 guys 5 hours and 40 minutes to get through a round.
It's stupid.
They're playing slow, bro. Slow.
They're deliberating.
That would drive you
way
crazy at your Muni. That would drive you nuts.
I totally agree. Ryan Fox, yesterday's British Open champion, he is notorious for playing fast. He's a fast player, and
Correct.
Good for him for winning. But you're so right. It's a problem everywhere, not just in the majors. My other brother, Adalio, we won't play with him anymore until he speeds up. I told him, I said, I'm going to put a clock on you. I'm not going to sit there and watch you look over the ball. I'm not doing it. Can't do it. Oh, by the way, the Bryson DeChambeau supposed scandal that took place on Friday, where he stomped some of the fescue and everybody went crazy, accusing him of cheating. This is what Rory McIlroy had to say after that round when DeChambeau threatened not to play the rest of the tournament. Listen to what he said.
I think a lot of it's for attention, and to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart. I didn't feel like it was a great look.
All right, so let's wrap this up. So Rory says he's not fond of Bryson. That's number one. Basically accused him of cheating.
Correct.
Then called him performative, that he held everybody up. I need to see a Rory McIlroy, Bryson DeChambeau match play, 18 holes. Put it wherever you want. Where do they play it in Vegas all the time? They play it at
I don't know.
Creek.
Is that what it is? Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess that's what it is. Yeah.
I need right now, and I think that would outdraw any non-major tournament right now. Just put both of those guys in the ring and let them go at it, mic them up. The last time they went toe-to-toe, head-to-head, was at the Masters, where they didn't talk to each other. Remember? Rory didn't speak.
Correct. Yeah, I didn't say a word the entire match.
I need those guys at each other. See, the villain, having a villain in golf is so good.
And Brett hates Rory, too. I mean, Brett does not like Rory. And you know what? I'm kind of starting out to like Rory, too, a little bit. I don't know why. I don't know.
I'm with you on that.
Really?
I thought he crossed the line there.
Yeah. It makes for drama, though. On the PGA Tour, I guess they could use that. Well, not even really, just in the majors, because dude plays in the live. Real quick, Jessup, I guess we did in the wrong segment, so we're kind of extra long here. But, oh, by the way, did you see – so the National Hockey League now, you saw the contract Bowen Byram got. You saw the one that Zegras got from Philly and blah, 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 blah. And all the – Leo Carlson got offer-sheeted by Philly to the tune of 18 per, Vic. Did you see Chicago? The Blackhawks have locked up Connor Bedard with a new 5-year, $75 million contract. That's 15 per. And the only reason I bring this up is that, again, GMs are now starting to spend because the cap is going up and will the next couple of years as well. But what does that mean for us here? What does it mean for one Cale Makar, and what does it mean for one Nathan McKinnon? Because if you've got Carlson offer sheeted at 18 per, and you got Bedard signing at 15 per, and you've got Bowen Byram now making $3 million more per year than Cale Makar, what if you just talked about Cale Makar's pure worth as a player, it would be $20 million, would it not?
Well, that's one of the reasons why the Avs were forced to start shaving salaries in the offseason. I mean, you got to get ready for that. It's coming. I mean,
I don't want to put any words into anybody's mouth. I'm just going by comparatively speaking, the kind of money that's going out right now. And again, Makar's a defenseman, but he's incredibly valuable, obviously.
My prediction is Cale Makar will make a bundle more money than he already has, but he won't take what he's worth. That's my prediction.
You might be right. I mean, he's going to probably double what he's getting right now, but how do you even determine a guy like Cale Makar's worth unless you just put him on the open market and say anybody can sign him? Then I guess you figure out what his true worth is. But I mean, Some of these contracts that are coming out right now are just blowing my mind. I'm not used to this in the National Hockey League.
All right, cut the music. That'll do it for Oh, By the Way. Brought to you by...
I don't know, man. Jesse, did you get an email?
No.
There's no sponsor anymore.
No sponsor.
All right.
So Brett killed the sponsor. Way to go, Brett.
I mean, what's happening here, man?
If we don't have a sponsor, why do we do it?
That's an excellent question. I'm not sure why we did it.
What's your biggest takeaway from the World Cup? If I gave you one takeaway.
That soccer globally is still the phenomenon. That globally, the world of soccer and the nationalism that comes out from all these countries.
Yeah.
And and Vic, like we talked about, Jesse, your trip was not exactly cheap, right? I mean, you paid $275 to see Iran and Egypt, but it wasn't exactly like pocket money, correct?
No, because you still got to pay the flight and the hotel and all that,
Right.
and expenses to eat and everything. So yeah, it's still pretty expensive.
Was
But
that
when you
game
think-
sold out?
Was the game sold out? You said?
Yeah.
It was sold out.
So every game in the World Cup was sold out, essentially.
Yeah.
Every stadium in North America, every game was sold out.
but
That
Vic-
is what you call a successful World Cup. 'Cause
When you think
we
about
know how to
people-
run it.
People traveling, though, from around the globe, you know, and sometimes spending weeks upon weeks in North America. I mean, they sacrifice. These aren't all the richy riches either. They're sacrificing a lot of money for a once, maybe in a lifetime thing, and that's how they treat these. Like this is for a lot of these fans from these countries, I'm sure it's a once in a lifetime thing. They'll maybe never go to another World Cup game again. Maybe they will. Maybe they save up every 4 years to go to whatever, wherever it's being held, Qatar or now North America, or it's going to be what? It's going to be
Portugal, Spain,
and Morocco. Is it Morocco next year or next World Cup? They'll have some games in
Those
South
are in
America,
line.
some early games in South America, and then transfer over to Europe. I mean, it was impressive to me to see the kind of just global, influx.
Well,
It's just
there
cool.
was a global appeal to it, but one of my takeaways is this: you cannot alter human reaction to a whistle. And what I mean by this is, in the NBA, the flops have become ridiculous, right? In soccer, flops are ridiculous. We know this. I would argue to you that there's as many people that flop in the NBA as they do in soccer. And the reason it happens is because the reward is so beneficial. The reward you get from faking an injury is beneficial. But beyond all that and beneath that is what happens when it really is a physical altercation or a collision that's not a flop. Did you see what happened to that dude? It resulted in a red card for the Argentinian
Well, he sent him
player.
over. He sent him over tea kettle.
So
Yeah.
when you looked at it the first time, the first time in live speed, you're probably looking at that and saying, another Spanish player flopping. That's all they do is flop. And then they showed the super slow-mo. Oh, my God.
Dude got booted, and he was at full speed. He got booted, and he went airborne. Yeah, it's crazy.
That was legit, right?
Legit.
So,
and they review it because that guy had already gotten, the guy for Argentina had already gotten a yellow card. And they reviewed that, and that was doing something to the officials. And then he goes full haywire on that play. They do a quick review, busted him. Absolutely.
The Argentinian
For
player
sure.
was a spaz, first of all, going
Totally.
full tilt there. There was no reason to do that. But it just goes to show you, yeah, guys get hurt out there. It's not all flopping. It's not all fake.
Well, yeah, but
It's
when you
some
see,
people, there's a lot of dudes that get beaten up.
I have a question. Hey, Jesse, again, help me. For a while there, the spray was all the rage. Guys were getting sprayed on their butts and getting sprayed on their knees.
Sure, the magic spray.
The magic spray, Jesse. What is it? What you've been around? What is that magic spray? Do you know what that is?
It's Windex.
It's basically like a numbing spray, I believe.
It's Pledge.
Okay, so it's
a combination of Pledge
lemon,
and Windex.
lemon fresh Pledge and Windex.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't see a whole lot of spray at this World Cup. Did you see a lot of spray?
They outlawed the spray.
Did they? I mean, is that a legit thing? Because I remember seeing guys in leagues around the globe, like they would pull his pants down a little bit and spray his butt. And I'm like, what are we doing?
So I'm going to say something that a lot of you are going to laugh or disagree. I think what's lost watching the World Cup, because you're going to make allegations now that they're just all acting, they're flopping. I disagree. What I found out watching this World Cup is how freaking physical the sport has become.
When I saw, let's say you have
physical. When there's a ball from a corner kick
Yes.
that's lobbed into the box, and the amount of shoving and elbowing and heading and clawing and scratching, I'm telling you, I don't recall a World Cup with that much physicality. And perhaps it's the camera angles we have now. When we were watching the 80s and 90s with standard def, we didn't see it. Right. Now we're seeing the physicality of the sport.
The high-def, slow-mo stuff. Vic, you're so right. On any given set piece, the amount of guys taking elbows to ribs and faces and pushes and heads and fists, it's pretty. It opened my eyes because I didn't realize that it was really that way. I didn't realize that it was really that hardcore.
Moj.
I thought you got busted for being hardcore like that, but no, it's pretty hardcore.
How about that Spanish player who got in the way of the Messi right foot shot late in the game and took it right
in his
off
face?
His schnoz?
Yeah.
Didn't even move his face.
He didn't flinch. He did it on purpose. He did it on purpose, Vic.
That's like Game 6 of a Stanley Cup final, and your D-man just going. What do they call soak one? Remember soak one? Just take that was right in the dome, right in the face.
You know that had Parker Kelly written all over it, did it not? That was a Parker Kelly type of play where, yeah, I know my face is going to get blown up, but you know what? It's worth it. Yeah, I know I'm maybe going to have a broken nose, but it's worth it. That kind of thing.
One segment to go. Kane's not here. We will finish the show much like we started it. Not sure how.
In trouble.
Final segment, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Moser, what's that shirt all about? Raised on hose water and neglect. Where did you get it?
I don't know.
What does it represent?
Saw it somewhere. Thought it was funny.
Hose water, there's nothing better. We used to practice.
Well, Bert, did you drink hose water as a kid?
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, Bert drank. Yeah. Jesse, you drank hose water as a kid, right? Everybody, I drank hose water as a kid.
So times have changed. So
well, because
day,
think of our parents, Vic. Again, think of our parents, in the 60s and 70s, right? Or kids who were born late 60s, maybe grew up in the 70s, early 80s, that kind of thing. Times were different then, man. When you left your house in North Denver, when did your parents see you again?
Wow. After football practice or basketball practice or baseball practice?
I mean, look, but let's say you left the house at,
months.
5 o'clock at night, right? And then when you're home, when?
Whenever.
Right. And what'd they say?
Hey.
Oh, you're still here? I mean, you're still alive? The same kind of thing. So I just thought it was funny, raised on hose water and neglect. I thought it was a funny shirt because it was our reality. That was true.
My memory of
there was no babying. There was no,
All right, Moser, you got to let me talk.
Sorry, placating. Go ahead.
I remember hose water, going to football practice. You played youth football, right?
Correct.
On your way back from the field, did you not stop at random lawns in the neighborhood? We did. We practiced at Berkeley Park. We would just stop and drink hose water from random people, and
100%.
they let us do it.
100%.
Nobody cared. Nobody walked down and said, hey, we're in a drought. Stop drinking our hose water. They're like, go ahead, kids. Yeah. Have some of this here hose water.
Times were different, man.
And it was so good.
It had that it's got that rubbery, irony taste to it. It's got that.
But it's so good.
It's cold.
So cold.
Yeah. It's cold with the irony. It tastes like sort of metal and rubber. Yeah.
Ask me if you've ever done this before.
All right.
Have you ever taken the hose with the sprayer that goes really, what do you call that thing? The nozzle that goes really hard.
Yep.
Yeah. And you and your friends sprayed that in your mouths to see who could handle the biggest. Well, let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and rephrase that. The fastest water. Did you ever do that?
The most pressure. To answer your question, Vic, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Hey, before we're out of here today, can you tell me, this is from the newest champion golfer of the year, Ryan Fox, this kid from New Zealand, who didn't even pick up a golf club till he was 13, never played a tournament till he was 18, didn't turn pro till his mid-20s. He says, I played with Scotty Scheffler earlier in the year. And we were talking about how fast this guy plays, right? He goes, I played with Scotty Scheffler earlier in this year. And he says, I can't work it out if this was a burn or a compliment. We played at Phoenix and we're in a 3-ball on Saturday. We walk off the 9th tee and he goes, Foxy, it doesn't even feel like you're in the group. It just feels like we're playing in a 2-ball and you hit it so fast it's just in the air. He says, you guys can tell me if that's a burn or a compliment. It's just always the way I've played.
Good for him. He doesn't have to belabor every shot. He doesn't have to, the paralysis by analysis stuff. Looking over the ball. You know what it's like. He just hits it.
Jesse, I just sent you a video. I don't know if you're going to be able to bring it up here on the screen or not for people to see. And Brett's camera's not on, so it might not make a difference. I'll have to move mine if you can. But it just shows him going over various shots, Vic, at various tournaments. And he sort of just walks up to the ball, and within 5, maybe at the most 7 seconds, the ball's gone. It's away. Like he's not sitting there lamenting and fretting over every single shot. And,
Do you remember?
And I've seen that happen before, at Munis where guys are like, dude, just hit your ball.
Do you remember when Sergio Garcia was going through the, what do you call that?
The waggles.
What's that?
The waggles.
Yes. He couldn't pull the trigger. Do you remember that?
Him and Kevin Na. Kevin Na they mentally couldn't pull the trigger. Yeah.
So Sergio was playing at the International back then. He was actually at the, and we were in the Pro-Am. And we had to watch that for an entire round where he just couldn't fire. It was unreal, dude. I don't know how he got through it, but it was unreal to watch him go through that.
Kevin Na had a I mean, Vic, we're talking about 25 seconds. Lining up to the ball, backing off the ball. Lining up to the ball, backing off the ball. More than that, maybe. Every single shot was like labor pains. I mean, every single shot was just excruciating.
All right, Moser, better halftime performance. Super Bowl halftime or World Cup halftime?
With the amount of stars, I'm going World Cup. Again, I could do without Madonna. I could do without Madonna every day of my life, but I could do without, I don't care about her age, but she doesn't. What's she trying to hang on to? What is Madonna trying to hang on to? What? Everybody gets older. Everybody ages.
What's the difference between Madonna
You're almost
doing her
70
thing
years old
and
and
the Rolling Stones wearing tight jeans? What's the difference?
It's a big difference. You're almost 70. You're in your short shorts. All right, let me ask you this then. What is the cutoff age for somebody to wear short shorts?
Like Daisy Dukes?
Well, yeah, and she had fishnets on.
Right now.
Okay. Well, you're not as old as Madonna, so what is the cutoff age for short shorts and fishnets? What's the cutoff? Now, maybe you say none. Like, you can go till you're 85. Well, till the rest of your life. Okay, that's fine too, but number one, I'm biased because I've never liked her. Number two, I thought it was a bit ridiculous.
Okay,
now, Shakira, she's only in her late 40s,
yeah,
and she can still move and dance, so I thought that was okay.
I thought BTS was great. I thought Shakira was great. Bieber, I didn't like the song choice he made. Not sure why.
But the Biebs is talented, bro. That guy is really, really talented, man.
I didn't understand the Muppets thing. I didn't get it. Is that for the kids?
I don't know. Maybe the rest of the world hasn't caught up that Muppets aren't as cool anymore.
I
don't know.
Seven Nations Army with the Muppets. That was fine, but I didn't understand the whole Muppets.
I like a good Muppet, man. I don't mind Kermit. I don't mind Animal. I don't mind, the Miss Piggy and all that stuff. I don't mind that stuff.
Someone said Muppets were fine, Vic. Old man. Old man. Muppets are as old as I am.
Older.
Old man.
Older.
That's my generation.
Older than you. Muppets are older than you and me.
Just didn't understand the reason to have them there. Much like Moser didn't understand Madonna. I was fine with Madonna.
We didn't straw poll today because Brett's not here, but I think if we did a straw poll, you would have more non-Madonnas than Madonnas.
I disagree.
You're kidding. 303. If anybody's even left right now, 303-504-0925. Yay or nay on Madonna? 303-504-0925. Is it me? Maybe it's my predisposed not liking of Madonna that has me so sideways about it. I'm not even really sideways. It didn't do anything for me. And I thought I'm like, give it up, girl. Give it up. 303-504-0925. You tell us, man. Probably could have done this earlier in the program.
Someone just chimed in and said, you guys missed it. Bo Nix is now 59 on the top 100.
Really?
Yeah.
How do we miss that?
I don't know.
Oh, they just released the new batch. That's why.
Okay, I'm gonna express ignorance here. Who does this top 100? Who is this?
People at ESPN.
All right, so ESPN does a top 100 football players?
Yeah.
I'll have to say this again, and I mean this I'm not trying to be. Why is everybody so concerned about this? Why is this so topical? Like where he falls on ESPN's top 100. Why is this such a big deal?
I have no idea. I look more to it. Hey, just going out and perform, going out and play. Does it matter where you come in the rankings? Although
Russ writes in
to be in the top 60
is a joke. He should be in the 80s or 90s. So he thinks the opposite. What does it matter? What some independent source how they list the rankings of players in the NFL? Why do people get offended by that? You don't win anything. You don't gain anything. What is it?
He's your guy.
So what? He didn't lose. He didn't win. It's a preseason list, and people are up in arms over these lists. It's amazing to me how every summer we do this. What validation do you need? What does it matter?
Maybe it's NFL. Maybe Kevin says maybe this one's the NFL, NFL.com.
I don't care who it is.
I don't know that it matters, Vic, but it's, you want to see your guys. You want to see your guys up there. It makes you feel better about your team. Makes you feel better about your quarterback.
It does?
Well, I think it does for people. If we say, hey, man, we got a top 60 quarterback or top 60 player, and he's the quarterback in the National Football League, that's pretty good. I don't know who the people are who are putting this out. In the NFL, it's Grant Gordon, digital content creator. I don't know who that is. Okay.
You guys are clueless. This list is done by the players. His peers voted. Okay.
Okay,
and?
peers. Okay, voted by your peers.
Have we gone through this with Nikola Jokic and how his peers vote for him? What's the point? You don't gain anything by this list or these lists. What do you win? What's the end game here?
I don't know. Everybody.
Most popular player?
You got the player list. You got the NFL.com list. You got the ESPN list. I'm sure CBS has a list. I'm sure Fox Sports has a list. I'm sure that there are other publications and other websites that have lists.
Would that be as valid if we came up with our list?
It might be. It might be. I don't know.
Are people? I mean, is this why the Epstein list was so popular among people?
Okay.
People just like lists.
We're not going there. All right. Jesse, do you have a fact checker today at all? I mean, you don't even know what that is.
I do not.
Are you kidding me? You expect Jesse to have a fact checker?
I'm not expecting Jesse to be back tomorrow, to be honest with you. Jesse, if you're able to come back tomorrow, if the boss says, you know what, I'll allow you to come back tomorrow, it'll be a miracle.
I mean, I have plenty of PTO. I don't mind.
You got a lot of no's on Madonna, by the way.
A lot of no's, yeah. Somebody chimed in on the Twitch feed. The worst part about Madonna was her fake British accent. Remember that when she was married to Guy Ritchie and she wrote Madonna wrong. She does one of these wrong here, right? I mean, I'm sure through osmosis, she probably, spending time in England probably picked up on some stuff, but whatever.
I've always liked Madonna.
Vic, I don't like her at all. All right, send us away, Vic.
Tomorrow we will find whatever's left of Brett Kane. If anybody does locate Brett, please call Altitude Sports Radio, 303-504-0925. Call the voice of the people. Let us know where he is because he wasn't here today. For Moser and Jesse, I'm Vic. We'll see you tomorrow. Up next, it's the Morning Sprint, and I have no idea who's hosting that show today.
What up, people? Rookies report in 2 days. The vets are at camp in 8 days, and we come off a weekend in which Spain captures their second World Cup title with a convincing 1-0 victory over Argentina. The Open Championship and major season in golf has now come and gone as we welcome you to the morning sprint. Alex Ranemi, not alongside the coach today. He's out coaching football, so doing what his namesake tells you for the next couple of days. So you are graced, and I am joined by the beautiful, luscious, silver foxy locks of Mark Bertinoli.
What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
How's your Monday? How's your Monday going?
Monday is going well. I spent the weekend trying to find a way to cool down in a pool for the last 2 days. So
today's the day, though, right? Today's going to be today's the hottest day of the year so far.
Yeah,
right?
it's going to be insane today. So I'm happy to be inside. Weekend was nice, man. You know, watched the World Cup game. I watched a bunch of golf this weekend. What are your overall thoughts on how the World Cup transpired? Success? Thumbs up? Great A?
Saturday, we got a drunk game that I almost forgot about. I almost didn't even watch France-England, and that game turned into there was 10 goals scored in that
Brother,
damn
it was
thing.
4-0 before the half.
It was like England scored 2 minutes in, and I was like, oh, that might be it. That might just do it. France maybe not here for this nonsense. And then it just turned into just a barn burner in the second half. So yesterday, biggest sporting event on the planet, Spain and Argentina. And for a second there, I was kind of hoping Argentina, like I was not cheering for Argentina, but when we got to that second stoppage time, I was like, you know what? Let's get to penalties.
Hold on, so you were begging for penalties. You wanted
penalties.
to see that game go into penalties,
Yeah,
which I
yeah,
feel
yeah.
like is the unpopular opinion.
Yeah, I wanted penalties out of that thing.
Everybody that I was watching with was begging that you were not going to penalties. That just like allow Spain to score so that we can get the team that deserves to win. Because you know if that thing went to penalties, Argentina walks away without having, I know they had 2 shots attempted in extra time, but they would have walked away without having a shot on goal.
I know, it's crazy.
And a World Cup
But
championship.
that's what I was looking for.
Which feels like, doesn't that feel crazy?
Spain dominated that match, and they could have lost it. It would have been great.
They had the ball the entire game.
Yeah, I know. And then they kept throwing it up. They kept throwing that stat where it was like 12 shots, 7 on goal. And then for Argentina, it was 0-0. It was like 0 shots, 0 on goal.
I had one issue with the broadcast.
Oh, okay. What was it? Homie kept just pointing at the wrong celebrities. He kept naming them like they show. He bailed out halfway through the match too. He's like, I'm gonna stop talking about these celebrities because they show somebody like, and he was like, hey, it's Frank Sinatra, and they're like, Frank Sinatra's dead, bro. That ain't Frank Sinatra. That's Matt Damon. What are you doing?
They showed Matt Damon, who right now is like the most famous actor in the world because the Odyssey. They go, hey, Brad Pitt, and I went, wrong adaptation of a Homer epic.
Yeah, you could hear a producer in his ear being like, no.
He was in Troy like 25 years ago. That ain't him. That ain't him. Get out.
Yeah, good stuff, man. What was it? What was bothering you?
I really didn't enjoy American broadcasters on the biggest games in soccer.
Oh, really?
I find myself really wanting English broadcasters when I watch soccer.
Okay.
It makes it feel more grand. It makes it feel more exotic to me.
Yeah.
It's the reason why I like the Open Championship so much. Is that when I'm not watching the NBC broadcast, and don't get me wrong, I like Tirico as much as the next guy. The Syracuse guy, I gotta love him. But when I watch the Skynet sports feed in the morning, very, very early, when I'm up at 5 o'clock, 4:30 with the baby, and I turn on Skynet, I get to listen to English, Scottish, Irish broadcasters called the Open Championship. That's what I wanted out of soccer. I don't know who the Premier League guy is that I hear every Saturday morning or Sunday morning.
Magistudio, that guy.
Yeah, I want that.
I once again say you could have. We talked about it last week. Fox was angry in the middle of the World Cup because they said they got the numbers, and 20% of people who speak English was watching the Spanish broadcast. So Telemundo was getting an extra 20% people watching just because of Andres Cantor, I think, and they'll because people are just like, I want the juice, baby.
Heck yeah.
I want the juice. So they're going to Telemundo to watch it, even though there was a chunk of people who couldn't understand what the guy was saying.
up until they scored. You know what I mean? And Fox was having issues with it. They were like, why are you guys watching Telemundo, man, instead of us?
You know what the best part of the broadcast was? It was Rebecca Lowe.
Okay.
And it was Zlatan and Thierry Henry and
both
Alexi
those guys
Lalas.
were great.
But the reason why it was so good, Rebecca Lowe's voice.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I get to hear that wonderful English woman speak to me for pregame, intermission, and postgame. Also, didn't really need a halftime show. Halftime show was great. Didn't really need
Nah, man, I couldn't buy into that halftime. First off,
it was good.
They're like, hey, what they say, that was 27 minutes long, and that was even before the commercials at the beginning and the end and all the,
Yeah.
So, that halftime was low, bro. And you started off with Madonna, 1986 number one musical, Madonna.
Talk about a celebrity you thought was dead.
BTS comes on, sings a song from 5 years ago. It was weird. And then, the Muppets show up. I'm like, I'm a Muppet dude, but it was kind of weird. It was weird. I'm here for the Muppets.
Hold on. You're a Muppet dude. What does that mean?
It means, I would have been
Are you
down if the
watching the
whole
Muppets
halftime
right
show
now?
was nothing but Muppets. You know what I mean?
You're watching Elmo?
Oh, hell yeah. I'm an Elmo guy, man. I'm telling you, that was a weird.
Who's the most unheralded Muppet?
That's a good one.
We all know Elmo. We know Cookie Monster.
Most unheralded. Swiss Chef? No.
Swedish Chef?
Swedish Chef? What? That's a good one.
Fergie, Flurgy,
Animal?
Fergie.
Nah.
Animal's great.
Most underrated Muppet. That's a good one.
The Count.
Maybe Fun. Two.
The
Cookie
Count.
Monster?
No, we all know Cookie Monster, but he also got on the Poke diet. He's on the Slim Genix
Is he?
ad reads, isn't he? He's not eating cookies anymore.
Cookie Monster was tweeting about the World Cup yesterday. I noticed that. I was like, okay.
I didn't have that on my bingo card today. Mark Bertinoli.
Yeah, but maybe he was
Big
doing
Sesame Street guy.
But yeah, man, who is in a Sesame Street? Who's like, man, I hate Big Bird. I'm a Muppet guy and a Sesame Street guy. I'm here for all of it. So more of that, less of, I got no problem with BTS. I tell you what, how old is Shakira, man? She can still shake it, can't she? She came out she was
the breakout star of the FIFA World Cup is someone who's been an A-list celebrity for the last 30 years. Yeah. The amount of people that I saw tweeting about Shakira saying they had to look left and look right to make sure that their parents or their wives weren't watching their reaction when they were viewing Shakira yesterday. Breakout star, although she's been an A-list celebrity for the past 3 decades. Yeah, fine game, great World Cup. Again, I would switch out the American broadcasters. Give me an Englishman calling that game.
Are you going to watch more now? Are you going to watch more soccer now? Because we always get so excited, it's so amazing, and billions of people tune in. But then again, MLS starts up again this week. How much of that is going to carry over to the local clubs?
You want me to be honest?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'll be back in force in 4 years. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Now, if there's a Premier League game on Saturday morning and I'm not really doing much, yeah, I'll keep it on my TV. But I don't think I'm going to be following. I'll be back in 4 years as in as I was this year. And I was in. I watched every second of the third place game.
Mm-hmm.
I watched a bunch of soccer. I enjoyed it. But I'm just not that guy that's probably going to get into it. Now, had I grown up a soccer player or a soccer fan, it would be a different conversation. I grew up a golf fan and a hockey fan. So, yeah, I watched a bunch of Open Championship golf, but you know what I'm also going to watch? The next PGA Tour event that comes on this weekend, or the next one that comes on in 2 weeks, even though it's not major season anymore. Did Ryan Fox, largely a no-name golfer, making the biggest major championship comeback in history, shooting 62 and 68 on the weekend, which is the lowest Saturday-Sunday combination in Open Championship history. Did that force me to watch more golf? No, but I was already a golf guy.
Yeah. And the story of the Open isn't his win, man. It's Bryson being Bryson. You know what I mean? That's the story.
Stomping around in the golf.
That's
the weeds?
and the rest of golf land coming for Bryson. Just I was trying to think, Phil Mickelson is kind of a jackwagon, so is Tiger Woods, but I don't think either Phil or Tiger either got on the microphone and was like, yo, Phil's a chump. And that's what Rory did yesterday, or actually
Rory
2 days
hates
ago.
Bryson. They don't
where he's
like
like,
each other.
I don't like Bryson. Like I like that. I like it in golf. But like back in the day, back in the 90s and 2000s, when Tiger was dominating, there was all this popularity around golf. Were there guys calling each other out like there is now?
Well, who is the dude that Tiger waxed a guy in match play at the WGC match play event in like the early 2000s? Stephen Ames. Stephen Ames before a match. Yes, I'm 100% right on this. I guarantee it. Stephen Ames came out and said, with where he is driving the golf ball, talking about Tiger ahead of their match, anything could happen. And he was just saying, like, Tiger's been very erratic and he can't hit fairways, so yeah, I can beat him. And Tiger waxed him 9 and 8, which means he beat him on every single hole and then shook his hand after the 10th tee and went, see you later, buddy. Stephen Ames. Yeah. So there was some trash talking.
I get it, but it's still not getting in front of a microphone at the Open and saying, I hate this guy.
He didn't say that. Tiger went on the microphone shortly after that and went, he learned today.
See, Rory is like, Bryson's learning. He's becoming a better person. He's like, I hate that guy. I hate his face. I hate his wife. I hate his life. I hate, you know what I mean?
I don't know if Bryson's married. Yeah, dude, he stomped on the ground. Like, he should have been given a penalty. I think 2-stroke penalty in that situation is crazy. I think it should be a 1-stroke penalty, but those are the rules of golf. He very clearly, like, walked around his ball. If it was intentional, I don't really know. Even if it's not intentional, you have to know that you can't stomp around the native grass like that. It was crazy.
And knowing Bryson, it was intentional, right? That's why everybody hates him. That's why everybody hates him.
It was performative.
Yeah.
And what he did afterwards, and then he did hold the rest of the Open hostage until like 10 p.m. that night. And then the next day, right, he comes out and he plays a great Sunday round. Like, he is in contention for the majority of Sunday. But anytime that he hits the ball wayward, you know what he's doing? He was looking around, calling in a rules official and like laughing with the crowd. Bryson went from douche to really cool back to douche.
Right.
All within like a 5-year period for me. He's good for the game. Don't get me wrong. The crazy rule thing was, like, Scotty Scheffler had something happen on 17 where he hit the ball into an upslope on a bunker, and it always happened in the Open Championship. Actually happened at Royal Birkdale back in 2017 with Jordan Spieth, where he had like a 25-minute delay because there were equipment trucks and grandstands where he wanted to go take a drop, and it took 25 minutes. He takes this crazy drop and gets up and down for bogey and then ends up winning the championship. Scheffler on 17 hits a ball into like an upslope, takes 3-wood where he shouldn't be taking 3-wood because he knows that if he yanks this ball left, it's going to go so far left of a grandstand that he's going to get a free drop because of a temporary immovable object. He knows that if he hits the free hero shot, he gets up onto the green, he can make either eagle or birdie. But if he hits the shot that's going to happen, like, there's a 90% chance when he pulls 3-wood, he's going to hit this thing into the crap. And he does. He actually hits it twice into the crap. He knows he's going to get a free drop. He told people to stop looking for his ball because if they found his ball, he would have had to had played it.
Oh.
So he saw people going up there. He goes, I ran up to the spectators
Say, "We're
and
good."
told them, go away. Go away.
We're good.
Because if the ball's virtually guaranteed to be in there, which it was, people were like, yeah, we saw it go in and it's on the broadcast, he gets free relief. He gets up and down for birdie. Took 5 shots in the hole, carded a 4.
That's part of the problem. Everybody was complaining that the final round yesterday took 5 hours and 40 minutes, man. Colin Montgomery came out and was like, something's got to be done. This is garbage. This is garbage. He's
It
like,
took forever.
It's like, we what's going on with golf right now? And like, yeah, he called out the Open. He called out the players playing in the Open. He was like, that's an hour. He's like, I could cut an hour off that playing time immediately with these idiots. I don't know why it's taken them so long.
Well, they're all trying to take advantage of the rules.
Mm-hmm. Right. And it's unfortunate, right? Because that's not what the game, like, the game of golf takes its rules like in football, it almost feels like if you ain't cheating, you ain't competing.
Mm-hmm.
In golf, they will murder you if they think you're cheating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They will kill you. So I don't know, man. 6 hours worth of golf for the final round. That's a
It was
lot.
too much. World Cup gone. Open Championship and Major season gone in golf. And we move into, guys, we're 2 days away from rookies reporting. We are 8 days away from veterans being there out at Dove Valley. And the NFL's top 100 players of 2026 has its newest member. Where did Bo Nix fall? That's next. It's the morning sprint. Raj hanging out with Berto for the next couple of days, filling in for Coach Mike Sanford, who is out coaching football, I believe, at some Broncos facility somewhere. I don't know. He's gone for the next 2 days, so we got Berto. Bo Nix, number 59.
59.
Number 59.
Not only that, I think Bo Nix at 59, he is listed right ahead of someone who I think is a Hall of Famer.
Brock Bowers.
Yeah, Brock Bowers is 60.
So this is NFL.com's player-led NFL Top 100. So this is voted on by the NFLPA. So according to the players, Bo Nix, a better quarterback than Jordan Love, a better quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
Which is crazy talk, but, I mean, Lamar is a knee-jerk reaction by the players for what happened last year, right? There's no way... No way that, like, not only that, like Brock Bowers, I he's better than 60. Like, I think Bo's better than 59, and I guarantee you Brock Bowers is better than 60. Let's see. Does it list? So whoa. So Bo Nix moved up 5 spots?
That is correct.
So he was 64 last year. He's 59 this year. And Brock Bowers was 36 last year. Fell all the way to 60 this year.
Sorry, he was 24th. He fell all the way to 60. So he
he was
dropped 36
24.
spots.
It was 36 that he dropped. He wasn't. Oh, wow.
He dropped 36 spots.
Why do you think the players have turned on Brett Bowers?
Well, it's very clear that what these players are doing they value availability, right? So there's a reason why Lamar Jackson fell so far. There is a reason why Brock Bowers fell so far. It's because he only played 12 games last season.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how seriously these guys take this. I would prefer a little bit more insight, a few more comments. Bowers is a stud. Bowers is the best tight end in the game, right? He's the best receiving tight end in the game for his age. Yes?
Right. Because all the other great tight ends are all aging and about to age out with Kelsey and Kittle and those dudes.
The other quarterbacks that he is ranked ahead of, which I think is now...
You know what?
If you ask Mike Sanford, he would trade Bo Nix for Trevor Lawrence.
Really? Because Trevor is 60. He is behind Bo. The players voted Bo ahead of Trevor.
He's at 62. And head-to-head, Trevor Lawrence beat the crap out of the Broncos, man.
That's a good question, man. But once again, it is so... See, I say there's 2 things that can be true at the same time. One, I love me a list with numbers and rankings. I love it. I can't get enough of it. And 2, Bo Nix is never going to be at the right rank for what he means to the Broncos. You know what I mean? Like for Bo Nix, people in Jacksonville could be like, man, I'm glad we got Trevor instead of Bo. But for here in Denver, Bo Nix is your franchise quarterback. It's not up for debate anymore. The people in charge of the Broncos think Bo Nix is the man. So guess what? Bo Nix is the man because they're the ones who get to make that decision. Now, I will say this. I will say this because you and I were having this conversation during the break. I feel like everything's been coming up orange and blue. Over the last couple of seasons, it feels like Sean Payton and George Payton and the ownership have been pressing all the right buttons and making all the right moves. And that means to me, something bad's going to happen. Something bad's coming, right? Like, you're not going to have the injury luck that you've had over the last couple of seasons. You're not going to go ahead and win all the one-score games that you won last year, right? Which was 11? Was it 11 or something like that? Bo's won 13. I think he's won 13 one-score games in his 2-year career. 2 when he was a rookie and 11 last year. So something's got to give. Or do you think I'm just being a nervous Nelly and that the Broncos are just going to keep on rising? They're on the way up.
I'd be just as nervous as you are from an injury standpoint. The ability to win close games is not just luck. Yeah, they had a few crazy comebacks. The Giants' comeback was absolute insanity. But the majority of those games, you felt comfortable when Bo had the ball in his hands in the fourth quarter. And that is something that has to be done in real time. Like, you have to learn how to do that in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And he's already mastered that 2 years into his career. I think that's a skill set that teams look for decades out of a quarterback. And you already have it going into year 3 for Bo. The injury thing is scary. going into this season with his surgically repaired ankle, which all the reports coming out of Broncos country are Bo's ankle is just fine. At least he's not doing backflips like Cam Scatterbu is.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. But that's Cam, man. Cam's going to do what he's going to do. Like, you're going to find out midway through the season, like, oh, Cam Scatterbu broke his arm. What did he break his arm? Oh, he was surfing. He was skydiving or something. You know what?
He was taking a turn in the ring with Jake Paul.
Right. Yes.
Like, that's what Cam Scatterbu
That's
is.
what Cam's going to
Thank
do.
goodness Bo isn't that guy.
You know what? So Bo was, he was the Broncos as a team was a 1-1 away from the. So if Bo hadn't hurt his ankle, if they would have lost in the Super Bowl, would his ranking from the players be even, would it change at all? Because I guess what I'm trying to say I don't think it would have.
If he was breathing and had stepped foot onto the field in the AFC Championship game, they win it. They're in the Super Bowl. Yes, he would have been a without a doubt, top 50.
Because I think even if the Broncos would have won the Super Bowl last year, unless he did something insane in the actual Super Bowl, if they win the Super Bowl, I still think there's people out there, a majority of people out there who's still questioning Bo nationally, not here in this city.
Well, sure,
but nationally,
there's guys out there nationally that question the ability of Jalen Hurts, and he's a Super Bowl champion.
Sam Darnold and stuff like that.
Yeah, Sam Darnold. When you looked at the executives, coaches, and scouting poll on ESPN that they do every year, that I think Barnwell or Fowler put together, Darnold isn't even in the top 10, and he's the reigning Super Bowl champion.
Mm-hmm.
And in the postseason, he was perfect. Now, regular season, he was not. Like, he threw a bunch of interceptions in the regular season, and Seattle's elite defense carried them throughout the regular season. Darnold then became a magnificent protector of the football, very good in the postseason, and paired with that crazy good Seattle defense, it's the reason why they're Super Bowl champions. Yeah, there's always quarterbacks that if they don't look like Josh Allen and they don't look like Patrick Mahomes are going to be discounted. There's people out there still discount Nikola Jokic to this day because he does not look like the NBA superstar that they want him to look like. I think that's very true of a guy like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, well,
dude, if they win the AFC Championship, he'll be in the ESPN top 10. If they had won the AFC Championship by the NFL players vote, he would have been bona fide top 50, likely close to the top 25. If they win the Super Bowl, the amount of wins that guy would have racked up, right? Over his first 2 years.
And I say the players still have him in the 50s, 40s or 50s.
Oh, I don't know about that. They love winners. Love winners.
The Broncos were 1-1 away from the Super Bowl last year. And if you look at here are the teams that have better odds to win the Super Bowl this year than your Broncos. Rams, Bills, Ravens, Seahawks, Lions, Chiefs, Chargers, Eagles, Niners.
Let's go. Go back over
teams,
those.
Man.
Go back over those. So
okay,
from one, and I'll tell you which ones.
This one's easy because it's the far and away the favorite right now is the LA Rams.
Warranted.
Obviously. Because I mean, it's just a mountain of talent right there. Then it goes Bills.
I go 50-50, but I really believe in Josh Allen. So yeah, I understand that.
Ravens.
No.
Seahawks.
Yes.
Lions.
I think their window is closed, so I'm going to say no.
Chiefs and Lions have the exact same odds. Which is crazy, but
the Chiefs are only there because of Patrick Mahomes. I've said this multiple times over the last couple of weeks. I think that they are overrated because of Patrick Mahomes. I think the Broncos still win the AFC West this year, so no.
So the Chiefs are favored ahead of the Broncos. Another team in the division is favored ahead of the Broncos in the Chargers.
Prove it to me that you can do it in the postseason, Justin Herbert. No.
Chargers have the exact same odd as the Philadelphia Eagles.
Eagles, I'll say yes because of their ability to win their own division. It's a weak division. Eagles, yes. I understand the odds.
Then comes the San Francisco 49ers.
If they stay healthy, it's a good football team.
And then finally, there are 4 teams tied for the exact same odds for the Super Bowl, right in the middle of the pack. The Denver Broncos, the Houston Texans, the Green Bay Packers, and the New England Patriots are all at plus 2,000.
Broncos are a better team than those other threes.
You think so?
Yep,
huh?
without a doubt.
As
I fall over myself.
I mean, the Broncos and the Texans have the best defense of those 4 teams. Now, where's Houston go? Does Houston go back? Does Houston and CJ go back up, or do they go back down?
I think Houston and CJ are the exact same team that they were the previous 2-3 years. Mm-hmm. And I think Jacksonville is going to win that division.
The 3 teams right behind the Broncos, and what do you think if these teams are better or worse than Denver? The 3 teams right behind them. Chicago Bears.
Worse.
Cincinnati Bengals.
I love Joe Burrow,
Cincinnati
man.
Bengals.
As a full team, worse because that defense is atrocious. But Joe Burrow, man, if he stays healthy for 17 games, watch out.
And
Watch
finally,
out.
right behind Denver, the Dallas Cowboys.
Worse.
So there you
Markedly
go.
worse.
Those are that's basically half the league. That's the top half of the NFL right now. And though you're the favorites from the top down.
So they're betting on Denver regression. They are betting on the one-score games not going your way.
Yes.
Now, what happens if Bo Nix isn't incompetent for the first 2 quarters of every game?
See, that's right. That's a key. That's what
then
David
you're
Webb
not
was
in
talking
one-score
about
games.
just last week in that article with Nick Kosminder, where he was like, I need to be able to get what we get with Bo in the fourth quarter and the first quarter. How do we, what was it? It was Tyler who was saying, I don't need fourth quarter Bo. I need 4 quarters Bo. 4 quarters Bo. And then you don't have to do that stuff in the fourth. You don't have to, like, he was comparing, like Tyler and Scotty last week were comparing Bo and John Elway. But just because John Elway early in his career, Dan Reeves run the ball, and then John in the fourth quarter would have to do that superhero stuff and find a way to win. Like, they're just like, all right, the game plan didn't work. Elway do Elway things. And guess what? Bo Nix, a lot of it is Bo, not performing in the first half, but then when he needs to step up, he steps up and get it done. So how do you start fast instead of starting slow? I mean, listen, it's great to watch. It's great for a fan to see that. But no. We want Bo giving the ball to Jonah Coleman or something in the fourth quarter. It's not even sweating whatever the score is.
Commit to the run game early. Commit to J.K. Dobbins and hope that he stays healthy. Utilize Jalen Waddle as part of the play action game. Yeah, if Bo is better in the first and second quarter, you're not going to be in as many one-score games.
But it's for Bo.
The defense isn't taking that big of a step back either.
No.
Come on.
No. Defense is
It's
going to
the
be
same
good.
defense.
It's going to be a top 5 defense in the league.
Yes.
I'd almost guarantee it, right?
Yes.
So-
The only thing you're missing is inside linebacker.
Like,
that scares the crap
I
out
don't
of
think
me.
it's not Sean Payton and those first 15 plays that he draws up the reason why they start slow. Bo is a different person, man, right? Like, you've heard Coach Sanford talk about, like, it's nervous Bo at the beginning of the game, and then it's just like, I'll go for your jugular Bo in the fourth quarter. And what is it? Why is it emotionally that it's like that for Bo Nix, where at the first half of the game, he looks like he's got ADHD or he's way too hyped or he's way too nervous. He's got the happy feet or whatever. But by the time the second half rolls around, he looks like a Hall of Famer, looks like a legend. And that's what Davis Webb was saying he's got to figure out.
I mean,
that's how we going to get it done.
How many teams around the league are begging for that type of quarterback that can figure it out in the fourth?
Oh, everybody wants one.
Right.
Everybody
so you
wants
already
one.
have that checked off. There's always going to be these progressions for Bo year over year of how he gets better. This is the next progression for him. Start games on time. But he has one of the biggest question marks in the entire NFL, kind of already mastered by his third year. That's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you are so far ahead of schedule, ahead of the curve for a quarterback going into his third year as a starter. A lot of those QBs don't know how to do it yet.
Well, part of it is that Bo is 47 years old too, and most of these quarterbacks trying to
He's
figure it out. It's
26.
like
He's not that old. Come on.
Early 20s or whatever.
He's not, who was the kid out of Oklahoma State kid? Who was the grandfather out of Oklahoma State all those years ago?
There was that guy out of Florida State too, who was like 31 when he was drafted, right? What was that guy's name?
Brandon Weeden is the Oklahoma State quarterback that I'm thinking of. I don't know the Florida State QB that you're thinking of.
Yeah, there was a quarterback out of Florida State who's like drafted at 31 or something. Like, was it? Hey, isn't basketball, like college basketball, nervous that former pros are now going to start coming back in and playing?
Mm-hmm.
And so they're just like Dirk Nowitzki could just roll off. Like,
I have eligibility. Yeah. Let's do this thing.
Like, what former NBA players are retired and living in the city that could just play for like CU or whatever, or go over to DU and just drop into a game like, hey, if I got eligibility, let's go,
well,
man.
Couldn't LeBron, if Bron wanted to play tight end for the Buckeyes, couldn't he go do that?
Yeah, he could.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel like that's a rule.
Like, Jason Richardson lives in Denver. Like, it feels like he could just like throw on the black and gold and play a couple quarters. It's weird. Like, yeah, their colleges are like, we gotta figure this out.
Jason, can Richardson still handle the ball?
I bet you he can still
They
dunk.
need a third
I bet you can
guard.
still get up, man.
Come
yeah,
on.
I don't want Jason handling the rock, though. You're right. They don't.
What are they going to do if Jamal gets hurt And Tyus Jones is the one guard.
That's it. That's all you got. That's it.
Is it KJ Simpson?
Yes, I forgot. You do have KJ. But he's on a two-way, right? He could be in Grand Rapids, like when you need him to handle the rock. It is, yeah. They got it, man.
It's just Joker point center if Jamal goes out for a few games.
The NBA is crazy. The Oklahoma City Thunder are supposed to be in the middle of the dynasty, at the beginning of their dynasty, and they're shedding salary yesterday.
Lou Dort.
They're like Lou Dort gone, man, and they're just like, we just want a bunch of second rounders for Lou. Let's go. Rishache ended up in Dallas and stuff like that. The NBA is broken and drunk.
So here was that trade over the weekend. Lou Dort to the Hawks in a 3-team deal. 3 second-round selections go to Oklahoma City. Zachary Rishache, the former number 1 overall pick from Atlanta, that was 3 drafts ago, 2024 or something like that?
2, right? 2.
Rishache goes to the Mavericks. Ryan Nemard goes to Atlanta.
Yeah. And Oklahoma sheds like $200 million of salary. This is where we're at in the NBA. This is what
That's what they have done this offseason.
Yeah, it is so stupid. And the reason that the Atlanta Hawks can get this stuff done is because they suck. You know what I mean? Like all the good teams, like the Oklahoma City Thunder, who should be praised for how they've gone about their business, are stuck in a bind. And the Atlanta Hawks, who suck at handling their business, have all kinds of space because the new rules help when you're stupid, right? It almost feels like they messed up the last couple of years, but hey, they got assets. So now they can help out all the teams who are about to hit the apron. All these teams that are bad at this stuff can now help all the teams that are about to hit the apron and get better.
The reason why this is all happening is like the untapped levels of draft selections that go and change hands when you trade big time players, right? When you see 5 first-round draft picks traded or 4 second-round draft picks traded just to like shed a piece of salary. That's the reason why this is all happening, because the teams that draft well and the teams that do their rebuilds well, as much as you hate to say it, Oklahoma City, the shining example of how you do this, then with all of those draft selections after sucking for 4 straight years, have a glut of talent on their roster that they cannot then afford.
It's crazy.
So instead of that being automatically redistributed around the NBA, they have to redistribute it 3, 4, 5 years down the road.
That's so dumb.
That's the reason why this is happening.
Dumb.
Because somewhere along the line in the NBA, you started seeing 3 and 4 and 5 first-round draft selections traded for all-star players. That hasn't really happened in the NFL and the NHL yet.
Yeah, where you just
see a couple of firsts. For an all-time player, you'll see a couple of first draft picks.
And now they're just like 4 firsts for Walker Kessler or whatever.
It's the reason why it's happening in the NBA. It's going to continue to happen.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's dumb. I don't like.
If you look at the scales, the amount of draft picks that some teams have, and then like what Denver hasn't had for the better part of a decade, now you can complain about what's happening.
I think it's 7. Is it 7 second rounders in the next 2 years the Thunder have? What you gonna do with 7 second round picks in 2 seasons? That's crazy talk, man. It's absolutely wild.
Eventually, they're gonna have a bad contract on the books there in OKC. They're gonna have to shed 3 of those for the salary.
Yeah, that's true. And they'll
give
give
up
up
do what Denver had to do.
Yeah, give
they
up a first
continue
to get rid of.
hit.
I
Right?
hope not. Well, here's what's stupid. Even if they did, the NBA is punishing him for it. Even if you nail a selection, if they pick a joker, if they get a second round guy who turns into a Hall of Famer, they can't afford him, can't keep him. Or if not, or they could keep him, but they'd have to give away. They have to get out. They're MVP. You'd have to trade SGA. You'd have to kick out Chet.
It is welfare for the rest of the league,
So
isn't it?
stupid.
It's skill welfare.
It's just dumb.
That's Mark Bertinoli filling in for Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on Altitude 92.5. Hey, we haven't talked about this yet. Something historic is happening at Coors Field.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Like, in the middle of a season in which the Rockies are likely going to lose, like, on the nose 100 games.
That'd be so Rockies.
It's either going to be like 99 or 100, something like that. Coach Sanford and I have an updated bet behind you. I've already lost the first one because Sanford, as if he were Nostradamus, correctly identified the exact date that the Rockies would get their 30th win. Unbelievable. So now it's Mission 63, which is 63 and 99, which Sanford believes they're going to do on game 160. I think they lose 100 games on the nose this year. History is happening right in front of our eyes, right underneath our nose, and we haven't mentioned it yet.
What you mean? What you talking about?
Hunter Goodman had his second 3-home run game of the year.
Ooh.
Yesterday in a 9-6 loss to the Reds. Rockies gave up 8 runs in the first 2 innings, and they started to claw back. They couldn't do it. But Goodman's got 30 bombs, and he is on pace right now to hit 45, which would tie him for the most home runs hit by a National League catcher in Major League history. That was set in 1970 by Hall of Famer Johnny Bench. That mark of 45 home runs stood as the Major League catcher record for single-season home runs for 51 years until Salvador Perez in 2021 hit 48 as a member of the Royals, and then last year, the big dumper, Cal Raleigh, hit 60.
Yeah, and then this year he's got 2 or something. Like Cal fell off.
Cal can't do anything. Hit 60 last year. That's a record that may never be broken by a catcher.
No. Well, that's
It's a huge number.
That is a good one. Because I just saw a list. What record just fell a couple of weeks ago? I saw a list that they did that's like the top 10 most unbreakable records in all of sports, and I can't remember why. I want to know what happened recently that I saw that list. But I mean, you know what I love about baseball in a 162 game schedule. Some stupid stuff is like you get some completely wild stuff. Like I don't know what's going on with the Red Sox right now. How many games in a row have the Red Sox won?
13 straight. They're going for 14 today. Peyton Tolle against the
and it's just stupid out of nowhere.
The Orioles.
And I mean they're pulling off like crazy out of nowhere. 9th inning wins. All this stuff, just ridiculous.
They were as bad as the Mets and the Rockies were, and they've won 13 straight. And they might make the playoff. They're so bad.
How many wins? How many? What's the Mets record compared to the Rockies?
I think they have one more win than the Rockies do, and they're spending like $170 million more.
You know what?
It's pathetic.
So right now the Rockies sit here with a record of 40 and 61 after the loss last night. Did they get? Wait, is it Reds? Is the Reds again? Who they got?
No, the Nationals tonight.
Nationals start here at Coors. All right. So we just had the Major League Baseball draft. And the Rockies, they got that shortstop in the first round at pick number 10, but then they just loaded up on pitching. Midway through this season, a year after the Colorado Rockies were one of the worst teams in the history of the sport of baseball, have the Rock. You have faith in the Rocks again. You're like, you know what? I think they figured it out. Di Podesta and this new front office, they're going in the right direction.
I mean. Yeah, they're turning the car around. Like the service U-turns in the middle of the highway that you're not supposed to use.
Mm-hmm.
They've turned the car around. I don't know if they're up to speed, but they're in the shoulder. They're starting to get on the highway.
Okay.
They're probably at 20 miles an hour, just getting zipped by every Tesla and Lamborghini and Ferrari that's in the state. That's going 80 miles an hour up the road on 25. They're in the shoulder, but they're going the right direction.
Do you think we're going to remember any of this? Are all the good vibes going to be gone when we miss a year of baseball because of the strike or the lockout? And then the Rockies come back 2 years from now after 3 or 4 seasons of losing 100 straight?
No, because it will be good for the Rockies.
Okay, right. Because we'll have a
salary cap will be good for the Rockies.
Yeah.
It will be terrible for other teams. It will be great for the Rockies if that's what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be terrible for definitely one other team in the division. But LA can kick rocks.
I mean, yeah, they're gonna improve by almost 20 games this year, which is it's not easy to do.
Well,
it's happened like 50 times in Major League history to improve by 20 games.
No. Listen. I say this with all due respect, but almost any, a dead person can take the worst team in baseball and make them really bad. You know what I mean? Like the Rockies have gone
by 20 games.
From like one of the
improve them
top
by 20 games.
3 worst Major League Baseball teams ever to now. You know what I mean? Like it feels like the worst team in the NBA is probably going to win 20 extra games next season, right? Like Utah, who was tanking last season, is going to win 23. Like, you know what I mean? They're going to look like they got a pulse, like they're an actual basketball
Major League Baseball
team.
was formed in 1903.
Right.
So we have had 123 Major League seasons.
Mm-hmm.
There's only been like 50 instances of a 20-win year-over-year improvement. It doesn't happen all that often, man.
Because no baseball team has ever been truly as bad as the Rockies were last year. There's only been a couple of them. And the last one was like 1920 and 1874, some nonsense like that, man.
That White Sox team was real bad.
I'm just saying it's real easy to take garbage and make it kind of okay. Right?
They were not. It
rather than
was
take
literally 2 years ago. The White Sox were worse.
And make them great. Well, the White Sox are in there too. They're one of those 2 or 3 teams, man. I'm just saying, right? Like you understand I'm
just trying to tell you that like the history of the game tells you that a 20-win turnaround year over year does not really happen all that often. I'm not saying A+ grades. I'm saying they've turned the car around. And I'm not going to give them a trophy for it. I'm not going to put a pennant up for it. But we have to, if they're eventually going to get back to being a contending team or a playoff team, you have to look at the years in which they've turned it around. And this is a year that they're starting to turn it around. They're going to be bad. They will be one of the 3 worst teams in Major League Baseball this year.
Right.
But 20 wins year over year is not something to scoff at.
Yeah.
It's like
you can't get me to buy in.
Going 0-17 in the NFL and then winning 7 games the next year. You go, it's not where you want to be, but it looks better than 0-16.
Right, but you're right.
0-17.
You don't get a cookie because you won 7 games after winning 0. You don't get a cookie because you lost 119 games last year, but you're only going to lose 100 this year. You're right. What do you want, a hug? No, man. No, you don't get credit for that. You were bad then. You're a little less bad now. But we're not going to throw a party.
Like you don't think
parade.
that when the Lions had Jared Goff as their quarterback the first year after Matt Stafford, and Dan Campbell was a first-year head coach, and they went 3-13, and then the next year they went 9-8 and still missed the playoffs. You don't think there was a little bit of, oh, they may have figured something out, because you know what happened the next year? They went to the NFC Championship game, and then they won 15 games the year after that.
If you would have gone from 3 wins to 11 wins or 12 wins.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen. That happens 2 years down the road, which is if we're going to use my Lions argument here, it's exactly what happened 2 years down the road. You don't go from 3 to 12. You have to take baby steps.
Right. And I'm saying you don't get credit for baby steps. You don't
so that 9-8 season for the Lions doesn't matter.
I don't know. No, not to, I mean, I'm not a Lions.
Ridiculous
just like this season for the Rockies doesn't mean anything other than me than that you're starting the rebuild. You're starting the rebuild.
Yeah,
but
you deserve to have a small feather in your cap for starting the rebuild and turning it around.
Nah, you don't get to take credit.
So we're not gonna look at Hunter Goodman this year having 30 home runs and maybe breaking a National League record that has stood for 56 years by one of the greatest, if not the greatest, offensive catcher in the history of Major League Baseball, and Johnny Bench. If he does that this year, and they, again, are the 3rd worst team in baseball but lose 100 games, and Hunter Goodman hits 46 bombs, we're gonna go, yeah, it doesn't matter. Or if he hits 49 and ties the Rockies record that Todd Helton set in 2001, they don't deserve to have that talked about?
I'm saying that when that happens, he's not going to be a Rocky because he's getting traded. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like you could get a haul for Hunter Goodman.
So, right. Like, and once again, it's just a side, like the main story is not like, hey, Hunter Goodman, 30 home runs, brother. No, that's not the story.
It's something to track right now.
I guess you're just trying to hold on to anything, man. I just want good baseball in this city again. Can we do that? And they're not yet there yet. And it's going to be another season or 2. And because we're not going to have a season next year, it's going to be 3 years before I get a good baseball team again?
Yeah,
4
probably.
years?
It'll probably be 2 or 3 years before the Rockies are at like this point in the year.
Here's what's crazy, Raj.
Talking about making a push for a wild card.
Here's what's crazy. You know what's going to be happening? I'm gonna be able to go and watch the Broncos in their brand new stadium before I get to see the Rockies win a playoff game again. Right? Right? It's gonna be like 2035 before that happens. Craziness, man. Can't get me. You can't. I can't buy into that. The Rockies have lost me. I can't
Even
buy
though
in.
I told you something historic is happening.
Nah,
Hunter
it's just-
Goodman is doing something historic.
Great. Trade him for whatever you can get. Do it now. Do it immediately.
He's still got 3 years of team control. If he had 1 year of team control, I'd say you definitely should. 3 years of team control means that even after the impending lockout, he'll be cost controllable for you.
Maybe.
If
We have
there
no
was
idea what that
if
CBA
there
is going to
was
look
not
like.
going to likely be a lockout next year, I'd say trade him 100%. You could get a haul for him, but 3 years of team control after this season is a lot in MLB.
Trade him.
All right.
Trade him.
I can't even get him on track. The one shining piece of the Rockies this year, I can't get Berto on track
He's like,
with.
give me some prospects.
No,
Can I
no,
get some
yeah,
prospects for that?
yeah. Man, I'm telling you, man, I trade the rookie. I
Breaking a
trade
Johnny
TJ, bro.
Bench record, or the ability to break a Johnny Bench held record doesn't
You know
even
what?
get you
when he
peaked up.
breaks Barry Bonds' NL record for home
yeah,
runs.
right.
What was that? 72? What was that?
73.
Oh, 73. All right, there you go.
So in 2004, Barry, or 2003,
And nobody acknowledges it. Nobody acknowledges it. Nobody
I do. That's
acknowledges
the
it.
record.
You think so?
That's the record.
Because I know there's like half of baseball that's like, I hate Barry Bonds. I don't respect that record.
No, that's the record.
Okay.
73 is the record.
All right.
I know he used steroids, but that's the most home runs hit in a season. That's the record.
Okay. I mean, there's still people who give mad respect to Hank Aaron. And I mean, why wouldn't you? But yeah.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us in the Shop Mazda text line. Watch us, twitch.tv/AltitudeSR, or subscribe today on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss a thing. Replays, original podcasts, and shorts every single day on YouTube. That's Berto. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. Rolling into hour 2 of the morning sprint here on a Monday morning, 2 days ahead of rookies reporting to camp for the Broncos, 8 days before vets get there, and 11 days until you, the public, can be out there at that brand new gorgeous facility in Dove Valley. So camp is it is right around the corner. We will have nonstop coverage from Broncos camp the entire time. Football is it's right here. You were mentioning earlier on the program, as Mark Bertinoli is filling in for Coach Sanford today. You were mentioned earlier in the program you are nervous about regression coming for the Broncos for 2 reasons. One, close games, and they seemingly all went the Broncos way last year. And 2, they've kind of been injury-free for like 3 straight seasons.
Yeah.
Like outside of J.K. Dobbins, which, again, big injury. And if they have J.K. Dobbins, like you might even win the AFC Championship without Bo Nix if J.K.'s in that game.
You just hand the ball to J.K.
Just let him go. It's the reason why they bring him back on that deal. It's the reason why that I think if he plays 17 games this year, man, when those rankings come out at this time next year, J.K. Dobbins is a top 10 back in the league if he just stays simply healthy. He'll be a 1,100, 1,200 yard back with like 9 touchdowns, and then he'll have a huge deal. And that'll probably be the last big deal that he'll ever sign in the NFL. Might not even be here in Denver at that point if he goes off for those types of numbers. You were nervous about the Broncos having regression. You said something to me off air. You're nervous about the Nuggets as well, but not so about the Avalanche. Why do you have that thought process?
Well, first off, it's just the way my brain works. I'm nervous about everything. It feels like everything's been coming up Broncos, which means something's got to give sooner or later.
Okay.
But maybe I'm just looking at that wrong. But
I mean, that give could have been Bo's ankle last year.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the scare that you overcome at the start of the season and everything's fine. But I mean, the injury luck coupled with the 11 one score wins and the mountain of comeback wins, just the odds say that you're probably not going to win all of those games this upcoming season. But then again, maybe you've improved enough that you're not in those one score games as often. But it's the NFL. It's what the league wants. And I mean, the beginning of your schedule is absolutely brutal. But you get it. Like, it feels like the Avalanche, like the Broncos might be a better team and lose more games next year, right? It feels like the Avalanche might be the same. Like the Avalanche, it feels like the Avalanche are like, you know what? We went full on last year. We did everything we possibly could, and it still didn't get us the cup. This year, I bet you the Avs are going to handle it a little bit differently, and they're going to give some ice time to some of these young players. So maybe one of these young players pops by the time the trade deadline comes around, or you just make a big move at the trade deadline. I feel like the Avs are ready to rock and roll. The Nuggets, brother, are in a worse position than both the Broncos and the Avs, right?
Yes.
And one is because they're in a phone booth. They can't move. There's not much movement that you can make. And even when you find moves that you can make, it feels like the NBA is like, no, that's second apron. You can't do that. Like, I keep seeing all these Peyton Watson offers and trades, signing trades and all that kind of stuff. And like 75% of them can't work out because you're like, no, that's not going to work. That doesn't work because of the numbers and because of the cap and because of the apron and because I wish the NBA should, the NBA needs to empower their teams instead of constricting their movement. And you know what I mean? You can find a way to be financial. You can find a way to keep the owners from eating one another. Like all these rules are just to keep the crazy billionaires away from the sane billionaires. You know what I mean? This is all this is they don't want a crazy billionaire to be like, well, I'll just buy my way to a win, because they think that's what the Golden State Warriors dynasty was all about. The Golden State Warriors buying their way to multiple titles. And everybody got in closed rooms and decided we're going to stop doing this nonsense. And so this is the NBA we got, where there's a new champion every year. And I guess A lot of people enjoy it. Like the NBA is super popular.
Hey, Nuggets were part of that.
But the Nuggets, there's nothing for them to do. There's no, like you either have to hope LeBron comes here, or you're just gonna have to swing with. You're gonna have to go to war next year with some weapons missing, right? You're not gonna have as many as you had. Last year.
There's a very real possibility that all three of these teams, the Broncos, the Avalanche, and the Nuggets, win fewer games than they did last year.
And how many of them will be better?
Likely happen.
Better teams, though.
I think the Broncos will be a slightly better team than they were last year. Now, it is injury dependent. Like if J.K. Dobbins is healthy, I think they can win the AFC. I really do. If Bo's ankle holds up, I think they can win the AFC. The defense is going to hold up. Jalen Waddle really, really intrigues me. And if there are issues with the offense and Davis Webb in his first year of play calling, Sean's going to have no problem yanking the reins back, knowing that he is in a win now mode because of a quarterback on a rookie deal. I think the Avalanche will not win the President's Trophy next year, but there's still a very good chance they could win their own division and be the 1 seed out of the Central. I think they're going to be the same team they were last year. I think they'll win fewer games, but they're going to be the same team going into the postseason. You look at them and you look at 5 other teams around the National Hockey League and go, you have the same amount of a claim to the cup as the Avs and the Stars and the Wild and the Panthers and the Hurricanes. Like it'll be some mix of those 5 teams.
Well, see, just like in the NFL, I think you can put the Broncos in a handful, like 5 to 6 teams that could win the Super Bowl.
LA, Kansas City, Seattle.
We put Buffalo in there?
Denver, Buffalo. Am I missing a team?
There's probably a team that we're forgetting that could be a lot. But in the NHL,
New England was in the Super Bowl last year. Am I forgetting them? Or are they regression candidates as well?
See, yes, I would say the Patriots are a candidate for regression because of their head coach and whatever happens with Drake. But
I don't think I'm missing a team.
Okay. So, and in the NFL, in the NHL, the Avs are in that top 5 group. You have to have the Avs in the top 5 group. You probably have to have them in the top 3.
You'd be an idiot not to. I know they were disappointing in the West Final last year.
The problem
is
in the NBA, if you look at the NBA right now, if we did an honest NBA look, the Nuggets are probably 9 or 10 on that list. They're not in the top 5. The Broncos are in the top 5. The Avalanche are in the top 5. The Nuggets are no longer in the top 5. They're probably a top 10, which is nice. But
Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
San Antonio.
Yeah.
Minnesota.
Yes, for you. Yes. Minnesota's not better than the other teams, but they're better than you right now.
Boston.
Yeah.
Detroit.
See, yeah, I'll put Detroit in there. You got to put the champion Knicks in there.
Really?
Yeah, you got to. You think the Knicks they won their title?
I think the Knicks won their title,
and they're like, we're good.
I don't think they're going to fall off the face of the planet. I don't think the Knicks are repeating. I don't think the Knicks are getting out of the East next year.
Answer me this question. Where the hell's LeBron going? We got to have that answer before we know. Is LeBron going to Philly? Is he going to Philly? Is he going to Cleveland?
Well, you heard what he said. He said trust the process.
See, no.
When it comes to LeBron, he said trust the process.
See, LeBron, stop it. First off, just make your decision, man. See, he knows where he's going. He knows what he wants to do. Just do it, man. I don't know why you're waiting. Just make your decision. But if he goes to Philadelphia, that changes the nature of the Eastern Conference. If he goes to the Timberwolves, it changes the West. If he ends up in I don't know, Houston or something like that, it mess. But
does Houston have a greater claim to a title right now than the Nuggets do?
Houston,
they were a first-round bounce.
Yeah, no,
and they were a pretty disappointing first-round bounce.
Yeah, I know, because they thought they might change some things, and they're going to basically bring it back and see what happens.
The Lakers. Do you think the Lakers have a greater claim to the throne?
No.
I agree.
No. But there's still 9, 10 teams.
There's nobody else in the West.
Nugs.
So as we're standing right now, the Nuggets are the 3rd best team in the West behind Oklahoma City and San Antonio, but the 4th best team in the West is better than you and only you. Minnesota's not going to beat San Antonio or Oklahoma City.
Right, but they will beat you.
But they'll beat you.
Yeah.
So are you the 4th best team or are you the 3rd best team?
Well, if last year the Nuggets had lost 5 more games and finished a slot back, they might have gone further in the playoffs.
Maybe.
Which is ridiculous. But when you have an entire franchise dedicated to one thing and one thing only, and that's beating you, then it's pretty tough. But Tim Connelly thought the Nuggets were going to be a dynasty because he's like, look, they're going to be a dynasty.
Yeah, look what I created.
All I got to do is find a team that can beat Denver and will be good enough to beat anybody, and that's not the case.
They didn't realize that Oklahoma City was going to draft better than
but
any
now it
team
feels
in
like
history.
Oklahoma City is falling off. And just a year ago, we would be like, oh, they're right in the start of their dynasty. But now is there no such thing in the NBA anymore.
Wemby's on the up and up.
Yeah, see, San Antonio's going to be scary.
All right, so you've got Denver clearly outside the top 5 NBA contenders.
Yeah.
You have the Broncos clearly inside the top 5 in the NFL.
And the Avalanche.
The Avs clearly inside.
Yeah.
I think the difference when we're comparing and contrasting the sports is if you're outside the top 5 in the NBA, you're not really a contender.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Like outside of the Knicks going on that crazy run, and it was an unprecedented run that the Knicks went on. Right, Chris? Like that's never going to happen.
It's pretty sweet.
How many
Never
games did
gonna
they lose?
happen
Did they
again.
lose 3 games all playoffs? Three games all playoffs.
They
I
won
think.
like 13 straight.
Yeah, it was dumb.
Something crazy like
It was
that.
dumb.
That's never going to happen again. At least for the next 25 years, it's not going to happen.
Pretty cool, isn't it?
That's the anomaly. It's very cool for a Knicks fan sitting back there in Chris Mitchell. And I still, congratulate you on that win. You should take your flowers and run in a ticker tape parade as long as you can. Outside of something anomalous happening, like the New York Knicks last year, if you're outside the top 5, you're not winning an NBA title.
Right. The Atlanta Hawks ain't winning nothing.
You can challenge from outside the top 5 in those other 2 leagues. You can get hot from outside the top 5 in those other 2 leagues.
Mm-hmm. Especially in the NFL.
I know Vegas won their division. Nobody was picking Vegas to get there. Carter Hart got molten lava hot, and the Avs hit regression like a Mack truck. In the NFL, you can get hot in the postseason and make a run.
Wait.
Like, nobody had the Patriots getting to the Super Bowl last year, and it took a white squall and Bo Nix breaking his ankle for them to get through Denver.
So what team, of all the major sports teams in here in Denver, which team is most likely to regress next season?
It's the Nuggets. And regress truthfully. I think the Avs are going to win fewer games. I think the Broncos are going to win fewer games.
And both better.
But they're both going to be right there.
Mm-hmm.
It would not shock me if either one of those teams walked away with the title.
Mm-hmm.
It would shock me if the Nuggets won a world championship next year. It really would.
I would be shocked if they finished in the top 3. Yeah, like it feels like, but once again, it feels like the Avs are going to play some of these young guys. Some of these bottom 6 guys, they're going to get minutes, man. Because like the Avs are like, yeah, we're not going to do what we did last year. But the Nuggets, man, I don't even know what that game plan is. Right?
You don't really have a choice. You have to play your older guys.
Right. If you're the Nuggets, there is almost nothing you can do, which sucks. And it makes it boring for the fans. That's why I hate this second apron in the new NBA CBA. They need to be able to make more moves.
We're talking about a lockout in Major League Baseball. Berto wants a lockout in basketball.
2020,
Give me a new CBA, baby.
2029. I already figured out the date. 2029 is when they can bail out of this second apron CBA nonsense.
You'll still have what, like 2-3 years left of Nikola Jokic at that point?
Yes, you still will.
You need new lawyers and new signatures to get the Nuggets another championship. That's what you need.
Man, we need something. Because this is crazy. This entire offseason, it's just been really good teams getting rid of really good players to teams that suck because they have the cap space to take them. It is insane.
Chris Mitchell's NFL notes are live on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere. Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with Chris Mitchell's NFL Notes. So, without further ado, Mr. Mitchell, what you got?
I'm number one.
I missed hitting those hotkeys so bad. Bo Nix is climbing up the NFL Top 100 ranks. He was number 64 like Nintendo last season, but now he's moved up to number 59 with his 3,900 passing yards, 25 passing touchdowns, 5 rushing touchdowns, 354 rushing yards, and they host the AFC Championship game. Hated Raiders rival Brock Bowers dropped right behind Bo at number 60, taking a 36-point tumble from being number 24 last season.
Yeah, he deserves to be in the top 60. I think if he gets the Broncos to a Super Bowl this year, doesn't even have to win it, I think he'll be a bona fide top 25 player according to the rest of the league. Again, players love winners, man, and that is what Bo is. Is he the sexiest quarterback in the world? No. Does he play?
Who's the sexiest quarterback in the world?
Josh Allen.
Okay.
He's a good-looking fella and also is like a very good-looking quarterback in terms of what he does.
Right. And Mahomes sounds like Kermit the Frog and he's unattractive. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, but
Mahomes is like,
he's very good on the
Can
field.
you do a Kermit the Frog?
I cannot.
I mean, I did. People were pointing out that both Kermit the Frog and Mahomes were in attendance in New York yesterday for the World Cup, and they're like, "See, not the same person."
Oh, they could have linked up.
Yeah, they
Imagine.
should
have linked up.
I don't know
Like a
if it-
handshake
right,
thing?
Right.
Imagine.
Yeah.
They
But
should have put
Mahomes
him in the
is a
same
suite.
room, like
Right.
they did with Edward Norton and Brad Pitt.
Right. That was.
Edward Norton's talking to himself again, son of a gun. Yeah, he deserves to be there, man. The guy just wins football games, and if he can find a way to be a little bit more consistent at the beginning of games, there won't be this narrative of, oh, the defense kept him in it, and then he pulled a rabbit out of the hat again. That is the next evolution of Bo Nix.
What's the percentage of players you think take this seriously? Because this poll is voted on the players. Like, how many of the players are like putting some thought into this, or just like, yo, Brock's my
It's a good
homie,
question.
I'm voting for Brock or whatever. Because I only bring it up because there are some players who do take it seriously, but it's like in the NBA gave players, they could vote for other players for the All-Star game, and some players took it seriously, but half the players are like, I'm voting for Tyus Jones. Like, I'm going to vote for the 13th guy on the bench, like my buddy on the bench. Was like, you know what I mean? So they weren't really taking it all that seriously.
25%?
That was, yeah.
Does that sound right?
Yeah, that's probably about right.
But it feels as though, like, Bo being top 60 player in the world kind of feels right.
Yeah. Well, how many quarterbacks are going to be in front of Bo, do you think? I mean, is there going to be 10 quarterbacks in front of 15 quarterbacks in front of Bo? Trevor Lawrence is
Maybe
right
12.
behind. Now, Bo was on this list last year, and Trevor Lawrence was not. Trevor Lawrence did not make the top 100.
Well,
Had a
yeah,
tough
and then the
season.
Jags started winning games.
Yeah. And
They
now,
love winners.
Yeah,
Drake
that's
May
true.
is going to be up there.
You know
Allen
what?
will certainly be up
That's
there.
a good question. It's the quarterbacks in that class. How further ahead are the players going to vote? Like, where's Jaden going to fall? Where's Drake going to fall? Where's, you know what I'm talking?
10 spots ahead of them.
You think
Maybe
so?
10 spots ahead of them.
You think Drake May's going to pop up at like 48 or something like
no,
that?
I think May is going to be higher than Caleb
because
Williams.
he made it
and I
all the
think
way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And, okay. Yeah.
They're going to look at that and they go, who got the farthest? Who played the most?
Yeah, but see, I am interested if Caleb is higher than Drake. Like, are the players voting on talent? Or are they voting on, like, yo, bro got to the Super Bowl, I'm voting for him?
I would guess that Drake May is a higher ranked quarterback by the players than Caleb Williams is.
Interesting. Well, we'll see, man.
You mentioned N64. Bo Nix would have been so much fun to play with in NFL Blitz 2000. That Broncos team in NFL Blitz 2000 was sick.
Was it dope?
They had Tyrone Braxton on that team.
Hey, chicken. Yeah.
They
I
had
remember
Steve Atwater on that team.
Listen,
Jerry
Steve-
Rice was on that team. TD, John Elway.
Yeah, yeah.
Those teams, I think Ed McCaffrey was on that team.
Yeah.
NFL Blitz 2000 was an unbelievable
Well, that was
football
when the
game.
Broncos were dominating the sport, so they probably, yeah.
Well, yeah, that was after back-to-back Super Bowl wins.
Mm-hmm.
That team was so good. Such a cheat code to play with. Those Packer teams were pretty good, too. But Bo Nix would be fun to play with in NFL Blitz. Give me a, what do they call that, a port? Give me a port for that game. Mitchie, what's next?
I got 2 phones.
So, the Arizona Cardinals director of college scouting, Ryan Gold, was suspended indefinitely on Friday for violating the NFL's gambling policy, and now his attorney is saying he's going to try to appeal. This is from ESPN. Gold's attorney Mike Caspino said, quote, "The accusations made by the league regarding his participation in prohibited gambling activities are blatantly false! Exclamation point. We have demanded an appeal, and we look forward to clearing his good name." The league said on Friday that its investigation determined that Gold provided confidential, non-public inside information regarding 2026 draft selections by the Cardinals before the picks were announced, and that Gold laid some parlays down on NFL and college football games. Caspino said that the gambling activity was Gold's wife and her high school pals making $10 weekly parlays.
Oh, sure, yeah. The wife is the one throwing the bets down on draft.
Blaming the
Gold
wife, huh?
throwing the
Yeah,
wife
good one.
under the bus. He's throwing the wife under the bus. Listen, I need a lawyer like this guy. This guy came out, and before he started saying, like, my client is innocent, he was like, my client has been one of the best executives in the NFL for a decade. Like, he was, like, really
That
pumping
is so
up
not
his...
true, by the way. Has he seen the Cardinals
They're
in the last,
bad.
like,
They're
5
bad.
years?
The
So,
Cardinals
yeah.
might win like 4 games this year.
No, the NFL is going to suspend him for life. He's not going to be able to be in the NFL anymore. You can't, once again. Like, it almost feels like they want to drop the hammer on Sorsby, but he's not in the league yet. So, you know what I mean? Like, they're just looking to punish somebody for this stuff.
Well, they kind of did on Sorsby. They
Yeah,
looked
they
at
were like,
Sorsby and went, kick rocks.
kick rocks.
We'll see
Exactly.
you in a year. If
Yeah.
you do everything right, we'll see you in a year.
Yeah. And the CFL told him to kick rocks. Everybody said kick rocks. Yeah, they were like, get to stepping, homie.
Yeah. Spend a year away from the game and make sure we don't hear about you, and then next year we can talk about this thing. It should just be, if you touch it and your name is attached to it, you are suspended indefinitely. Gold should be appealing this. Like, you have the right to do that, and you should do that. It is laugh out loud funny that the first thing they
blame
go
them on
to
the wife.
is that the wife gets
He's
blamed.
blaming the wife, man. Like, that ain't good. What you going to say when you get home? Mama knows she didn't put those bets out.
Whose wife in the history of online sports gambling,
That's true.
whose wife
That's true.
is the ringleader behind the 7-way parlay?
Yeah, that's true. And gambling on weird.
And her college buddies. It's not, she's not only the first woman in the history of this to be the actual, like, ringleader
right.
in her household.
Yeah.
She's got 10 other sorority girlfriends
Yeah.
who are also putting down 4-way parlays in a top 20 in the Open Championship.
She's like, the lawyer's like, she gambles weekly. This is what she does. I was like, come on, man.
Listen. I got Saquon, total yardage, receiving and rushing,
Yo.
over 84.5,
I got-
parlayed with Tony Pollard under 65.5.
This is his wife? Is that what you tell me? This is what your wife
They're
sounds like?
3 mimosas deep at, next call, first call on a Sunday morning. Go, I got this one cooked up, ladies.
No
Come
way. No way. The director of college scouting ain't going to be the director of nothing for Arizona once this is done. They're going to ban him for life.
Yeah, it's very clear you were telling your college buddies what was happening.
Yeah, and they were making money off it. And now you're going to blame the wife.
Don't let your darling wife take the fall for this one. Mitchie, what's next?
Damn! He ain't gonna be in rush hour 3.
Giants running back Cam Scatabo says he is, quote, perfectly fine after failing to land a backflip and appearing to land awkwardly on his right ankle that he had surgically repaired during Fanatics Fest on Saturday. A video of Scat attempting his backflip went viral after he failed to stick that landing. On Sunday, he blamed the fall on, quote, the bouncy floors and promised not to hurt himself before the season, said he's totally fine after goofing the flip. I do have the video right here.
Yeah, botch backflip has to be the worst. Let's see it.
Come on.
Yeah. Listen. Well, would you rather be Cam messing up your backflip? Oh, no. Oh, there he goes. He's down. Hey, listen, he hit it pretty good. Like, he was spinning it. He overspun the backflip. You know what I mean? He over-rotated the backflip, and that's why he went down.
The best part of the video is that he has his right leg, his right pant leg hiked up to show the scars.
Slapping it, yup.
He's like, yeah, look at this. It's good. And then he
Yeah.
falls pretty awkwardly. Man, imagine if that was Bo Nix.
Yo, we
Imagine,
freak out.
Imagine the firestorm that
Yeah.
would be happening in this
Yeah,
city
but we
if that was Bo
expect
Nix.
this from Cam. We expect Cam Scatterbo to do something like this, man. You know what I mean? Like, Cam Scatterbo is absolutely the guy who's going to hurt himself headbutting a concrete wall one game or something. Like, what was the quarterback who, like, Gus Farad or something, like, messed up his neck doing that? That's what Cam Scatterbo. Would you rather be Cam Scatterbo right now or Saquon Barkley? Did you see those dudes broke into Saquon's house yesterday, man.
I mean, I'd very much rather be Saquon Barkley than Cam Scatterby, if that's your question.
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
I think I can deal with an attempted robbery if I have the life of Saquon versus
Cam
Scatterby.
How
He's gonna
about
be out of the league in 4 years.
what was dumber, hitting the backflip by Cam or being like, I think CTE doesn't exist. That's a false narrative or whatever he was saying a while back.
That dude is a living, walking CTE organism.
Yeah.
And I know that from firsthand. I'm sure I've got something up in my brain right now, too. I called him Peyton Hillis the other day, and I feel like that's a slap in the face to Peyton Hillis.
Shout out to Madden cover boy Peyton Hillis, right?
When he was a Cleveland Brown.
Yeah. That's old school right there, man.
I don't want my injured running back doing backflips at WWE events. I really don't want any of that happening.
I'm shocked he didn't just come off, the top rope during the event or something. Like, I'm shocked he didn't get involved in everything. That's just what Scatterby
Wait, don't you think John Harbaugh's
headbutt.
pretty pissed off about that?
I don't know. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah.
You think so?
I bet you, if I'm John Harbaugh, I'm calling him the next day and going, what the heck are you doing? Like, stop being in front of cameras. You are a replacement level running back in the NFL.
Listen, man. But see, Cam might realize that. I'm sure he does. He might realize that and be like, I'm going to live my life to the fullest right now because in a couple of years, this train ride is going to come to an end. I'm going to be out.
Mitch, give me one more.
Fofos, I'm tipping.
From Aaron Hughes of the Canton Repository, former NFL running back Le'Veon Bell is currently being held in the Stark County, Ohio jail as a, quote, courtesy hold for another agency. According to Hughes, Bell was arrested on a warrant from Michigan. The reason for the warrant is currently unknown. Bell was taken into custody on July 19th after appearing at the Belden Village Mall in Jackson Township.
Le'Veon Bell was so good for...
And now he's got it. Yeah.
He's in Canton.
Yeah, he is in Canton, but he's just like living in Canton. Like he's not in Canton.
I mean, he's not a Hall of Fame running back. He was an All-Pro, 2 out of 3 years, first team All-Pro. He had 3 awesome seasons for Pittsburgh. And then when he left Pittsburgh and was bouncing around the Jets, and he played for like 5 other teams in the rest of his...
Chiefs, Ravens.
It was all after that year that he sat out with the contract dispute.
Yeah, this is like around COVID or like right after COVID, I think.
Yeah, you can't
Jets,
do that.
Ravens, Chiefs. Did he play for... He played for Tampa in his final year. There you go. Tampa Bay,
Le'Veon Bell played for Tampa last year?
He played 3 games. He had 8 attempts, 18 yards, and 0 scores.
So how long was Le'Veon in the league for?
Le'Veon Bell was in the league from 2013 to 2021.
Huh.
He only played...
I mean, that's a pretty good
He played like 4 full
back.
seasons.
But yeah.
He's not a Hall of Fame. He's like... I think he's a Hall of, hey, remember that guy? He's not even Hall of Very
You know
good.
what's weird to me? I never, like, is he the only NFL football player who retired and went in Canton, Ohio? Like, you retired in the Hall of Fame? You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's weird to me.
Isn't he from that area?
Is he from?
I think he's from the Canton area.
Okay.
He's an Ohio kid. I know that.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly where in Ohio.
All right.
He probably retired near home, yeah.
Yeah.
But he
All
will
right.
not sniff the NFL Hall of Fame. It just won't, or Football Hall of Fame. Won't happen.
All right.
He was fun for a few years. Really good running back in Pittsburgh, but then nothing else. One final one.
I got 5 on it.
There we go. Patriots quarterback Drake May hosted 3 football camps last week, which means he had to tell a bunch of kids what it's like to lose a Super Bowl. May told the campers that he takes responsibility for the Pats' failure to move the ball on the Seahawks during Super Bowl 60. He said it was a good experience for him insofar as it's good for everyone to face a little bit of adversity and try to overcome it. Quote, I wish we would have won it. I have to play better. You give your best. Sometimes things don't go your way, and that's why you have to get back to work. End quote. Patriots begin their training camp this Saturday.
I'm a big believer in Drake May. I think he's the real deal. I think he and Bo are the 2 best quarterbacks in that going into 3rd year, like in that draft class. I think they're the 2 best quarterbacks. I think they're both better than Caleb Williams, even though Williams has probably the most talent out of anyone. Going from 3-9 to 14-3 and throwing for 72% and throwing for 4,400 yards and only 8 interceptions. He's just really good, dude. I think the Patriots hit on it. I don't think they're going to win their division. I think Buffalo wins the division. Drake May's legit, though.
He's
legit.
already right. He's already for New England. He's just like Bo here. It's like we're gonna build. Drake May is foundational for New England. We're gonna build around Drake. Bo is foundational for Denver. They're gonna build around Bo, right? You know what? How about this? Drake May did ask this question. His popularity since I guess according to Drake, once you play in a Super Bowl, your popularity tends to rise. He has a rock and roll status right now. Everywhere he goes, they're like Drake May, but it's like this is Drake May. So are you shocked that Drake May's popularity has risen that much on the East Coast?
No,
to where it
not
was?
at all. Especially because of where he plays. My question is, who has the tougher legacy to live up to? Is it Drake May to Tom Brady?
Yes.
Or is it Bo Nix to John Elway and Peyton Manning?
It's
the combination of Elway and Manning.
You're never going to be. You're never going to be. You're never going to be there.
But neither is May. May's never going to be Tom Brady.
But you can never be as good at quarterback as John Elway or Peyton Manning. Maybe, almost definitely, right? Like for Bo to get there, I don't even know what he'd have to do. But
no, it'd be one of the
guess
greatest draft selections in the history
Guess
of
what?
the league. If
Drake
that's the
May
case.
could win 7 Super Bowls. You know what I mean? Like
What?
the greatness of
What?
the greatness of Tom Brady isn't that like I have the greatest arm in the history of the sport, or I have the greatest legs in the history of sport. What makes Tom Brady great is all those Super Bowls, and you could win like you know what I mean? Like if Drake ends up with like 6 Super Bowls because I don't know, something weird happens. Would all of a sudden you put him in the Tom Brady category? Just on wins alone.
He's never going to win 6 or 7 Super Bowls.
I didn't think Tom Brady was going to win 7 of them.
He's got a far greater chance to have like the throwing numbers of an Elway or a Manning or like a Marino. He's got a far greater chance to do that than he does winning 6 or 7 Super Bowls.
You know what I mean? It is possible that Bo Nix finishes with all the Broncos team records, right? I mean, he's already won. He won more games in his first 2 seasons than Elway or Manning won in their first 2 seasons. And part of that is because, well, they're playing more games now than back then.
Elway's got 149 wins. It's a lot of wins.
Yeah. But Bo's already at what? He's already at 20 something.
Right, but
2 years
you mentioned
in.
how old he is. Elway played his first season as a Bronco at 23.
That's true.
Bo played his first at 25, 26.
Bo will make that 3rd contract, but when he does, he's going to be in his late 30s, right? Because he's about to get paid after this upcoming season. Unless he just falls off completely this year, Bo Nix is going to get paid next off season.
Was Bo 25 in his first year? Is that too old?
No, that sounds about right.
24,
he's like
turning
27
25
right now or something.
No, he's
right?
20. He's 26 right now.
There is nothing
He
find.
turned 25 in his first year.
There's nothing I find more amusing than talking about how old Bo Nix is, and we're always like, "Man, the dude's like 25." It's just like, but yes, it is often pointed out that Bo spent like 7 years in college.
Dude, so that my thought process on like, hey, John came into the league way earlier age-wise than Bo did. That ain't true. John was 23 years old when he took over and won 3 games.
I mean, he
Bo was
played
24.
all that time at Stanford. Heck, man, he almost went and played baseball for the Yankees, right? So
Bo could do it. Yeah, Bo could have 149 wins. He's got to play until he's 38.
Yeah, but you're right, because guess what? John Elway was not drafted by the Denver Broncos. Peyton Manning was not drafted by the Denver Broncos. Bo Nix was, and at the end of it, he could own all the passing records for the Broncos, all the touchdown records, something like that. And then you're stuck in the position where you're like, well, is Bo better than John or Peyton? Because, nah.
NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Birdo filling in for the coach for the next 2 days. I'm Raj on Altitude 92.5. Wrapping it up here on a Monday morning, 2 days ahead of rookies reporting to camp for the Broncos. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mark Bertinoli. He'll be here today and tomorrow. PhD coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6 today.
Are we going to have any position battles at all? We're not. I mean, we didn't have any last year, right? We're not going to have any position battles this year, right? I think, right? That's because the Broncos locked everybody up. They brought back almost the entire team, man, right? Except for like JFM, and that's it. So it's going to be
running back 2.
Okay, yeah.
Wide
JK
receiver
is
3.
Yeah, maybe Coleman can beat out Harvey or vice versa or something like that for that 2 spot. Or
those will be intriguing ones to watch.
But yeah, there's nothing, man.
Wide receiver 3 will be interesting between Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant.
Yeah, okay, I can get down with that. But, I mean, it's not like any of those guys are going to get cut if they lose the battle, right? Like, I'm talking, like, I get excited to see what the rookies can do at camp. But, I mean, and I'll be paying attention. Maybe Justin Jolie, maybe some tight end love or something. I don't know. I don't know what are you going to be focused on?
Depending on what happens with Jonathan Cooper, I will be very interested to see who the other side of Nick Benito is.
Mm-hmm.
So is that going to be Jonah Ellis? Is it going to be Q Robinson? That could be a possibility. The inside linebacking situation, like, are you really going to play a Mr. Irrelevant in Red Murdoch? So there's no starting position battles that's going to happen. Like, Pat Surtain is locked in. Brandon Jones and Talanoa Hufanga are locked in. Riley Moss is locked in. Maybe the question is, like, Jaquan McMillan versus Jahdae Barron for nickel?
Yeah.
Or are they really going to try and groom Jahdae Barron into the replacement for Riley Moss if Moss leaves in free agency?
Well, they better, right? They better, because, I mean, well, I guess it's good. It's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have that we're not talking about the starting quarterback position. We're talking about who's going to be. We're talking about Ellinger and Stiddy. It's about, you know what I mean? Like, because 5 years ago that was not the case. We were talking about all these, but now you're pretty locked down. Like, do you want to see anything from Jalen Waddle at camp? Like, are you going to be focused on him at all?
I mean, I'm going to be focused on him because he brings to the table a level of explosiveness and speed that we haven't seen since, like, prime Emmanuel Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
I think he is going to transform the offense. Ooh. Like, I think Jalen Waddle is a 1,200-yard receiver.
Mm.
I'm really convinced that he's the guy that makes the difference.
Well, you're going to about to get 2 weeks of just Jalen and Patrick going.
Yeah, it's going to be sick.
Head,
like, I can't wait to see one-on-ones with, like, Pat Surtain and Jalen Waddle. Yeah. I cannot wait to see it. You know what's going to be great? It's going to be great for Riley Moss. If you get linked up one-on-one against Jalen Waddle, to get Riley Moss to stop yanking on receivers that have gotten past his hip, Jalen Waddle's going to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's physical enough that he's going to get up in your kitchen. So, no, there's not really a position battle for starters. Like, there's nobody on the offensive line that is going to be challenged. Like, Alex Palczewski, I don't know. Like, you're not going to challenge Quinn Miners, but is there enough to get one over on Ben Powers on the opposite side of the guards?
I saw an
Probably
interesting thought experiment from ESPN or CBS or whatever, where they were like, you know what? Let's have some fun. Let's make the best team we can possible out of backups. So they took and they mentioned Palczewski as one of those dudes you'd want on that team. Like, hey man, he's a backup, but he's good. He could be. So they basically came up with a starting team made up of nothing but NFL backups, and they're like, this is a pretty good team. And so once again, it's a good problem to have where nobody's really battling for any of your starter positions because all your starters are money. But if I asked you this question, what one Bronco player takes the biggest leap from last year to this year, whose name would you say? Like, the guy who's going to take the biggest leap from what we saw last year to what we're about to see this year. Who is that dude?
I hope it's Jahdae Barron.
Okay. Like, it could be any number of guys, and they could, like, if it's Evan Ingram, that helps you immensely.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about Evan Ingram.
You know, somebody like that.
I think he can take that jump at 33 years of age?
Mm-hmm.
It had 1 touchdown last year.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, you think it's going to, you're right. Like, I don't expect
32, whatever he
I don't
is.
expect Garrett Bowles to suddenly make it. You know what I mean? Bowles is what he is.
No, I think Garrett Bowles is going to be a really solid left tackle.
Like, is there a world where all of a sudden at the end of the season you're like, yo, the best wide receiver on the Broncos was Pat Bryant?
I don't believe so.
No.
I think the talent gap between Waddle and Sutton, and then everybody else on the team is pretty big.
Okay.
I think it's 1A, 1B, but there is a difference between what Jalen Waddle can do and what Courtland Sutton can do. Now, vastly different body types and different types of receivers. Courtland being a high point, big bodied, red zone threat, and Jalen just being a water bug out there.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think there's a world in which like Troy Franklin is the best wideout.
All right. Then how about the opposite of that question? Let's go negative.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Let's go negative.
It's not to leave. Why
what the heck?
Why do you want to leave on a sour
Let's
note?
go super negative. What's one player who had a great season last year you think might fall off this year? I mean, you can point at any of the older
the clip
players.
is eventually coming for Garrett Bowles.
Right. But he's been such a rock, man. I'm not sure if it's this year, but you're right. Who could fall off? Of course, injury could have a situation.
Garrett Bowles had his best season as a pro at age 33 in his, 10th year, 9th year in the league? And just outside of 1 year, that one big injury year when he was carted off the field, he started almost every game that he's played, and every game has largely been available, and he was a first-team All-Pro. There is a very good chance that Garrett Bowles regresses. I don't think the cliff is coming this year, but he will. He's not going to be a first-team All-Pro next year. Really?
Okay, 2 questions then in the final moments. If JK gets hurt again next season, which I don't want to put that voodoo on him, but say he does, then who's RB1? Is it Jonah? Is it RJ? Or here's a better question. Who's the leading rusher for your Denver Broncos next year?
If J.K. Dobbins doesn't play, or is J.K. Dobbins playing?
Okay, I'll say, yeah, J.K. gets to play too. Yeah.
J.K. Dobbins by a mile.
Okay.
By a mile, J.K. Dobbins.
You think that
if he doesn't play, if J.K. Dobbins is taken out of the equation, I think they drafted Jonah Coleman to be more of an every down back than R.J. Harvey. I think they view Harvey as a third down and a receiving back. Coleman would be the guy getting the bulk of the carries, is my guess. But then again, we haven't seen him play an NFL game.
What? So you think Davis Webb's going to hand the ball off a lot more than Sean?
They don't want Bo Nix to be the
They didn't want him
most
last
active
year
passer
either.
in the
And
league.
he was. And they didn't want and Sean kept talking about run last year. And then Bo Nix threw more passes than any quarterback in the league.
It's a great text message from Adam. Adam Troutman falls way off the 2 catch and 5 decent blocks at game pace. That got him paid. I suppose that is that a position battle, tight end?
Sure.
Evan Ingram and Adam Troutman?
Yeah. And Jolie and whoever. And what's my dude, Caleb Lohner? Oh, I don't care. Anybody step up, please, at tight end.
That would be the only starting position battle I could see is tight end.
Okay. And I'm here for it. Let's
because
go.
of just how disappointing
I'd be interested to know how many rushing plays the Broncos had last year, how many times the Broncos handed off the ball last year, and how many more would they like how much bigger would they like that number to be this year?
They rushed 27 times per game last season.
Yeah,
I would hope that it's 5 more a game.
Oh, okay. All right.
Get it somewhere around 30.
See, but I mean, do you think Sean Payton was talking about being a young play caller and looking to impress people? Do you think Davis Webb is looking to impress people, and is he going to do that through the passing game?
You do it through wins, baby.
Yeah.
Do
You
it
got to
through
get
wins.
the dubs.
However you want to win a football game, if the Broncos win the AFC West again, Davis Webb is going to be a hot name.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if they do it via 5,000 passing yards for Bo or if they do it via 1,500 yards rushing for J.K. Dobbins.
That's a good point.
If
Davis
you
could
win
be
14
gone
games,
after this
man,
year.
he gone.
Yeah, he gone.
All right, it's going to do it for us today. PhD's coming up next. DMac has returned. He'll be here in just a couple of minutes. But for Berto and for Chris Mitchell, I'm Alex Ryanemi. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
I got an opinion about everything.
Well, you've been off for 6 weeks or something, right? So you got
everything.
Isn't that funny how when you come back? Now, you probably.
On everything.
Here's the difference between you and me.
Nothing I don't have an opinion on.
When I went away for 2 weeks, other than World Cup, I didn't watch any sports.
Oh, I watched everything. You want to tune out? That's fine. I got no problems with you tuning out. You want to tune out? You tune out.
I tuned out.
I'm telling you, I got an opinion about everything.
Well,
Dan, welcome back to Dan too. Yeah. Dan, good to see you.
Great to see everybody.
Dan, I just want to let you know, I got an opinion about everything.
What would you say is your hottest take?
I got hot takes about everything.
I was going to be really, really kind of snarky mean, and I said, we knew your opinions. We just
don't be snarky this quick.
No. Hey, I miss you, though.
Did you?
Yeah, I really did miss you.
Oh, sweet.
I miss you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Scott. I miss you,
I think
too.
we do a fun show. I enjoyed doing good. Berto was awesome.
Yeah.
But Berto's Berto. Right. You know, I mean, Berto's Berto. Right?
You're making me do. I think Berto's just out in the hallway right now.
I just talked to him.
Hey, man. What, hey.
Hey. I go, dude, I thought you were off. He goes, right. Oh, man, that's my guy right there.
I love Berto. Berto's the man. Anything you want to? I can start with the Little Broncos real quick. Bo got voted into the top. What was he? 59, something like that. There's a lot of lists nowadays. Summertime.
Berto was all about the list.
Yeah, I roll my eyes at the list, but it is what it is. But I will tell you, because Pro Football Network did this top 100 thing, and Bo couldn't sniff that.
Right. Was that the one voted by players?
No, that was coaches, scouts, GMs, personnel people.
People would know.
Okay. Well, that's all right. That's where I was going to go, because this one is players. Are you saying this?
This is the people who like you.
Okay. What would you rather be voted in? Where would you rather hang out?
I'm going to tell you a funny story. My last year I ever went to basketball camp, I was at KU, Ted Owens KU Jayhawk basketball camp, I think it's called.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was the best player there.
All right.
Caught a flying elbow or something from Greg Dreiling, if you remember that name.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Remember big 7'1" guy, had articles.
Greg Dreiling.
Like 7'1", 7 foot.
Yeah.
Reached up and put like 11 stitches or 7 stitches right across my eye.
Yeah.
And so I missed like the last day of playing and games and stuff like that because they didn't want me to play, obviously,
All right.
I don't know, because they didn't want to be responsible if it busted open again or whatever. But anyway, I believe, did it in a game, boom, opened it up pretty good, whatever.
Yeah.
So I missed one day of games and whatever. Then they have an award thing, and this.
Mm-hmm.
I get voted by campers.
Okay.
Most outstanding camper.
Pretty cool.
So that's Pierce. That was all the guys in the camp, and I think everybody liked me and everything cool.
Yeah.
The coaches there voted best player, and I don't remember who won it.
Wasn't you.
But wasn't me.
All right.
And so now you ask me, what would I rather be? On one hand, the people that you're hanging around with and that you're playing against and you're, in the common rooms with and having dinner with and all that stuff.
Your buddies.
They voted me most outstanding camper.
All right.
But your coaches, and especially at the time when I'm trying to get recruited by KU.
Yeah, they matter more.
And, so one of the guys said, well, you didn't play that last day, so we didn't feel we could give it to you. I was the best player in your camp. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
And I only went there to get in front of KU, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
But, so I don't know. That's a good question because it
is interesting.
It's nice to be liked. But the people that are eventually going to sign contracts, and I don't think Bo's ever going to become a free agent, but you also want them people to really like you too.
By the way, Cortland Sutton's on that list by the players, and he was not on the personnel coaches list, Pro Football Network. So it's like I think you'd like a combination of both. I think it's good to be respected by your peers, but they're not always the most objective people in the world, nor do they look at things maybe as closely as others that have to. But do those that look at things like they have to, the Scouts GMs, do they know ball?
Well,
do they know what they're really talking about?
Yeah, or do they? Yeah, or they? I don't know. I think some of them are going to really know ball because I gotta believe guys that watch Bo work your magic against me is going to have a pretty high opinion about Bo Nix.
I think Bo gets more credit from players for improv and things he does off schedule. And I think it drives coaches and personnel people nuts. And
that may be fair.
And I think that's kind of where it goes. So
that may be fair.
Yeah.
So really, it'd be nice if you were right in the middle in both, wouldn't it?
Sure. And theoretically, Bo will get there. I mean, obviously, like Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, they don't have any issue. They're just top of the pops with whatever, right? Yeah. So you want to get to that level. Did you see Bo's hype video? Pretty good.
Was that the one you sent out?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's it. It's a little
I didn't know what
post.
it was. All of a sudden, I got Bo throwing the football. And
it's Bo.
From a year or two ago, right?
And you know what? I do not want to sound... No. From a year ago. It's like now. No. You didn't listen to it. He's talking about working out in Alabama like now, like in July, like right now.
We could say that.
Oh, come on. Where are you? Conspiracy Scott right off the bat here?
Saying,
what are you talking about?
Did you watch him in the OTAs? You know. That was like 2 weeks ago.
That was a month ago.
Oh, there you go. Well, maybe he's better.
I mean, it was mid-June. We're in late July.
I'll just say this. He's moving around. The first thing I thought, well, good, he's moving around. Then I went, okay, is this like film from a year ago when he worked out in Alabama? You know, I did go there. I did go down that route.
Conspiracy Scott. We'll get to chemtrails. We'll get to chemtrails next.
I went down that route.
I think he looks in good shape. Listen, the hype video for any of us to criticize hype videos is just for us to sound old. So if we want to sound old, we'll
dude,
kids these days.
Well, you know what got me off hype videos? Here's what I know. When Jerry Jeudy put out his hype video and all the running routes, that's all we could talk about. Oh my gosh, look at this footwork.
Yeah.
And then you're like.
Yeah, well,
I think the next season he led the league in drops.
Yeah, okay, I got you. He's putting out more hype videos this time with Shadur. But by the way, these guys, Scott, in July, all these guys put out hype videos. All of them.
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean were doing hype videos with how they grip a football in some sort of weird sort of thing. Right. Like everybody in football puts out like how we're working out before camp.
I'm still in the Erling Haaland hype video.
Well, I'm not going to criticize Bo Nix for doing something everybody does.
Well, yeah. No, I'm not doing because my only question is, was it today?
Yeah, well, man,
if you find out
I think so.
If you find out that,
I think so.
If you find out
I don't know if it was today, but it was like last week or something.
But if you find out that film was from
that's
summer,
when it was posted. Scott's looking for.
I got you.
Yeah, Scott wants to go
roughly around.
I
want
to know when it was video.
Scott wants to see it in 70 millimeter, like Odysseus checking out.
have you
Calypso.
seen that?
I've seen it. I can talk about it forever if you want.
No, because I'm going to go.
Oh, come on! You haven't seen it yet?
No, I think Mom and I are going to go tonight. We got Ellie up at a camp.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you rested?
Well, listen, I've read the book and I've seen all the other.
So you know what's what.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you seeing it in IMAX?
I mean, is he better?
Are you seeing it in IMAX?
Is he better than Kirk Douglas?
I don't want to spoil anything, so I'm not going to say a word, but I'm eager to talk to you about it.
I just don't see Anne Hathaway as a mom of a 18-year-old.
Oh God, you got to get over that. The Greeks, what they were doing.
Well, I understand
who knows what time she was a bride?
I know that.
What, did you think she was going to junior prom or
I
get
still
married?
see her in Prada. Okay.
Okay. Are you seeing it in IMAX?
I don't know. It depends on.
You
what
better
time.
find out.
Well, I can look at my.
If you're not seeing it in IMAX, cancel it and make another reservation another time. And if you go to Colorado Center, it's in 70 millimeter IMAX, which is even better, but those are hard to get tickets for. Let me know. Let me know. So tonight?
I think that's the plan.
Is the Warden listening?
No, the Warden's playing in revitalized golf tournament.
Oh, she's playing golf with BK?
Is BK there?
I'm just joking. I'm just pulling your leg. I can tell you this about, so you know the story.
Oh, yeah.
You know the whole thing. You know what's going on, right?
The book was fabulous.
Well, now which interpretation of the book? There's been like 54 different translations.
I'm talking about Homer's.
Which one? I don't think you were reading it in ancient Greek.
I probably no, but
you're probably reading. I'd be very impressed if you were reading in the original text.
Probably read it in high school in the 70s.
That's a whole thing with this. Like, what version, what interpretation are you reading? What translation are you reading?
Well, it's English.
No, it's all right. Yeah, being a wise guy. All right, I like him being a wise guy.
Yeah, everybody's just been. I mean, it's okay. It's been your warden kissing your feet for like 2 weeks.
It's good. No, it's all good. But no, I went and saw it. I'm dying to talk about it. I'll tell you this about Odysseus. This guy's an idiot.
They got laser at the AMC.
IMAX. You need to see it in IMAX, not standard IMAX. That's all I'm saying. If 70 millimeter, but there's only one theater like that in Colorado, would be ideal. But I'm not going to hem and haw on that. But you have to see it in IMAX. It's not even worth going to if you're not going to see it in IMAX.
So the movie itself doesn't hold up. You have to have tricks and
yes.
footage.
Yeah.
Oh, so the movie's not good.
Scott, I can see you're killing me because I'm dying to talk about it. I'm just telling you, Odysseus is a moron.
Well, yeah.
He's an idiot.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he also is the guy that got Achilles to actually fight, which they say helped turn the
Yeah,
battle.
They do not. I'll tell you this. You'd be smart, everybody out there, if you watch Troy, the movie Troy, or at least be familiar with the movie Troy, and then go see the Odyssey. Yeah. They are very good companion pieces because Achilles is not in the Odyssey at all.
Right.
At all.
Well, but they started at the wooden horse.
Oh my God. I don't want to spoil anything for you.
It is still in the theater, so maybe you wait a little bit.
Yeah, I'm trying not to ruin it.
I started quarterbacks today.
I'm watching that too. And if you don't like Baker Mayfield, you're an idiot. I wish Baker Mayfield was our quarterback.
I'm about 3/4 through the first episode. I started late today.
We're kind of in the same spot, by the way.
I got a new appreciation for actually Joe Flacco.
I know. He's funny.
He's kind of funny.
Joe Flacco's got a pretty good sense of humor.
He's got a good sense of humor.
Go ahead.
He's showing us a tarnished silver MVP football and a dusty Corvette in a garage.
Little Nikola Jokic with Joe Flacco, isn't there?
Exactly, a little bit.
Little Nikola in there.
Yeah. So I kind of liked him.
I did too.
Cam Newton, I kind of got him as a
Cam
dude.
Ward,
Cam Ward. You're a little arrogant.
Yeah, I just wrote that off as he's a kid.
Okay, that's good. That's fair.
I think he's just a kid, good parents, and probably a little what title. I'll tell you who's a mama's.
Jaden Daniels.
Oh, my Lord.
But I'm interested to see that because the mom was an agent before.
Mom's a sharp cookie.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. Mom's a sharp cookie.
But I'm interested to see, because this is before last season, so he went through a pretty tough
last year was
playing and injury and all the stuff he went through. It'll be interesting to see how that progresses after having an unbelievable rookie year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe one of the greatest rookie years ever.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Very similar numbers to Bo, by the way.
Very similar. The guy that stands out the most was, to me, I like Joe Flacco. I saw a little bit of that with Joe Flacco anyways, by the way.
Yeah.
I kind of knew that going into it. I mean, the guy did have 5 kids in 6 years, and none of them are twins.
Right.
And they go through it, which is hysterical.
Oh, yeah. He told me when they first met that he wanted 8.
I got a 7th grader. I got a 6th grader. I got a 5th grader.
And I'm going to tell you what, Baker Mayfield's story about he and his wife. That's crazy.
A good one. He married a woman 4 years older than him, got set up by a mutual friend. She didn't know anything about him and
moved in with him after school, after having only known her for a few months or dating wise.
Yeah.
And then asked her to marry him 6 months in.
Yep. And working out great. And he admits when he got busted for the running away from the cop drunk thing,
drinking and all this
he
stuff.
admits, I made mistakes. I was a young guy. I did dumb things. And you know what? As long as those dumb things as a young person aren't like too bad, as long as they're more or less self-inflicted young person things, I'm fine. I get that. I understand that. I got no problems with it. What are you now?
Because you've lived that life.
Sure. Who hasn't made young person mistakes? When you make young person mistakes that impact dramatically other people, that's a different story.
Right.
Can't do that. Okay.
Like we're not getting Lance Armstrong off the hook for young people mistakes. Lance
is a tricky one. See, I've got complicated relationships with 2 athletes. I got a very complicated relationship with Lance Armstrong and Bryson DeChambeau. Super complicated with both those dudes.
Yeah.
Like I like.
We got to get into that today. Then.
I would love to. I love both of them for their own reasons, but I understand the problems people have with them, and theoretically, I have some of those same problems, but I can't. I still like them for other reasons.
Right.
Tiger, I'm done with. I told you that with Tiger.
Yeah.
I'm done with Tiger.
Yeah.
But those two guys.
I'm a little PO'd again at Rory too, though.
It was fantastic. We got to get into that. It was all great.
All right.
We also have the World Cup. You spent a lot of time with the World Cup. Argentina broke my heart yesterday because they played like they played like a bunch of jerks.
I've watched 5 of their matches. They played like jerks every single match.
Yeah,
and they got away with it.
I'm so conflicted because
long.
I am such a fan of the Argentinian fans.
The fans were
Argentinian
unbelievable.
fans are incredible.
The fans were
and
great.
Messi's incredible.
And they went. And Messi's talent is unquestioned. His ability is unquestioned.
All right,
his
well,
legacy unquestioned.
Stop.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. You know, hey.
But there's a bunch of turds on that team.
See,
it's a tease.
Why play commercials? It's PhD here on 92.5. So you like the racist Argentinian fans? Great choice, douchemac. Oh, it's good to be back. Yeah. When I was in the Queen Anne Beer Hall in Seattle with like 1,000 Argentinian fans, they were all like just a bunch of racists. Okay, cool.
I like the
Frank.
Argentinian fans from this. Every venue, wherever the team played, they showed up.
Dude,
but I hate their team.
All right. Well, you're not the only one. It was something. But first of all, I'm really, really, really glad I went to Seattle for USA Belgium, and I wasn't holding out hope that I would get a ticket, and I wasn't going to break the bank on it either.
I was going to say, you're going to spend $2,000?
No, but my wife and I, we had such a great time in Seattle. It was ridiculous. The weather was spectacular. We saw Mount Rainier every day, and I was told by the locals, oh, that's unusual. You don't really see it. It's incredible. Went to Bainbridge Island for like a few hours during the day. Did some of the touristy things.
Some touristy stuff.
But we also just chased World Cup games, which was really fun. So for Canada, we ended up in this kind of just out of the way part of Seattle at the Angry Beaver, which is a hockey bar.
Mm.
And when you go to the Angry Beaver and you're hanging out with a bunch of Canadian people, well, that was fun. We went to the Skål Beer Hall for Norway. That was a blast. I mean, we're doing roof, like in the bar with everybody and heard all that sort of stuff. It was fantastic. It was so much fun. France was hysterical. There's this really boutique French restaurant in the Fish Market, which is the famous Seattle thing.
Right.
The Millennial something hotel. And they were like, well, we very French. Like everybody's speaking with a French accent. You line up a half hour before the game for So I'm like, you line up a half hour before the game? That's kind of weird, right? Like, okay, fine. So sure enough, we get there a little bit, half hour, whatever. There's like 15 people in line. We get seated in this room. It fits like 18 people. Like, that's it. That was it, like 18
and so
people.
The French sports bar was like a boutique, and it showed like champagne and caviar.
It couldn't be more French if you tried.
Right.
I mean, it's unbelievable. And there's a couple of people, and they knew the national anthem, dun 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 dun, all that sort of stuff, and it was great.
Hey, listen, I watched the Pink Panther.
There was a woman reading a book as the game was starting. I was like, everybody's ordering wine. It was but it was great in its own way.
Right. You don't think there's another sports bar somewhere that had French fans?
I looked for it. I mean, I'm like, best places to watch, France, and there were a couple of places, but that one was like by far like the closest to where we were. Seemed to make the most sense. There was another one that was just a little bit. By the way, public transportation in Seattle, buses don't need to get a car. Just FYI, the buses all ran on time. They were super easy to get to.
Well, it's easy because you can hop out of your tent right onto a bus.
Oh, there you go. And then we were at the Queen Anne Beer Hall, and I'm going to get to Argentina here. And we walk in, Scott. This was against Cape Verde, and there are people with drums, and I mean, there's like 6 drummers singing chants and songs. Place is packed. Argentina. They're singing all their songs. They don't stop. This is
if you listen to last night's game, they're the whole game they're chanting.
Cat Cave and I just stood shoulder to shoulder, standing for the first half. Then we weaseled. It's a beer hall. It's all communal sort of thing. So we weaseled our way onto some place, and then they survived Cape Verde. They survived every game.
Yeah.
And the Egypt game was a joke. I mean, like, we're calling fouls way down the other side of the field that go on that. Come on, Scott. What are we doing there? And that's when you felt like, and I watched the first half because I was still there, and I watched the first half. Then I left because it's 2-0, and it should have been even more. And then they had the most unbelievable comeback of all time. Yeah. And then they came from behind against England, too. And you're just like, how are they doing this? And then, of course, you get a little like, how are they doing this? All right.
Then the conspiracy. Then you come over to my conspircy yard, right?
A little bit.
Well, let's get Messi out the right way, the face of international soccer.
What's their draw? Where are we doing? I mean, then you got our guy Trump who's calling for Balogun, and like, I don't think he should have got a red card either. No. But I also don't think your political leader of a country should be calling to influence the president. Also, Trump, get out of the way of the photo. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I mean, really? Seriously, what are you doing?
Well, they say it's not political. They don't even have. You don't need the. Are we going? Where's next year? Paraguay, Spain, or the one that just got announced?
I have no idea. I don't know.
And I don't even know what place.
I'll tell you this: every time they showed that FIFA dude, Johnny, he might be the most hated guy I've ever seen in sports.
The bald guy?
Yeah, nobody likes that.
Do you know? I read a big article on this. Do you know that part of the television contract, because it's a world feed, by the way, they show no controversial replays hardly ever. It's unbelievable.
Is that right?
But it's a world feed, and then you put your announcers to the world feed. It's in their contract that you have to show the president of FIFA and or the highest FIFA member attending.
Oh, okay.
Once each half.
Oh, no kidding.
That's why if you ever notice, there's always a cutaway, like when he was in the building.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he was on every broadcast.
That's interesting.
So it's in the television contract that the cameras have to be on him for the first and the second half.
Well, through this process, I'll speak Canadian to you, I'm falling in love with Argentina. Because
I hate them.
Okay, and I get it. I understand why. But I'm already in love with their fans. I'm already in love with their fans, and I got a communal fan Argentina experience that was absolutely fantastic. And then Messi is like, he may be, Scott, think about this. He may be the greatest athlete ever. He may be the most influential, greatest athlete of all time in any sport.
I would say he might be one of the most skilled that's ever played any sport, for sure.
His impact, his influence.
But he's protected more than LeBron.
Okay. But still, he is something else.
If we want to go back in the tournament,
there's nobody like him.
Talking about Bellingham, probably should have got a yellow. That's fine, but not a red.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. Messi should have got a yellow in the very first game. I mean,
gotcha.
He was high up on the leg.
Balogun gets his. Messi should have had it as well.
Yeah.
I think neither of them should have it. For the record.
Not a red card, but
no.
They both should have had yellows.
But
and listen, they shouldn't have. If USA, they should have just kept him out anyway. Balogun. As it turned out, he did nothing for you.
As
in that
it
game.
turns out, no.
You know
how bad did they play in that game?
Oh, they were terrible.
Well, let me tell you, and it was, dude.
Pulisic was horrible.
Can I tell you, Seattle? By the way, I know how the Broncos want to do their stadium now that I've been in Seattle. Now I know. Now I really get it. There's no parking. There's no tailgating. What there are bars, restaurants, entertainment, hotels, public transportation around two stadiums because the football stadium and baseball stadium are right next to each other. That's the future for the Broncos. That's where it's going. And let me tell you, it's awesome. It's awesome. I did the parade down the street. We went to Pier 58. It was Jameis Winston was sort of leading the parade. I was right next to Jameis Winston with 50,000 people, Scott, marching down the street with the USA. That's when I was really feeling USA. I was proud. I was like, wow, this is amazing. So as fun as I was having in all these other places, nothing made me feel more proud, Scott, than marching down the street with the USA songs and doing all that.
Then they played like scared little babies.
You couldn't get into a bar. The Elysium and Sluggers were back-to-back. I sort of bounced back and forth. But, Scott, you couldn't breathe. If you were lucky enough to get into the places, you couldn't breathe. I found out later, sure, let's just put 80,000 people in the stadium, 500,000 people in the city. Outside of the stadium, Scott. I mean, I've never seen anything in my life like it.
Well,
and then for the United States to lay such a turd and play so terribly.
But now, even though you're talking about USA in this situation, fan-wise, this was every World Cup venue, whether it be Dallas or Houston or Miami or New York or Philly or Boston or L.A., I mean, the fans showed up like crazy.
I just don't think as many cities are set up to do how Atlanta is, I suppose. Foxborough definitely isn't.
No.
Dallas definitely isn't. LA, I've never really been to SoFi. I don't really know that area that great. Maybe they are. But it's so unique. and what we're going to have for Broncos Stadium, whatever it becomes. Man, I was on that.
But you know what? You can still go up down south here. And
I know.
There's going to be a rail system right beside.
I know. I look at. I was on the light rail yesterday, and we were by 10th and Osage, and I was saying to Cat Cave, I mean, this. Because here's what it is. That stadium in Seattle is easily walkable from like the heart of where everything is in Seattle. Easy. So much so they have a supporters walk that you just walk there. I don't think it's an easy walk from downtown Denver or whatever out to where they're going to be. It ain't like that, Scott. It's not. It's different. So we'll see. I want to be optimistic about it. Argentina, though. Let me play this clip because by the way, how about Zlatan saying yesterday, "I am now done." Like he's done with broadcast. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Tell whoever came up with the idea to put Henry and Zlatan together was brilliant.
I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And Rebecca Lowe, I thought she was great.
Perfect. And Alexei Lalas was a good punching bag.
Yeah.
Like he served his purpose.
Yeah.
I don't think any of them are friends or hanging out, but who cares?
I think Tiara and Zlatan have a mutual respect for each other.
I do too. And it made Alexei a punching bag. And I actually thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, I did too.
You know,
a lot better than when you had, I got something. That's a whole other thing.
Oh,
go ahead.
I tune over. So their criticism of things was a little muted. It was okay, but I turned on ESPN FC like Europe.
Oh yeah. I watch these things all the time.
God.
Dog, that's what I watch.
Oh my
They have
God.
champion show about football.
Oh my God.
On the pitch. I watch.
Dude.
Don't hold anything back.
Dude. So this is a short clip. I mean, I couldn't even play you all of it because this is a short clip about Argentina.
As far as to say Argentina were a complete and utter disgrace today, both with their performance and their antics. We expected the antics. We expected the thuggery. We expected the off-the-ball stuff. But we also expected a lot more on the ball. A lot more purpose, a lot more about their play. They were an utter shambles. They were disgusting, disgraceful. And yeah, I mean, I'm so pleased Spain won. And I could just see a scenario at the end there, but before Spain scored, that it was going to go to penalties or they were going to get a scruffy goal, Argentina, and win this. And Spain tried. They tried to make it a good game. They tried to get over the line. Their finishing wasn't quite great. Martinez made a lot of saves, but they were comfortable saves. But we know Argentina are not the greatest side they've ever been, but to put that kind of performance in a World Cup final, that negative, it was a disgusting performance. To say Argentina were a complete and utter disgrace today.
I agree.
Yeah, that was the one with Wayne Rooney was on the left side. The guy that was talking was in the middle.
Yeah.
I watched those guys.
Wayne Rooney, not a fan of the halftime show. Halftime show is great, actually.
I thought. Listen, I'm sitting there with the warden, and we had to drive my kid to camp.
Okay.
And so I set up the recording.
All right.
Now, so I'm doing that. Oh, I'm almost full. I was doing it before we drove to camp.
Oh, my God.
I had 60 games, World Cup games saved that I didn't even know that I had recorded them. So I went back and cherry-picked the games I wanted to go back and watch again because I watched a lot of them.
Yeah.
So I went and cherry-picked.
Because you didn't have a spare 2 weeks to watch all the games?
Well, I saved the I turned my Okie hillbilly family getting mad at me. We were watching so much World Cup.
All right, go ahead.
But because I want to get in the semi or the third place game too. Which
it was fantastic.
But I'm talking
for
to the
another
warden.
reason.
I go, dude. I know this was better than the Super Bowl halftimes for the last 10 years.
Totally agree, and I know why. They picked a theme. The theme was good. It was the world, love, togetherness.
Yeah,
basically that was the theme. So why did Justin Bieber do a slow song? He did a slow song because it fit into the theme of what they were doing.
Right.
How did they set up everything on the field? They set up everything on the field because they had a filmed portion of Madonna that gave them enough time to get the field set up. So that's why they had a recorded thing with Madonna. That's why it wasn't
And then
live.
she just walks out.
And she walks out, but she did it, and she's 67. And good luck looking like that if you're 67. So fantastic for Madonna.
We still remember the plastic surgery blow-up face, too.
Well, okay. There were some bumps in the road, but she turned out all right.
But real fast, Shakira?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I'm in Old Town Tavern. I'm hosting a watch party yesterday, which was like 50-50 Spain and Argentina. And, we're in a bar, so there's a lot of people. So seeing the Biebs do a slow song in a bar, that doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Shakira comes on. Everybody starts applauding in Old Town Tavern. And she killed it. Killed it. The singing, the dancing, how she looks, how she dances. Then with the kids and this, that, the other thing. The rap guy, whoever that was, he was awesome. It was fantastic. BT7, whatever they are.
Oh.
Whatever they are. BS7?
BT. It's BT. Oh, not BTO.
BTS.
Turn over to BTS.
BTS. Fantastic.
Dude,
okay?
I told Lamorne, I went over to her, I said, is it bad that I like BTS
No,
now?
No. It's not bad because you're into the...
We went down the wormhole after the game.
You're into the Golden song and all that stuff.
I do love the Golden song.
Yeah, and yes, they do need...
I watched these guys on
Scott,
Hot Ones after the soccer.
They need 7. You couldn't do it with just 6. But, 7 guys. And then you got the Muppets. That's funny. Doing 7 Nation Army by White Stripes with a world-famous conductor guy out there. And if you don't know, you don't know. If you know, you know. It's like the Odyssey. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. I'm not going to slow down for you. But it was fantastic. And then I had tears in my eyes. There's Chris Martin from Coldplay, who was obviously coaching the kids on a song that he put together.
Right.
So you got like 4 kids who can't really sing, trying their hearts out to sing the best that they can.
Right.
Are you nuts? That was a fantastic, and it had all right, what are we against? The world, love, and togetherness? We against that message? That's a bad message? How could you be critical? Like Wayne Rooney was all critical of the halftime show.
He's critical because he's an old school football guy that doesn't want any halftime. You just go out, you give him 15 minutes to get back out and let's play.
Yeah, okay, so we're against making money. All right, Wayne.
Well,
super.
Did you see
Good
the money they made to put that show on?
Yeah, of course. And they made soccer 4 quarters instead of 2 halves. That was a money grab too. It wasn't. We're not playing in Qatar.
Okay, Fox, you gave us 58 or 48 million for this, but go ahead, feel free.
Yeah, we're gonna give you a couple commercials. It was fine. I like the hydration breaks. It's fine to have a little bit of a break. It's no problem.
I went to the Summit game that week ago Sunday, a week ago yesterday, and they had a hydration break in the middle of the game.
It's fine. You want a hydration break, you have a hydration break. It's fine. Half the time you're just walking out there anyways, so just stop crying about – this is like the soccer snobs in Europe are all crying about this sort of stuff. Yeah. The games were
fantastic,
amazing, and then Argentina decided to be a bunch of wusses. I wish I could use stronger language.
Yeah.
But they were gutless in that final.
Yeah.
Gutless.
Richard heads.
They were Richard heads. They were Richard heads during the game. They were Richard heads after the game.
Which looked even worse.
Their fans are fantastic. Their journey was incredible. They got some help against Egypt. And then they turned into the biggest turds in the world. And as much as I was rooting for Argentina, I was pulling for Spain to win that game because they deserved it. They really
They were the better team.
Scott, they've won everything over the past 2 years. Out of the 8 games they played, they had 7 clean sheets, shutouts.
Which is a World Cup record.
Unbelievable. They are a team. Lamine Yamal had 1 goal, and he's like their scoring superstar at age 19, which is sick. But they didn't need they didn't need a Ronaldo or a Messi or an Mbappe, that sort of thing. It's nice to have some of those guys, but they played together as a team, and they deserved it, and I'm glad they won it in the end because of how horrible, embarrassing Argentina played in that final. Yeah. So as great as their fans are, great as a tradition, as great of a journey as they had, at the end, I couldn't root for them because they played like a bunch of arrogant jerks.
And then when Spain was getting the cup, they turned their back to them.
Listen, I didn't even pay attention. I'll take your word for it. But
yeah, that's all over the
all right, fine. I'm sure they did because they were a bunch of turds from start to finish. You played like turds. You played like you were scared. You certainly deserved to have that red card. Are you kidding me? My God, what are you doing anyways?
Yeah.
Tackling a guy at midfield out of you're just a bunch of idiots.
He played a little like that the whole tournament though. 24.
I like Messi, though. I do love Messi, and I was rooting for Argentina. We had a great time at the Old Town Tavern, thanks to those guys. But I'm really happy for Spain. And I'm proud of the U.S., man. It was an awesome The whole thing was fantastic. The whole thing was fantastic, top to bottom. It was great. And if you're not into soccer and you're bored by this whole conversation, whatever, fine. What am I supposed to do? We're getting back to American sports here, sure enough.
Yeah.
But right now, the European sort of sports thing, like I'd call soccer like overall. Then we got a fantastic finish at the British Open. I know you're not paying attention to the bike race, but there's some cool stuff going on.
I didn't even know what was going on.
Well, okay. But it's cool.
You know what? It's the first year ever I didn't watch any of the British Open.
You didn't watch any of it?
Just highlights.
You didn't watch Ryan Fox's comeback on the back nine?
Just highlights.
Oh, dude. That was...
Dude, I would.
That was
you don't understand where my life has been for the past 6 weeks.
All right, well, we'll catch you up on it.
104 games. I bet I watched 70 to 90.
I was into every single game too, and the England-France game was hysterical because it does show how highly skilled these guys really are,
right? And
what happens when you play like the NBA? Nobody plays defense.
Yeah. And there was like hardly any fouls or any hard tackles.
It was like an all-star game, but it was very
fun.
entertaining.
Oh yeah,
very, very entertaining. And it does show if you don't play a conservative defensive style, what could happen to you.
Right.
It actually gives you a great explanation as why soccer internationally is played the way it is.
Well, and Arsenal got a lot of crap this year for winning the Premier League, and that's what they did. They scored on set plays, and they played it close to the vest down there.
If you pay attention, you get it. Like, even Argentina, who played like a bunch of gutless cowards, I love how he has a scruffy goal. They could have scored a scruffy goal, and they had chances to score a scruffy goal late in that game, and that would have tied it up. We would have gone to penalties. A scruffy goal would have done it, and they had opportunities to do so. I'm glad they didn't, though, as it turns out. So, and I liked England-France. I watched it. I was like, well, it's 4-0. I was like, I almost didn't watch. I watched 4-0.
Like, what's France doing?
I know.
But like, England was going at it hard, though.
Well, here's the truth. I actually flipped over. I think I was watching the Rockies. I can tell you all about them if you want or not. And
they didn't even play game.
I flipped back and it's 4-3. So I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Oh no, it was unbelievable.
So I rewound. And I caught up, and then I sort of just watched it live from there. So I watched live, 4-0.
Right.
Rockies, 4-3. Rewind, watch it all the way through. So I do feel like I watched the entire game. And I was rooting for, I wasn't anti-anybody really in that game.
You just wanted to be entertained, and you were.
Sure. I wanted to come back, and,
you know. And Mbappe wins the Golden Boot because he gets 2 goals in that game. And
yeah, I roll my eyes at that too, and then you bring up the concept of a third place game. Like, can you imagine?
I like it.
Broncos against the Rams Saturday before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't know if football would do it, but do you know the NCAA? I said this last week. The NCAA used to do that in March Madness.
You could do that in the NBA, couldn't you?
I don't think
not
so.
7-game series, but could you have a third place?
You could do a third place winner take all one game. I don't know if guys would do it. But they used to do it in March Madness.
You pay them enough, they would do it. And certainly you could do it in NCAA. Definitely
They used to do that, which I thought was great.
Yeah, you line up on Sunday and play. It'd be great. All right. I can't tell you about it. See, I told you everything.
That's not it.
We're just getting started.
I got so many questions now.
We're just getting started. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, just because you're getting older, that does not mean you have to feel like it. That energy is low, sleep is off, weight won't budge, your mind feels foggy, your sex drive isn't what it used to be. You're not motivated like Odysseus at all to get back to Penelope. Just hanging out with Calypso like it's no big deal. All right, it's time to switch things up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their advanced medical strategies feature TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. Treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds and have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Helps you get back to feeling your best. So you get on that damn ship, and where's Ithaca? Be stronger in the gym, sharper at work. Go see that wife that you haven't seen in 20 years. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today at 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
All right, we just got a couple minutes here because we blabbered too long there. I will tell you about the Rockies real quick, and we'll get back into more meaningful stuff after 1 o'clock.
I haven't paid attention since they went 1-3 against San Francisco just before the All-Star break.
Before the All-Star. By the way, All-Star Home Run Derby was fantastic. I won't bore you with the details, but it was really, really good. And then the game itself was a bit of a dud because, well, the National League couldn't get a hit, and that, so it just kind of was a shutout, which is highly. But it's an all-star game where they play. They really play. Everybody plays the hardest they can.
Yeah.
So
now if you get to where you got to play one guy for one inning and just let him actually play for.
I don't know. That is what it is. I mean, you got a million guys there. You represent every team, which I don't think is a bad thing. I will tell you, if you want to crap.
Well, listen. So, before you go further. We said this the week before. Rockies All-Star was a legit All-Star this year. It wasn't okay, we got to pick one guy from every team.
He was, but he's not their most dynamic player. It's funny.
With 30 home runs, he's not their most dynamic player.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Yeah, their most dynamic player is Jake McCarthy.
Is he a young kid?
No, he's like middle. See, this is tricky because Listen, you cannot trade Hunter Goodman, okay? Let me just start there. That's preposterous. And I'm about like Mickey Moniak, okay. Kyle Freeland, if you can find somebody, okay. Tovar, okay. There's two guys for sure you just cannot touch, and that's Hunter Goodman and TJ Rumfield. Rumfield is going to be a candidate, Scott, for Rookie of the Year. That's how good this kid's doing at first base. You can't trade him.
Okay.
Everybody,
McCarthy?
Yeah, it's going to kill me if they trade McCarthy, but I'll understand it. This guy is, you've got to have been a Pete Rose fan at some point in your life. Okay, he's Pete Rose. Yeah. He is with
lost
power.
A fortune following him in gambling. Yeah,
well, he's not like that type of Pete Rose. But you want to talk about hustle, dynamic, can do everything on the field. Can hit with power, can lay down a bunt when you need it, is a lefty, is fast, he has 2 inside the park home runs. But Hunter Goodman now has 2 games where he's hit 3 home runs in one game.
Right. Including this weekend.
Well, just yesterday. But it goes under the radar because you're getting your ass handed to you by the Reds, and then you kind of do what the Rockies do. They really don't give up, but they lose. I'm listening to Raj and Birdo, and Birdo's take that, hey, man, I just don't like the Rockies yet, or whatever. It's just like, all right, dude. And I love Birdo, but you're simply not paying attention to what they're doing. Is there some news here?
And we got a trade.
Oh, okay. Interesting. The Rockies get Nick Frasso, right-handed pitcher, and Landon Vierderek, don't know him. Dodgers number 25 prospect, and they traded Seth Halverson. Okay. All right. That makes sense to me. That's a good deal for who did they do that deal with?
The Dodgers. So
the
Seth
Dodgers.
Halverson is going to the Dodgers.
All right, well, the Dodgers just put a guy in their bullpen who throws 100 miles per hour on the regular. That's what Halverson does. That's a great move for the Dodgers. They got another arm that can just throw grease lightning, and he doesn't even have to be their closer.
And by the way, compared to those green and white license plate jerseys they had, this is a little more appealing.
Oh, yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, way better.
You know what? We don't have time to go into all of it. That's. Thank you, Dan, for bringing that up, though. So Halverson goes. You're going to see a lot of other guys go, too. And
unlike years past, when there'd be nobody, or you would extend somebody who's 36.
They did screw up in the draft, though.
But they drafted a lot of pitchers.
They did, and they came one pitcher short, and it's a local kid, and I'll tell you later.
Okay.
Just really in with some curiosity. But they did a very, it kills me because it's a new administration, and they did a very, very Rockies thing in the draft with just, yeah.
They had a chance.
You know what? I'll tell you briefly about it, and we'll get into it.
I think they're away because you're blowing off it's not a good look for your first day. You're late to all these breaks, and that's not a good first day back.
Are you having fun, though?
Oh, I always do.
All right. It's PhD on 92.5. That was unbelievable. I'll tell you about how the Rockies screwed up the draft here in just a little bit, but we're going back to Erling Haaland, and I'm telling Scott, because Scott's got a big Norway connection, which is very cool.
My daughter has the biggest crush on Erling Haaland. I think a whole lot of America does now.
I think I do too.
Did you see
Although
he added?
He does look like a link between caveman and human. There is
Viking and human.
Yeah, There's Holland in the middle.
Do you realize he added like 26 million subscribers to his social media pages?
I'm very aware of it because I'm one of them, and I've spent an absurd amount of time looking at Erling Haaland's
And I know
life.
you're gonna get on me. Should have played 15 minutes, and I'll give you your little moment.
I couldn't believe he didn't play the last 15.
Is there a bigger iconic picture than him landing in Norway, coming off the plane
with the raccoon,
with a $40,000 handbag, and a raccoon holding a whiskey bottle? I mean, my wife noticed the bag because it's what's one of those fancy things? One of these fancy brands,
Dolce and Gabbana. Whatever.
Something like that, and that's why he left early, because he was going to go do their runway show in like Paris.
Yeah, well, he fits into
and
that.
So he probably was given that bag, but my wife goes, "You see that bag he's got? It was a good looking bag." I go, "Yeah." He goes, $47,000.
Okay, well, he makes like $60 million.
But I
he might make more than that.
I bet he was given that bag.
Well, whatever. It's okay. I listen.
But he's carrying a raccoon with a whiskey bottle.
Well, because they spent time in Dallas. Did you see his?
Oh yeah.
Did you see his video about being in the country west in the Western store?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
They're buying cowboy hats and getting fitties, buying
wearing a shirt that said "You can kiss my Dallas." I mean, come on. They said they sold out those shirts. They've sold out the raccoons.
I'm a huge fan.
Yeah.
And then, but you got to be out there in the last 15 minutes. You can't tap out in the last 15 minutes. You cannot do it. I don't care. You weren't.
But you're assuming he asked to come out.
The story goes, he was spent, he was exhausted, and the coach kind of just capitulated to how he was feeling and whatever. That is a time his coach need to push him a little bit.
Yeah.
Say
and not take him out.
Correct.
So it's on the coach too.
It's all on the coach.
Yeah.
He's a young person suffering physically. And sometimes when young athletes are physically suffering for the first time like they haven't, they don't know what their limits are because they've hit them.
Yeah.
You can go beyond it. There's that kind of hokey movie, when the guy is doing the bear crawl, the football field, and somebody's on his back, and now put a blindfold on and keep going. And whatever.
5 more yards, you're almost there.
Exactly.
And he goes 120 yards instead of 50.
Exactly. Erling needed a blindfold and get back out there.
And he also needs his winger to pass him the frickin' ball.
Well, that's unbelievable. That was like, I wonder behind the scenes what the financial situation is. That's some jealousy. There's something going on there.
Yeah.
There's because I'm sure he's a very well-compensated, high-tier player too.
Yeah.
But there's got to be something between those two guys that is deeper than what we see on the surface for him not to make a play that would almost guarantee you a goal.
And you go up 2-0 and probably the game's over.
There were some stunning moments there. So I think there's a lot of softness in European approach to sport. I think there are moments that pop up that show me, they're soft. There are soft moments in a European approach to sport. I have great regard for it, and I'm obviously watching every friggin' second of it. And I even bored you with what's going on with Jonas Vingegaard crashing yesterday in the Tour de France, guaranteeing Tadej Pogacar to win, basically. Now it's a fight for the podium. I know, I got you. But so I'm not saying that all the athletes are soft. I'm just saying every now and then there's a European approach to sport which is soft. And I'm not saying we're better necessarily in America, but I'm telling you this, that there is no damn way in any American sport what happened with Haaland would ever happen for an American team.
Right.
Never, ever.
I wouldn't disagree with you on that. I wouldn't disagree with that. Maybe there'll be more coming out of that. Give me 2 or 3 names from the World Cup. You said you watched a lot, and Haaland's one of them, so we can just skip over his name. That came out of this World Cup, and you're like, wow, who is this guy? And you've now kind of become a fan of.
Jude Bellingham, for sure.
That was who I was thinking of.
Yeah, I mean, dude. Harry Kane I was familiar with. I was not familiar with Jude Bellingham whatsoever from England. Didn't know anything about him. Young guy, 23. So, but Jude Bellingham and Holland, which we already talked about, will get me to watch more soccer for sure.
Jude Bellingham can play.
Yeah, what club is he with?
Is he with Madrid?
Oh, okay. He's not in English Premier?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
I mean, I don't want to go against our.
But he's only 23.
No, I know it's unbelievable. Obviously, Lamine Yamal. Obviously, I'm very curious about to watch. And I am not trying to go against our great friends at Arsenal, Scott. But it's going to be hard for me to not pull for Man City a little bit watching Holland next year, and I will be watching more of English Premier League next year for sure.
Yeah, my daughter now loves Man City too. So no.
I mean, there were other cool moments like the Mexican goalkeeper who was 40, but he didn't really play that much. But that guy was pretty cool.
Yeah, Bellingham plays for Real Madrid.
He plays for Real Madrid. All right. Harry Kane plays for like Bundesliga.
I think he plays for PSG, doesn't he?
No, I believe he moved over to Bundesliga. I think he plays in Germany. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's either Bayern Munich or PSG.
It
might be Bayern Munich.
He played in English Premier forever. So, and now a lot of these guys are just milking MLS. We could see some of these dudes. Ronaldo could probably. The Rapids should make an attempt to get Ronaldo. But you probably could get him.
But you're not. You saw what he made in Saudi Arabia last year, though, right?
I'm joking.
$256 million.
No, I get it. I got you.
He could come over here and they'd give you, hey, we'll give you $1 million.
I got you. All right, let me tell you about the Rockies real quick. I'm into all of it. Is there anybody that caught you by surprise that you didn't know about?
Well, I knew Bellingham because he and Holland played together at Dartmouth, and they're good friends. And I watched a thing on Bellingham where they have precisely picked out his growth and development. He went to that German Dortmund is in Germany.
Okay.
Started there. Okay, a little bit bigger club.
Yeah.
And they're expecting, once he kind of gets through that, you'll see him somewhere in the Premier League. But they're gonna throw money at him, whatever Premier team to get there. But they say he'll pick and choose and make the right thing.
Good for him.
Precise. But they were friends and they played together for like 3 years at Dortmund. So. And I've seen a lot of videos leading up to World Cup of those two guys. They're literally best friends. So, yeah, I knew about Jude. I didn't realize how good he was, though.
Yeah, he's.
But I tell you what,
he's awesome.
Now I'm following Real Madrid. I'm following PSG. I'm following, what's the other one? Bayern Munich. I'm following the Bundesliga.
Yeah.
I'm following the Liga.
Yeah,
the Liga League.
Yep.
I'm following all of them now. I'm in, dog.
I'll tell you this.
They hooked me.
I'll tell you my favorite moment. And I wasn't rooting for England in this one, but when they won, oh gosh, who'd they beat?
Mexico.
Which
is a hell of a game.
Correct. When they were singing Wonderwall by Oasis, dude, I started crying. I had tears because they got their arms around. I'm getting chills just even thinking about it. They win this unbelievably dramatic game. Their supporters are in full throat.
And minimal compared to the crowd in the Azteca.
And Wonderwall, if you listen to the lyrics of Wonderwall, it's pretty cool. Because it's about, I don't believe anybody feels the way I do about you now. So I say, I'm getting chills. Maybe you want to be the one that saves me.
Right.
After all, you're my Wonderwall. And they're singing it to each other. Like the players are belting it out. See, I'm getting choked up. They're belting it out as loud as they can to their supporters.
Cool moment.
Come on. I mean, come on. And there's like that. I'll tell you this. And I like John Denver. I do.
What was the big group that was singing the Country Road song? Was it Netherlands or Scots? Or
I don't know.
But it was a big group, and the whole crowd starts singing it.
That's like our song, but it's okay. It's good. It's cool because I like the song and the whole thing. It felt a little forced to me.
Yeah, but they were doing I saw that in other venues where USA team wasn't involved.
I know. I saw it too. It's just a sing-along sort of song.
Yeah.
it resonates a little bit better than Freebird to like sing back and forth. But like, we're just in America, we are, and hopefully we get it, but we're just missing the cultural connection between the fans and the players. It's getting so much better, but it ain't there yet.
But we got it in the NFL. We've got it in the NBA.
Yeah.
At least in Colorado, I can't speak around the NHL, but you've got it in the majority of the NHL places.
Yeah.
Baseball in baseball cities. I mean, watch a Dodgers game. I mean, they know everything. But over there, and you ain't a kind of fan. Like when you pick a team, that's your team. Hell or high water. They're like all Chicago Cub fans. We're with you win or lose, period.
Yeah, because most of these countries are the same size as Chicago.
If.
But okay. The funniest thing about people coming over to the United States is they're all blown away by things that we take for granted.
Yeah.
And like, just look at our stadiums. Like you went to like 6 of them. Cool. We've got 26 more just like that throughout the country.
I watched one guy goes, we in Europe have always looked at Americans because they never travel abroad. And he goes, I know why they don't. Their states are bigger than our countries. And they're far enough apart.
Right.
He said, and each little state is like a country. Every state is different from the next one.
Dude,
and so seeing these guys travel along and getting barbecue in Texas and doing the what's the big hike in Manitou, the Manitou incline. And these guys are doing that from England. They're going, oh my God, look at the view. And I mean, there's like every state's like their own country.
Yeah, we're kind of lucky on that.
Yeah, but I don't think the rest of the world knew that until they got over here. I mean, Dallas is a lot different than South Beach.
Yeah, hey, listen, man, I'm in my 50s. I've traveled all over the country. I've done a million things. I had never been to Seattle.
Really?
I just had never been there. But that's how big this country is. I can be in a million different places, which I have been for work or whatever, and it was just the right excuse. The USA is there. We were thinking about going there anyway. And we just did it. We just went. Me and Cat Cave, we just went to Seattle. And we had an incredible time. I'm sorry. And then I was going to try to do something. This is frustrating. I was going to rent a bike because I could not bring my bike. I don't have what it takes to bring a bike on a plane. I was trying to rent a bike and ride my bike from Seattle to Vancouver over the course of 4 days. Not that bad. Only 6,000 feet of elevation and 184 miles. You know what? I'm not in the greatest shape in the world, but I could have done that. Over 4 days, I was going to split it up.
Yeah.
I could not, Scott. I could not find a freaking bike to rent. I couldn't find it. I looked all over the place.
Well, I wonder if a lot of World Cup people came in there and did the same thing.
I don't think anybody was doing. No, here's what
you couldn't call your boys down here at Trek and say,
I
"Hey,
did.
Do you know anybody up here?"
I called them. I did. I tried. I really tried. And I'm a little pissed off that I couldn't figure it out. And I saw a really fun way to do it. Because you could just go road-wise through Canada, whatever. But you could also, which is what I was going to try to do, go through the islands. Like go through the islands off of Seattle up to like Victoria and over like that and, have some fun with ferries and, Anyways, I couldn't figure it out. So I didn't do it. So I just sat at home. I think that made me angry.
Spend more time with Cat Cave, right?
Well, that's fine. I don't mind spending time with Cat Cave, but like.
So was it kind of a romantic getaway at all?
Well, all right. Let me tell you about the Rockies.
Again, you're late for the break again.
We're going to 22 at this point. Dan knows. Dan's already figured that out. The Rockies drafted this guy, Tyler Bell. No problem there. Shortstop.
Is that the shortstop? Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, Scott, you can draft a million shortstops and I'll be fine with it. Because if you're a high-level D1 shortstop, you can play every single position. You can play second. You can play first. You can play third. The Rockies got a guy, Willie Castro, who they're probably going to trade, who's been actually pretty great for them. He can play every single position on the field. So I have no problems drafting shortstops. Draft as many shortstops as you want. You draft Tyler Bell. You drafted Ethan Holiday. Who gives a crap? Tovar, you can trade Tovar. I don't know why. This guy has forgotten how to hit a baseball for whatever reason. I do not know what's going on with him. He's a great fielder. But we cannot have shortstops that forget how to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, so no big deal there with Tovar.
Just give me 275 and say thank you, right?
Then they drafted a they have this like, it's a weird draft. You're still in the first round, but you're pick 37. There's like extra draft picks. Don't even ask me to explain it. They draft this guy, Daniel Jackson, out of Georgia. Really great draft pick. Scott, the guy was the Golden Spikes winner, the equivalent of the Heisman Trophy. Okay? So you drafted the Golden Spikes winner at pick 37 as a catcher. Now, I want to see Hunter Goodman here for like 15 years.
6'2", 200, so he's a big kid.
I'm not against picking up just best player available in situations like that. Your third pick, you started looking at pitchers a little bit, and we're now in the second round. And they picked up Logan Redeman, however you say his name, out of UCLA. Throws 100 miles an hour. He's a stud. No issues with that. Their next pick, though, was quirky. So they're in the third round now, Scott, and they pick Jack Natale, another catcher, at pick 76, another catcher. Yeah. After that, Scott, the Rockies drafted like 7 pitchers in a row. Okay? So for everybody who's like, oh, pitcher, more. They did draft pitchers, a ton of them. If you remember our conversation with Paul D. Podesta, what did I bring up? I said, why aren't you looking at more local pitchers that are I'm not looking for you to do favors for anybody, but if there's a pitcher that's draftable who's local, why are you not more interested in them? Again, at 76, they picked their second catcher. Going at pick 79, Ethan Washman from Grandview High School, who throws at 18, 100 miles an hour.
Ooh.
And his coach is Scott Henry. I go way back with Scott, and they beat Cherry Creek, but they just didn't have a total team. So they did what they did in the state playoffs, but then you don't have them the next game, and they lost, so they didn't compete. But this kid is unbelievable. Scott, he went 3 picks after you drafted your second catcher. So I need somebody from the Rockies to explain to me, and he was drafted by the Twins. So why, and you drafted 7 pitchers in a row after that point. So why did a second catcher in the draft rate better for you than a local kid who fools around with 100 miles per hour, huge, big right-handed stud from Aurora Grandview High School? And to me, it's like, whatever happens in the next 5 years, and I'm not wishing ill against Ethan and his family. I want to get that straight. But you better hope, if you're Paul D. Podesta, that you're right about this one. Because to me, you're just making some of the same mistakes that you've made in the past.
Right. Well, your 4th round pick, you couldn't have waited to the 4th round to get it, which was the 104th pick. The guy's rated at 232. Does that look good?
Scott, after that, well, here's what's crazy. Like, their second to last pick of the entire draft was another high school kid who was like the 65th best prospect overall. And they picked him up in the 17th round, but they did because I think he's going to Oregon State, and he's probably not going to sign with the team.
Yeah, but you have a chance in a couple of years.
Well, but you have to compete with everybody else. You don't keep his rights. Once they declare they're going to college, that's it. They go back in the draft. You don't have, we'll see. Anyways,
so you work on him hard all summer long and see if you can change his mind.
You could. I mean, you could go way above and beyond for a signing, but this Tyler Bell guy, he was drafted like in the 2nd round or maybe 3rd round, like 66th or something. No, Tyler, their 1st round pick.
Oh, yeah.
As a high school kid, he was drafted like 66th overall, and he was like, he turned down that money, which is a lot, 66th overall to go to college. And now he did well, obviously. He's a, top 12 pick.
This page that Dan put up behind it said his signing bonus pick value is 6.39.
Yeah. So it's risky because you're a 3rd round pick. You're going to do all right. And you give that up to go to college for a couple years, and now you're making that. So he easily tripled his money, probably more, by going back to college and doing what he did. Listen, I wish the best for the Rockies. I do. But somebody's going to have to explain to me why you made that decision. And Scott.
Well, by the way, Tyler Bell is a switch hitter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Had his shoulder injury his last year. 21-year-old sophomore. So he's had a little couple things here and there. But it's the first position infielder they've drafted in the first round since Troy Tulowitzki.
Wow.
Like second, third, or
short. And whatever you think of Troy, Troy was a good pick. Turned into a good pick.
Troy Tulowitzki was an unbelievable pick.
Yeah.
No, he was an
people
all-timer.
get jaded by how they thought of him, and
I'm
that
not
guy
jaded.
was a good player.
I'm not jaded about going to the World Series. Are you? I like that.
Well, we got swept.
Whatever, dude. Troy, I'm all about guys you draft who play for your team and then you go to the World Series. I'm good with those guys. You can sell me a pen on those dudes.
Okay.
There's your Rockies talk. I got an opinion about everything.
That's not new.
No. But
you should say I got a fresh opinion on everything.
I can go wherever you want next.
Fresh opinion.
Where do you want to go next? You want to go Nuggets? I can go Nuggets. You want to do a little hoops or not?
I'm not ready for that yet.
You're not ready for hoops?
Not yet.
Okay. I was thinking about how you're doing with all this stuff.
A little worse than I was the first week. But
All
yeah,
right.
Okay.
All right.
But how do you like my look, by the way?
It's I was, you know what? Let me save that. I'll tell you what your look is doing. I'll tell you about yourself. I'll tell you about you in a second if you want. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. Have you placed a squad bet with Fanatics Sportsbook yet? If you don't know what a squad bet is yet, trust me, you're going to want in. So instead of sweating one player to carry your parlay, you combine your player stats into one collective target. So if one guy has an off night, the rest of the squad can still get you there. Squad bets are available across the NBA, NHL, MLB, soccer too. So pick your market, points, goals, strikeouts. You set a target. You select the line you think your squad will hit. The higher the line, the higher the payout. I want you to go build your squad now. Only on Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. Ah, yes. Back at it. I feel good. I feel rested, relaxed. Don't want to get outside. This weather's for the birds.
Boy, it's just hot, isn't it?
I hate it. I don't want to do anything in this. 96. Screw that.
But you're dressed up. You told me what you were going to talk about looks. Why are you so dressed up?
Because during my break, and we didn't travel the way I wanted to. Money, it's like, I just am blown away how expensive
everything is.
Dude, it's everything.
Yeah.
Like, we were just going to go to Cheyenne Frontier Days, go see a rodeo.
Which is a blast.
Yeah, I love it. I love rodeo. Love it. Got an extra $300.
That's what tickets were?
Dude, it was ridiculous. I think we could have got in for like just the regular rodeo for $75 or something like that. But I'm doing all the math in my head. You know, all right, $2.50. We're gonna go over. We're gonna eat nothing. Not gonna go to this. Gonna park.
We're gonna
have beer. Gonna have gas. We gotta go up and back. It's like $300 for a day to watch a rodeo. For my money, I would just drive up to Grant. I love Cheyenne. I'm not trying to talk down about them at all. We wanted to go.
I've been a couple times. It's a kick.
Yeah, and I love rodeo, and I love being out west. Best rodeo I've ever seen is the Granby Rodeo. Little sneak hint for you.
Yeah.
Granby Rodeo, if they still have it. Sensational.
They used to have small rodeos in Granby every weekend during the summer.
Well, the Granby Rodeo grounds are like in the woods a little bit. They're tucked away. I cannot tell you enough how much I love that rodeo. Anyway, I'm a big rodeo guy. And then at 8 o'clock, they have like bull night, like extreme bulls. Bulls are tricky, though, because the bulls get out of the chute and they do not go far away from the chute. They tend to just stay right around the chute. And, you know, I do love bulls. I got nothing but respect. But
I like to eat them. Great leather interior, too.
On my break, Cat Cave and I are doing a little hiking together, doing a little like bonding together in our own neighborhood, you know, and doing whatever. And the bluffs are spectacular. Great hiking area, about 2 miles to the south, right from here. It's a little hint for you. And
no.
Okay. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to go hiking today because I'm going to go see the Odyssey.
Did you go by yourself?
Well, my wife wouldn't make it through 10 minutes of the Odyssey. Okay. And by the way, spoiler alerts. Can you really have spoiler alerts on a story that's 3,000 years old?
Yeah. When did Homer first write it? Seriously.
I mean, 780 BC, and there was an oral history. It's a poem, so it's a story that was passed down for like 2,000 years before Homer put pen to paper. And Homer's really not such a specific guy. It's kind of like a collection.
Well, they named the whole genre after him.
Yeah,
Don't be a Homer.
Okay. So about, I think, 780 BC, I believe, Scott. So we're touching close to 3,000 years on this story. So if you don't know about this story, that's on you.
Right.
That's a you problem.
Yeah. The sirens, the cyclops.
If you don't know it, now I'll tell you this. It'd been a long time since I sort of had caught up on the old Odyssey. So there were parts of that were a little fuzzy to me about like who's here and what's where and where are these things. Well,
Ralph Fiennes did a movie rendition of it. Just
Rafe Fiennes?
Ray Fiennes, is that who it is?
You can go by Ralph Fiennes. Go ahead.
Ray Fiennes?
Okay.
Anyway, he did a version of it just a handful of years ago, like 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah, dude, it's been done 10,000 times by 10,000 people. There's a lot of different versions of this bad boy, okay? But it is Christopher Nolan. And if Christopher Nolan was doing a movie about taking a poop, I would go see it.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Okay, he's just one of those dudes. But explaining this to Cat Cave, forget it. My mom went to go see it, and God bless my mom. You know, she's a recent widow. She's trying to figure out life on her own. So she's like, quarterback is fantastic. She's really into quarterback. And I'm like, yeah, it's really good. Yeah. Oh, and I saw the Odyssey. Oh, I'm going to go see it. I'll talk to you later. And she goes to Liberty Tree Mall and goes to check it out. But she knew nothing. She got to.
Did she miss the book? Did she not do that in high school or college? Or
she's 80, Scott. So listen, the fact that she can drive herself and go see a movie, and it's the first time, and you want to have a little tear, first time in her life. Dad just passed away. First time in her life she's seen a movie by herself
that's
at age 80. So she's trying. Yeah. And her first attempt is The Odyssey.
The Odyssey, which is like 2.5 hours, right?
When Cersei's turning the soldiers into pigs, she just tapped out. I cannot do this. Again, this is not a spoiler. This story is 3,000 years old. If you don't get it. All right, I'm not spoiling anything. There's certain things. There's a Cyclops. There's sirens. There's a Trojan horse. We're turning dudes into pigs and turning them back again. This is well-known territory. There's axes. There's an arrow. There's stringing the bow.
There's infidelity.
Infidelity? Oh, my God. Yeah, there's infidelity. Yeah, Calypso won't let me go. Oh, yeah, sure. Like, I'm stranded on an island with Charlize Theron, and but I got to get back to Anne Hathaway? Oh, my God. I mean, I'm pretty happy with Charlize. But I ain't kicking, Anne Hathaway for crackers, if you know what I'm talking about. It's all pretty good. I'm not leaving Ithaca.
It's good to be Matt Damon.
I'm not leaving Ithaca. I got Anne Hathaway over here. What am I'm leaving? Look at me. I'm Anne Hathaway. You're leaving me. Really? To go with Agamemnon because Helen is a little, little slutty. Helen.
But and that war lasted a lot longer than just
10 years of them mishmashing and fighting each other on the beach every day. Stupid, dumb war, bunch of morons. People from Greece, all those guys, Agamemnon, they're a-holes.
Yeah. And by the way,
they're jerks.
If you're falling for a wooden horse thing, then you probably are idiots.
Well, these are the Trojans. These are the Troy people.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, they're telling them, burn it, burn it. Burn it. It's like, oh, why would we burn it? Well, no need to burn it.
It's a pretty gift.
It's a gift. We should keep it. Should be a great thing. Stupid. These people are so dumb. They are the dumbest people ever in civilization that people have written stories about.
Did you yell?
They're so stupid.
Did you yell burn it in the middle of the theater?
That would have been a riot. That would have been funny as hell. So I'm in there with a bunch of nerds on opening day. I'm there on Friday. Actually, it opened on Thursday, but I'm there Friday, 10 a.m., Scott.
Oh, you went the early one.
Oh, yeah, because it's me and the nerds. I'm buying a seat by myself so I can sit in the middle of the IMAX. I can't wait to see the Odyssey. I did enjoy the film, but holy cow, are these people idiots. And Odysseus is a moron. You got past the Cyclops. You don't need to tease them. You did it. You got your guys out of here. Oh, one more out the door. Let's get his attention. He's the son of Poseidon. What are you doing?
What do you think Poseidon's going to do?
Oh, my God. Well, Poseidon, he made sure, he knew they were going to eat the cattle. Just killed them all. Some spoilers here, maybe. But listen,
Is there a golden fleece anywhere?
This has to do with my bike.
Okay. Meanwhile, my bike.
So I take my bike to the movie.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I take my bike to the movie. It's a nice, 7-mile pedal, kind of rolling hills, AMC 24, Highlands Ranch, up and down.
Go there all the time.
I went the longer way through the bluffs, so I'm got a little dirt going, got a little adventure going. Bluffs are incredible. Got my pedal on, get the whole thing. And I see the movie. All right.
You got the funny shoes on?
I got the funny shoes on. I got a bag, so I got regular sneakers in the bag, so I dress, so I look proper. Change out of my biking shorts inside of the bathroom in a stall. Nobody saw me. It's all good. Walked into the theater, got my popcorn, got my soda, got my biking helmet. I really look like a lunatic.
Yeah, and you realize, hey, everybody else must have biked here today too.
What a pleasure for the person that was lucky enough to be sitting next to me, Woo. I get back on the bike to pedal home, and I get about a mile or so into the pedal. And I have to go to Trek anyways because I have some things I have to do. Tire goes flat, explodes on me. I have a tubeless tire. It's filled with, goop to keep it whatever, blows out for whatever. I think it's because it was so hot. I think it was a little overinflated. That's probably on me. Blow out the tire, but the tire's kind of whatever. And I go in the store, and it's got, I'm a moron. I'm an idiot.
You're with the Cyclops guy.
By the way, same at the bike store, same at the garage. Same thing. Oh man, you need this, you need that, you need the other. Yeah. I'm a total idiot.
Yeah.
So I'm a total moron, so I don't know. I mean, you could have sold me anything.
You just want to get home.
I just get home. Oh, and then it goes Wednesday. Won't have the bike till Wednesday. Wednesday, really? You got a couple tires, this, that, the other, Wednesday? Okay, all right. So the reason I look good is because I already worked out. Ugh. And I took a shower before work for like the first time ever.
Ever?
Right. I don't stink.
Unless you're doing like a TV thing.
Yeah, I even that. They don't even care on TV anymore. Let me tell you about you.
Can I just say something? Just in this story, your two transitions were fantastic. I'm getting a whole rant on the Odyssey. Let me tell you about my bike. I mean, this is like Berto Squirrel moments in real English, right? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. The bike blows out, and I got to go up a hill. I'm thinking, this is an Odyssey.
Yeah. What about you?
Now, Homer, you ought to see this. All right. Mike gave me that joke.
Nailed it.
You're in a sticky wicket right now.
Transitional phase.
Yeah, you're going through a little something right now, which is fine. Which is fine. It's part of life. You got to figure it out. But here's my bet: 5 summer league games. Bet you didn't watch much of any of them. 0. So we got to work on you a little bit. Yeah. But here's why. Here's why. The hair is puffing out of your hat.
Oh, I know.
You have puffy feathers, feathery wings out of your cap.
Apollo.
You are.
I'm selling flowers. I just got a job with FTD.
You are about a week and a half away from going full David Letterman on us.
Well, I'm keeping this shave though.
It might not be the beard. It might be the hair or some other. You're very, very close. You're very, very close to going full Letterman on us. Yeah. So you're borderline. Now I think you probably are showering because you do like to shower. That's not a problem, and you like work. You like working out.
Yep. We had the gym after this.
Yeah. So you're pretty good with that stuff, but I'm gonna have to hold your hand a little bit with this Nuggets thing as you go in transition.
It has been tough.
Yeah. You want to speak on it or not?
Oh no, it's just been tough. It's a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It's a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be.
All right.
Yeah, it's.
I feel for you. I'm with you. I got your back.
I was glad, and I don't think this is the reason, but I'm glad the World Cup was on.
Okay.
Because it really occupied my time.
Gotcha.
I mean,
gotcha.
I told you I had 60 on my saved DVD thing. DVR.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's been good. I will say this: I did flip over last night. I was looking I wanted to see highlights. I wanted to see highlights of the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Flipped to ESPN. They had a summer league game. I think it was Utah and I don't even know who else.
Who cares?
I actually watched a basket and a foul and off.
All right. Well, I'm not going to berate you with it, and I'm not going to beat you over the head. And if you come back, when you come back to it in your own way, in your own time, just let me know. Let me just say this. Let me say this. And if you want to talk more about it, it's fine. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Right. Just waiting for you to transition again.
I'm glad that people you're counting on the Nuggets with Brazil and Hopkins.
Brazil looks good.
I'm glad people you're counting on are working out at this stage. Like when Hunter Tyson was dominating Summer League. But I just want to let everybody know.
Yeah. You got to keep a grain of salt with all this.
Correct. And there was moments where Hunter Tyson did dominate Summer League. Not a lot. Not like Brazil and Hopkins.
His rookie year he did.
Yeah, and it wasn't as good the next year. It was kind of interesting.
No, they did nothing the second year.
I know, it was weird.
But Brazil had 32 in one game. I did watch highlights of that game.
Yep. And Hopkins looked a lot better than I thought he was going to be. So I'm cautiously optimistic that these two guys that you got a little investment in could be okay.
Will you play them or will you send them in the bench? And if they're heading back to the G League because they're not getting to play, then it doesn't matter what they're doing right now.
I think Spencer Jones may be needing to update his LinkedIn status to include his next city that he's going to live in. That's what I'm kind of thinking.
Do you think Spencer Jones not signing the rest of the season contract as soon as they maybe want him to? Has anything playing out for right now?
Oh, for sure. Why do you think he hasn't? Why don't you think there's news about him signing a new deal with the Nuggets right now? I mean, everybody's hyper focused on Peyton Watson, obviously, but like Spencer Jones, he's vlogging about it. He's not quiet about this stuff. He's letting people know that they're in the middle of negotiations and it ain't rocking his boat right now, but he's still going into work and working out down the facility and the whole thing. But he ain't signed yet.
Listen, the one game he hit 6 threes, he had 32. And like I said, I watched the highlights of that game. Is a guy that probably size-wise is more of a power forward. I don't think he's got much of a back-to-the-basket game, but he can be a stretch 4, stretch 5. If you bring him in as that second unit, and they like to play small ball with that second unit, he can be your stretch 5 because he's shown a little aptitude to be able to shoot a little bit.
More than I thought.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure they were pretty happy about. So,
but you got to play him, and you got to hit the hammer on your thumb a few times by playing these rookies.
Scott, I'm about 45. I should be 44 because Syracuse, but I'll be about 45. Get 45 wins this year, and let's see how everybody's health is. But I think if you get 45 wins and you get it the right way, you got just as good of a chance as you did last year. And but I don't know if they'll have the patience to do what they need to do because they may have to lose a few games along the line. But I think 45 should do it. And I'd rather not do the play-in crap. Like 7, 8, 9, 10. I'd rather not do it, but it's not impossible. It's not the worst thing in the world, especially if you're like 7. But 6, fine. Fine with it. Fine with it. You got to win on the road anyways in the NBA.
So what have you impressed you about Hopkins?
I'm getting you there a little bit. We got to take a break. We probably should have taken a break like 8 minutes ago.
Well, you've been...
Actually, Dan, let's just go to 52. Yeah. So we'll just stretch it out.
What's Bryce Hopkins done that excited you?
Oh, way more athletic than I thought. Way more athletic. I was like, what hasn't he done? Like, he shoots, he rebounds, he plays inside. He's like I did not expect what I saw out of Bryce Hopkins. That was cool.
I will say, and I've said this before on whoever goes, if you can't show out in the summer league as a rookie, which is mostly what this is for.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get guys that are in their second year that didn't play a whole lot, so you want them to go back.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not showing out at all, then be worried.
Yeah.
Because chances are you're a year or two away. Just because you show out doesn't mean you can play, but I'd rather have a guy that okay, let's talk about a little bit, as opposed to a guy that like, man, I'm not sure he can do anything. Here's Hopkins.
Yeah, pretty athletic, right? That's good. But again, everything's with a grain of salt. But
yeah, because you ain't playing against anybody that's going to be in the league next year.
Correct. But you want to be able to do what he did, and he did it, and it was cool to watch. And he did it over the course of several different games. It wasn't just like one game, and so did Brazil. Now Brazil got hurt after the first game, and I was like, oh my God. I think he missed he missed the second game, and then they both just passed. Neither one of them played yesterday.
Well, Hopkins is a guard.
Is he? Because he's 6'7.5", dude.
He doesn't look as big as that.
That's what he's listed as. Well, I don't know. He's like a Christian Brown sort of guy.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess he's a guard. All right, I'm not going to argue with you, but he's a bigger dude.
I don't know if he's quick enough to be a small forward.
Listen, man. You tell me. But pay a little bit more attention to it and let me know. But it was cool to watch.
I like him. Yeah, those highlights are nice.
Buckets are buckets.
Yep.
And he was getting them left and right, and he did not seem afraid, and he didn't seem out of place.
Well, two guys to keep an eye on for training camp. Maybe we go to San Diego for a week during training camp, and we'll broadcast every day.
Sure. Well, let's do that.
We'll broadcast right from the gym.
That's fine by me.
You know?
I'll go anywhere. I love going places.
I mean, San Diego for just 3 or 4 days.
Sure. DNVR goes.
Yeah.
They figure it out. Those crew, our buddies there, they go. So you're allowed to. You're not allowed to.
We want to be in the facility.
Is that where they're going again? They're going to San Diego?
I'm just assuming. I don't know for sure, but I would just assume.
The Nuggets, I don't know. It'll be an interesting year. Let me say that. And it looks like they may pull a Jalen Waddle on us. The thought of LeBron coming here, let me tell you, was fun for a little bit before the 4th of July. Like, there was enough. There was enough juice.
I was telling Dan, you guys thought he was going to announce
there
it on
was enough
Thursday.
juice. There was enough juice. It did exist. And then the juice just like dripped down your leg. It just.
I could have told you he wasn't going to sign.
Okay, all right. You're the smartest guy in the world.
No, it's LeBron James.
All right, Zeus.
He wants.
I got you, Zeus. You're starting to look like Zeus.
Thank you. He wants the attention. He still commanded the attention.
Kidding. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So why would you think he'd sign on the very first day?
Because we're a bunch of morons.
Dude, this is playing out just like I thought it was. Come on.
LeBron, and everybody's waiting on Peyton Watson for LeBron, and Silver's waiting for the schedule to come out because of LeBron.
And it just shows you they won't make a schedule until they know where LeBron is, because whoever he goes is going to be highlighted on the.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I don't blame Silver on that. That's the right move. It's just everybody's.
I still wonder about this. We just watched the World Cup with a 41-year-old Ronaldo, 39?
39 Messi.
Messi.
Yep.
And if you watch, and I watch a lot of Argentina, Messi ain't moving around a lot either.
No.
I mean, Ronaldo, I will say this, at 41 is still has a little bit more movement in his game than Messi does. That being said, at 42, eventually, by the time catches up, do you want to be the team that he's on when it does? Because it eventually will.
I don't know, Scott. You're forgetting about. I understand what you're saying, but there's so much more to LeBron being on a team than just the record. It means it literally means hundreds of millions of dollars to whatever team gets him. I mean, it's like you're just printing money
and calls.
What do you think? They're not going to want the team LeBron's on to do well? They're making the playoffs.
His 2 best chances to win a championship would be us and Philly.
You don't think Riley can get it together in Miami? You don't think Cleveland's a little bit close?
No.
Golden State is the only team that, like, to me, makes no sense.
Yeah, other than you
win.
just want an all-star say goodbye.
See, the Celtics are just blowing everything up.
Again,
man.
Still?
When it goes, it goes. And now the Oklahoma City got rid of Dort, but they kind of had to.
Yeah.
Like, they just, again, more draft picks for them.
Well, did they sign Hartenstein back, or did they let?
Oh, I don't know. Not sure. Dan, do you know that one way or the other? Hartenstein?
Yeah, let me check. I believe they did, but let me.
Because that was going to be like 30
check on
million.
that. We got to take a break. No dumb questions. Throw it in if you want at some point. But, I'll tell you this. Odysseus? Guy's a moron. And he, first of all, he is the world's worst sailor.
So you're saying Ben Affleck should have played the part instead of Matt Damon?
Dude, do you know? I had to look it up where Ithaca was, east of Greece. Island east of Greece. Troy, Turkey, Asia Minor, cross the Mediterranean. So you do got to loop underneath Greece and then Dij to Troy. Do you know how bad of a sailor Odysseus is? Holy cow. Oh, my God. He's like the
So you're saying all the trouble he had wasn't in a straight line back up to Ithaca?
His men should have just, oh, my God, Odysseus, just navigate. He's like the Mr. Magoo of the Mediterranean. PhD on 92.5. All right, as glad to be back. Was off for a couple weeks. I know you were off for a couple.
You have a lot of information you want to give out today.
I got a lot of stuff. Yeah, I've been thinking about a lot of things. Maybe I'll turn the big question of the day to you then, real quick. What do you think right now is the biggest thing going on right now? Right now. Where's your head at with like the biggest thing going on right now?
Well, we still got about 10, 12 days for football camps open up.
Yeah,
right?
it's a slow drip. Like the rookies will report, I think
next week, I think
so, yeah. And then the vets come in a few days after that, but camp doesn't open until July 31st. But it is interesting that once people start reporting, you start getting some stuff here and there. Yeah, that sort of thing. I'll tell you this, seeing the video with Bo, his little hype video, it was like, hey, all right, that's cool. And seeing Bo was listed, what was he, Dan? 58, 59?
59.
59. That's a player vote. So he's not in PFN's top 100, but he's got respect amongst his peers. Okay. That's cool.
And they say ballers, no ballers, right?
Cortland Sutton's in there, and he's not in PFN's top 100. Zach Allen is in the top 100 for players, but he's lower rated than he is with PFN. So it's all this, hey, man, it's summertime, it's lists, it's like, who knows, right? Like, you only take it so seriously. But I'll tell you this. Bo looked good in his video. He was moving around well. And so I'm like, that's all I really need to see.
Yeah. And I'm still questioning that's current video. I think that's fair. I think that's fair to say.
So funny, man.
Because they did that.
You are a riot.
They did that right before OTAs, remember?
You know what?
They put out a video and they said, wait a minute, that was from a year ago.
I can't prove it. I can't prove that it was. I mean, he says he's in Alabama. He says that, he's where he is. That gives you the impression that it's relatively recently.
But you do remember the video they put out, right? I think either before the draft or before OTAs, and it turns out, well, that was from last year.
By the way, on the text line, Lucas, because he's a F-U DMac for endlessly talking about a movie that just came out. The story, Lucas, is 3,000 years old. Lucas, pound sand, my friend. I would normally agree about spoilers. The story has been made into a dozen movies before. It's been satirized by The Simpsons years ago, and it's 3,000 years old. So if you went to some lame-ass high school where you didn't have to brush up on the Odyssey, that ain't my fault, Lucas. No sympathies. And I'm not even telling you how Nolan interpreted things compared to other movie versions. But if you don't know there's a Cyclops in the Odyssey, you're a moron. If you don't know there's a Trojan horse in the Odyssey, you're an idiot.
Which is the good reference of the time period of when it started. Kind of when the Odyssey started.
I'll leave it alone.
Which actually, to be fair, they could have done part of the Trojan War, which you said go watch Troy again.
Go watch Troy.
Because it's a 10-year war, and Ulysses was part of that war, right? Odysseus.
Go to Ulysses. I just want to roll with you. I just want to roll with you.
But if you remember the Kirk Douglas rendition, he was Ulysses.
Okay. I'd have to brush up on my Kirk Douglas version of the Odyssey.
Yeah, well, I've seen it a dozen times.
Okay.
I love that.
Anyways. All right, so Bo, I'm feeling good about the Broncos. I'll tell you this about the Broncos. I was looking at their schedule for training camp. It's kind of quirky. It starts on a Friday, the 31st, but we know what the first days are like, just like, not much. Saturday. Only 2 Saturdays for training camp, by the way, Scott. There's 2 Saturdays. That's it, the whole year. No Sundays. 0 Sundays.
Well. So 2 days of camp, then a day off.
Yep. And then they go Monday through Saturday. And that is the most continuous stretch of training camp. That's it. There's a 6-day period. So we'll see who's complaining about things. But it's a 6-day period, and that's it. And then you have Sunday off. Then you go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and you have Thursday game Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. And you come back and you do that again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nothing, Friday game, Saturday, Sunday off. Scott, this is the least grueling of a training camp that I can ever remember in the history of the Denver Broncos.
And why maybe Sean thought it wise to have their OTAs basically 10 days after everybody else.
Sure. He's a neurotic guy, but he's not a dumb guy. But he is neurotic. Not as neurotic as Odysseus tying himself to the pole because of the sirens. You got to hear it. Just put the wax in your ears too, and you just be done with it.
And get home.
Dude, really, you're making things too complicated.
You know what that is? That's like, hey, I'm just going to have one more drink, and then I'll be right home, honey. That's what that is.
Like, how does that make any sense at all? Like, hey, put the wax in your ears. It won't be an issue. But not me. Just tie me to the mast.
Yeah.
Why?
And no matter what I say, don't let me
Yeah,
on.
no matter what. Why? This makes no sense. This is dumb. Odysseus, this is another dumb thing. And you suck as a sailor. Give me the wax.
Hey, now that he can't hear us, make a hard right at the big rocks. Let's try to get home in the next year.
Hey, anybody want to take over? Who's the assistant captain here? Anyways, my point with the Broncos is this is going to be compelling to a degree, but the boringness is about to what makes the Broncos great. And that's not a sexy story. The more that I think about it, the more I look into it. Bo's ankle is kind of a sexy story, but I think he's going to be fine.
Does he play on the 20th?
On the preseason games? I don't know. I don't think it matters. Does he? Sure. He'll go out for like a series or two, 7-8 snaps. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't need to, though. I don't care if we see Bo Nix in action at all until September 14th. Scott, we got 17 games. We got plenty of time. We got a team coming back. There's never, I don't know if you've ever experienced this with the Broncos in all your years. I've been covering since 99, you far before that. But like, have you ever seen a team come back in total the way the Broncos have come back?
No. Nearly in every sport.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm very optimistic about the Broncos. I just think there won't be a lot of sizzle on the steak right at the beginning. That does not mean I'm not excited to see what's happening and report on what's going on. But I think the Broncos are very quiet right now, and nobody's figuring out a way to talk about them. So this player ranking is interesting because the players are telling you this Broncos team is a lot tougher than what the outside critics are telling you.
Right.
The outside critics are telling you the Broncos were lucky. The players are telling you this is a really good team, and
they got some players.
We have more respect.
What was Waddle? Was he in any of these?
Not yet. He wasn't in PFN's Pro Football Network's top 100, and we'll see if he's in the players version or not. But they're up to, what are they up to, Dan? 51? I think they do in increments of 10 or something like that.
That's a slow summer for them too.
It is a slow summer, and it gets people tired. This is NFL.com, NFL Network, NFL.com. But I'm encouraged by it. I'm excited about the Broncos. I'm excited for it. It's just a few days away. That's all. So, we got to sort of figure it out until we get there. But we will. No problem.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting. I do think now that's why Sean probably pushed his camp later than. I mean, they were the last camp to get going, and I wonder if he saw the shortened actual training camp. They said, well, at least let's get him in shape a little bit, and then let's keep that break a little bit shorter in between, and see if we can come back raring to go.
Let me catch up with you on something because we just haven't talked. Did you read the Wickersham piece?
I haven't read all of it, no. But I
set some time aside.
Yeah, that's what I was told.
You got to read it, though, because We'll be talking about this article for years. It will literally be the bedrock that we will base conversations about Sean Payton about for the rest of the time that he's here.
Right. But was there anything in this thing where we went, I didn't know that? Or is it,
Well, for us who are paying close attention, sure, there's a lot of like, okay. But there's detail in there. There's specifics.
Neurotic he is.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we all knew that.
We did, but
this confirms it.
Seeing the specific reasons about it. I'll give you a homework assignment. Just read the piece, and we can talk about it tomorrow.
We'll talk tomorrow.
But you got to get a comfortable chair. So I'm up in Seattle, and I read part of it, and I'm like, oh my God. I went to a library. Actually, I went to a bookstore. I wish I went to a library. And the bookstore is loud. Why are and they didn't have any comfortable chairs there. I should have gone to a library. I wanted to find a quirky Seattle bookstore. Huge mistake. I'm trudging around on Capitol Hill with my suitcase, just looking for
looking for a newspaper on a big stick that you could carry over to a seat. Is that what you're looking for, Sandy?
You're ever in a town and you got to kill hours before you go to the airport, but you've checked out of a place and you got 7 hours to kill? It's like, well, what do you do? Now, I'm good because I like reading and I like being comfortable. And what are you yawning? Are you all right?
Yeah.
I'm putting you to sleep.
No, I was thinking of a library and reading.
Okay.
What do you do in a library when you're reading?
All right. I got you.
That was a yawn.
But I went somewhere to give myself time. You got to give yourself time. You got to put yourself in a place.
Where was Cat Cave?
She had to go back to work, so she left a day early.
Oh.
She was not there Monday when I was, but that wasn't a bad thing because I love being in the parade with the supporters from Pier 58 down to the stadium. Love that. Didn't like it, loved it. It's the most rah-rah USA I felt in a long time. Fantastic. Well, that's 2 hours before the match starts. But you couldn't get into a bar. I was in a place. I got in the Sluggers, and I'm I'm shoulder to shoulder. I can't breathe. And and I'm standing. The standing. I got something. Have you ever heard of Disney itch or it's Disney feet? Disney something?
No.
So it's a real thing. You got to look it up because I take my shoe off. I'm like, why do my feet hurt so damn much? My foot's the size of a balloon, and I got blood vessels that are exploding around my ankles. It's a Disney rash. That's what it's called. I swear to God, look it up. And it's if you're walking too much and standing too much in hot weather. This happens to people in Disney World. Oh. You're in all these lines. You're walking too much, probably fat. I'm trying. And your capillaries explode. I think I'm about to have a heart attack. I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm dying here.
Give me a beer.
My foot is
give me a seat and a beer.
It's like a lead balloon, and I've got capillaries. My entire lower left leg is exploding. And I'm like, my God, I'm dying. I had Disney rash. I swear to God.
What do you do?
Nothing. You do nothing. That's what you do. You elevate and you chill out. You do nothing.
So you got back to the hotel room, just put it up?
Well, it takes 3 days for the whole thing to go away. I was like, why do my feet hurt so bad?
Right.
This is what it's like to be at Space Mountain with Mickey. You're killing yourself for the stupid Disney World. I swear to God, look it up. Disney rash. Everybody, look it up. Disney rash.
Listen, I walked around on cement for about 2+ miles the other day, and I think I got Disney hip.
Well, it's more of the standing and not moving. Disney. All right, we'll take a break.
Well, my hip hurts so bad.
Well, you just listen. With you, that's it. Disney rash. There it is. I kind of look not that bad because these people are really fat. But it's bad. 3 to 10 days rest.
So you actually had a rash on your leg?
Dude, I had this. I had Disney rash because I was standing so much. Scott, you got to understand.
It's called exercise-induced vasculitis.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm dying. That's what because I have never heard of Disney rash, nor have I had it. But nor have I just stood watching sports so much. Scott, I've never stood in place. And I'm not moving because all these bars are packed. So I got Disney rash for my love of U.S. soccer. What a waste.
Did it itch?
Yes, it would look like this. It looked like this crap that's up on the screen behind us.
Did you get you some hydrocodone? Hydrocortisone cream?
I put an ice cube on it and I stuck it on a pillow. I sat there and I did nothing for like 3 days.
In the hotel in Seattle. What'd you do on vacation? I elevated my feet.
Got stupid Disney rash. By the way, Space Needle, what a ripoff. But whatever, man.
Is the arena still right below?
It's right there. It's so crazy. Yeah. Is that where the Sonics used to play?
Yeah.
It goes down. It goes underground.
Yeah, that's where the Nuggets beat the Sonics.
That was the spot.
8-1 right there.
Yeah, sunken stadium.
Yeah.
Really, I stayed right there. I was like 3 blocks. That's where I stayed. I was like 3 blocks.
Do they still have the Watchtower guy, the guitarist,
Jimi Hendrix? I didn't find that. I was. I saw.
It's not far from the Space Needle.
I saw something at Capitol Hill area. Oh, really? His grave? Not his grave.
No. They had a big exhibition type thing.
Oh no, they didn't have that. But we did the Space Needle stuff. We did the touristy.
Did you go upstairs?
Yeah. Oh, I tell you this because I had Disney rash. My wife, God bless her, had a great time with her. Travel well with her. Get along well. Nah, I don't even care. Low priority. But she said there's this being a tourist. Listen, I'm broke. I didn't do anything the next week. I'm telling you this. I sat around pulling pud. That's why I have so many ideas here today. Thank God I had something to do today. But when we're up there, if you pay an extra $40, so you get to the Needle to walk around the whole thing. If you pay an extra $40, you get a drink and you get to sit down while you rotate around.
Yeah.
So you get a drink and you can sit down for 30 minutes. And I don't know what was more appealing, the drink or sitting down for 30 minutes in the Space Needle.
Had you already had the rash?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I didn't know what it was at the time. I just thought I'm about to die. So we sat down and the thing rotated around and it just moves. It barely moves.
Yeah.
But I started getting like a little like a little. My tummy started hurting. My head got a little dizzy.
I had somebody whose husband got them a seat. I don't know if it was a Space Needle, but it was another one of those big towers that's a restaurant and rotates.
Yeah.
Got her a nice table on the thing.
Yeah.
She lasted 10 minutes and they had to leave.
Yeah, you get a little like, there's something weird about it. Your head starts.
Well, all your blood was down to your feet.
Vacation. All right, PhD. Let's football go. We got that next. DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction. That can affect far more than your sex life. Put a strain on relationships, impact your confidence, leave you feeling frustrated, anxious, embarrassed. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they specialize in helping men overcome sexual health concerns with personalized treatment plans designed around their individual needs. The truth is, many men live with ED for years before seeking help. They don't have to. For most men, effective treatment is available. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has licensed medical providers that will take the time to understand your unique medical situation and recommend a plan that's right for you. And these advanced medical therapies work. With treatments having success rates well over 90%, means you can enjoy intimacy again without the stress and uncertainty that ED can bring. When it comes to treating erectile dysfunction, there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. Every man's medical situation is unique, and finding the right treatment that's right can make the difference between an average result and an exceptional one. So trust the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call them today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. 720-440-7900. 5 locations to serve you. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan. Look at you, Dan. Look at you. Dan saw Mount Rushmore.
I did.
Oh, you went down to South Dakota?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Went up to Yellowstone. It was awesome.
Did you go to Sturgis? You
No.
drove through.
No, we didn't. No.
What's right by Mount Rushmore? You
right
can
by
just drive
there,
right by the town right there.
So wait, you saw the South Dakota Mount Rushmore, not the Los Angeles Mount Rushmore.
That's right. I forgot Dion said
Dion, our guy, Prime.
So, I was thinking you were going to do your first Let Football Go story would be on the teams returning for the World Cup.
Oh, well, let's see what Dan comes up with.
I mean, that's football, right?
Well, we're doing real football, Scott, now. The World Cup's over. We're doing real football.
Okay.
How many people watched yesterday's game?
Who cares?
I don't know. A lot, I'm sure.
1.5 billion.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Thank God Thank God they had hydration breaks. No, I was into it. It was interesting watching it at Old Town Tavern, by the way, because it was half Argentina, half Spain. Like, there wasn't really one way or another. Great bar. But Arvada, spent some time in Arvada. Like, we got there a little early, walked around Old Town Arvada.
Old Town Arvada is cool.
Very cool. Like, the whole vibe up there was like, hey, thumbs up Arvada. Like, that was really neat. Took the train there as just a little adventure. Took the G line from Union Station right there. Takes you right to Old Town Arvada. I'm telling you. All right, what do we got, Dan?
All right, well, we will start with the NFL's top 100 list so far. So here's the quarterbacks, guys, that have made the list so far. Bryce Young at 98.
All right.
Brock Purdy at 85.
These are voted by players.
Player
Voted by
votes.
players. Yeah.
Baker Mayfield, 77.
Star of quarterback.
Jordan Love, 72.
All right.
Lamar Jackson at 69.
Interesting.
Trevor Lawrence at 62.
Mm-hmm.
And Bo Nix at 59.
Look
any
at that,
of those
huh?
quarterbacks surprise you that Bo is ranked ahead of those guys that I just mentioned?
I think it just goes to show what the players think of Bo Nix. They have a high regard for him. That's pretty cool.
My thought is the Jacksonville players got to vote twice because I don't know how Trevor Lawrence is so high.
He's got more respect than I guess you thought.
Yeah.
But I mean,
I always look at him as overhyped.
Well, the players are telling you Lamar Jackson's overhyped. That's what they're telling you.
That's true.
How about that?
Well, we could go back to what Tyler's take is on him all the time, too.
Yeah, I know. The guy's won multiple MVPs, but the players are siding more with Tyler. Tyler's getting a W on his vacation.
Right.
A little bit. Because Lamar Jackson was the top 10 on the PFN list, which is more the scouts and whatever.
And he's 72 in this one?
Yeah.
69.
69.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say that.
Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear the audio from this alleged Bo Nix video. Scott still refuses to believe that this was posted recently.
Scott's doubting the veracity of the tape.
He's doubting the validity of this Bo Nix workout
Fool me
video.
once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Okay.
But here is allegedly Bo Nix working out in Alabama a couple days ago.
Right on, we were in Alabama in the southern heat for the summer, and this was just normal. Didn't know any better, but out in Colorado it's not this humid, so I don't feel like I sweat this bad. So when you get back here, like, I feel like I'm really training, really getting ready. I feel like the season's right around the corner when it feels like this. It's a good feeling. I feel like I put in work. I feel like it was a successful day. Sort of like the receipts are getting better. You know, you put in the work, you feel gross, disgusting after a lift, and I feel like you jumped in a pool. That usually means you did something.
All right, let's do a little game here.
All right.
Corny or cool?
Oh, boy.
Corny or cool video from Bo Nix, guys?
Cool to see that he's moving around really well with the ankle. Corny is the close-up shots, the edits, the sit-down documentary-style interview. He's very proud of his body, taking his shirt off. Like, there's so many cringy, corny moments in it. But what's cool is to see that this dude looks healthy, and they need him to be healthy.
If the video is valid from this year, it's good to see he's healthy.
Yes.
That's one. 2, it gives a big answer, Dan, that I don't even think you realized, or DMac.
What am I missing?
That obviously Russell Wilson's video crew had nothing to do this summer.
Everybody seems to have their video crew.
And so...
Oh, by the way, have you seen Russell Wilson recently?
He's going to do the TV thing, right?
He's got an interesting look going on right now. So, okay. We'll see if it's a summer look or it's just a new look, but it's different.
Little like me.
It's a little scruffy. I mean, I think you would say you're on the scruffy side of things right now.
Yep.
The question is, how long would you stay on the scruffy side of things?
Oh, yeah.
It's not really an answer. Oh, yeah. I mean,
I'm just seeing the scruffy beard.
Yeah, he's looking it's a little scruffy. That's what I told you. He's looking a little scruffier.
Almost looks a little professorial.
It looks a little smart. He's wearing glasses in that particular. But longer hair, longer beard, just a little different look.
That picture I just showed you. No dumb question.
Yeah.
Are those like cosmetic glasses, or are they
there's
really
no way.
work?
There's no way he needs them. There's no way there's a prescription in those glasses.
Yeah. So it's just let me look cool.
I don't know. Next story, Dan.
Hey, just real quick, Scott, I want to ask you. Let's get a temperature check here, because you've been kind of, so-so on Bo for the first couple years. I think that'd be fair to say. Where are you at with Bo heading into year 3? Like, where's your confidence level that he is the guy? Where are you at with Bo if he's healthy?
He's the guy.
You think he's the guy?
No, I said define he's the guy.
He is their long-term franchise starting quarterback. Where are you at?
I'm a hobo.
Still a hobo.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Listen. Hey, Dan, by the way, I'm kind of a hobo now right now too, by the way.
Is that because of the ankle?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel a little I have no doubts he's the right guy for the long-term future of the team. So I'm not a hobo in that regard, but I have some worries about his ankle. And before you throw him $300 million guaranteed or whatever the hell it's going to be, I got to know that this is the real deal here. It's trending that way, though, certainly.
I think Tyler and Berto and I last week, I thought a great thing. We'll see the advancement of Bo when he stops becoming just a fourth quarter quarterback and becomes a 4-quarter quarterback.
Okay, fine.
But I think that's what we all want to see.
But I'll take, boy, if I had to take something over something else, I'll take a guy who can come back and perform well when you need to over somebody who's more consistent but doesn't have that gene in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And look at the parity in the NFL. Almost every single game, Scott, not every single one, but what, 80%? 80% of NFL games are one-score games? At least it feels like that. I don't know what those numbers are. That'd be something interesting to look up.
Listen. Huey Brown told me a million years ago, teams that win close games are good teams. Kansas City did it 2 years ago. They couldn't do it last year. Well, I would sit there and say that Kansas City 2 years ago was a better team than the one last year.
You know what's funny? Watching quarterback, I forgot how that opening game against Tennessee went. And it was a really interesting moment where a coach goes to Cam Ward. We have a 56-yard field goal. You can't take a sack. And you're like, yeah. And then Cam Ward like, I like this play. And like, I'm already ready to go, coach. I like this play. Cocky, really cocky, kind of dumb. And sure enough, he takes a stupid sack. The Broncos scoop the ball up. They get a score. It's still 20-12. And Tennessee's got the ball again. And it's like, you forget about that game. That's a one-possession game. And you're like, oh, yeah. Like, we look at that game. Like, first of all, we don't even remember it. Second of all, how many people remember that it's a long field goal, but it's in Denver at the beginning of the year. 56 yards these days in Denver? Hey, man, it's not that hard. How many people remember that we were that close to Tennessee, who was terrible? I don't know, man. I'd like to see more consistency, of course, out of all my teams. But I've always said that whole 60-minute, 48-minute, that's all a bunch of crap. Yeah. No team plays like that. Nobody plays like that.
Maybe so.
Can
so.
you put
But
a
you
team
can't-
away?
you can't-
Can
you
you
can't-
come from behind?
You can't rely on, as Dan just said, long term, a quarterback that's got a 23 QBR in the first half and a 78 QBR in the second half.
And the critics, the non-ballers, agree with you, and the players actually give that more credit
Because the flashier thing. Well, it's Sean Elway.
Well,
did
right.
John
Hey,
Elway when he retired had led in fourth quarter comebacks?
Scott, how do we know that the reason that they're not being held back is because Bo is paying more attention to Sean Payton early in the game than later in the game?
And what I was going to say, how do we not know that the reason he's not a four-quarter quarterback is why they made a change at the offensive coordinator?
Got one more, Dan, or are you done?
Just real quickly, guys. Commissioner Roger Goodell and the NFL team owners have not yet finalized a contract extension, but expect to complete one in the coming months. According to people familiar with the owner's thinking, the extension would keep Goodell in place to oversee upcoming broadcast rights negotiations and collective bargaining talks with players, potentially including discussing an 18-game season. His current contract runs through March of 2027 when he will turn 68. How would you guys characterize Roger Goodell's tenure as the commissioner of the NFL?
A+. Bumps in the road for sure. Nothing's perfect. Got to do better for the ex-players in terms of insurance and health and all that. But it's been better. It's not great. But look what he's done for the game itself. It's unbelievable. Football is as healthy now. The NFL is as healthy now, profitable now, as played as well now as it's ever been. It's
again,
fantastic.
Going back to your two ranking venues, the executive stuff would have him probably in the top 5 quarterbacks, right? I mean, they'd have him high.
Yeah.
Players, probably on the list because they're making more money too, but I bet you not as high.
Facilities are better. The way current players are being treated is better than ever. Compensation is better than ever. I mean, I think they could do little things like, I'll give you one, and I've seen players talk about it because they see what it is. They should have natural turf clearly after the World Cup at all the venues, period, the end. Spend whatever money you can, maybe supported by the NFL, but there is no excuse for it with the technology that exists now. And now that we've seen it at these stadiums.
Dude, they're going green grass in Europe and Spain in the dead of winter.
Because, listen, it probably would cost a lot of money, but you can build stadiums where the grass can either roll out of the stadium or drop down. But there's
Which is what they do in a lot of new places in Europe.
So there's ways to do it, and if you've got to support that, for players' safety, health, you should do it.
But instead, the scummy part of Goodell and his people, we haven't seen any significant difference in all of our studies, which is the same thing that came out with the head injuries and concussions for the first 10 years too. Well, we haven't seen in all the studies, we haven't seen anything. So to me, he's been the perfect corporate boss. And he's brought this level of the NFL as high as it's ever been for sure. Can it go much higher? Well, who knows? But I think he's done it in certain terms sometimes skeezily.
But it's getting done.
Yeah, if you're an owner, you got to love him. You just sold the Seahawks for $10 million. $10 billion.
It's 9 point. I'd hate to. Yes.
Well,
yes.
If it's just short of $10 billion, guess what the next one's going to go for?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I always was like with the Walton Penner Group. I was like, what are they doing this for? Because in 20 years, this organization is going to be worth $20 billion. But then I got to know them a little bit better and saw what they're all about, and so I don't feel like that anymore. But my initial feeling and my raised eyebrow was correct. That the Denver Broncos in 2032, when they get the stadium built, when that's all done, because they're going to own all of it. I mean, it's going to be worth well over. The Denver Broncos are going to be worth more, Scott, than $20 billion. That is a mind-blowing thought.
Are you still 100% sold that it's going to be down at Burnham Yards?
because I've been to Seattle and I saw what they did and how they're doing it with a football stadium. Like, I've been to Philadelphia, but Philadelphia, those stadiums, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not walkable from down. It's public transportation wise. So I'm like, all right, that's that. Okay, not quite. Buffalo's in the middle of nowhere. New England's in the middle of nowhere. Meadowlands is in Jersey.
Kansas City was kind of
Kansas City's out there too. They're not like, and Kansas City's a confused place anyways. So they're nothing to look at. LA, see, I've not been to SoFi. I've heard great things about. Boy, it looked great for the World Cup.
Their plan is to build tons of stuff around.
So they have the availability to do that.
Yeah.
All right. Now that I've been to Seattle, I think I have a much better idea. And like I said, we were on the light rail yesterday, and we were stopped at 10th and Osage, and I kind of looked at it different. I was like, all right, I guess I can see this. It's still not, to me, that is not a walkable distance from downtown Denver to the stadium. It's that's a stretch. It's not impossible to do, but it's like far.
Right. And there's a couple, if you were to walk, there's a couple areas like that Spear and 8th and 6th Avenue and all them. Those are busy.
Oh, by the way, did you see that approval got made for the bridge to go over Spear?
Down by the ball arena?
Mm-hmm.
Which means the city's not paying for it.
It got approved. So that is a huge bridge to cross, pun intended, to get a new facility and new development around Ball Arena. Like, nothing that's been imagined for that area was possible unless they got that bridge built.
And people can walk from downtown to the arenas.
Over Spear.
Over Spear.
Yep. I cannot tell you how, as somebody that's done that a million times, both as a pedestrian and on my bike, that is a gargantuan game changer for flow of people and whatever you're going to do down there. Has to happen. So I'm happy.
But is it just one bridge, or isn't there a couple?
I thought there were going to be a couple. I read about one. I don't know if that means that it's been approved for multiple, because I know that was the thought too. But it's a big deal. So that's good news. Am I confident about Burnham Yard? Oh boy. Yeah, I guess. To me, listen, everybody who's a whiner and complainer, and everybody who wanted the Denver Broncos in Denver for whatever reason, you better thank your lucky stars. You have Greg Penner in charge of this thing, okay? Because nobody, it would have been so much easier.
They'd already been started.
Oh my God. I mean, you would have been so on your way. And you could have done all of the entertainment district, and you probably would have made more money, in all honesty, if you were just to have done this down south in the Lone Tree area, where they have the Lone Tree City Center light rail stop that empties to a field right now. That is the funniest light. I'm not going on a light rail.
They're building another.
They're going to develop.
Coming over 25 there.
Is that what they're building there?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, I didn't know that. My wife asked me about that the other day.
It's like between Lincoln and
what?
I don't know. Oh, it's on 25. Because I drove down the spring the other day, and it was.
That's a light rail stop?
That's what I assumed.
Okay.
Or some sort of walkway.
They're building something huge. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's connecting over 25 to Lincoln. Maybe that's what it is. Because there's a bridge like over Dry Creek Station. Maybe that's what it is. So you can go over 25 at Lincoln. Maybe that makes sense. My wife was asking me the same thing. Well, it's probably not a light rail stop, but let's see. People on the text line will know because they're way smarter than us. But if I had to bet something, because there are other bridges, like there's one at County Line that's over Park Meadows Mall that you can go over. There's one at Dry Creek. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yep.
And then there's the Lone Tree City Center, which is a field. But they're going to develop it into something. Listen, I'll tell you this. I'm 80% to 90% sure that'll happen in Burnham Yard. But Scott, would it surprise me if it isn't? No. It wouldn't surprise me.
I know they're going to build that new Summit soccer facility, kind of like at 25 in Santa Fe.
Yes.
Why don't they talk to Lone Tree?
They're already going to build the stadium there.
I know, but
sure. I don't know. Keep talking to Lone Tree.
I mean, do you think you got more of your fan base?
I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about anything because that to me is so irrelevant because you can get on public transportation anywhere in this city and get to wherever you damn please. My wife and I walked to the light rail and took a train to Arvada, and it was fine. Took a little bit longer than a car. I'm a little hippy-dippy here, but I'm a big public transportation guy. You don't have to drive all over the place. You don't. People just love their cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I get it. I understand why people love your cars. But don't give me the, oh my God, I got to drive from how am I going to get from Wheat Ridge to Lone Tree? It's impossible.
My problem with public transportation is the extra time it takes.
Well, of course. You got to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, I hate that.
Slow down.
No.
Slow down.
Not ready to yet.
Look at your hair. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. Have you placed a squad bet with Fanatic Sportsbook? Well, if you don't know what a squad bet is, trust me, you're going to want in. Instead of sweating one player to carry your parlay, you combine player stats into one collective target. So a dude has a bad night. All right, the rest of the squad, they can still get you there. Squad bets available across the NBA, NHL, MLB, soccer too. Pick your market, points, goals, strikeouts, set a target. Select the line you think your squad will hit. The higher the line, the higher the payout. Go build your squad now. Only on Fanatic Sportsbook. That's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. Now. Well, Scott, it's been nice to be back. Reconnected with you and seeing how you're doing.
It was a blast. But Andy came in there and noticed right away that we might have ran over a few.
Yeah.
Just a
few of our female guests.
teensy bit over today.
That's all right.
Yeah, I mean.
Do we care?
Do I care?
Are we bothered by it?
Are you asking me if I care?
And in
I've
general.
got the least skin in the game in the room. I don't care at all.
I'll say it's KKSE, FM, HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Well, it's awesome to see you back, number one.
Say that?
I said it's awesome to see you back, number one.
Yes, sir. I appreciate being
You
back.
feel rested, recharged, ready for training camp?
I find myself having an opinion about everything more strongly when I'm not working than when I do work.
Of course. It's like a bottle that fills up, and eventually it's going to explode.
But-
and today it was Odyssey all over Scott Hastings.
Well, so what are you seeing, Scott? What is the show, The Odyssey? What are you seeing today? Are you going tonight?
Well, that was the plans, but we might get around, start fooling around, then who knows? A few hours later, we've missed it.
Exactly.
Wow.
I mean,
What?
All of a sudden you come up for air, and
little
that
something,
clock's a few
something
hours
going, huh?
later.
What?
Yeah.
Andy, any interest in The Odyssey?
See, not for me. How long was it? Give me the
3
length.
hours.
It was like 2:52.
Yeah, I'm all the way out.
Oh, it was
so
so
the
good.
worst thing that ever happened to me was remember Burt Berry played for the Broncos?
Yes,
Pass rusher.
Bertrand Berry.
I got to
yes.
become he's real picky about that. Now I didn't know. I used to call him Burt. He didn't care. Last time we had on, he wanted to make sure it was Bertrand. Anyway, we became I don't know, he was interested in media. I got to know him during his time here in Denver. We became buddies. And so when I had the show with Stink and Doc, remember that when you were doing BPI?
I do.
We went to go see the two towers, and Bert agreed to go with a bunch of our listeners.
Little Lord of the Rings.
Dude, we are sitting there, and you can relate to this, Bad Back. We're like halfway through, and Bert is like, and I'm like, dude, if this guy turns into a pretzel, well, I'm never going to hear the end of it. And then I'm not even got a Bad Back. And I was like, all right.
Do you know what year that was?
I
Do you know
got
what
Trolls, Kings. I don't know whose houses it is, but we've been on. Wrap it up. I'm done at 2. You get 2 hours, and then I'm out.
Had you watched any of the other ones?
Hold on now, Andy. That was 2002. Have
Don't
you seen
care.
a movie in the last
No,
24
no,
years?
not
Because
like
they've
that.
got recliner seats now that are actually
Well,
quite
that's
Yeah, I'm
true.
comfortable.
gone. Don't
That's
care.
true.
You still only get 2 hours of my time. That's all you get.
2
2
hours.
hours is even pushing
So
it.
you got like you're like a Will Ferrell movie or slightly less deep.
Made in Manhattan is more Andy's speed.
I
A
got
tight
other
hour
things to
30.
do. I ain't hanging out in that theater, man. Come on. I don't need to spend 3 hours with you people.
Do you know the story of The Odyssey?
I do. Yeah, I'm not. And I've seen Troy.
Oh,
So for you to
wait
tell
a
me
second.
Troy was long.
Troy's a long one.
Yeah, a lady was involved in that one. That one I put up with. Train Spotting.
Train Spotting was another.
Yeah, you know what? There's a few movies. The biggest one was Pulp Fiction, where my concentration was to post game. And I was like, oh, there's some funny lines in this that I missed because I was not thinking about the movie. I was
Okay.
So you're saying that was
Had a
your experience
plan.
when you rewatched it?
had a plan. Oh, yeah.
okay.
The whole thing with the wolf, I'm like, that was much funnier than I remember it because all I was worried about was getting the hell out of here.
Yeah.
And risking a baby.
My Pulp Fiction experience, because I used to go to movies by myself.
Oh, I saw that
One of the best experiences.
Yeah. Did the Sports Channel too. Boom, boom, boom. Drove over to the theater. May have.
Sure.
Few things on the way.
Might have.
Yeah, prepared. Yeah.
Watched the movie. Got done. Had no idea what happened.
Yeah.
Thought I fell asleep. Because, I probably.
Because it goes 9
I
directions.
was a little stoned.
in 3
No,
hours.
it wasn't the movie that was confusing.
And so
it was the pregame.
I ended up going back like a week later and went, oh, no, I didn't miss anything. It was just.
You just had a good time at the theater.
I was in there completely by myself.
Now,
That's
maybe
fantastic.
maybe we'll expand this topic on a hot mic. But have any of you ever? Mine was Navy SEALs. Do you remember the really bad Charlie Sheen movie, Navy
Yeah.
SEAls?
Which
And
I
they-
love when it came
Is that
out.
one of those
I got to
spoof
feel out your
movies?
age.
Yes, I've
but-
seen
No,
that. Yeah.
no.
Oh, it's terrible.
They thought it was real.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No,
Go ahead.
Blair Witch? What?
No, they said they thought they that was a real act in trying to be serious movie. The Navy SEAls.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Airplane.
No.
Or Hot
I know
Shots.
which one
No.
you're the Hot Shots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was an actual Navy SEAL,
right.
1988.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
like
know.
the 80s. Yeah.
Which movie would you need to see again because you were too busy thinking about making the move for the first time? Because that was it was a first date movie, and I was like, what do I do here? And I didn't even pay attention. Then again, it was Navy SEAls. I didn't need to. The movie sucked.
Dude, let me tell you,
The whole time?
I got to second base with Elizabeth Drum during Gandhi.
What?
Oh my God!
Hey, Schindler's List Seinfeld guy. What the hell are you doing?
Swear to God, it was a school. It was a school field trip. It was a school field trip, middle school.
What? You had teachers in the theater?
Got second base with Elizabeth Drum during Gandhi.
Okay,
proud to report.
Was it allowed, or did we go for the popcorn a little on the end? Was it an inside pitch for the popcorn?
Actually, it might have been a little bit over. It was an
Okay,
overage.
yeah, sure.
Overland.
But
Gandhi was a good movie too.
But listen, if you
was
can't,
it a blatant attempt to slide into second?
If you can't figure out how to make that move during Gandhi,
she was so bored she didn't care.
Exactly.
She's like, have at it.
Sure.
And no wonder he didn't understand the Hindu guy adopting the Muslim
It
kid.
appeared things worked out or didn't work out. I don't know. You know,
Is that who you wrote the song
Hey, did
about?
Gandhi eat again?
No, actually, no.
Did we get
Have
him
you
a
ever
meal
told
yet?
anybody about the song? Hey, we're inching closer to that
I wrote
reunion.
like 50 songs about one girl, but that happened. That
he
that
played a
happened
song
later.
for us. And he's like, "Can we play this in the band?" I'm like, "Bro, you're depressing me. I
Yeah.
need a shot of bourbon after that thing. We're not doing that in the middle of a set."
The man was
People
pouring
be
his,
offing themselves.
You were pouring your heart out, and this is what
Yeah,
you were
but,
met
yeah,
with
but
here.
I mean, you got to understand what this band was.
Yeah, it
we
got a
didn't
little
have
embarrassing.
Beth by Kiss. We didn't have I'll Remember You by Skid Row.
You didn't have Justin Bieber's Hallelujah.
No,
we did not.
We showed up, you drank, you're done, we're out. And it's 45 minutes, man. Sometimes 30. I had to set a rule. We ain't going past midnight. He showed up one time and missed it.
I don't know.
He couldn't
I
even
showed
remember
up
when
at
we were.
11:45.
Dude, I don't think there's anything more humiliating than gathering guys in your band around and saying, you got to hear this. And about 35 seconds into it, you're like, this is a horrible mistake.
That wasn't, but you got to feel out. We weren't in the Tree of Trust. We were trying to get some things figured
No,
out.
I just listen. It was
Now, look,
it was
I'm
it was
sorry
a one.
for
It was
your-
a one. It was a one and only time.
Look at what
I'm
you've done to
sorry
him.
for
You've
your
traumatized
heartache.
him.
Okay.
Okay? It's not
I
like I was
wrote-
happy you got your heart broken. We ain't playing this song, though.
I wrote better ones.
Okay?
Why didn't you bring those
You didn't
out?
break those out.
Well, because I did it later. When we already broke up. We didn't really break up. I say we still haven't broken up.
Nobody broke up. I
we
just
did
told
not
you guys.
break up.
I said, go ahead and play a few shows without me, and nobody ever did.
Well,
I said, treat it like a softball
we
team.
are-
I can't come play second tonight.
we are Ross and Rachel. We're on a break. We have not broken up.
It'll get you excited to know I'm teaching a kid guitar, and I'm teaching him all the rhythm for what we need. So
Well, let's go.
remember how Pat Smear showed up to help Nirvana?
Whenever you want.
I've
You know,
got
by
our
the way,
Pat Smear.
Scott, real quick, and Matt, this is all on Andy.
I know.
This whole thing is on Andy. I have told Andy 10 million
No.
times.
You went to Mr. App Creator's house, who had apparently, who's Bruce Dickinson? They went to Bruce Dickinson's
the guy
studio to try to play a show.
Oh,
What
that
in
the
the
guy in the
world?
woods?
Yeah.
I hated
you
that
two
guy.
talking
Yeah.
about?
I
dude,
hated that too.
He had it. He had what's the often room? He had a murder room.
Oh my God!
I
This,
heard
this
so
guy,
many stories about this guy's house.
Andy decides to bail out.
I'm like, I'm out.
Andy bails. This wasn't my idea. And
You
we
still
get-
did it.
we
You
get-
guys are just completely overestimating how much people care about your garage
you'd be
band.
surprised.
forget it.
You'd be surprised.
I didn't
All right,
follow
here's-
a word of that.
By the way,
Okay.
speaking of which, it's the Jimi Hendrix Experience, and it was a temporary
that's a
museum
temporary?
and an ode to grunge. So we went to
temporary.
Yes, because
it wasn't permanent.
No, because it was the second game I was doing that year. We went to Seattle.
Yeah.
The year Elway got inducted. And I was doing sidelines, and we went to this museum, and what was awesome about
I
it
would love
was
that.
it showed all the bars that Soundgarden and Pearl Jam and Nirvana
I would
started
love
at.
that.
So we got a map, and we went and had a good time going to all the bars, and I was trying to imagine
and that-
Nirvana
that-
playing
that's-
in bars about as big as this studio.
I would have loved
We were
that.
this close for Andy the night he was going to get a tattoo.
We
and
went in.
and the tattoo place turned us down.
She was
Why?
like, "You two have had too much to drink. You're gonna bleed
wow.
out."
You got. Oh, you would bleed out.
Well, yeah. When you drink, your blood thins. She's like, "Yeah, you'll bleed out. I can't do that."
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And then we met some weird tweaker on the street too. That was good times.
Well, Seattle.
Sounds like
Seattle's
a
never
great
changed.
evening.
Got
Yeah.
it all for you. All right,
Yeah.
boys.
Yeah,
All righty. All righty. Thank you, gentlemen. DMac is back in the building.
Why do you have a green
You can
Kansas
tell.
hat, by the way?
It's a little alternate. Hat.
I like it though.
DMac back in the building. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week. Andy Lindahl back. Andy, how was the week? How was
it
little
was a
time?
week. Yeah,
You know.
it wasn't bad. Look, we went to you love story time, so I'm going to drive you nuts. I went to Waterworld, and I love Waterworld.
Okay. Which day did you go
Friday.
to Waterworld?
Friday.
Because if you went to Waterworld one day last week, could have been bad time.
No. Luckily, we missed that. I saw that headline, unfortunately. Kind of freaked my kid out. No, but we did go. We did go, and then I found out more about it. It was not ever credible, but it turns out I know some people that worked the case.
Okay.
And I was told
well, that's good.
That person did not stop their activity that week. Some other places got hit up too.
Okay.
But in a fun day, we had a good time. But first off, I waited an hour, then went to try to get a fast pass, and they sold out. The person in front of me got turned down too. So if you want the little bracelet that gets you halfway through, they only have a certain number, and I knew that. Love Waterworld, so I wasn't mad at them. And then I got up to their new ride that my son insisted we go ride, where they just drop the bottom out and you go flying. And it opened last Thursday. It's not even open a week. And then that thing broke as we were I had sunscreen in my eye. I was having an allergic reaction to it. I really needed to get this slide done so we could go. And that was an extra 20 minutes. So
that sounds like a painful
other than
experience.
that, I love Waterworld. So
gotta love Waterworld.
Yeah, but other than that, it was hot. How'd you guys do? Hot in here?
No, I think we did well. Spring filled in like a champ last week. I mean,
What'd you
last
guys
minute
talk
call of the
about?
pen. Oh, everything.
Really?
Everything. Absolutely.
You know that I purposely take that week off every year.
Is that
Anybody
right?
that wants to know when Andy's going to be gone, I ain't here All-Star Week. That's all I got to say.
Hey, Spring, we handled it like champs, huh?
Oh, it was a grand old time.
That's what I'm saying.
Had by all.
That's what I'm saying. Knocked it out of the park. Nothing but rave reviews. But I'm glad you're back. We have tons to get to. We've got LeBron news today, which there's not really any news. Let me just come off the top with it here. Let's hit a few Nuggets things, because obviously I can't wait to hear where you're at with the Nuggets. We're waiting where Peyton Watson is going to go. Is he going to go? Are they going to re-sign him? But I hit up a guy who was a former teammate of LeBron this morning, and he told me he really believes it's Cleveland, but he said there's a chance it's Miami.
Boy, I thought, is Cleveland in it? I know that it's everybody. There's some guy, and again, it's Twitter. Some dude's insisting he's already signed a deal with Philly. Now, Shams, I think, in response to that tweet, came out and said he's focusing on 3 teams. The Heat, is it Heat, Cleveland, and Philly?
Yeah, all Eastern Conference.
Shams is saying he's not close. Now, I know the commissioner said, well, we'd like you to make a decision so we can set our national TV schedule. But, I mean, did you find that bold? Did you find that a little surprising?
Not really, because I think we all knew LeBron was going to get a farewell tour, and he might as well just be honest about it. He's like, look, I mean, we would normally release a schedule, but we're kind of waiting to see what our premier events are going to be.
It is, boy, that's a lot of power, right?
Oh, it's LeBron James.
What if he gets hurt? See, this
course.
is like the thing. If you buy money for a game, there's no guarantee you get to see your guy.
Yeah, but they've started to mix and match some of those national TV games if we know that like months ahead of time.
Right. So so just put the schedule out.
I would agree.
And just say change it if he shows up.
But what's the rush? I mean, what's the rush? What is really the rush here? I mean, yeah, I know teams got to book flights and a logistics perspective. You want to get a jump start on that.
Because honestly, Matt, you got to know how much money you're going to save up for your 12 subscriptions you need in order to watch this damn season.
That's true. That's true from a fan's perspective.
If you want to see the LeBron farewell tour, what are we going to get that number? What was the number for the NFL that the Utah guy got upset about? You need about $1,000 to have all the subscriptions.
Oh yeah, I remember. I don't remember the specific number though. So here's my question about the NBA. We're seeing teams bend over backwards to avoid the second apron, as we saw this weekend with a 3-team deal involving Atlanta, Oklahoma City, and Dallas. Lou Dort is finally gone and out of Oklahoma City. I let out a little cheer. Yeah. I said, you know the old SNL sketch where they're waving everybody off the plane. It's Spader, and he's a bye-bye. And that's exactly what I thought of. Like, good riddance to Lou Dort and having to see him as much as we did.
Lou Dort's gone. Naz Reid is gone. The Nuggets might get better just simply by subtraction.
Sure. Sure. Well, I thought it was fascinating because, look, it's you could make the argument that it's the first non-basketball move that Oklahoma City has had to make over their run. And basically, it was to save, like $175 million in a tax bill. So everybody is avoiding the second apron. And the only team, quite frankly, that could be flirting with the second apron is the Nuggets. If they were to retain Peyton Watson or Cam Johnson, as far as I understand, they're going to be pushing right up against it either way, if not over it. And so now that we know LeBron's no longer a reality here, or at least we assume that, where are we at? Like, do the Nuggets take a step back to take a step forward next year with some flexibility?
Okay, but how do you do it? How are you looking? When your step back, is that simply allowing Watson to walk and
That's
sign
the
and
question.
trade?
That's the question.
See, to me, I feel like Nate hates this take. I don't really love the take, but it's just kind of how I feel. I would be pretty aggressive to shop Jamal Murray because, again, like the Michael Porter Jr. scenario, I need to free up cash. And I don't think anyone's trading for Aaron Gordon. Because if I'm another team, I may revisit that come All-Star break if you haven't had that calf injury cost you 3 months of the season.
Okay.
But that'd be the other big contract you can move. But again, the Nuggets agreed to this financial structure under a different time.
Yeah.
And they've got to now get out of it somehow. If they're really going to make any moves, if they're really going to build a bench, if you're really going to go 8 deep like half this conference, then to me, your step back is you may have to give up another part of the core. Peyton Watson, I've told you. I think you and I, if we didn't chat and crosstalk, I told you out in the hall. I am not all the way there. I know the ceiling looked high. We got 6 weeks of basketball, 8 weeks of basketball. After I remind everybody, Christian Brown was just a year ago. You said you had to have this guy. Now we got half our fan base texting in saying, you got to get rid of Christian Brown. What a waste of $25 million. First off, the kid wasn't healthy. But neither was Peyton Watson at the end of the year. And so now we're all ready to go to, what, $28 million? I mean, he's not going to get 28 now, right? This has all cost him money, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. If there's one person that's lost out in this process, it's Peyton Watson. And the Nuggets are probably looking like winners right now because they hold the leverage. As far as I'm concerned, there's fewer and fewer teams. And over the weekend with Lou Dort going to Atlanta, who knows where that puts them? Because they were one of the few teams with the Clippers and maybe the Bucks that were reportedly in the mix.
What do you think the Peyton Watson number is then?
God,
because I ain't doing it for $28 million. I'm just going to say that flat out.
No, I think you're probably in the low 20s right now. I don't know that he's going to be able to get more than that. I don't know who's going to have the cap space for it, quite frankly. That's where I'm at. The Nuggets sure as hell don't.
Hey, help me out because you're smarter than I am. That's why they put guys like you in here,
scale.
you and Nate. And I mean, it's a small group, but you have to come help me out because every time I try to talk NBA offseason, I learn some new rule I didn't know about.
I know. I hate it.
No matter
too.
how much I try to look into this stuff.
Yeah.
Is Peyton Watson allowed? Like, this is the time of year we're about to see it next week as training camps open for the NFL, where you're going to get a bunch of 1-year deal, 1-year bet on myself kind of guys. Like Von Miller will sign the 1-year bet on myself kind of deal, although for him it's just retired guy. Can Peyton Watson sign a 1-year, whatever the $10 million just to show, hey, that was a real 6 weeks. That's the guy. And then re-enter next year? Is that even allowed, or does he have to have like a minimum 3-year deal or something?
I don't believe he does. I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't see why he couldn't, but I also think that from his perspective, it's like the hay's in the barn. Clearly, that's what he and Rich Paul are trying to tell teams. Like, my opinion on this thing is if it's July 20th and we don't have more traction between Peyton and the Nuggets, I feel like they're still pretty far apart. Like, I feel like if it was going to be a done deal or they were working towards, agreement, we would have heard it by now.
Are you upset with them for being cautious on this?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think they played this absolutely the right way. I agree with you. I'm far from sold on Peyton Watson. Look, I mean, this is a guy who in college barely played because he was a, developmental piece. At his best, he looked like he could be a real player, but I also don't know that he can do that for 82 games. And quite frankly, I wouldn't bet on it. So for me, not paying him $25 million while their back's up against the wall with the salary cap here, I do not blame them at all. And if they have to move on from him, I don't blame them at all. Look at the Avs and what they had to do with Miko. Like, they had to cut off the healthy arm to be able to reshape what the future was going to look like. I think that might be the precipice we're at for the Nuggets, but it feels like they've chosen to double down. And maybe they know better than I. I mean, who the hell am I?
All right, I want everybody to come back. So what we're talking about, there was something I really thought about. I was going to do it with Spring whenever I was here last. I want to do it with you because yesterday's World Cup had me thinking about our teams. And I'm going to hijack you for the first time on this show, but I want to get to it because what we're talking about, would I love Peyton Watson? Sure I would. But there's a reality to modern sports. So I want to know if it's having the same effect I think it is from you guys when we get back.
Welcome back to it. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week alongside Andy Lindahl. He is back from a little bit of a break. We've got tons to get into. And first segment in, Andy and I have never done a show together. Looking forward to really kind of get to know him this week. And Andy and I are up at CU all the time. So, that's probably on us for not really kind of connecting before. But now we get a chance to. So the first segment, I find out Andy retains hijacking power on the show in the second chair. Yeah. And he's told me that he's got something on his mind from watching the World Cup. So I'm interested to hear what it was.
Look, when you're riding shotgun like I do, you've got to find the right place to slip things in, if you will.
Yeah. Well, we heard about you at the movie theater.
Well, that was well more thought out than this one.
Okay.
Now, look, this is something I've been thinking about a lot and it got triggered when we had Marcelo Balboa on a couple weeks back talking World Cup. And I asked Marcelo, I said, why does it feel to me like there's so much passion for these World Cup teams? Because again, he played on the U.S. team and he was telling us about how he roots for Argentina, right? Springer, remember that? Because he said his dad, that's who they rooted for. It was passed down family by and it used to be that way in this town. I mean, I grew up in this city. We were a Denver Bronco household. I went to a church. Me and Vic Lombardi went to Holy Family Parish. We had a priest who would talk. If you went early enough, he was talking about the Broncos before you went home to watch the game. He was saying little prayer. That's how this town was. It was a passed down passion for the team. And watching the World Cup, especially yesterday's final, of course, hearing the chants, hearing both fans try to lift their team, it just reminded me of a day gone by. And so when we talk about things, I want to know, do people still feel as passionate for their teams as they once did? 303-504-0925. Because I don't think people are anymore. And I realize this is international play, but I'm just telling you, I don't think people have the same, again, I think people love the Broncos, but I also think we have a lot of things, whether it's not because it's not passed down anymore, whether it's fantasy football, whether it's because you bet games right now while you watch, half the people are tied to the outcome helping their wallets. That was never a thing when I was growing up. And I just feel like watching the passion yesterday and really throughout the tournament, it used to be in this town, you wouldn't see a Chiefs jersey. Now half the kids on my block have a Patrick Mahomes jersey. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I get it because you can watch them. You can have the Sunday ticket. You can watch all the games. I used to, and again, I'm an old man. I get it. But there was NFC games, there were AFC games. I could watch Monday Night Football and I would. Then eventually Sunday Night Football came around and all that. But there wasn't the Sunday ticket until I was already working in this business. I got the Sunday ticket in 2000 because, a guy I was working with, we did a partnership with DirecTV. And it was pretty cool to watch all the games. But it hasn't changed for me. I don't want to ever root for the Broncos or for someone above the Broncos. But I think fantasy football is what started all this, where it's like, and I remember I even joked with John Lynch when John Lynch got I think I offended him more than I meant to. I was kind of just cracking a joke because they were playing the Tennessee Titans on Christmas, and it was a meaningless game. I remember I used to sit with Scotty while he did his pregame interviews for the broadcast, and we had John Lynch one year, and I said, hey, man, can you just let Drew Bennett have one? I just need one Drew Bennett touchdown to win this Super Bowl. And John was like, I can't believe you'd even say that to me. That's not even something to joke about. That's not funny at all. I don't want that guy scoring. But I think that's where some of this started. I had Priest Holmes a couple of years. All of a sudden, I want you to whoop them, but I also need Priest Holmes to score. And I just don't. These fans, I wondered, were we going to, we didn't have any incidents in the stand yesterday, right? The passion didn't carry over to something ugly like the field,
Nothing
right?
that I saw, but I have to tell you, if we're just talking about the game itself, I was really disgusted. So, I saw Tom Cruise. He welcomed everybody. I was dialed into Tom being there. Shakira performed, I saw.
Yeah,
it was a snooze fest of a game. So, hold on. So, let me you said a lot there. So, let me kind of decipher what you're trying to say. So, are you asking, why is other fandom not like soccer fandom? Because I think TD on the text line here brings up a good point. He goes, soccer fandom is college football fandom. I would disagree with that. It's to a different level than college football fandom. So
why aren't we that way anymore, though? Because I felt like Bronco fandom was that way once upon a time.
I don't know if it was ever that fever pitch. Like soccer, the stuff they do, especially European sports, you've seen some of those basketball games in Serbia where there's fire in the crowd and stuff like that. It's just different. In different parts of the world. But I would say that, Yeah, I think gambling probably has a little bit to do with it. I would also say that there are more options. We are exposed to way more now. You said it yourself. Like with the TV deals, you can see everybody. I mean,
I don't have to watch you if you suck.
With Red Zone, I watch anything that's interesting. So if there's somebody that's playing well that I like, I become a fan of that person because I'm watching Red Zone. Like, I guess maybe from the perspective of there wasn't as much to do, probably when during the time period you're referencing.
Oh no, you set your watch. I had watch parties around. Like I had a group of friends that when they won the first Super Bowl, my first day at KOA was literally the day after they beat Atlanta.
Yeah.
Now I was at the Fan overnights when they won the first Super Bowl, and I remember I had to go in there and cut the highlights off the reel-to-reel tape. That was a long night, but it was fun. But again, I got to watch the game with my group of friends that we got together every Sunday and watched John Elway and the whole game. Like you're talking about, there wasn't Red Zone where I just tuned out. I felt like we used to appreciate more of the story in long form.
Yeah, and again, I think TD chimes in again here on the text line with another great point. Like, it costs a lot of money to go these games. Real fans are definitely getting priced out to a degree, and I would say it's hurt things. Like, look at the prices for what the World Cup was. It was insane ridiculous. To get in there.
I can't believe DMac even tried to take a run at it.
Sweet kid.
I mean, good for him.
Good intentions. Apparently, then he got a rash. He was talking about his rash for hours. I'm like, DMac, get off your rash. We don't want to hear about your rash.
His swollen ankles.
His swollen ankles, yeah. I mean, I guess that's kind of what happens when you get older, huh? I'm experiencing some of that stuff. No swollen ankles for you?
Swollen
anyway,
ankles.
so look, I hear what you're saying. I also think life is increasingly more complicated than it used to be.
I don't disagree, but let's go back to the point that kind of triggered why I thought this was the right time to bring it up. I would like to see Peyton Watson remain a Nugget. I think it's ridiculous that we're talking about a $28 million contract and all these cap like this is the kind of stuff that I think hurts people's interest in any sport.
Yeah.
And it's not just the NBA. You know, the NFL, I think the NFL has more built-in circumventions if you want to pay the piper later, right? Now, that's what made the Broncos such an incredible story. They found a way to get to where they're at while dealing with the Russell Wilson hit. But if you hadn't struck gold and got lucky with Bo Nix, you're probably not dealing with that. But I mean, look at the Avs. Look, you and I are big hockey guys.
Yeah.
People get so angry at me, and I'm sure the Avs probably don't love me for saying, well, I'd think about trading Marty Necas. But again, Marty Necas and Jamal Murray are kind of the same guy. If I'm going to free up enough money, because now all of a sudden I feel like I don't have to only worry about my home budget, now I got to worry about my team's budget. If I actually want to go out and suggest moves that you can go make, I need money to do it. And the caps in all these leagues, and it feels like the NBA caps become harder than the NFL cap, and I don't even know how that happened. Again, it happened because of the second apron, but they did that really sneakily to me.
Sure. And look, I don't think there's one right answer here. I think it's a very nuanced discussion where it's probably subjective based upon your own experience. However, I will agree if your point is our fandom for everything else like what we experienced during the World Cup, and the answer is unequivocally no. Like we don't even come close to that. At our best, what is the most exciting, I guess, college football? Like what's the most fever pitch a crowd gets for American sports? I would say maybe the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Well, maybe. Look, I've been in some special environments. You got to remember, I was on the sideline for the Super Bowl 50 season, and I never thought I'd see anything. And again, I am old enough. I was at Mile High. I went as a fan to the game in '98 where they whooped the Dolphins behind, and that was amazing. I was at a game in Mile High where it was the streak, if you can remember it, in '98. They got to play the Chiefs. I believe they got to 13-0, and the 13th win came against the Kansas City Chiefs, and we were down that game. And I will say we at that time, because I wasn't in the media, we were down. It looked like this hated rival was going to end our streak and embarrass us. And I still remember the headache I had for about 4 hours after the game on that as they came back and Shannon Sharp caught, I think, the go-ahead touchdown. Man, there was a different passion here that I just don't think – it just doesn't exist anymore. And I know when you watch the World Cup, you think that we'd never been that way, but I am telling you, especially Matt, when this is all we had, and that goes back to your point about less distraction.
Yeah.
Because the Nuggets were never what they are now during the 80s. I mean, they were pretty good, but the only time you saw the Broncos nationally, I feel like, growing up here in the 80s, it was maybe Monday Night Football highlights, because the Broncos, when Elway got into his rhythm, the Broncos were a deal. Nothing else in Denver was a deal. That's where the old Cowtown thing came from.
Well, as it relates to your original point and why you wanted to bring it up now, as it relates to Peyton Watson, you're talking about the second apron and what's happening to the NBA specifically, which is the reason why Peyton Watson might not be a Denver Nugget, right? I mean, this whole financial system that they implemented with the new CBA, it sucks.
It does.
And I've said it for the last 2 weeks I've been sitting in here. As a giant basketball fan myself, it is a huge turnoff if the casual fan, from just a simplistic standpoint, cannot more or less figure out the financial landscape of your league. Like, I think they totally, you shouldn't need a law degree or to be a CPA to figure out second apron, bird rights, 35% rule. It's stupid. Like, and I said this last week that it's almost hard to provide 100% accurate analysis because those things are so complicated unless you dedicate, and you're one of our, nerd buddies like we got over at DNVR. Shout out to those guys. I love them because they're the only ones that know what's going on.
Well, I mean, listen, to your point, we're trying to do sports radio, and here's the other problem. Another reason why I can't tell you I want Peyton Watson? Because I don't want to go through another offseason or another trade deadline, I should say. Remember a couple years ago when the Nuggets lost that 20-point lead in Game 7 at home against Minnesota. And do you remember what happened that year? They couldn't even sign a buyout player because of their financial situation. Not even a buyout player, man.
I remember.
And it's just like, okay, so what? I'm supposed to campaign for that now so that if we get to I don't want to find out that, what I campaigned for in the summer just because it sounds like a good idea at the time. All of a sudden I'm finding out you can't even buy out. You can't even get, Ryan Clarkson or Jordan Clarkson, or who's the point guard they thought they might get from Minnesota that was a Utah guy. Ended up going back to sign with Minnesota, was their backup guy this year. The veteran. He played for the Jazz. It doesn't matter.
Not Conley.
Mike Conley.
Okay, yeah.
They couldn't even have him.
Right, they had to trade him and then sign him back.
Yeah.
It
just, this stuff is stupid. And look, 667's right in. He said it's not just the gambling. Yeah, look, man, they've been gambling on it before the draft or before the apps. I was going to think draft.
Yeah, but it's way more widespread.
It
now.
is, but fantasy football started it before there was the gambling.
Sure,
because we were picking players off other teams.
It was a gateway drug.
How many people do you know care more about their fantasy team than actually care about the actual team they root for? I know a ton of people. I think Nate's one of them, be quite honest with you. Nate will tell you he doesn't root for the Bears anymore. The Bears upset him, I don't know, before he even moved out of Chicago.
That's the trauma of a Bears fan.
Well,
you can't blame him for that one. So, look, I'm with you here. I really don't like the way they've set it up. And there's a reason why Lou Dort was just moved from Oklahoma City to the Atlanta Hawks. And that's so that Sam Presti and his big brain could stay out of the second apron and could save all that money in the salary tax that they would have to, the luxury tax, I should say, that they would have to pay. And so right now we're seeing a situation where no team in the NBA right now projects to be in the second apron, except for potentially the Denver Nuggets. And here's one thing that I'm going to have to see to believe, and this is not a statement on anything, it's just based upon the way that they've handled business. If Josh Kroenke and company decide to be in the second apron, I'd be surprised if they make the decision when they're the only team choosing to do so.
Well,
I think the league is kind of rebuffing that whole financial system right now and just saying, look, we get why they did it. Look at the parity they've created, but ultimately, Andy, it is impossible to sustain. And, it was what did you say last week, Spring? You said, I'm kind of starting to turn my opinion on salary caps. And I said, of course you are. Because you grew up a Denver sports fan as a have-not, and now you're a have. And the salary cap just prevents you from continuing to have. So, of course, your opinion has changed on salary caps because we're in a position right now with the Avs and Nuggets where how nice would it be if there wasn't a salary cap there?
Yeah, you talk about how hard that second apron is. I got a lot of thoughts. First off, that is the hard cap. You're right. Every NBA team, whether they've said it out loud or not, has acknowledged the second apron is the hard salary cap. The other thing that I would say, though, is Peyton Watson or Cam Johnson worth being in the second apron for? And that's, again, you just broke it down to those two players. And I hate to zero in on them.
No, that is the question.
That's
the
reality.
That's the question right now, quite frankly. And I've said this the last couple of weeks too. It only makes sense to be in the second apron if you are one of the top 3 teams in the league and you wholeheartedly believe in your team's ability to win a championship. And we're going to find out what the whole Nuggets organization, front office included, feels about this current group. Because if they choose to go in the second apron, they believe that this team can do it again.
Okay,
now,
but didn't Josh tell us at the presser he doesn't?
Well, I think we're going to find out with their actions. So if he doesn't, if you're telling me his words were he doesn't believe that they're good enough right now, then I'd be surprised if one or both was on the team. Quite frankly,
I think it's one or the other.
I don't
think
know.
you want to lose both of them unless it's going to save you. But what do you get? So if you do a sign and trade with Peyton Watson, that frees up some money. I've not heard anything about it. Is there still trade interest in Cam Johnson? I feel like I've heard nothing. I feel like I've heard nothing about any of the Nuggets players other than Peyton Watson.
I think Milwaukee has interest in both of them from what has been reported. I think guys like Jake Fisher and I think the Ari report over the weekend. I definitely saw the Bucks are in on Peyton Watson and they're definitely still kind of poking around Cam Johnson. Look, those two guys can help a team, right? It doesn't mean that they're going to be the guys on that team. But if the question is, are the Nuggets about to pay Peyton Watson like a third, fourth, fifth best player on a championship team? Well, I think they need to evaluate if that's the guy, let's be honest, for the rest of Nikola Jokic's prime that they also want to have running with him.
Yep.
And if it doesn't work out, how hard is that deal going to be to move? Look at where we're at with Christian Brown.
You can't have
you
any
can't
more
move
hard to move
Christian
deals.
Brown.
How many guys do they have like that? Right now, Christian Brown feels a little bit that way, so we got to hope that he just gets healthy and he goes back to the Christian Brown that he was. Nobody wants Zeke Naji, apparently, because I can't imagine that they're not trying to at least attach him to something. That hasn't happened yet. I don't think, and again, I hate talking about Aaron Gordon this way. I love Aaron Gordon, but you can't trust the health at this point.
Unfortunately.
So if you could, this would be a whole different discussion, but you can't. And that's not going to make that an easily moved contract. And again, there's been suggestions out there that Jamal Murray could have been part of the Jaylen Brown trade. So clearly they've at least thought about that as well. And at his age, how many NBA teams are going to be? Nate said it best. If you're going to trade for Jamal Murray, he's got to be your star at that number. He's got the star's number. So how many teams are going to want to do that? So it's a tough situation, man. Denver's got a lot. I wish they had some more flexible contracts. I wish they had some more guys that were maybe, a little bit less. It just is amazing to me, too. Like the NBA, I feel like the NBA's wingmen and swingmen and athletic wings are the new left-handed pitchers in baseball of the early 2000s. Where everyone's got this 2 in front of their number. We can't do anybody in the teens for that. You know what I mean? You're all $20 million players now, 20 million plus.
We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman. Andy Lindahl is back in the building, and we roll along. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman with Andy Lindahl this week. Andy is back and in effect. Kreckman and Lindahl, thanks for being here. And remember, whether you're at home or on the go, we are always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. I don't know if you saw this over the weekend, but the men's mile record was broken. A 27-year-old record shattered by Josh Kerr, a Brit in the London Diamond League. He ran a mile in 3 minutes, 42 seconds, and 66 tenths or whatever it is. So the mile, how fast can you run a mile?
Not that fast. I've never even tried. I've never been a runner. I'm the guy that I live the meme. I'm a dog, all right? I got to chase something or I've got to be chased. That's it. I'll chase a ball.
I gotcha.
When I play sports, I never enjoyed running just to run.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I've never even tried to run a mile. I can walk a mile. Let's see. I walk my dog 3 miles a night and it takes me about an hour. So I average about 17 minutes walking.
Okay.
I can give you that.
I remember in school it was like the 7-minute mile.
That was always
fitness.
the thing.
That was the thing. This guy literally 3:42. Like that's insane to me.
Now are we going to find out? Are we going to?
Are you
everything? We're going to find out we were helped along. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but I just feel like every time we find out something happened, no, I can't.
Can't you just believe in something?
Listen, isn't it Tour de France time? Lance Armstrong ruined all that for me.
Yeah. And by the way, Ryan Fox won the Open Championship, so the majors are closed out for 2026.
Are you disappointed? Are you a watch golf intensely guy or are you golf nap guy?
I have a hard time watching golf intensely because I can't play anymore due to some physical stuff I got going on, and it kills me. So I just I'll check in, I'll watch the highlights, I'll follow the leaderboard. But sitting there watching, if you get me watching golf for more than 45 minutes, I'm like, okay, when's my tee time? When's my tee time? I got to get out there. I got to grip. I got to rip. You know, that's how I roll, and I can't do it right now. However, I did enjoy Rory absolutely blasting Bryson. If you didn't see, Bryson had a moment over the weekend, Bryson DeChambeau, where he steps behind the ball, and it felt like one of those accidentally on purpose moments, and nobody wanted to just upright call him a cheater, but everybody, all the pros were basically, from what I read, reports were the guys who didn't want to speak up publicly like Rory did, where he basically said, look, I hate this guy, so I'm not going to be up here defending him, and he absolutely deserved the two-shot penalty. I loved it from Rory.
All right, do we need that? It's funny that you talk about that because Bryson DeChambeau, I think this isn't the first time he's caused that kind of reaction.
No,
people, right?
No, which is what Rory was saying. It's like he's performative. That's who this guy is.
But here's what I think is kind of funny is I'm not a big golf watcher like you. I'll go play it. Yeah. And I'm not even going to play it well, but I'll go play it. I'll enjoy time with whoever's out on the course, and maybe you do a little business out there, whatever. But I enjoy at least 15 of the 18 holes. But it was the same thing with Argentina. Our guy DMac talking about how disgusted he was with Argentina. And then I know they played on PhD, the cut from the European broadcast about how awful and gross they played, and Argentina just trying to, basically make it ugly and play cheap and stuff away from the ball. And I kept thinking, they're the Raiders. They're a little bit of the Raiders. Do we need more of that in sports? Has it become too friendly? Do we have a team like that in the NFL? Do we have a team like that in college where they're on the edge and we all love to hate them and we can all unite? It felt like everybody, I was unaware of this because I thought the Argentinian goalie played so well. There was a small part of me that wanted to see his heroic effort rewarded because I thought he made a couple close range saves there that he had to react to quickly. And so maybe that's the hockey in me that was like, all right. But then I find out I did not realize how dirty everybody said things were away from the ball because I wasn't watching it that intently.
Yeah, I mean, there's always pushing and pulling and grabbing jerseys, and you see one thing called a yellow card, and it's like, hey. They would show
as they set up for the corner kicks where they're just kind of hand fighting each other. And
that's why soccer's not going to get me. And you bring up the World Cup, and that's why soccer's not going to get me because it's a little too soft for me. Like the second yellow on Enzo Fernandez that sends him out of the game, and Argentina's got to go down to 10. Imagine if you had 2 penalties in a hockey game and you were just all of a sudden off the ice and the other team had a power play the rest of the game. I think it's a ridiculous rule. Like there's so much of soccer that just I'll never love it because the rules it doesn't speak to me. It's too soft. Like he gets sent off for a red card because it's a second yellow because a guy flies in the air and they barely make contact with their shins. It's a joke. Anyway, so I thought it was a boring game yesterday. Now you got me off topic there. But I will say, as to get back to the Bryson situation and the concept you were referring to, sports villainy. That's what you're talking about.
Well, you need it.
We need it. And that's why I love what Rory said so much, because bring that to the forefront. I want the drama. I want the smack talk. That's what it used to be. You talked about the way things used to be. We used to have more passion. Give me that stuff back. Enough of this Mr. Nice Guy. You know,
We're all friends.
The bulletin board material. I'm here for it all, Andy. Like that's I'm all about it.
Well, you work at the right town, because how many times did our guy Sean Payton end up having some? Remember the one against Jacksonville? I think all he was trying to do was pass a compliment, and the next thing you know, they're riding with the small market thing. The small market
thing.
That?
Yes, of course.
And he just was not. All he was trying to do is, I like the way they play the game, and not enough people have seen him because Lawrence is not popped the way we all thought that he would. But who do we have? Do you have a team like that in the NFL anymore? Because I kept thinking about this. Like, there isn't a Raiders anymore. Seattle, the Legion of Boom, had a little of that going on.
Isn't it the Chiefs?
Dirty, though? Like, on the edge of dirty.
Well, that's tough because
the Chiefs feel like they've got the favor of the refs, but I don't think any of their guys are dirty.
I would say across all sports, that element to the game, whether it's basketball or hockey or football or what have you, the dirty element, the cheap shot element, that has eroded from sports because we just have so many cameras on the field now and on the ice and on the court. You can't get away with that stuff anymore.
I feel like Florida and the Kachucks, maybe,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's a more gratuitous game.
It is.
And there's a line to be ridden, but it's not like the open ice Scott Stevens, Paul Correa hits like you used to see. I mean, that's not what it used to be. Of course we do. The violence, the
I don't want
gladiator
anybody
nature.
getting hurt, but but nonetheless, I don't mind the big hits. Is Oklahoma City there? Who would be the NBA version of? You got a few teams that aren't afraid to foul, and remember, we know
it's OKC.
Minnesota wasn't afraid to hard foul. They were like, "Are you going to call them all?" But I don't think you will.
It's the Thunder. Everybody around the league that isn't an Oklahoma City fan hates the Thunder.
Right.
Hates
Caruso
the Thunder.
in particular.
Absolutely. And Shea, the way he plays. No, it's the Thunder. And you asked me college football. Well,
who is one?
For me, it's Texas Tech. Like,
because it's got to be a top 25 team or something, doesn't it?
Unfortunately, they are. So for me, it's runaway, not even close. Texas Tech, I could go off on them. Did you see what happened, by the way? Cody Campbell paid Ken Paxton a cool $275,000 to go ahead and file that lawsuit against the Big 12. And had he not done that, the Big 12 wouldn't have countersued. So Campbell screwed himself.
Nate found that story. It was amazing that it was your own doing. Well, it's just phenomenal. Karma. Some of it's sports karma. God, I'm trying to think. See, this is where we're not. I was talking to a buddy over the weekend. No more CU Nebraska, right? No more instant bloodlust or anything like that going on.
What about Lane at LSU?
Well, but do you get into that here?
No, I mean, it wouldn't be your casual. Of course not, because college sports in general, I mean, if you're looking at rivalries and allegiances, it's just been completely watered down. But it's all going to go the same
way as the NFL. We had a lot of people saying that the whole reason why they aren't as passionate about sports is because of free agency and the transfer portal. And the transfer portal is only going to get bigger and bigger.
Well, I understand as a college sports fan, or at least a casual college sports fan, why the transfer portal is just the worst thing ever. Because even I was sitting in here with Tyler the other day. He's like, I don't know who the hell's on this team or that team. And if you're not somebody like me who's following this stuff, I mean, I could say Santana Hopper, who might be the best defensive lineman that Coach Prime has brought in this year, coming out of Tulsa, but nobody knows who that is.
Well, and on top of it, you're going to keep him. Jordan Seed was the best offensive lineman they've had since a guy named Nate Solder, and he's not even here now.
Yeah, no. So in general, that's tough. But for me, it'll be Texas Tech because they can't stop taking their 6-shooters and pointing them right at their own feet, which I absolutely love. I love. If you want to talk smack about Texas Tech at any point to me, I'm all about that action. I'm just telling you that, okay?
668 says the Broncos were the dirty teams of the 90s. I will tell you this. There were a number of defensive linemen that will give you a very un-FCC friendly response to the cut block scheme that they used in their first two Super Bowls.
I believe that. Well, aren't the Dallas Stars a 4-letter word for us around here?
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, nobody makes my blood boil like Jamie Benn.
I hate that team.
I'd love to see,
I hate that team. Anything that goes right for that team just makes me upset. So that's who I would compare them to. At least that's the NHL villain for me.
Minnesota was like that for a while. There was,
Yeah, it's a little bit more regional for sure. Baseball, it's just like, can you hate yourself even more?
Right. Yeah, well.
Okay.
You know what, though? They were fun. Hey, I will admit, I watched them. I like
Hunter Goodman hit 3 bombs in a loss last night.
I like McMahon. Right? No, do I even have it
McMahon,
right?
he's been traded.
No,
Isn't he a Yankee?
Cole Carriga.
I like Cole Carrick too. Who led off? Why am I
good.
forgetting his
This
name?
is good.
McCarthy?
McCarthy, thank you. Not McMahon, McCarthy. I like him. I like him. He plays hard. He's got a mullet. I'm sick of the jacket. I'm tired of the fur coat. But I'm old.
Yeah. Well,
And it was 95 degrees and you're wearing. Did you see? Was it? No, it was McCarthy had inside the Parker. He kept that. I was like, dude, are you trying to sweat off a few pounds? Take that coat off. You're making me hot just watching it.
sorry, what are you even talking about? I have
He had
no
inside
idea.
the park home run.
Are you talking about the Rockies?
Yes.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Come
that
on
is
now.
so
Come on
far
now.
off my
Hey, now,
radar.
you know
I mean,
what?
honest to goodness.
I'm going to give the Rockies some credit. They're at least they don't make me want to cancel my subscription to the app. That's a step forward. I haven't heard the name Cleveland Spiders in relation to them all year. Come on now.
At the end of last week, Springer and I were trying to debate, entering the second half of the season, could they catch the Giants from 3 games back? Could they potentially finish as not the worst team in baseball this year? The Royals and the Angels right now are giving them some competition.
Boy, the Giants are bad.
I mean, shouldn't they be
But
much
aren't
worse?
the Giants a little on a heater now? Didn't they? Boston came in here as a terrible franchise.
Well, they've turned it all the way around.
Now
Yeah,
now
absolutely.
They're good.
And so have the Cubs for some reason, with absolutely no pitching. By the way, happy 10th anniversary of the Cubs winning the World Series. They celebrated it over the weekend. I was released as a sports fan from my immortal bonds. Everything else will always be gravy.
We're coming up on the 20-year anniversary next year. Should we do something big? Should we all start planning now? 20 years from 07, Rocktober.
October.
Get it going.
The run.
The 6 weeks of baseball.
Bo Nix lands in the NFL's top 100 as voted on by the players. We'll let you know where next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Now, I've gone there and actually, I went to Waterworld, enjoyed a time with the new body after the GLP-1s had kicked in and done their work. Maybe you're dealing with a different problem. Maybe for you it's erectile dysfunction. And if this is an issue for you and you've been thinking about going and getting some advice, maybe it's a new problem for you and you've just noticed the last couple of times out that you haven't had the starting pitching stamina that you once did. It's time to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have a discussion with them. The summer it's only halfway through. Still plenty of time to go and enjoy a little summer loving if you'd like to. If you get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you talk you through your problems, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. You can trust these folks. They can help you out. Don't let it just be no big deal anymore. Make it a big deal. Make it a point to go and get it fixed. They've been serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. The first visit, you go in there, get your blood drawn, you'll have a T and a PSA test, and you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. And if you're advised, if everything checks out and the heart rate and all that's okay, then they're going to give you a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, well, the visit's free. They have an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having ready for action, ready to go at least 6 innings. Once upon a time, 7 or 8 was a good start. Anyway, you could be ready to go the next day. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. And they have that great new revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today. This number will get you to any of the locations: 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Welcome to it. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week. Andy Lindahl back from a little break as we gear up for Broncos training camp. How far away are we? Like, what is it? The 31st, right? Friday the 31st is the first day of camp. I can't wait, man.
Vets report the 28th, so a week from tomorrow.
Oh, I literally cannot wait.
Listen.
I'm excited. It's football season again.
Yeah,
Get excited.
I am excited. I love football season, but I used to like watching training camp more than we get to now because it just was simpler to look.
It's more than you could see up in Boulder. That much I can promise you.
No, you're right about that. And I'm not saying that, Sean Payton's been smart about this. They've had a limited number of injuries. They've had very few catastrophic injuries. I tip my cap to them. But again, just from a pure viewing pleasure standpoint, I'm sure some fans will echo this too that go to camp. You used to, and I know I'm being old guy again, but you used to see at least some tackling. Now, I'm not saying they go back to the 2 days like I watched with Shanahan. Those are crazy, but it was fun. You're watching football players play football, but I mean, they don't ever tackle anymore. We don't even really see a goal line drill anymore where they truly pad up and knock heads. That we at least used to. I could remember it was the second Saturday at camp. You would at least know if I show up Saturday morning, they're going to be in full pads and they'll do at least 6-7 plays from the goal line. And that's not even happening.
On the other side, by the way, we're going to have our buddy Jeff Legwall of ESPN.com join us too as we get ready for Broncos training camp. And last week, NFL.com released their biggest training camp storylines for every team. And clearly, number one was Bo Nix and the ankle. What's going on there? Well, over the weekend on Bo Nix's Instagram, he posted a video of himself throwing a little bit and training down in what appeared to be Alabama. And all systems seem to be go for the Broncos quarterback.
Right on, we were in Alabama in the southern heat for the summer, and this was just normal. Didn't know any better, but out in Colorado it's not this humid, so I don't feel like I sweat this bad. So when you get back here, I feel like I'm really training, really getting ready. I feel like the season's right around the corner when it feels like this. It's a good feeling. I feel like I put in work. I feel like it was a successful day. Sort of like the receipts are getting better. You put in the work, you feel gross, disgusting after a lift, and I feel like you jumped in a pool. That usually means you did something.
All right, so the Broncos season is fast approaching, and obviously we're all concerned about Bo, and one of the things that unfortunately had to happen this summer is Bo had to miss some time due to rehab, dealing with those multiple ankle surgeries as far as I understand it. And the Broncos start fast now. If you want to have a good season or try and replicate some of the success that we saw last year, you've got to come out of the gate running. And the one good thing for Denver is there's a lot of continuity. And last week, we also saw ESPN.com and PFF's offseason quarterback rankings. ESPN.com had Bo 18, PFF had him 19, behind guys like Baker Mayfield, right? Behind Trevor Lawrence, that type of a player. And so now we see this morning, NFL Top 100 as voted on by the players, so his peers have voted Bo Nix the 59th best player in the NFL this offseason. NFL.com says no quarterback attempted more passes in 2025 than Nix, who led Denver to the AFC's top seed and a second straight playoff berth in his second year in the pros. The Gamer led the Broncos on a league-high 7 game-winning drives last season and piloted them to a thrilling divisional round victory over Buffalo, blah, blah, blah. Unfortunately, Nix got hurt, but before the setback, the former first-round pick did enough in his 18 games played to merit a second ranking within the top 65 in as many NFL seasons.
Interesting. They called him a gamer, huh?
Well,
you slipped that in, right?
Yeah, and that speaks to a lot of what Tyler said a couple of weeks ago. And you acknowledged it too during Crosstalk. I thought he put it perfectly. Up till this point, he's been mostly a fourth quarter quarterback, and his progression and what he needs to become is a 4 quarters quarterback.
Yeah, they've got to do some scoring. And again, it's not just Bo, but we all know the offense, the quarterback is the face of the team and certainly the offense. So how it goes, it's how he goes. And so I don't know if they'd ever just commit to running the ball. Maybe we'd see a little more balanced attack. Maybe you'd actually get some better results. Maybe, but everybody in the league knows they don't want to run. And that's why the Patriots are ready for that trick play on 4th down. I don't mind the ranking. How many, should have asked you this in the break, how many guys, how many quarterbacks are ahead of him? They haven't revealed the whole list, right? Do they still do this as a show, by the way?
I think they're doing like 2 every day up until August 23rd.
But it's not a show anymore, right?
No,
do you remember how they used to do like
Yeah.
a Sunday night and here's the next whatever?
No, I don't think it's
And-
quite like that because they broke it down even more to create more headlines,
Well,
which has been
ESPN bought
effective.
the NFL Network and doesn't want to spend the production money.
Yeah. So Trevor Lawrence was already in there.
Oh, so he's ahead of Trevor.
He's ahead of Trevor. And how about this one? Lamar Jackson fell 67 spots from number 2 last year to number 69 this year.
Nice.
So he's 10 ahead of Lamar. And actually, what's funny enough is on my notes here, I had if Lamar is at 69 and Trevor is at 62, and I wrote these last night, does Bo land ahead of them? Because he didn't on the other list.
No, he didn't. But I mean, again, it's fair because Trevor's interesting. Trevor Lawrence is a guy that I'll admit I liked. Joe Burrow's become what I thought Trevor Lawrence would be. Joe Burrow's that guy. Trevor's not become that guy.
You mean
I was
like
watching
Golden
him
Boy?
playing. Yeah, well, he's the guy that actually Joe's clutch. Joe's my favorite
That's
guy
what I'm
to
saying,
watch
Golden
outside
Boy.
the Broncos. And I love the fact that he beat Mahomes in KC in the playoffs and all that. I really thought that would be Trevor. Trevor's never been as clutch as I expected watching him at Clemson. I really expected him to be like the deal. Maybe almost Andrew Luck, where they show up and they're everything promised as you watch him in college. Trevor just cannot find consistency. Now, the Jacksonville fans can write in and talk about how they beat Denver in Denver late in the season, and that's true. But I'm always expecting more out of Trevor. So Bo is Justin Herbert not been on the list then, is what you're telling me? So it looks like Bo's going to be behind Justin Herbert?
Yeah.
You a little surprised about that?
Not really, because everybody's in love with Herbert's physical tools. And look, I think had he had a different situation earlier in his career in San Diego, LA, what happens there? But it feels like he's in a better position now, but when the rubber meets the road, he seems to shrink. And I will say, the Broncos and Chiefs, for 16 straight years, they've been the division winners. The Chargers as a franchise have a long ways to go still, too.
See, I don't know what to think as we talk quarterback. I can't put my finger on Herbert either. Did you ever talk to the Oregon guys when he was at Oregon and they'd roll through town?
Yeah.
They always said, I can remember 2 different guys saying there's just something missing. And I was like, what? And they're like, I don't know. And I don't know if there was like this not wanting to say, because I've heard the quiet whispers from some that he's not always beloved in the locker room. And I think when you go and, we heard that about Greasy, and then I heard a bunch of teammates tell me about Brian Greasy when he played through his separated shoulder to help finish off a win against the Raiders. That changed some opinions. But I know going as far back as college, they just are like, the greatness is there, but there's just some little piece of the recipe that's missing. And he's another guy I expected more out of to this point. When you watch the physical talent, it's all there. What happens that he can't get by whatever team he needs to get by to win more in the playoffs? And I know it's not fair that you put it all on the quarterback, but again, that's what the league is. By the way, that was the team, for those that didn't read the article, that was the big team Sean Payton admitted he didn't want to face. How about that?
All right, so let me ask you this. Bo Nix comes in 18th on ESPN.com's list of offseason rankings for quarterbacks.
Just the QBs?
Yeah, as voted on by scouts, execs, GMs, coaches. He's 19th as far as quarterbacks on PFF. However, he's 59th, 59th on the NFL's top 100 as voted on by the players. So clearly, or at least per this poll, he has more respect from his peers than GMs, coaches, scouts, execs, etc. What do you make overall of what the league and media are telling you about how Bo Nix is being perceived?
You should ask that question to Leggy. Here's how I would take it, because Leggy comes from
you can't handle that
scouting.
fastball?
No, I'm happy to talk about it, but I'm just telling you, Leggy
right
comes
in your
from a
zone.
scouting background.
Mm-hmm.
He was taught by, is it B.A. Bricado? I can get the guy's name wrong, but it's a guy that he respects great that taught him about scouting. I think the scouts are still looking at their evaluation, and I think for them, Bo is still kind of playing to what, when you look at the down the field numbers and some of the trouble on the down the field passes, this, that, the other. I think he still plays to what their scouting reports have said about him in their mind. But I think what the players don't give a damn about that. You and I both know that, because most of the league was not a first round pick, and they're bitter about it. Fair enough. So I think these guys just look at who wins games, and that's what they care about. I don't know that they're as worried about, are you meeting up to my scouting eye, or, I saw these deficiencies in the pre-draft process. Have you worked through those yet? This and that. I think when you get those rankings from GMs and scouts, they're still basing it off of, here is my report card. Has my report card proven true or not? Right? I think when you look at the players, like I said, he was in the AFC Championship, and he also had a lot of, whether you watched the game or not, most of the guys were playing at the same time he was when he had the incredible comeback against the Giants, but I'm sure it still got on their radar. Again, not all these guys got to watch that Eagles comeback, but they know that he led something there too. I think the players appreciate the gamer more than those that do the hardcore numbers and scouting do.
Coming up at 4:45, we're going to be joined by Lucas Harrington, the central defender for the Rapids and of the Australian national team. We saw him featured in the World Cup. But on the other side, it's Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com as we are marching ever so close to Broncos training camp. It's Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman with Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over at Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Now, again, this is a place, we got Jeff Legwold coming up. I told you, we like to go there at Wahoo's to lunch weekly. Usually it's Highlands Ranch. Usually it's Park Meadows. We split our time between those two. They're the ones that I've been to the most. I've heard there's a great location in Longmont. My buddy Bruce goes to. They all have great patios. There's a fourth location as well. Find it online at wahoos.com. But they all have great patios. They all have great happy hours. Kids will eat free on Thursday nights, so you got a few nights before that. But what better way to get ready for the weekend than let your kids eat free on a Thursday? And I'm just telling you, if you're looking for something different, they've got a taste of the beach. I went on vacation last week, but could not go to the beach. The best I could do was Wahoo's and their Baja flavors, whether you want to have a bowl or a burrito or tacos. Their enchiladas are fantastic. But again, go have a little happy hour with them, let the kids eat free. Get it all in one. It is Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Find the location nearest you at wahoos.com.
wine tasting that's fun.
Sorry about that, Leggy.
Institute
All good, man. Thanks.
Wine.
Thank you for the heads up. We're back here in a few seconds.
You're looking way Hollywood.
14.
I mean, what's
Hey,
the
man.
deal?
I'm in my beach. It's a beach day for me.
Ah, all right. Well, I thought maybe you stayed too long at the fair last night or something.
Maybe that is also true.
Altitude Sports Radio.
The world will never know.
I'm just
Grab your
throwing it out.
tickets and raise a glass with us.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week alongside Andy Lindahl. And right now we go to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, and bring in Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com. Good afternoon, Jeff. How we doing? Good afternoon, Jeff.
I'm doing great. How are you guys? I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Well, that one's great. We got
okay. All right. Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, he was doing great. We'll get to him here in just a second. Just an audio. Just a double audio. He did.
Smiling
that?
big.
Okay, good. All right. Well, we'll
He's
wait
smiling
on
like
him.
he's the one that did that.
Yeah, well, I kind of like what you were saying there as we just talked about the fact that Bo Nix got ranked as voted on by the players, okay, number 59 in the top 100 of NFL.com. So, Leggy, we want to start there. So, Bo Nix is ranked 59th by the players, by his peers. ESPN.com has him 18th for all intents and purposes, you know, in the receiving votes category. And of course, PFF had him at 19th. However, the players seem like they have a lot more respect for him. So what are we to make of Bo Nix's perception around the league?
Well, often the NFL.com survey, because of it's done A, early in the season, and B, they don't always get a full representation of the locker room. I think that's a tough one to gauge where guys really stand, overall. So, I always take that number because I've seen that survey done over the years, how it's done. And it's a big undertaking. You're never going to get enough votes to really make it, a foundational survey. But, I think players, just like guys who perform and like the Pro Bowl voting, if you hit a guy on a week where you won a game in the last 2 minutes, that's always going to influence how things go. But I think people generally put Bo right now in the middle tier of quarterbacks. I think if you talk to personnel guys around the league, one thing they put in sort of the, just below that elite level of quarterback, the Mahomes and Burrows and Staffords, but his performance late in games, big moments, are what people really notice around the league. And I think that really is a good thing pointed toward the future if he can get some of the other things in his game, and the biggest one being downfield accuracy. That's what limits his sort of ranking. If you talk to GMs and pro personnel guys, is his accuracy from 20 yards out. And, that's even Bo will tell you that has to get better. And I think that's really all that's keeping him from being pushed by football people into a higher tier right now.
All right, we will talk some local headlines in a second, but I've got to tell you, because I even saw Garrett Bowles tweet a little something about this, Leggy. Is the biggest thing that's going to come out of the World Cup the players' demands to have the same immaculate grass fields that they saw these NFL stadiums feature over the World Cup this summer?
Well, I know players overall want to play on grass fields, and people who run stadiums want multi-purpose surfaces. So that's always going to be the battle. But if you're the players' union, these stadiums let the cat out of the bag. I mean, they put in grass fields for an event. And yes, the event was the World Cup. And yes, it only comes around, in the U.S., there was one in 94 and there was one this year. So it's not like it's this annual monthly, weekly event. It's a, once every 30 years type of event. But that said, if you're the players union, I think you actively point out as many times as possible that, yeah, you put in a grass field for this event, and, the union should say our rank and file want that. And, I think they should bring it up, or I expect them to bring it up in the next round of CBA negotiations. I think, like here locally, it will very much surprise me if they don't put in a surface like they saw in Tottenham when they played in Tottenham, which is the grass field is grown below the stadium. The stadium has a surface in it for concerts and other events, and the grass field is raised for the games. And, they're not to that point in the stadium design here or anything, but it will shock me if there isn't something like that under consideration.
Okay, real quick, could the grass field be what gets them the 18th game? Could the owners trade one for the other?
I think there's a lot of things, Andy, that will come up in the chase for the 18th. If again, this is my personal opinion, and I've told player reps I know, I'm going for health care. If I'm a player, I'm going for lifetime health care. Grass fields are awesome and you want them. But if I'm a player, and I talk to many retired players, and the maze of the medical coverage and all the rest of it in your post-playing career, I sure would go for, if you are a vested member of the union, you made it 4 years in a league, you should have health care. But that's what I would go for if the union was asking me.
Jeff Legwald is our guest of ESPN.com. He's brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Okay, Jeff, so the Broncos are now officially moved into their new practice facility. What kind of impact does this have, A, for football, and B, for their perception around the league as still a relatively new ownership group?
Well, I think they believe it makes them more efficient overall. If you talk to Greg Penner and Kerry Penner and anyone in the ownership group, this is about efficiency in the organization, having everybody in one spot instead of half the people at the stadium, half the people at the complex. It's also about minimizing the player movement throughout the day. Right now, they got to walk across the parking lot, a parking lot to get to the weight room even. Walk across the parking lot to get to the indoor complex, which is, okay, you're going to practice indoors because the weather's bad. Well, you got to go outside and cross 2 fields to get to the indoors. So your guys are still outside, not for very long, but, cold, rain, blizzard, whatever, they're still out in it to get to the practice field. So a lot of it was done because this ownership group has the resources to simply decide we're going to make this more efficient. Now, it will be a state-of-the-art, and is a state-of-the-art team complex that they've spared no expense for, but it isn't sort of this opulent, they made decisions based on efficiency, getting it done, and, sure, it's going to be new and it will be the best of the best, and they'll be able to show free agents this thing, and people are going to say, yeah, this will be a good place to play. But I think they're going to be very proud. They are very proud of it, and, out of their own pockets. But it's just a testament that if this ownership group decides to do something, they have the resources to do anything they want. It's like, I don't think people realize it, and I've said this stat many times, but their net worth as an ownership group is more than the next 5 in the NFL combined, or it was until the Seahawks purchase goes through. But that said, they have more resources than anybody right now, and they're obviously not afraid to use them. And that's why the stadium will be wherever they want it to be, and that'll be that.
All right, kind of fill us in because we get the rookies reporting, I believe, Wednesday, correct? So what is it going to look like for the next week? And the vets show up the 28th, which is a week from tomorrow. So, what are we looking at this early portion of camp?
Yeah, Andy, the rookie thing is just that's an acclimation period. You're just getting the guys, you're giving them a few days to move around, do some of the basic installations with their position coaches, give them a little head start, because once the veterans arrive and once you start practicing, and Sean Payton will tell them this in the first team meeting, they're not waiting on anybody. So if you're not prepared to keep up as a rookie or an undrafted rookie, or, one of the new free agents, if you're not prepared to keep up, they're not going to stand around and wait for you. So this is really to give the rookies a few days to sort of get their balance, and then things get going. And even shows them, kind of the process of things. This is how team meetings will go. This is how practice will look, all of these things. So not every coach brings rookies in early, but I think Sean is kind of old school in that regard, and he likes to give them a few days just to get their balance, because he will tell them they're not waiting on you. They're just they got places to go and people to see, and if you can't keep up, they'll decide to tell you that you didn't keep up when cut day rolls around.
Jeff Legwold of ESPN is our guest, and my question surrounds, Jeff, their edge group, okay? And specifically the whole front in general. Between losing Jonathan Franklin Myers and now with Jonathan Cooper's status up in the air, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's like 15 and a half sacks from last year they're going to have to replace if Cooper's not ready to go. How do you feel about the group kind of in waiting, and what is the latest on Jonathan Cooper?
Well, I don't think we know the latest yet. I would expect him to remain excused. As if he was excused in the mandatory mini camp, I would expect him to be excused in training camp, but I haven't heard officially yet what that decision will be. He's got a hearing coming up here before the month is out, and at that hearing, they'll probably they could set a trial date at that point, which could be weeks down the road. So there's a lot up in the air about that. It is a felony charge, so that's serious. And even if the Broncos brought him back and all the rest of it, he could face a 6-game suspension, if he's on the roster. So there's a lot there and a lot that's unsettled. But the group overall, I think they've always felt like Jonah Ellis could be a guy who flourishes with more snaps. Now you never know if that's the case, but that's what they believe. Could he reach Cooper's level of production? We don't know that, but he's got the same, football sort of resume in terms of effort level and skill set and all of those things. They see that as a lot of potential. They left Drew Sanders at edge during the offseason workouts after sort of talking about moving he or Ellis inside, but both those guys stayed on the edge. And Sanders, he's had tons of injuries, and we don't know yet what kind of NFL player he is, but I've been looking at the draft for a while, and you don't often see a guy with 100 tackles and double-digit sacks in the same season in the SEC, and that's what he did his last season at Arkansas. So athletically, there's an immense potential there, but it's just been the injury thing. And they like Hugh Robinson a lot. So I think they feel good about youth and potential, but whether that turns into production, you don't know unless you give those guys snaps. But they did not add a veteran, so it tells you they want to give those guys snaps and see what that looks like.
Excuse my potential naivete on the matter. However, it sounds like to me you don't expect Cooper to be in camp, nor do you expect him to be, even if they do bring him back, around for at least the first 6 weeks potentially.
Yeah, I don't. That's up to the league on suspension. The commissioner can suspend without waiting for a trial verdict. And the player can appeal all of that, certainly. But the commissioner has the power to invoke the personal conduct policy as he sees fit. and potentially a player can be suspended before the legal proceedings have moved all the way through if they judge the evidence at hand to be worthy of that. So I'm just saying logic would tell you if they excused a player for the mandatory minicamp for an off-the-field matter that hasn't been resolved, I think that implies they would excuse him for the next mandatory item, which is training camp. But we don't know that yet. We probably won't hear from Sean publicly until the day before the until the day of the veterans report or the day before, one of the two.
All right, Jeff. RJ Harvey talking about watching video and studying other backs and this and that. If you were an advisor to RJ Harvey, what would be the one thing you'd like to see the kid improve for his chances to maybe up the snaps this year?
Be decisive when you run. I think that's what they're looking for in the run game. Their metrics, and the metrics tell you plays are blocked. They're not getting the yardage that is blocked out of plays, and they haven't, other than Dobbins. Dobbins has been the back who gets what's blocked and a little more, and the advanced metrics say that. But overall, as an offense, especially when Dobbins was injured last year, they didn't get anything close to the expected yardage on rushing attempts, and that tells you the backs aren't using the space they've been given. And I think Harvey has a tremendous amount of athleticism, and his awareness as a player, that's a former college quarterback, so he has an awareness of what defenses are doing that maybe other players don't. And maybe even that, too much information, in short amounts of time. When you're running the ball, you got to make decisions split second. And, maybe he knows too much in terms of defensive fronts and what blocking patterns look like because he is a former quarterback. So, but I would say he needs to add decisiveness because athletically there's an awful lot there.
Leggy, what number training camp for you is this going to be?
5,000.
40?
Yeah.
Is that
40.
right? Or is it some big party? Are the Broncos welcoming you in like a king?
No one has a party for 40 training camps. That just means your level of moronic vocational behavior is off the charts.
That's an impressive run.
Find a career, dude. That's what most people would say.
Impressive run, my friend. Well, thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and we can't wait. It's around the corner.
Yeah, it is around the corner. I got to get myself ready.
Yeah, exactly. That is Jeff Legwall of ESPN.com, brought to us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. On the other side, we're going to actually head right back out to the hotline because Lucas Harrington, central defender for the Rapids and a member of this year's Australian national team who competed at the World Cup, will join us. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl from my friends over Southern Steer. I'm going to go see them tomorrow. And again, you want to talk about great protein, fresh protein for your barbecue. If you'd like to, go ahead, Matt. You're okay. You don't need to wait. We're doing a live here, folks. You want to talk about the right protein for your next event, whether it's a barbecue, maybe some birthdays, celebrated a birthday over my little extended vacation here. And I actually had some of the steak tips from there. The steak tips are something I highly recommend. They've got some great skirt steak. If they've got skirt steak going on when you're there, you got to get some of that and make some great tacos with that because it's fantastic, or even fajitas. They do a great job with all their Wagyu beef. It's fresh. The chicken's awesome. Their vacuum tumbled and sealed marinated meats are so fantastic. They've got fresh bratwurst, fresh hot dogs. They got all of it. So get on in there and see them. The chicken wings are fantastic. I had some of their Caribbean jerk wings were off the chain. God, that's an old saying. Anyway, get in there, see them, get ready for your next barbecue over at Southern Steer Butcher. And if you need a suggestion as to what wines to pair it with, or maybe what to season with, or even how to prepare the meat, they can do it all. Just say hello to Ben over there. It is Southern Steer Butcher. They're just 2 streets east of I-25. They're on Arapahoe Road. They're across from the Shane Company. Find them at southernsteer.com, the Greenwood Village location.
Méndez para Lamin. El toque atrás, Porro la pone al área. ¡Ah! El cabezazo atrás. Queda el rebote. ¡Gol! Ferran.
Yeah. Congratulations to España. You know, when you're talking about Spain, you got to get the Castilian going. España and Argentina. Let's hear it. Let's hear your Castilian, Andy.
Can't do it.
Can't do it? Well, it was Spain over Argentina. And look, if you're a soccer purist, I'm sure there was something enticing about the dominating fashion with which Spain played yesterday. I don't think Argentina had a shot on goal until well past the early 80 minutes.
Like, no, they didn't have one until extra time.
It was brutal. It was, from a entertainment perspective, for a casual soccer fan, it was a little bit of a slog, but I expected that because Spain, let's be honest, hasn't lost in 2 years. Okay, so congratulations to them. The juggernaut rolls on.
You don't get caught up in the high leverage moment though of these kids. Like again, I was happy we at least got some good chances at the end, and you know how much each shot means.
Okay, well, let's go to the Ramos Law hotline and ask our guest how to appreciate.
This is the problem with Red Zone guy.
Yeah, Red Zone.
We're
gonna
get into this.
Let's ask our guest how he appreciates a 1-0, I should say, soccer game. On the Ramos Law hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Lucas Harrington, central defender for the Rapids and member of the Australian national team during this World Cup, and now newly minted MLS All-Star. A little round of applause. Let's go, man. Congratulations on the nomination.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
So back from the World Cup now, Lucas. First of all, I mean, you're 18, right?
Yeah, correct.
How was that experience? That must have been mind-blowing.
Yeah, it was a dream come true. Obviously, as a young kid, all I wanted to do was play at the World Cup for Australia. So to be able to do that was, such a special moment for me and my family. And yeah, it was the best experience of my life. So yeah, hopefully many more to come.
What was different? What was one thing that you could just say, wow, this is just another level than what I'm used to? Or was there anything?
Yeah, of course, there was a lot. I think just the fact that every time you step out into the field, you're representing so many people. The whole country is watching and has your back and just wants you to do as well as you can. So I think just that and how much it means to everyone around the world. And I think it stopped the whole world, the World Cup. So just to know that everyone, cares about it so much and to be involved in that, it was just such a special opportunity.
Okay, so I got to ask you, because what I thought was pretty cool is that there seemed to be a special atmosphere in all these buildings, all the fan bases. We heard all these great stories about, I guess, the Scottish fans drank Boston Dry at one point, and you had an Englishman who went all across the country then documenting some of the different places and how strange this was or that was. I saw he had put a post up on Instagram where he's like, their street signs are even different. Every state is like its own experience, and he just seemed blown away. Was it cool for you to see? You're used to the international sort of fervor for things. Was it cool for you to see that here in the States?
Yeah, of course. Just so many different cultures coming together. I think it just, brings the whole world together, the World Cup. So I think, yeah, it was a magnificent tournament. Obviously, everyone's pretty gutted that it's already done. So I think everyone's waiting for the next one already. But no, it was such a cool experience to be a part of that. And yeah, like I said, hopefully I'll have many more to come because it was, such a great time.
Obviously, unfortunately, the Socceroos got knocked out in the round of 32. How much did you follow it afterwards as just a soccer fan, or was the heartbreak a little bit too much?
No, of course I was watching every day. It's hard not to. I think just it's the greatest event in the world. So to be involved in it was a dream, and then to obviously be back as a fan, just watching it again, it's sort of back to reality. But no, it was an awesome World Cup, and yeah, it was nice to watch the final yesterday.
I want to get to that final in just a second, but coming in to that, that locker room as an 18-year-old, did the older guys kind of take you under their wing a little bit and show you the ropes? How important was that to you?
Yeah, of course. Obviously the boys that have been there, it helps so much when they, put their arm around a young player like myself. They just said, obviously it's the biggest stage in the world, so we're not going to tell you that it's like any other game because it's not. But just you've obviously been doing something right to be here, so just continue to do that. Continue to, enjoy the moment and just really embrace it. Like it doesn't happen every day that you're at a World Cup, so just really make sure you take everything in.
All right. On that game-winning goal yesterday, again, Lucas, I'm not going to tell you I'm the biggest soccer fan going. I played a bit growing up, but that was about it. I get into the World Cup for obvious reasons. I enjoy the Rapids because I'm a Colorado guy, and I remember when David Beckham showed up after his first trip here. Okay. I had to go cover that game out there. But to watch, I know the kick was celebrated for España, but the header back to set up the winning goal, how good a play was that? How good a play was the winning play?
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. I think it was well-deserved. Spain were obviously the better team in the game, so I think the rightful winners won, which is good to see. I think they had that goal coming for a while, but obviously Argentina did a lot of things right to get to that final. So it was a great game. I think Spain deserved it. So I think everyone who watched that game could see that as well. So I think they deserved to win, and I think everyone's happy they did because they played some great football.
What did you make of the U.S. being a host country? It seemed like everything went over really well. I know clearly this is your first World Cup, but the reaction from your teammates and everybody associated with the staff had to be a positive one, yeah?
Yeah, of course. I think, it was a great World Cup. Obviously, it's a privilege for anyone to host a World Cup. So I think, obviously, to be in America playing and then obviously them hosting it, I could see the buzz and excitement that was around, which was great to see. I know a lot of people, traveled. I didn't see a spec in any of the games. So I think it was clearly a job well done. And, it was a great World Cup. And, I think everyone's really excited for the next one already.
All right, so you guys are back on the pitch yourselves, coming up here against San Diego. So that's coming up on Wednesday. Then I believe you're back at home, if I'm not mistaken, Saturday. What's this going to be like? We saw this a little bit with soccer where everybody comes back to their teams after this break for international play. Like, what are you expecting the environment to be? Do you think this will have juiced up the crowds a little bit after such a great World Cup? Or what are you expecting when you get back into the stadiums?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously having the World Cup in the US has helped put more eyes on the sport and hopefully more eyes on the MLS because it's a great league with some quality players, and I think all the fans that watch the World Cup should really get around the MLS as sort of the next best thing. So yeah, I mean it's exciting. Obviously the game starting up again soon is good. I think everyone's really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I lied because I knew it. I was like, I'm used to it. It's flipped the other way. You're hosting coming up on Wednesday, right? They're actually at Dick's Sporting Good Park on Wednesday.
Yeah, it is in Denver.
Lucas Harrington, central defender for the Rapids, newly minted MLS All-Star, and of course, member of the Australian national team, is our guest. Lucas, this is we're coming up in a couple of weeks here on your 1-year anniversary of being in Colorado so far. As a kid coming over, you've obviously, been bouncing around, and it's been a much different experience, your 18 years, than either Andy or my first 18 years. How do you like Colorado?
Yeah, I'm loving it. I can't say a bad thing about it. It's been sort of my second home. Obviously, I've been in Australia my whole life, so to come here was a big challenge. But I've loved the city, loved the area, loved the people. So no, it's been awesome.
That's awesome, man. Well, we're glad to have you here, and we wish you all the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. That is Lucas Harrington, central defender for the Rapids, newly minted MLS All-Star, and a member of the Australian national team at the World Cup. Really cool. I mean, talk about a young kid who's got the world on a string right now.
Yeah, and it's fun that he went and got to, I'm always curious what they bring back from that. Why I'm so used to sports, the top team is always the visiting team.
It's all right.
Why is it reversed?
We all make mistakes. We can't bat 1,000 every time.
Help me out here.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm always curious what you bring back from international play because you know what? You played against men now. You know what I mean? He's seen some of the best. He's seen a higher level. I'll be curious to see if it translates anything. If we were to talk to his coach, did he bring back a new vision for the game? Probably stuff I all could have asked him, but I don't think you know until you get back out there. How have I changed after going through this? Because I'm just telling you, this I think it's great. You know what? I feel like you look at hockey, even those guys come back a little bit different. Now, I mean, when you're the Avalanche, you're coming back at that time to the best team in the NHL with a lot of highly skilled players. But I just think it's so great when one of your local guys gets to experience the international play and even taste a little bit of different coaching. That is nothing against the Rapids coaching out here at all, but I think it's always great to take in a lot of different opinions as to how to excel at your sports. So,
and I didn't ask him about it because it's still a fresh wound, but Lucas, as an 18-year-old center back, was the final guy selected for Australia to take the penalty kick. And I'm sure it's still pretty raw, and he missed it, unfortunately. I mean, he should have buried it, but you talk about a moment that'll motivate you the rest of your career. You know, he talked about how the older guys brought him into the locker room, told him what to expect, and said, hey, look, this is the biggest tournament in the world. Don't be afraid of it. Like, embrace that part of it. And clearly, he's going to be a star for Australia for years and years to come. Hopefully 2-3 more World Cups. That'd be great.
Yeah, that's a tough memory, like you said, to live with. At least it wasn't the game yesterday where you're missing that kick. But
I think either way, every moment at the World Cup probably feels like the World Cup final.
But you know
especially
what?
At 18.
Listen, now you know what you're going to be going through. Now
Absolutely.
you know how you got the emotions that you need to calm, and now you know he's got a plan of what he wants to do differently next time. So that's tough.
And I'm sure it softens the blow a little bit, just like a tiny little bit, that he was named an MLS All-Star when he got back. So that'll be cool to see him representing the Rapids. He's their only representative. That game comes up July 29th. For the MLS All-Star Game. So on the other side, we're going to get to the high five as we roll over to the 5 o'clock hour. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman alongside Andy Lindahl on Altitude. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman, I should say, this week. Andy Lindahl back, and it's time for the High Five. Mark Springer, what do we got?
Now, hold on. Before you get going.
Yeah.
Do you have some kind of great, momentous occasion music you could give us here, Spring? Like some kind of fanfare type of movie premiere music? Because Matt Smith.
Yeah.
Now, listen, he just pointed out to me in the break, I guess I didn't realize Spain allowed 1 goal the whole tournament. That's pretty monumental. Matt Smith got this show back maybe for the first time. There you go. Great job, Spring. Great job. We're a 7-year run.
Finally.
And I don't think we've ever nailed 5 o'clock at 5 o'clock, and yet Matt Smith did it. He did it.
Safe hands over here. And you know what? And thank you.
You know what?
For that acknowledgement.
Talk it out as if it's the interview. I don't even know what to ask you. How's it feel?
Look, I saw how that last interview was going. I timed it up. I was looking at the clock. I'm a step ahead. I see the plays before they happen. I may have botched the re-entry from the break, but I got us there on time, and isn't at the end of the day that all that matters?
5 o'clock straight up, and you were cracking the mic to say hello. It's never happened.
Well, you know why? Work just got out. A lot of people are tuning in. So, Spring, I appreciate the recognition. What do we got up first in our High Five?
Well, to be fair, look, Andy and Nate, you guys have gold that you have.
Well,
it's gold.
Yeah, we can't cut it off, Jerry.
Yeah.
We got to keep it going.
Just trying to keep this
We're a little
train
like DMac
moving.
on PhD today. We'll decide when it's not important anymore. And if that's 23, so be it. If that's 8 minutes past the designated break time, who cares?
You're rolling. When you're rolling, you can't stop.
Yeah, come on. Write these down, Jerry. It's gold.
All right, here we go. If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. The Broncos are expected to rehire outside linebackers coach Michael Wilhoit as a member of the staff. The team fired Wilhoit in March of 2025 after his arrest on suspicion of second-degree assault of a police officer, misdemeanor obstruction of a police officer, and misdemeanor criminal mischief. But all charges were dismissed in June of this year. Wilhoit still faces a civil lawsuit filed by Denver police officer Jesus Galvan Chavez, who Wilhoit allegedly punched in the face at a drop-off traffic zone at DIA on February 23rd, 2025. Wilhoit joined the team's staff as outside linebackers coach in 2023 after the Chargers fired him.
All right, so the Broncos brought back Michael Wilhoit, former assistant, back into the fold. All this tells me is that if Jonathan Cooper's legal process plays out and he's cleared, he will be back on the team, I'm guessing. Because, but it doesn't sound like, if you missed Jeff Legwald, he joined us at 4:20. Kreckman and Lindahl, wherever you get your podcasts, you can hear all of what Leggy had to say. But it sounds like the Broncos will be without Cooper for a while, but they do have Michael Wilhoit back, so okay.
Here's what would be interesting about the Cooper situation. Look, if you're clear to charges, and the team's comfortable, then by all means, second chances can be given. Where I think this could get real interesting is, you and I don't know you well. We've stated that, but I can guess you're like me that thinks when Sean Payton tells you to do something, you better do it. I don't think he likes to be ignored. And judging by Sean's sauciness, we'll call the day after he had to talk about this thing a second time when it felt like I'm sure the last things he said to Cooper were stay away and I don't want to hear about this again. And then they hear about it not even 24 hours later. I think that's going to stick with Sean a while. So we'll see how that plays out. Now, he can play, and we know in sports, if you can play, things are forgiven easier if you are cleared. But I think the fact that you were given a direct order, I'll call it, and you ignored it, I don't know how well that'll sit with Sean Payton.
And since we're talking about Michael Wilhoit as the outside linebackers coach, let's talk about sacks and getting after the quarterback. And we brought it up with Legwald. Between Cooper and losing Jonathan Franklin Myers, that's 15 and a half sacks. Like, those don't just grow on trees. Like, I know they've got Jonah Ellis, and I know Q Robinson, and I know they left Drew Sanders outside, but that's something they're going to have to replace.
It is. I'm very excited about Drew Sanders, though, for the reason that Leggy's told me all along, that guy's an outside backer.
Well,
he never profiled as the inside guy. I don't know why they stuck him there. Well, you're right.
I mean, if he could stay on the field, that would be great.
I thought Q Robinson looked really good last year, too. So Now, Jonah Ellis is the one that's got the physical makeup because Cooper's the bigger of the two backs. He's the set the edge kind of guy. So they kind of need Jonah Ellis to work out. But look, to your point, John Franklin Myers, let's not underestimate what he brought up the middle. I'm more worried about how you get the up the middle because I'll always remember what made the 2015 defense so great was both Wolf and Malik Jackson did a great job of making you could not step up in the pocket, and they need that guy.
So welcome back, Michael Wilhoit, and we await word on Jonathan Cooper, who is, I mean, for all intents and purposes, one of the most impactful players on that Broncos defense. There's no question about it. All right, Spring, what's up next?
High five. All right, let's talk about the Broncos' Week 1 opponent, the Kansas City Chiefs. They changed their cornerback room. They drafted Mansour Delane, 6 overall out of LSU, and they brought back L'Jarius Sneed, who signed a 4-year deal with the Titans a few years ago, but he is back with the Chiefs. He is 29 years old. He has dealt with knee and quad injuries in recent years, and Sneed was asked over the weekend, what is the key to him returning to the peak form that he once had with the Chiefs?
Oh, man, just be me, get my stilo back and, reclaim who I am, not to prove anything, but, to show people I am who, I was. Just instilled into the younger guys. I think that's my role now, show them guys the way because I got 2 rings and I think we can go back and get another one.
All right, so what do we expect out of Kansas City? Clearly, they've had to try and retool as they've been on this run. They lose star cornerbacks. Now they're bringing back L'Jarius Sneed. They've got Kenneth Walker, Seattle's former running back now. What are we expecting?
Yeah, talking to Leggy. Leggy said on this show, Walker's going to be interesting because he's a patient guy. They don't have the greatest line. Against that Seattle line played well enough, he could take his time to pick his hole, if you will. I'm not sure Kansas City's line is going to afford him the chance to be so patient. So that'll be an interesting fit to watch. And who knows, maybe it works gangbusters. I don't know. Listen, for me, Matt, I don't know what to expect out of Mahomes' knee. I will say this, and I hate saying it because I'm a Bronco fan, as I've laid out by birth. Mahomes is the current John Elway. And all I know is every time the Broncos rolled out there with John Elway in my youth, they had a chance because he was that dude. And Mahomes is that modern version of that dude. So as long as he's okay and he's able to play, then yeah, you know what? They got a shot, whether you like it or not, and you being the general public. But I'm really curious to see how healthy that knee is. Yeah. Because if he's gimpy, man.
No, I'm with you. Like it's they clearly last year were not the same version of themselves, and we'll see. It does feel like a little bit that they're trying to rush him back, get him ready for Week 1. They put the Chiefs and the Broncos on Monday Night Football for the first week of the season. That tells me the league thinks he's going to be back.
They've been assured.
Yeah. So look, what do I expect from KC? I don't expect him to go down without a fight. This has got to be one of the last go-rounds for Reed, Kelsey, and Mahomes all together. For this core. Yeah,
but remember, John Elway had 3 Super Bowl appearances with one version of a team where it was mainly him, and then he had the rebirth. I still think Patrick can play long enough that second cast of characters could come along.
They got a few more rings out of that than John did.
Yeah, they certainly will because Reed actually ran an offense that I don't know favored the forward pass.
I will say, I mentioned this last week to Spring. I'll be fascinated to see if they use Justin Fields as some sort of Taysom Hill type attack because it's Andy Reid. Like that, Justin Fields is a freak. I would be surprised if he doesn't touch the field. All right, Spring, what's next?
High five. Patriots quarterback Drake May hosted 3 football camps last week and told the assembled children that he takes responsibility for New England's loss in the Super Bowl to the Seahawks. So the kids gathered around and they said, Mr. Drake May, why did you lose the Super Bowl? And Drake May, via Mike Reese of ESPN, said, quote, I wish we would have won it. I have to play better. You give your best. Sometimes things don't go your way, and that's why you have to get back to work. I think that's the best thing about life. There are times when you don't get what you worked for, but you get back to work. Have to have the right mindset and know it's not always going to be easy.
Mr. Bay, why do you lose the Super Bowl? We're only used to quarterbacks who win Super Bowls around here up in New England.
Yeah, and you know what? He probably said it with a more jerkish Boston accent, like DMac after he's had a couple. Yeah, it's a good idea to have these kid camps until you realize that they're kids and the kids have no filter because they don't understand, you know.
That's the best, though.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just genuinely curious. What happened there, guy?
Well, I don't wish him any luck. I'll just tell you that much. I don't want to see Drake May play any better or get any better. That's just me.
I get caught on little details that drives Nate nuts. 3 camps in a week?
Hell yeah, man.
Like, what are we getting out of this?
I love that.
Was that just one a day for everybody?
Give it back to the
maybe it's
community.
right thing. How many days do you need to spend together?
What
Really?
else is he doing? Just getting ready for football season.
I
Might
know,
as well
but
be out there with the
3?
kiddos.
3? Was it at least 2-day camps? How much were these camps?
What are
I
we-
need
what-
more
what-
information on
What are we
this.
criticizing somebody for the amount of time they're
Well,
willing
were
to
you really
commit
at
to
the
their
camp?
community?
You want me to be? Have you seen how some of these camps go? They're not there the whole time. They show up, couple of high fives. I'll ask the uncomfortable question, and I'm out of here. And I just soaked you for about 500.
You heard it here first. Andy Lindahl says Drake May is a
didn't
jerk.
really show up at his own camp.
Wow.
Hot take.
What's up, Spring?
High five. Hey, Shadur Sanders was hosting a youth football camp this weekend.
Did he show up for? I don't know.
He was asked about his quarterback competition with Deshaun Watson. He said that they're both trying to be the best versions of themselves.
Now, hold on. Was that a camper that asked him, or was that the actual media?
I think this was the media. He
Yeah,
talked
that
to the
one
media.
was the media.
He was also asked what he improved on this offseason. Here's Shadur.
I would say, if you talk to me, do you feel like I improved? Okay, then. So I improved in that. I improved in that space. I would say overall, everything I improved. I would say the way how I sleep, the way I breathe, the way I drink waters, the way how I do everything in my life, I improved. So everything improved.
Okay, I've got a ton of thoughts here, so you start.
I don't know.
He drinks water better now.
Well, to be honest with you, I believe that's accurate because he was a guy who used to only drink juice. I'm not kidding. Shadur had a lot of grown up to do, okay? And as grown as he was and as much responsibility was on his plate at CU and at Jackson State, he was still sheltered from a part of the outside football world.
Sure.
I think he had a baptism by fire last year, of which for a 5th-round pick, I think he actually handled very well. Now, that's a subjective opinion, and it probably depends upon how you feel about him and the Sanders family based upon how you agree about that. But I'll tell you this, as it stands right now, Shadur has thrown for more yards in a season than Deshaun Watson has with the Browns. He's thrown for more touchdowns in a season than Deshaun Watson has with the Browns. And if you were to ask me who's still all in on Shadur, the only reason why we haven't seen him accelerate at a faster pace is because Cleveland didn't commit and isn't building around him. So now it's mostly all on him to turn water into wine with a bad roster there in Cleveland.
Yeah, look, I've told people I never had a bad experience with the kid.
Me neither.
I saw him in private. He was always polite to me.
Same.
There are a couple times we just randomly somehow ended up, because we do post-game shows and shoot videos, and I don't leave the stadium till 2 hours after that game's done, if not 2.5. So we found ourselves in the same parking garage at some point. Never was, and look, he didn't know, oh, that's Andy in the media. We've well chronicled. I've never got a chance to do a halftime interview with Deion Sanders, so it's the only guy that I've never really gone face to face with. So it's not like he was treating some member of the media. He just, to me, he's always been a pleasant kid. It was always pleasant interactions after the game. I saw him sign plenty of autographs. I don't have a negative impression of the kid. I just wish I could have gotten a few more specifics than I drink water and I sleep better. Now, again, to your point, if he's trying to say in his own way, I'm living the quarterback life better than I did a year ago.
Definitely.
Because remember, Joe Burrow told us a couple months ago, I go to bed by 9 o'clock because that's what a quarterback has to do. I can't. Bobby Passavento told me years ago after he became a pro, the trick for the quarterback is you've got to be one of the guys enough that they like you and accept you. However, when he goes to the bar, I've got to buy the first round, and I got to be out of there. They can play well into the night.
Yeah.
I got to be home, getting ready to go handle business the next day.
And this is what I'll say from a team leadership perspective. I don't think that was one of the areas he struggled, but being a professional, look, his dad has coached him his entire life. It is a massive change going to an NFL locker room where you've got a head coach that A, doesn't like you, and B, really doesn't want you there, and C, really didn't make that draft pick in the first place. So I think he did grow a lot last year. I was there when he made his first start against the Raiders. I flew out to cover that one. You could tell it was like he's never had to deal with what he dealt with last year.
No, you're right.
before.
The real world. Let's just call it what it is.
Absolutely.
You said it perfectly.
Yeah.
There was nobody going to ask a controversial question, or his dad wasn't going to talk to you after the game.
And I think he has grown up. And I think that going head-to-head with a guy who's getting paid as much as Deshaun Watson is a setup-to-lose scenario, and I hope he wins. That's really all I got to say about it.
I think he is a pro quarterback. Now, is he a great pro quarterback? I don't know. But listen, you and I we're both up there. He did some special things at the end of games up at CU.
Buddy, and I told this to people up there.
They went a whole second half so nobody could block anything, and it was by his own devices along with Travis Hunter that they would get in and go to the CSU game, go to the Baylor game.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Anyway.
Look, I told people that you would see just how much he touched and affected after he was gone, and I don't think people really realized it from the outside looking in. Well, did you watch the Buffs play last year? He affected a whole lot on that team, and replacing him was not easy. So I'm rooting for him every last step of the way. All right, Spring, I think that's good for the high five. Your next one here, let's boil it down to one sentence. Cam Scatabo doesn't care if people think he's brain dead. I don't know if you saw Cam Scatabo
I saw
at Fanatics Fest try to do a backflip and almost tear his groin apart.
Well, hey, I was watching that ankle practically buckle under too. I'm like, dude, did you just hurt yourself again? And I got up and looked like he's okay, but
yeah.
Look,
I love the way he plays football.
Spring loves him.
Yeah.
But
that was my fantasy hero until he got hurt.
Yeah. All righty. On the other side, we'll get back to the Broncos, the latest news on LeBron James and more as Matt Smith sits in for Nate Kreckman alongside Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 925. Oh, is it almost over yet? I'm about sick of this LeBron watch. Oh, by the way, now that Andy's back, and by the way, Andy Lindahl back, Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week. Are you good with the decision that I've made to turn back on LeBron now that we know he's not going to be a Nugget? And now we can just hate the guy again, and it feels comfortable. It's like a warm sweater that you pull over in the middle of a cold day, the LeBron hate.
How many people, I'm sure you guys talked about this plenty last week, but how many people actually wanted him here? Because the minute this thing broke, it was funny. So I'll give you the quick story. My daughter is actually turned into this massive NBA fan, which is kind of surprising. She's an ice skater, and she just loved that Nugget championship team so much that it turned her into an NBA fan. Like, I tried to turn away from some playoff games after they got eliminated, and she's like, go back to that. I'm not done watching it. I want to watch it in here. Go to one of the other TVs.
Yeah.
So she's like passionate about it. She wants to get NBA 2K because she heard Wemby's going to be on the cover. She was going to get an older copy, but refused to buy the SGA. I mean, this is the stuff we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Which kind of surprises me for someone that never played the sport, because she's never tried to play basketball in her life.
How old?
She's going to be 23 here in about 2 weeks.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But she's just become this massive NBA fan. And the minute I told her, I said, you better watch out. You might have to root for LeBron when the story first came out. Like, immediately, a loud groan. No, don't do that. I don't want him here. And I feel like that was pretty much the tone of the text that we got the week I was in between my 2 vacation weeks, that anybody want a part of this. Listen, Scotty told me, I called Scotty on his break, and he goes, I ain't coming here. Don't believe that. Let's not get too worked up. He said from the word one, he wasn't going to come here. So was there anybody that truly believed he was going to come here?
Wasn't it fun to dream? Can't we dream? Can't we dream of what the Nuggets would look like this year if they improved their roster as opposed to what they're doing right now?
I don't argue that point. However, again, you're dealing with the old guy. This had LeBron showing up here at 38, did have a little bit of Tony Dorsett's last season as a Bronco feel. Emmitt Smith as an Arizona Cardinal feel.
Yeah,
too.
Except for LeBron is way better than all those guys were at 42. Come
get
on. Let's not be disingenuous here about what LeBron could have done.
It's a long season, man.
I get that.
But you don't listen. Old guys have a way of just looking old out of nowhere. But they don't sometimes warn you that they're going to be old.
Fair enough. And I think that is a valid point, and that's a risk you would have taken if LeBron were to have become a Nugget. I will say this. I think here, more than anywhere else, the role was defined for him very clearly as to what he would be with the Nuggets. He's not the top dog. In Cleveland, I don't know that you can still make that argument. Is it Donovan Mitchell? Like ball in hand, end of game. Is it Mitchell? Is it Harden? Is it LeBron?
Well, it is his town, so it'll always be his team, wouldn't it?
Well, how about maybe other than Miami?
But he's not a guy that I think demands it. Remember, there was a long time where he got hammered a lot for passing on end-of-game shots.
Fair enough, but one of the reports out of L.A. this offseason was just how much he hated with Luka's arrival. And part of that was because he didn't have the ball in his hands as much.
Let me ask you that. How serious do you think he thought about Denver with Jokic here?
I think he thought about it, but as I said to Spring last week, like The Athletic released their offseason NBA grades, and they gave the Nuggets a D-. LeBron sees what they've done too. LeBron understands the cap structure, or at least Rich Paul does, and can tell LeBron what kind of depth issues the Nuggets might have. Also, the last image anybody has of the Nuggets is getting humiliated against Jaden McDaniels and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm not even going to put Ant Edwards in there because it was McDaniels primarily who sent the Nuggets packing in the first round. So if a team without LeBron and allegedly one of or the best player in the world gets knocked out by that Minnesota team, like I think there was probably a pros and cons list, and he weighed it. I do think it was weighed.
I know this wasn't talked about, but you know that Jokic and Doncic are really good friends.
Okay.
I mean, and whatever. I'm not sure. Again, it sounds like everything was fine personal-wise.
Well, Luka's a good dude. Like,
sure.
Luka's easy to get
but
along
again,
with.
There was some jealousy about the role or whatever it could be. I just don't think...
You can't be jealous of a role if Jokic is here. That's my point.
But
like, I think it would be
look
different.
At it that way?
Well, he probably looks at it as he wouldn't be top
Is
billing here.
Is there some competitive hate there?
Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe not. He's always had really nice words for Nikola Jokic publicly.
I get it, but that doesn't mean.
Well, and that's a fair question. It is a fair question.
I would I'd like the 30. Everyone's doing their little Netflix memes on the. I'd like that. Do you really?
Well, and we talked a little earlier about how Bryson DeChambeau this weekend was accused of being performative by Rory McIlroy at the Open Championship. LeBron, if anything, I mean, he's performative.
Oh, there's no doubt. But see, that's what I wish Denver could get. I had said this, had they signed LeBron, I think I said it to you guys in Cross, had they signed LeBron, you'd have had your first legitimate, always going to get that end-of-game whistle kind of guy.
Which would have been nice, and that would have been fun to watch what the
because it's getting better for Nikola, but not all the time.
Right. It would have been fun to watch the osmosis effect if it had any on Nikola Jokic. So over the weekend at Fanatics Fest, it was this giant expose in New York that's been going on for days and days.
Guess what? My little brother went there because he works for marketing for Adidas.
Is that right?
So
Did he enjoy it?
He said it was pretty wild.
It seemed like it. It was the who's who. Everybody was there, and Ant Edwards was there, and ESPN caught up. I think it was Kevin Nagandi caught up with him about what's going to happen with LeBron James because Minnesota, according to reports last week, was still on the list as a dark horse team he could join.
Now, the big question, of course, this week is LeBron. What's your reaction on the idea that the Timberwolves are on that short list every time it's being discussed?
I can't. I have nothing to say about it because I seen his top 3 teams, so we're not in it. So I mean, yeah.
Well, he can always surprise us.
Okay, all right. So I think all of us assume Minnesota was probably out. That just didn't make sense to me. At least it didn't to me personally. The size there is a question. They moved on from Naz Reid. Like, what are they going to do adding LaMelo Ball? And I talked to a former teammate of LeBron James this morning, and I asked, I said, okay, so what's going to happen? Because he's usually dialed in. And he said he thinks Cleveland, but don't sleep on Miami. I think Pat Riley is pushing really hard. At a press conference today, Pat Riley was asked by local media about the need for shooting, which I think is ironic because they did sign Tim Hardaway Jr. as a free agent. And Riley said, look, I'm not worried about shooting. We really need another playmaker. And again, he was at Giannis's introductory press conference last week talking about, hey, we landed this plane. Now it's time to land another one. I think Miami is making a real hard push.
Just wild to me that it's 2 destinations that he's always been. And if you're going to shoot the documentary that we keep hearing about,
right?
Don't you want the heartstrings effect of doing it at home, wrapping it up where you started it all and all that? I mean, you know, how much of the Miami footage are you going to be allowed to use, man? You know, Miami's a little bit different town than Cleveland.
Sure.
Although for the old guy, I'd rather go live in Miami. I'd rather go be in the warmth, I would assume. But he doesn't. LeBron, to me, he's not the. He's been about ball. Like, I know that LeBron stirs a lot of people up, and I get it. And I'm not saying you got to agree with everything the guy says or has done, but you have to give him his flowers for this. I can remember being in college, writing a paper about how our coverage of prep athletes was going to change because of LeBron James. And I don't remember who was like in the early 2000s. What was the name of the... No, what was the name of the big the magazine that covered all these guys? Do you remember? It was specifically dedicated to prep sports, and I thought this was amazing.
God, I don't remember.
At this point in my career, I was like, "Wow, I hadn't even seen this," and now here we go. We're going to start covering these guys in high school.
That's
like
a good question.
pros.
I'm not sure.
303-504-0925. You could think of it, but regardless, everything this guy was promised to be, he's been.
Yeah.
And he's lived under the ultimate microscope as long as any pro athlete I've seen in my lifetime. He was supposed to be the number one. He was supposed to be the savior. He was supposed to be the golden boy. And he's not done anything to ruin that image over what are we talking about, 20 years now?
Oh, my God. It's absurd.
So you got to give him credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you're going to do this big story, it would make sense to wrap it in Cleveland. The Miami thing is so weird. You just kind of upped and left out of there.
Yeah, and again... You know, I know they have Tim Hardaway Jr., but Giannis, Bam, Andrew Wiggins, like who's making threes? There's going to be a lot of clanks at Miami Heat shoot-arounds if LeBron James is there. I mean, I just think that there's some issues. Cleveland's probably a little bit more well-balanced. And again, LeBron for the last 10 years has been collecting his own footage for this documentary. It's not just that he's going to have a documentary crew. No, this has been in the plans for a long time, which is why I always laughed at reports from people like Brian Windhorst last year. Oh, LeBron doesn't want a farewell tour. Bogus.
Yeah.
Bogus. That's all that's why the NBA schedule is being held up. It's all about setting up LeBron's farewell tour. I also think part of it is him team building. Like, I think if he could find a way to get Kyrie Irving in Cleveland instead of James Harden, he would do it like that.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Wouldn't he and Harden be a little interesting?
I guess.
I guess maybe
Harden's
that's
not
why
interesting
Miami
to me
makes
anymore
sense.
at all, though.
But what's wild, so you've got your source saying don't count out Miami. There's reports saying it's Philly. All the national momentum feels like it's towards Philly. Now, Shams is out there saying let's pump the brakes on everything. Nothing's imminent.
Yeah, and let's hear from him right now.
Okay. Look, we're on week 4 now, I believe, and everyone in the NBA is waiting on LeBron's decision, his choice now. And I spoke to Rich Paul, his longtime agent, this morning, and Rich Paul made it clear to me that the choice is LeBron James's right now. It's up to him on a choice of which team he wants to play for. All of the information is in. The teams are set. Everyone's made their moves. There is no decision, no choice yet. There's no timetable on a choice as of yet, but we know the teams. Cleveland, Miami, Philadelphia, Golden State, Minnesota, all are waiting on this. This has a domino effect around the league with other free agents as well. My understanding, though, over the last couple of weeks is that the focus has been primarily, though, on the Eastern Conference teams being Cleveland, Miami, and Philadelphia, and we all continue to wait.
Yeah, I never really took the Western Conference seriously. LeBron doesn't want to have to deal with Shea and Wemby. He doesn't, and I just think the West is still better. I just do. But we await LeBron James' decision, or as Stephen A. Smith said this morning, his indecision. That should be the title of this campaign.
Let me put a little bow here, too. I think it was Max Preps we were talking about, but now I'm still not positive.
Somebody said Street and Smith's.
Yeah, it wasn't. See, this was a new.
Slam
I'm
magazine.
very familiar with. I didn't read Slam. There was some
Slam
I found
was
on,
great.
like, guys, I was writing this paper in like 2000.
I had so many great posters from Slam magazine taped up in my room.
But I want to say
when
it was
a
Max
kid.
Preps because it was specific to just preps.
Yeah.
It was nothing else. And at that time, I was like, wow, we're really doing this?
Staying in the world of the NBA, Lou Dort was traded from Oklahoma City to Atlanta as a part of a 3-team deal that landed former number 1 overall pick Zachary Risache in Dallas to be a potential running mate for another former number 1 overall pick in Cooper Flagg. So Lou Dort playing football on a basketball court and trying to knock Nikola Jokic into next week. We don't have to see that much more. Good riddance to Lou Dort in the Western Conference. That's what I have to say.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
Yeah, we did. Boy, that drop needs to live on a bit, though, right? Can't retire the drop. Yeah, Lou
Let's
Dort.
wait for Nuggets Hawks. It'll be back.
Not going
I mean,
Not
he'll
gonna
probably
miss that.
have to take advantage of his one golden opportunity. But also what it does is it reduces the Oklahoma City Thunder's luxury tax bill almost $175 million by jettisoning one of, I guess, what you could say was their core role players over their early stages of this run. And they're doing it to avoid the second apron, which, as it stands, no NBA team is projected to go into the second apron. So it begs the question, what's the story with Peyton Watson? Because if the Nuggets were to retain Peyton Watson, they would go into the second apron if they kept Cam Johnson as well as having to add some guys on minimum contracts. So they're in a tough spot. The Hawks seem to maybe be off the table now that they landed Lou Dort as a sign and trade candidate. I don't know that to be a fact, but it was a small list of teams interested in Watson in the first place. Atlanta, Milwaukee, maybe the Clippers. What effect do you think, if any, this has on what the Nuggets do?
Well, my question is, I believe low-key they're open to the sign and trade option. Okay? I really do. Especially if this thing's going to go north of 25, I think sign and trade is what they're probably more interested in. But how many teams, as we've already kind of laid out, how many teams are even interested in the sign and trade then?
Right.
You got to have a team that wants to sign him and then trade for him. And how many teams could you have to involve? So I think it gets very complicated. I said earlier, I've made this comp before. I'll make it again because the longer this goes on, the more I feel it's appropriate. This feels like Brock Osweiler going 5-2 for the Denver Broncos down the stretch and his first real chance to start. And I can remember being around that locker room and living every minute of that season as the sideline guy on their broadcast and going every pride you went to everything. And the talk about, man, we had thought, I remember the game in Pittsburgh, woke up at a hotel in Pittsburgh as we're getting ready to go and play, and that was a game where Antonio Brown kind of had the better of Chris Harris that day. They ended up winning that game, they being the Steelers. And we woke up to report that morning of Brock Osweiler's the guy, Peyton Manning, we're probably never going to see him again. We'll have to see how this, and all of a sudden he's out of here, right? And Brock Osweiler goes and signs in Houston, and I still would tell you to this day, had he stayed here, he'd have had a better career. That said, This feels like that because you just don't know what you have. You just are not sure. You've seen something you like, and you don't want to lose the player. But I know that year, I'm sure the Broncos wanted to keep him for another year. I'm sure that's when John Elway wished he had the 5th-year option and Brock wasn't a second-round pick. If I'm the Nuggets, I would not be opposed to a 1-year deal. If I'm Peyton Watson you believe truly this is who you are, I think a 1-year deal could work for you too. Now, I'm not sure Rich Paul wants that because he wants a big fat,
Sure.
He wants his cut is what I'm trying to say.
His percentage.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
his percentage. But I mean, I think to me, 1 year would be best for both parties. And guess what? If we get to the trade deadline and you're still that dude, we'll pay you.
And this is where it gets complicated. 2 of the players that have been rumored as potential returns in any sort of sign and trade for Peyton Watson, Derek Jones Jr., the Clippers, and Jaime Jaquez, potentially maybe Ryan Rollins of the Milwaukee Bucks. The problem is even if you get rid of Peyton, you still have Cam, and bringing either one of Jaquez or Derek Jones Jr. in puts you over the second apron. So if you sign and trade Peyton Watson and bring in other salary, chances are you have to get rid of both Watson and Johnson.
Yeah.
This thing's a mess, Andy. It really is.
Well, that's what happens when you sign contracts under one kind of idea and then they agree to this new CBA. See, I always thought it was weird, Matt, when you probably remember in hockey, when we agreed to the new system in hockey, everybody reduced salary by 25%. Right. Why did they not do that? I know why. But it almost feels like half the NBA is wishing you should have talked about this.
It definitely.
Because you got contracts that were negotiated under a different financial structure.
It definitely is the golden age of player empowerment in sports. There's no question about that. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week alongside Andy Lindahl. Andy told me he's got a question he wants to pose to me, and he'll ask next. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Live from the Backus and Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Matt Smith in for Nate Kreckman this week. Andy Lindahl is back as we wrap up a Monday. If you've been out there grinding today in the heat, man, I feel for you. Today's heat was ridiculous. Heat advisory expires at 9 o'clock, and it looks like later this week we're going to get some rain.
Please.
Maybe in the afternoon. So that's going to be welcome because today was brutal. Like, it was 91 degrees when I got my car around 10 o'clock, and I was like, we're in for it today.
Hey, have you had the internal debate? What's worse, the winter or the summer? Because I don't like the extremes of either. I still think we
don't
probably
get extreme
deal
winter
with this
anymore.
more.
Maybe this year with the super El Nino, but we'll see.
Whenever we get the super cold, I just get angry. I don't like cleaning the car off after a certain point. I still think I could probably do this, but I don't know. I've got friends in Phoenix that have told me don't even try it.
Appreciate the cold while you still can. That's all I have to say on that one. And
wow.
And by the way.
Way to go, Dark.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just reality. And by the way, we talked about it last week. I did make it to go see the Odyssey. I know DMac inundated Scott with Odyssey references. He was killing it. I mean, you want to talk about somebody who remembers everything that he read about the Odyssey from high school. That's Mr. McKee. But I will say.
Well, no, he saw the movie.
I know. I was just trying to give him a little fake pump up.
Don't.
Then he ruined it for everybody. No. So, whatever.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
He finally?
Well, no.
He held his water every time I listened.
Well, the whole thing.
I heard a bunch today because I had to drive to the airport and drop my kids off.
The whole thing was like, no spoilers. If you haven't read the Odyssey, you're an idiot. It's like, yeah, okay, but the Odyssey is a large text.
Yeah.
Christopher Nolan could have decided to use all sorts of different stories. So maybe let's not, kill it for everybody. I will say, though, I was a little hesitant on Matt Damon as Odysseus. He had to prove it to me. Not the biggest Damon guy. He'll get a nod. He'll get an Oscar nod for his performance. Look, fantastic film. They pulled it off. And, I don't really have much bad to say about it. I was last week between The Invite, which Seth Rogen, Penelope Cruz, Olivia Wilde, Edward Norton, fantastic movie, by the way. Back-to-back absolute bangers at the theaters. My cup is full.
So you're good? You don't need to go any more movies for a while?
I got Spider-Man here coming out, so I'll make sure to cross off Brand New Day. And then it's kind of chill until Tom Cruise's Digger in October.
See, I was
ready for it.
Is that where he's the old man?
Yeah. Kind of like a modern Dr. Strangelove. I'm looking forward to it.
Somehow I took the headline away that I wanted. So I got to go back to the 9 News app here.
Okay.
My friends over there. Turns out that there apparently was a problem with, what is this new? It's the IMAX 70 millimeter.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
So
did you see the Odyssey in the 70 mil?
You can't in Colorado. We actually don't have a 70 millimeter theater here in Colorado. They have the 70 millimeter showings, but the real deal theaters, I don't believe we've got a single theater here.
Okay.
So no, I didn't.
So apparently they had some problems with it this weekend, and some moviegoers were frustrated by that.
Understandably.
Now, here's where I can relate to this. I switched over to YouTube back in March.
Okay.
And I'm excited because they got a lot more 4K channels that I can have all over the house versus when I had DirecTV, there was one box, and
I get it.
Half the time that wasn't the room I felt like watching in, right? Because it's kind of where the kids do their thing. So I was excited to watch some of the World Cup in 4K just to taste it before the NFL season. And every time I tried to put the darn thing on, it froze. Yep. It couldn't hold it.
Yep.
It started spinning.
Sure.
And I was like, all right, man, I just want to, when I've watched basketball and hockey and the occasional football game, though, in 4K, I got to say, I'm not like, wow, this is life-changing. Is there a next? Because apparently, from what I'm hearing about this big 70 millimeter IMAX, like DMac was saying, that's the one. You got to somehow see it. That's the one. So I'm assuming he saw it out of town from what you're telling me.
No, he saw it here. He just is
I thought he claimed he saw it in the best deal. Like there's some theater off Colorado that he said was the one theater that did it.
It's supposedly the 70 millimeter screening. It's just not actually the theater. So the aspect ratio of the screen is really what it's all about. If you want to get in the nuts and bolts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a new, what's the next? Oh, so our guy, apparently the Springs has one.
They do?
That's what.
Are we sure?
And this is a guy I trust.
Okay.
So
I apologize if that's incorrect.
Well, but I think Shockey texted us too.
It
does
true?
have two.
Okay.
Shockey claims that there are two. Look,
I was told there wasn't one in Colorado, so that was me.
To.
So I was
well, now maybe you need to go try this one with DMac.
I will say this is like the most southern exit I make it. So I'm not headed down there very often. The Springs might as well be in another state.
Well, no, this one I think is off Colorado. Look, it doesn't matter. My question is for sports fans. What's the next thing? Do you remember like 4K was supposed to be the deal. And now I'm seeing all these 8K televisions and I'm thinking, I don't feel like I hardly got any programming in 4K. And when I do watch it, I'm not sure it's so much greater in experience. Like, have you done the meta
VR
thing where it's like you're at courtside seats? Have you tried that at all?
That doesn't appeal to me at all.
Is there anything next level for sports? You and I are sitting here talking.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, they're interviewing a Dodger player in the middle of a real game, which I guess there's a part of me that's like, that's cool. But then there's another part of me that's thinking, if I'm a Dodger fan, now they about 50 games up on everybody and it doesn't matter. Like, are the Dodgers the only team they can do this with? Because part of me is like, I don't want you talking to my guy in the middle of a play and have something happen.
Okay, so Colorado does have 2. Okay. All right. Sorry. I was just clarifying on Shockey. Secondly, they've been interviewing baseball players during the game on Sunday Night Baseball for years.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
for years.
How much Sunday Night Baseball I'm watching.
Yeah, no, this has happened for a long
time. Has it ever
time.
screwed up a play? Clearly it hasn't, or I guess I'd have heard more about it.
All right. So the Odyssey, was fantastic. What was it you were trying to dovetail in there?
I just want to know what else, like, do you need 4K football? Are we jonesing for 4K football?
If you have the strong enough connection, then yeah, it's significant. The difference.
You think so?
If you have a strong enough connection.
College games on Fox 4K, I feel like Notre Dame. Okay, your helmets are brighter. I get that.
Well,
but I don't feel like I'm getting the spacing.
It's a better resolution. That's all 4K is about.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes it's like darker.
More brighter, more true colors.
Yes, it's natural to the environment, but then it's a darker environment because the actual environment is not as bright as what you see on TV.
Let me transition to something else I watched last week, and I binged it over the weekend. The Hawk, Will Ferrell's new golf show, is out on Netflix. It's a comedy golf show where he's kind of on the Corn Ferry tour, bumming it around. He's kind of has-been.
Okay, so is this real?
Real. Yeah, no, this is
is it a show or is it a documentary?
It's a show. It's a show.
So
he's the golfer. Will Ferrell's the golfer.
So it's semi-pro for golf.
Basically, it's like an old Ricky Bobby for golf. Okay. I will tell you, I made it through because our guy Will Ferrell has come through for us so many times over the years that it's like, you know what? I'm going to finish it out. Was it a good show? Absolutely not. It was bad.
Are you going to watch quarterback? I heard the guys talking about quarterback. I realize.
Do you want to watch it this week? I'll watch it with you this week.
Remember, so Nate and I have a famous, I call it
Spring wouldn't do it with me. Do you want to do it with me?
I'll do it if you remind me.
I'm reminding you now.
Wednesday.
Let this serve
how
as
many
your
do we
reminder.
have to watch? How many? Do you know how many episodes there are?
It's a good question. I haven't.
Because I do have to. I do have to do some work on my deck this week.
Okay.
Which is funny because anybody who knows the show knows my deck is constantly a problem.
What's wrong with the deck?
I just got to get some things just a little tidied up.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, let's do it. Let's watch it because there's nothing else on. My family's gone. I got nothing to do. I'll watch this one.
All right, so we got 7 episodes.
Anyway. 7?
7-hour-long episodes.
7, man. That's the number.
Lucky number. It's
hour long?
Hour long.
Well, you're talking me out of this real quick. Let's at least get through the Baker Mayfield. Who do we got? Who are the quarterbacks? Is it like
Cam
one
Ward,
for each?
Jaden Daniels, Joe
Does
Flacco.
Each guy get his own episode?
No. Do you remember how the first season worked? They kind of mishmashed them all together.
Okay, all right.
Well, I mean, I can do 7 hours of TV like it's nothing. You just need to tell me if I need to do this.
Let's give it a go. But I reserve the right by Wednesday to opt out.
So am I okay, that's fine.
Tonight and tomorrow we'll give it a go.
That's fine. Tonight and tomorrow we'll give it a go. So we don't readdress the subject until Wednesday.
Because I am curious about Joe Flacco now. So yeah.
Okay.
No, we'll watch it. We'll see what we want to play off at the next. And if we just get tired of it, then we'll let it go.
So is there a goal for tonight?
At least one.
At least one. You got it.
We'll do it a feel. See, Nate and I did one time. He promised to watch the Joey Chestnut 30 for 30.
Yeah,
and I did.
Okay.
And it sucked.
Yeah, I
can
imagine.
Mad. So I felt betrayed when he didn't get to it. I felt like I was
won't
forced
let you down.
to watch one
I'm in the
that I didn't
foxhole.
want to watch.
I am in the trenches.
Yeah, now I'm worried about it. Text me around 8 o'clock tonight so I don't forget.
Spring, there's no chance, is there?
I'll try to remember.
If I can sneak it in, I'll sneak it in.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
What else are you going to watch? There's nothing on.
Oh, he's got plenty going on. Spring's juggling like...
You got the Rockies.
Yeah.
He's got a lady she's a good time to be around, I'll say.
Yeah.
And that's just one of them.
So he's living a younger life.
I could force her to watch quarterback.
Would it be a force?
Oh, she wouldn't.
I feel like she's up for much. She doesn't seem too picky.
She'd zone out.
All right, well, tune in tomorrow to see if we actually follow through.
Hey, would you guys
Spoiler
hold
alert,
hands?
I will.
Will you hold hands with her if she zones out like Nate does with Abby?
It'll be like Joe Flacco in that bar in Cincinnati by himself.
This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, why wait to find a genie in a lamp and wish for riches when you can play Powerball? The jackpot is $544 million. So get your lucky numbers ready, pick up a ticket today, and get ready to grant your own wishes. Andy Lindahl, what are you doing with $544 million? Should you be so lucky?
Well, judging by the last two texts that were bagging on my TV, I guess I need to upgrade my 4K TV in my room watching experience. I guess that's what I need to do.
You could get 4 million 4K TVs.
I could get an 8K. You know what? I'll pay someone to create for me a 24K TV. What do you think of that?
Wow.
How about that?
And then you can turn around and profit off that bad boy and make even more money.
Or could I actually go and get, well, I could go to all the World Cup games for that.
Yeah, you could. What would Bo Nix's ankle look like in 24K TV? How broken would it be?
I might be able to see the
every
fracture.
surgery scar line.
I don't know if we need that.
Okay. Hey, drawings are every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. The jackpot keeps growing until someone wins. Pick 6 numbers, $2 a ticket. Choose your lucky numbers or do a quick pick and have your numbers picked for you. Add on the double play feature for $1 to enter your ticket into the second drawing for a shot at $10 million. The Colorado Lottery knows we all have wishes. And what we would do if we won, travel the world, get your dream home, or should we say homes? Well, however big your wishes are, the Powerball jackpot is big enough to grant them all. So get your lucky numbers ready because the next Powerball jackpot is sitting at $544 million. Yes, 544 million ways to make your wishes come true.